I mean, to be expected, according to a lot of people, but the market doesn't like this.
No, not at all, Brendo. I mean, Moody's starting the week off in a really good mood. You know I was going with that. You knew I was going to go with that there. No, seriously though, yeah, we'll talk about some of the reasons that they downgraded. They're not the sorry, Andre. They're not the only rating agency to have dropped the rating target there on the United States debt back in 2023. There was also another drop there as well. I believe it was by. In any event, we'll cover it in a little bit. Lots to talk about today, guys. 107,000 was touched overnight by Bitcoin. Good look there.
You're
Nvidia.
happy about that.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully. Nvidia also in focus, Brendo, as Jensen is out in Taiwan making big announcements there. So we'll talk about that. Qualcomm entering the CPU market, not just for smartphones now. So lots
more competition.
And Microsoft.
Yeah.
They got the developers conference all week. So should we be getting information from there?
Who knows what, but I mean, I'm sure there'll be something coming out of that Microsoft conference. Yeah. Nvidia with a, what are they calling it? A chip-to-chip communication platform and GPU cloud marketplace. All of that, if you were wondering. But Microsoft actually looking pretty good here, a little bit stronger than the rest. 0.8 only to the downside, back above 450 trying to hold. So all kinds of directions to look here this morning, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Softy's the strongest one. Yeah. Well, UNH is up today so far, so I mean, there's that.
Over $3 billion.
I guess. Probably. Yeah, over $300. As you said, Bitcoin made the run at it tried to get to the all-time high. We got to like 107, which is close enough. So it's not all bad in the market. And then I suppose Microsoft up 0.8%. We're supposed to be happy about that. But like whether or not you think this matters, you know, this downgrade, I think we did sell off last time this happened, and we sold off for a hot minute. That said, this is a new environment. Clearly, we're in a pretty big bull rally. I'm just watching Nvidia starting to bounce back up. Like the buyer's already starting to come back into this bad boy. What an unbelievable week they had along with the other chip names. So like, it's hard to not be short-term bearish because that's what happened here the last time. But then you're reminded of how far we've come up here. Like Nvidia is still holding the top end of its range. Kind of looks solid if it can hold 132, I'll tell you that much. But, you know, unfortunately, the other thing that happened was not much of an effort by or not a quality effort, I should say.
It's so funny they had such a good one on Friday.
By the least. The thing I don't like, so I tend to check myself there because I said not much of an effort. No, I mean not much of a quality effort. Because one of my biggest beefs are when fans are like, oh man, the players didn't want it. They didn't try hard. I'm like, get the heck out of here. Like, they got beat, and the effort wasn't the play. It just wasn't up to par for the Maple Leafs. Congratulations to the Panthers; they're a great team. But let's not pretend like these guys weren't playing their hearts out, and then just got beat and beat bad, unfortunately. But that's just how it is. I'm wearing blue anyways because that's what's up. And I actually had it lined up. I was gonna wear the jersey if they won today, but we'll still wear blue. Still wear blue.
Yeah, all last week I never even thought about wearing blue, but yeah, it was interesting game there last night. But yeah, it was a fun weekend, anyways. I mean, it's a long weekend here in Canada, so happy Victoria Day.
True.
Which my stream deck is not working. Happy Victoria Day to everybody out there today again. So it was a 20-minute drive in, so that was really nice. So we didn't have too much to deal with there on the road, so that was really nice. Tesla, just looking at that one, downside today, down 4%. So that's not helping anything here today. Again, some bad Cybertruck kind of talk. They're taking back less for their cars. Apparently, there's an offer there for some of them. We had written down at 65 grand or so for some of these used Cybertrucks, which just hit the market. So we'll see if that has any of an effect. I'm looking short on Tesla just because of the huge move that we've had up, and it's giving something back here a little bit, but it's not going to be at these levels. We need this market to open up to see where we're going to go, because as of right now, like, it's just kind of cooling off. We talked about that on Friday, right? That's why we sort of looked at that short near the end of the day, because we had bounced our head up against this level where, yeah, it couldn't get going. We had a nice move up. We had broke through 490 right there. Then we had broke through 500, got up to 510. Just couldn't break that shelf, or I guess the top side right there on Friday. So now I feel like there is a little bit of a downside play coming here for the NASDAQ as well. So we'll see. fading pops today, I think would be the right move. It's just a Monday. You know, we don't have too much going on. There's some Fed speak coming out. There's no numbers whatsoever. There's nothing. Fed at 8:30, Fed at 8:45, so it's happening right now. Fed's Logan speaks at 1. So, yeah, not much. And then we had the Nvidia conference that everybody was sort of waiting for. What was Jensen going to talk about? Talked about a lot of things. Doesn't seem to have rallied the stock too much there. We opened the show with some of those highlights, and we'll be talking about Nvidia throughout the whole day. So, yeah, we're excited. I mean, it should be a big day here today. I don't think it's like a free fall kind of a day, but definitely some profit taking.
Yeah.
I mean, if you came in and are nervous about this downgrade and things like that, the market's at great levels to take profits. I mean,
No question.
if we didn't think Nvidia was going to be north of 130 forever, I mean, people are going to take some profit. We were just at $90. We were at $88 on that low. You know, broke through 100. Yeah, I was just going to, whatever. I hate talking about those ultimate lows, but it's just more like, whoops, oh man, our charts. It's just more like we got above, like we've started to break now above into like a new sort of quadrant up here. Could we fade back into here? I would think so, yeah. You know, 114, 118, something like that. Not today, but I think that's where Nvidia wants to eventually go. But there's still lots of strength, right? You nailed, I mean, you mentioned UNH, wow.
Well, it's strength with like air quotes on it. Because UNH, it's a great rally from the bottom, but like you got to remember.
Yeah, where are you long?
Like where this thing. Like, yeah, it's been pretty bad for UNH. So yeah, while you're up that 4%, at some point when it's this nasty, you're going to get a relief rally, which certainly is in play. You're not going to have the benefit of being short sell restricted today after the update on Friday. But yeah, back above $300. I was just looking at Alibaba, yikes, and that might be. There's a lot of flat bottom breaks. We had that support last week where you just gapped right underneath. I didn't even put this one on the note, but yeah, right underneath about 123 on BABA looks pretty spicy. Because I like things that if you break a shelf today and then we go rallying, you can short into the prior low. And BABA 123 is actually looking pretty solid as well. So there's a lot to look at. Unfortunately, you said, like, you'll come into a red day, but I don't think it's all doom and gloom. Like, plenty of stocks have some interesting bouncers to come, and we could see some 50-period moving averages for stocks that have beaten it. There's a lot to watch here. And Bitcoin 100K
Coming
comes
back
in play as support.
I was actually saying I actually bought some Bitcoin at these levels.
Nice.
So yeah, I want to just average in on the way down here and see what winds up happening. Average up, I guess, on the way down. Yeah, 103 today for Bitcoin. IBIT going to come in, going to be in a little bit of trouble because it doesn't experience those moves over the weekend, right? So it just comes in today and sees us down from that 104, 105 area that we closed it on Friday. So IBIT downside here today, looking like it wants to go lower. So we'll just wait, man. I mean, the Nasdaq's only down 1.5%. What is ES even doing right now? Only down 1%. So I did want to have a quick look. Some of the bank stocks. I don't know. Do we have? Oh, we do have Michael Noss ready to go. Okay, that's great. Banks only down 0.92. And in a day when we've been talking many Nasdaq names and a little bit of Maple Leaf action as well, we'll just have a quick check in on gold. And of course, that's much higher today as well, up 1.5%, bouncing beautifully off that 50-period moving average. So wanted to buy some, didn't. We'll see if gold can get back into this 290 area, but right now it's bouncing upside a little bit as well. And then oil. I saw oil prices a little bit more expensive. Gas price is a little more expensive around here these days, but XLE is still downside in a nice little bottom, potentially forming down there on XLE gap higher into last week. So, yeah, lots of stuff happening. The market should be a fun one today. NASDAQ bouncing around. We'll check out the imbalances, which are really light for now. But let's go back to the desk and hear if we can get some new ideas.
Yeah, we'll bring in Michael Noss here and get his take on what this downgrade grade actually means. Because Mr. Noss, happy Monday. Thanks for jumping on a holiday Monday here in Canada. We've been through this many times. Sharif and I were just talking off screen. You know, I can't remember exactly, but there was one, I think it was a Monday morning as well during COVID, we came in, and I believe there was basically all of the rating agencies downgraded U.S. debt all at the same point. And same thing happened, market tanked. Obviously, we recovered from that. So give us your overview here of what this Moody's rating change means.
Yeah, and I wanted to specifically kind of focus on the Moody's downgrade and what it meant to the market before. Because, again, the beauty of technical analysis and the beauty of what we do is that we can go back and take a look, right? And it's, again, the beauty of ChatGPT is I can just go into ChatGPT and say, hey, let me know the last time Moody's downgraded debt. And then we just go to those dates in the chart. So first of all, I've just got a chart of what Moody's kind of classifies everyone as. And they're the orange line. These are the blue line's S&P, and then the green is Finch. So Moody's was AAA, and then just that next box down is where the U.S. is now. So it's not like this was downgraded to even lower than high grade. It's still the second to the most top that it has. So basically, I think if you look into the numbers, it means they think there's like a 5% greater chance than before that they could default. So it's a very insignificant kind of move in this grand chart. And these are subject to change, right? So you can downgrade, then a good GDP number comes out or something like that, and then they just get upgraded right back to where they were before, which was AAA. So I found 2 times in the past that Moody's actually downgraded the debt. So let's look at the chart for both of those. They kind of look pretty much the same. So this first one was actually 2011. I can't even remember what happened in 2011, but it must have been a lot of this, which I think Moody's, in my reading, focuses more on debt to GDP ratio, which is essentially saying how much do you bring in versus how much is your debt. If you think about it as a household, if you have $1 million worth of debt and a 30 grand a year income, you are at a much higher default risk on that debt than if you are someone who has 30 grand in debt and $1 million a year income. So they're looking at that ratio, and you can see a little bit of a pullback, not too much. It happened at the bottom of a pretty significant move, and then up and to the right from there. Then this next one I found with Moody's was in 2023, actually. So this was as we were coming out of the bear market. And this one, I don't know if you could say this was the cause, but caused a little bit more of a significant pullback. But not really, right? This, again, was coming out of that bear market that we had 2022, 2023, and a little bit of a pullback, and then, again, a year later higher. So I don't have a chart for this, but I went back and I said, okay, what happens a year after every downgrade that the U.S. market has ever had in history? And in every case, it was higher. So this seems like one of those things like an upgrade or a downgrade to a stock. We all trade stocks. We know that if something gets upgraded, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go up. If it gets downgraded, it doesn't necessarily mean it goes down. Rating agencies are quite often late to the party in the same way that the stock analysts are late to the party, the same way we kind of clown on the magazine covers also being late to the party. This last chart just kind of puts it all in perspective. So the 2 pink or purple horizontal lines were those 2 downgrades that we saw. So the question you got to kind of ask yourself as a longer term trader and investor, would you rather be buying when they downgrade the debt, or would you rather be selling? So there was a lot, like always, and it might just be my fault for spending too much time on Twitter, but there's a lot of alarmists out there of, this is going to crash the market and right, we're going right back to these lows and all in every case. But in none of these cases did we go back to the lows, right? The 2011 was at the end of the great financial collapse, and you can see we got nowhere near those lows. And again, the 2023 was nowhere near the Russia invasion or the rates or whatever we want to call it for that last bear market, and we got nowhere near those lows as well. So if we're going by history, we could expect a pullback. Seems like everything in the world is happening faster now, so that pullback could just be a day or so. Obviously not good news, but this is a very interesting day because it's all about how we react to this news. Again, you can see in the past, in both scenarios, it was actually a pretty down day, but I'm looking at the price action over here, and we're barely, we're down 0.5%. So we're barely reacting to this news. So it would make me think that maybe we've just kind of got desensitized to this, that over time we don't really care, or that it was already expected, it was already priced in. Maybe Moody's warned people ahead of time that this was going to happen, but who knows? But again, if we're following history, seems like maybe a short-term little pullback. That pullback to me, as long as we hold above those April tariff tantrum lows, is a buyable pullback, and then we can hopefully make a shot at new highs.
Yeah, this is a great chart. I think it's a good exercise for people just in general. Go to a 10-year look at the overall market anytime you get a little bit concerned. And at the end of the day, this is a giant nothing burger, and we should all just put buy orders in immediately, right, Mr. Noss?
Yeah, I've actually mortgaged the house. The bank's closed today because of the holiday, but maybe tomorrow. But yeah, I think it goes to show you that the market is a forward-looking mechanism. So the question isn't what happens because of the downgrade, it's what happens in spite of the downgrade. So if we end up pushing higher off this, again, it means it's already priced in. Nobody cares. Anyone who's shorted into it will be kind of caught off guard. For me, I'm just looking at the price action and seeing 0.5% down in this market is nothing. We were getting like 4 or 5% down days. So to me, it seems like we may have already shrugged it off, and we might not even get those pullbacks that we saw in the last 2 times.
Given that we are, and let's just put this whole downgrade aside, given that we are so close to all-time highs once again, obviously more resistance possibly on the upside versus downside. What are you thinking as far as the overall market is concerned?
I think it's a FOMO market. I think it's a wall of worry kind of scenario in which this bounce was so fast that when I'm looking at the positioning data, we talked about commitment of traders data last week, the institutions are not as long as they were before this happened, and they're not as long as they should be. So I think that's why all of these dips we're seeing, even intraday, are getting bought up, because you only have till June, if you're a hedge fund or a large institution, to go report to your clients that, hey, the market's flat on the year and I'm down, because, right, maybe you puked out in the lows, maybe you didn't buy the dip enough, whatever it is. So I think we're in this mode where we are just going to grind higher because everybody is so under-positioned to the long side, so that every time there's a dip, you're going to have a flurry of institutions trying to get in.
Yeah, I mean, anyone, and I think a lot of people are echoing that sentiment, anyone that got out, even beginning of April, going back to the end of March kind of thing, as you said, happened so quickly, and we're right back up here. I think a lot of people are still sitting around saying, what on earth happened? How do I deal with this?
Yeah, it reminds me of, if you go back on 2020, we even have that last chart we had up there. If you go back to 2020, it was the same thing where we had this bear market that was over like 2 weeks later. And then as soon as we broke all-time highs, there was some gains there. And then we just ripped for all of 21. Yeah, right there. And that seems like, it feels like we might be in the same kind of scenario. And in my opinion, what happened there was just what we talked about. So much under positioning that every time there was a dip or a pullback or bad news or whatever, these institutions are kind of had to get in. So call it a long squeeze or whatever it is, but it's almost as bad as a short squeeze, because as you move higher and the market's up whatever, if I'm an institution and I'm charging you a bunch of fees to manage your money and the market's up and I'm down, that is kind of like the worst situation you can be in.
A good perspective, I think, if we just stay on that chart for a second, good perspective is that's COVID, if anyone wasn't around for what the market did anyway, during COVID. If you compare that to what we just lived through, a lot of people were, pretty scared at the bottom, pretty uncertain at the bottom. Here we are right back up, but just comparing those visually, this wasn't even that bad.
Yeah, and there's bear markets are different, right? Again, while we're on this chart, if you look at COVID, it's a little pop down and it's back up. And that's what I think causes this under positioning. We didn't see that so much in that 2022, 2023 bear market, because that was a slow grind down and then we hung out there for a while and we slowly moved lower. It wasn't this kind of snapback reaction that we have. So when we have that, we have to remember these institutions, they just can't hit the button like we can to get in. It takes them days or weeks or months of buying, and they can't chase new highs like we can because they're too big. They have to wait for pullback. So that's why, again, at COVID, we hit those all-time highs and then we just messed around for a bit and then went higher. And I think part of that was those institutions. Every time there was a dip, they continued to buy, because you remember COVID wasn't over then. It was just the fact that the government was doing some things to make the market better and everybody was underpositioned. Again, no one knows for sure, but it feels to me like it's the same kind of thing going on. And I think this will be a good test. If this dip gets bought up right away, I think that's kind of the institution showing their hand of under positioning and that they have to get involved kind of as quickly as they can.
Michael Noss, great stuff as always. Enjoy your holiday Monday. We'll see you again later on.
See you tonight.
Well, that's right, tonight.
Yes, sir. Look forward to talking to you tonight, Michael. Hey, maybe they got this downgrade just in time so the institutions could get a dip to buy. You never know. It wouldn't be crazy. Maybe someone's like, hey, we need the SPY back at the 200 period moving average stat. So what can we do to get it there so we can buy the dip? Because that would seem like the logical place. Because look, like I know it's the same chart, right? But I want to zoom it in so we can maybe talk a little brass tacks of what we might actually get to this week. I don't think we see that today. As Michael said, we're less than 1% down the S&P here right now. And if you look at, it was like 575, 576. I saw someone in the chat saying 572. Maybe we'd pull back into there. So you could have prior high 72. You could have that one at the 200 period. Like either way, I think that's going to be a nice little temporary support area. We get down there as a trader, you got to be thinking about, well, if there's buyers, where else would they be sitting except buying into levels like that? So I'm going to be watching not just the futures, because I don't think we see that today, but individual stocks that have broken out from like the our tariff panic or Liberation Day high, whatever you want to call it, that have pulled back, that they're above those and can pull back into that resistance. Because I think that's going to be the place to start looking for some buys. Any that do it today, yes. This week for sure. And until proven otherwise, when you're in a bull market, it's like you got to be proven that you're not in it anymore. Short term, like for today, there's going to be some fades that I got. But I look at that S&P and it's like, okay, well, why wouldn't you buy the 200 period if we got there?
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit more trappy right now than anything as far as the market is concerned. I mean, we just went over a little bit there on the NQs. If we're going to look at the NQs themselves, hold on a second here, NQ, and we're going to go to Adara for the upgrades and downgrades. But just what we talked about on Friday, right? I mean, it's why we sort of we're looking to get short there, maybe near the end of the day. It's just been such a great move higher right here over the last, obviously, month and a bit, even a bit more than that, as we top out near this 21.4. And it's just like we had seen this top hit a couple times last week and then that little bit of a fade. So I just wonder, I mean, last week, even myself, like we got some money out of Google. I waited like one day and then put it into Eli Lilly. Like it's just everyone I felt like was feeling, and exactly what Michael said, there's money on the sidelines, feeling like maybe they missed this little bit of a bull run. I mean, we were up 20-something% from that bottom. So yeah, I think it's time to cool down a little bit. And this Moody's, obviously debt, rating downgrade is affecting it. But I mean, as Michael did sort of throw a little bit of cold water on the downplay here, and just the fact that, if we are looking to pick something up, maybe the time coming up soon that we can get rebounds from a move like this. And I mean, the whole market is built on debt, which is, it's just naturally a house of cards until eventually it falls down. But, we keep on talking about the debt ceiling keeps getting lifted there and raised in the United States. They keep passing more bills just to carry on more debt. As long as that keeps happening and the market keeps on doing what it's doing, the jobs number seems to be fine that we've been getting recently, the PPI, CPI, all of that seems to be under control. Fed Chair Powell's not really panicking, doesn't seem like yet. Trump's been happy with what's been happening. We had a couple deals. Apparently there's many, many more deals in the pipeline this week. So we'll see if those get announced, or maybe even one deal could get announced. That would be nice. And then we'll just move on from there, right? I mean, this China tariff thing, when that gets solved, then do we worry about this Moody debt problem? Maybe not. So
nope.
But there's some stocks that have been upgraded and downgraded, not just the whole U.S. economy. Let's go find out which names are bumping around.
Some interesting names here on both sides of the board. We're going to start with RX Site, getting upgraded here by Wells Fargo. Archer Daniels Midland, slightly down in the day, but upgraded by UBS. United Airlines here with a UBS upgrade as well. And then we have Snap-on getting an upgrade from Barrington Research. The downgrade side of things, we get a little bit more interesting, especially with these first two names. Williams-Sonoma getting a downgrade from Telsey Advisory Group. Then Reddit with a downgrade here from Wells Fargo, down about 6% with a $115 price target. Next point with JMP Securities downgraded, and last but not least, Biohaven getting downgraded by RBC. Back to you.
Yeah, Reddit's down 7% this morning. So, you've got a few names, especially I think CoreWeave is another one. But the difference between CoreWeave pulling back is it just made fresh highs last week. Like every day last week was making fresh highs, it seemed like. But Reddit is a very, very different story here. Like it was not doing anything terribly crazy in the last week. Unfortunately, if you lose 103 here on Reddit, that's just a flat bottom break. And it's not even that big of a support level. So this could be in a bit of a challenge of the 100 level. It would put it in play for a possible SSR bounce, though. Going down 10%, can't say that usually a downgrade would be that big of a deal, but you throw in the individual downgrade with the market downgrade, and you might have something brewing here to the downside. Like that's a stock that if we do go from 1% to 2 to 3%, Reddit and a bounce play somewhere in the 90s would make some sense. Yeah, that goes SSR. It comes on the radar very, very quickly. Didn't realize it was down this much. CoreWeave, yeah, because it was at the highs. I can get why it would pull back this much, but Reddit down 7 points. Yikes.
Yeah, no, Reddit. I mean, I really like Reddit at that $100 mark, so I think that'll be something to look at once we get there. You already mentioned sort of Alibaba, not that it was on the list, but this is another name here down 2% and looking to maybe pick something up at a very, very key level of 120. So right now, you know, this came through there. I mean, we already talked about it. I'm just trying to cherry pick a little bit here, but that 120 is a great level for Alibaba. And so I want to see if we can hold that. And if we do, then I think there's a lot of room back up there to the upside. Not that I like the Chinese space, but just for today, if we do drop down another $1, which isn't that much, then I think Alibaba there at 120 could be the best play. I do have a long idea that we want to do today. We'll talk about that when that comes up, probably on our watch list. But you can see what's happening early, and I just want to show it to you. I don't have any specific catalyst for every single name on here, but every single name on here is a sell. Give UNH as a buy.
Of course.
So, you know, we'll talk about UNH there coming from the depths of hell. And then over here, the same way for space. That's the only other buy that we have on here. Then, of course, B is on here for a buy. So we'll wait to see. What is symbol B? How come I don't know what that symbol is?
Barnes Group? Is that Barnes?
Barrick Mining. See? What? No one even knows what that is. But right there, B. And then ABC, AMC, B, Citigroup. So we know what that is. Barrick. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Barrick Mining. Okay. A Canadian company there, so Barrick Gold. But all right, so anyways, all sells. And normally, you know, especially when you get Walmart, we don't have NASDAQ names on here yet. So Walmart's there as a sell. That's going to, you know, bring some of the retail names down. There's my biggest of the bears. BBAI is also a sell. Disney, which has been hot fire, that's a sell as well. So, you know, nothing really spared today on that front. And then we're going to wait to see. You think this market, look, this is not, I'm not like teasing the market here, but this is not that bad. Like once 925 hits and all the sell imbalances hit for the NASDAQ, then you'll probably see a little bit of a bump down. Hopefully I can remember this thought at about 924. Maybe we'll play short the NASDAQ because I do think that there's going to be some big sell imbalances. Now, the thing about it is when they're all sells, generally speaking, the market obviously will be falling down, but then there's that huge bump up when those sell orders have been filled. So we'll wait to see if that is the case. Airbnb also down today. Everything down. You know,
yeah, not much
other than UNH. Really.
UNH volatility. That's what's up right now.
Is there any other major names up that we don't know about?
Well, on my quote board, which I was literally just sorting, names. Like this is just the names that I look at. You got Moderna, which makes some sense, I suppose. You have some pharma names that are up. Obviously, gold is going to be up, but J&J, like that.
No, it's not really up.
Is J&J up?
It's up. It's up.
Ooh.
J&J is up a little bit.
Ooh, apparently I must have added something on eSignal because I need to restart to apply new subscriptions. Yeah, JJ. Well, it's not yet. It's only up.
Really? Oh, I didn't have that option. I'll have to see.
2% to the upside. Although I just heard somebody say in the back, who might that be? Technical breakout. Look at the double bottom there that it put in. And breaking out on, the triple top from Friday, and then maybe it's breaking out. J&J is not the craziest moving stock in the world, but it's the right space because it seems like only healthcare stocks and anything inversely correlated to the market, that's what's up right now.
Bitcoin? It touched what got to 109?
Maybe. 107.
All right.
Not bad. You see, as far as I'm concerned, that might as well be a test of the all-time high. Like, come on, like, how close do you actually have to get? Like, these are all, on a daily, these are all wicks into 109 on Bitcoin. So really, like, we went right into the top and pulled back. This still stays strong. Like, it's a bull flag. You hold 100K here, that's a big level this week. We can hold on to 100, 101 area where it's bounced before, and that would be pretty impressive. Because on this rally that we've had from 75, every single stop has been consolidation, break, consolidation, break, consolidation, and we'll find out. So the 100,000 comes in play again here this week. I'll probably defend that today. Well, if it gets there. To the desk.
59.76, guys. That's where we close out on Friday on the ES June contract. We're above 5,900 right now, but we did lose it on the overnight low, 58.92. So here's the deal. We're going to use 5,900 as support until we give way. Then we're obviously looking at the overnight low. If we hold 5,900, what's that high? It's Friday's close, 59.76.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a second, jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Absolutely free every morning. Has everything you need to know on it that is moving in the pre-market. Just be aware, Fed's Williams making some comments right now. There's going to be a long line of Fed speakers today. So just seeing some comments here again coming through from Fed's Williams. There was a class action, just before we get going here, there was a class action lawsuit I was reading about for MSTR about the way that they divulged their Bitcoin strategy, apparently. So this initial down move was on that headline, but here we go right back up. So who cares? Let's talk about tech. Weak with the overall market, obviously, with this Moody's downgrade this morning. This was kind of interesting. I had no idea, but Sundar Pichai revealing that Alphabet once intensely kicked the tires on buying Netflix.
Really? Interesting.
Apparently that's a thing, so I guess he's regretting that now.
Definitely not during Joe Biden's administration, because the wrath of Lina Khan would not have allowed that. No, I'm kidding, of course, guys. We always have fun on the show. Here, let's talk about what happened here on Friday. Moody's cut the U.S. sovereign credit rating by one notch, Brendo, from AAA down to AA1, citing mounting federal debt, rising interest cost concerns as the 10-year, the 2-year, the 5-year, all the yields going higher, increasing the cost of payment on your debt. Also, they cited the lack of political will to address the structural deficits. This brings Moody in line with S&P, which downgraded U.S. debt back in 2011, as well as Fitch. I couldn't remember that one on the earlier segment here, which was cut back in 2023. All now assign the U.S. their second highest credit rating. Obviously, there's been economic fallout as a result. The 10-year rose 3 basis points up to that 4.5. The TLT ETF dropped about 1%, and the S&P 500, as you can see, opening up the day red. Analysts expect weaker demand for U.S. assets and higher borrowing costs. I don't know about that first part, but we'll see about the second part. The fiscal drivers behind the downgrade, that 2024 deficit already, Brendo, $1.05 trillion ahead. That's up 13% year over year. The interest expense keeps surging due to the higher rates and larger debt, and the projected debt to GDP ratio. Oh boy. I was talking to Neil about this off camera in the morning. 2024, 98%. We go 10 years down the road, Brendo. They're guiding 134% debt to GDP ratio if this doesn't get under control.
Hopefully they'll figure out a way to do exactly that. As a result, all of these, that's just Apple, but you can look at any of the big tech names, all of these down here this morning. As Sharif was mentioning, the actual move came after the close on Friday. Really haven't done much here, guys, this morning pre-market.
Yeah, but who doesn't have a high debt to GDP ratio? Like, okay, fine. As Sharif yells out, sweet.
Greenland.
Like, come on, man. No, like, okay, so Japan's like 200. What? I'm just saying, like, we're like over 100 here in Canada. Like, half of Europe's over 100. You know what I'm saying? Like, your family's Italian. You guys are over 100% too. Like, it's just everybody's high.
I mean, we got to wait for that Parmesan cheese business to start picking up again. You know? Too many people not eating cheese these days. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's more along the lines of, okay, we get it. Yes.
Stupid carbs. Why carbs getting bad raps? You know, come on, these Italian pick up the economy. You know.
You got
have some nice bread and cheese, you know, dairy, carbs.
I'll tell you this, you can't hate on the carbs too much when it's quality carbs, like good, fresh bread. Like you
I know, my kids run to the bakery yesterday because they want to get something to eat, and they come home with these, well, I shouldn't tell you because you'll be, anyways, like these pistachio-filled, cream-filled croissants. It's nuts. But I will, hopefully soon before, you're going on vacation next week, so.
I'm in Budapest.
Maybe even
I'm
tomorrow.
sure they have pastry. Good pastry.
They'll have
it's everyone in Europe has good pastry.
They'll have a lot of pastry.
Martin says Germany's like 60%. Okay, fine. Germany. Like, there's going to be pockets where it's not that crazy. That said, the thing is, last week provided you with a lot of sort of obvious, like some stocks, you could see some things going, like Apple here, above 212. Anytime it got above 212, it looks like it was just a sell. Like sell into it wherever it happens to revert. Sometimes it would get to the next even dollar. But when I look at this, it's like, there's overhead resistance right now in Apple near the bottom of the range. So the first stop would be the prior lows at 210, but I'm looking short on pops in Apple. Will we get the pops at the open? I'm not sure. But this one in tech, I know we're going to talk about Nvidia next, so we can get the chips in there. But looking short on Apple specifically into the prior low, and then once you get to, if you get to 212, I would take another shot on a mean reversion up there. I mean, the backup plan would have been Amazon, but Amazon would have to, there was a wall for 2 days, 05, 06 on Amazon, but that's, I think, a little less likely to get to that price, so we're going to have to stick with Apple.
Yeah, look, for me, I was looking at the board on there, and I want to talk about all those names, but they're all coming up anyways. So I just wrote down markets cooling. It's time to pick your spots. I think when we're talking about tech weakness, I'm just going to look at the NASDAQ for right now. So I have the TQs short at 70. I have Google is another name maybe we won't talk about here as well. And I have Apple. So I have all of these names. I think Apple underneath 210, that's worth trying for that short until we get above that key level again. We sort of talked about that numerous times. Apple looks like it's got a little top heavy right in and around here, 213, 214, 215. Something in and around there could be a possibility. I'm going to talk about Nvidia and Tesla when it's that time. But Google, again, maybe I'm a little biased on this. I did sell out of some of this last week in and around 160 and rotated it into Eli Lilly a bit. But I don't know. It's just, again, I don't love this business, and I'm nervous about that OpenAI search engine. Excuse me, chug some coffee here, trying to get going. 166, 168, but yeah, no, I like to push down here on Google today. I know it's not down as much as the rest, but this could be a name to look at. It had some nice quantum love last week, and we saw Google really start to pick up, but on a little bit of a longer time frame here. I wrote down 165 into 166. Just, I don't really see us getting above this area here today. It's underneath the 200 period. This looks like a decent short. We'll probably start it at 165, and then maybe it's 167, sort of the top that was there from Friday. So we'll look to see if Google gets back into this mix right into here, and we'll be able to short it. So I just think at 925, we're going to get another whoopsie where this market does come back down. So any kind of a bump into this, things have changed, right? It's not Friday afternoon anymore. We do get this downgrade, and tech is showing a little bit of weakness. So I'm going to fade any kind of a pop right into this level. I love it because it's Google. So I'm already sort of negative on a little bit on the macro. Look, I still own shares, but I'm still negative on it. But if we don't break this level from Friday, then I don't think we break it today. So I'm going to be going short here, Google. And if I lose on this, it'll probably be because it breaks through 167. So even though I have written here 165 to 167, let's see how, or 166, let's see how it bases out. Have enough shares where I can hold it through that 167. But honestly, if we rip up into here, then I have to watch these futures. I think, and that's what I wrote down here. It's kind of what Michael said. The tech wreck is here. Not wreck, but the tech move is happening downside. It's much more aggressive than the ES. ES down 1. This is down 1.5. So for me on the NASDAQ, if we can bump up to $70 again, right where we were kind of worried about this fall down, then I just want to short it. So we'll go short here, the 200 period in and around $70 for the NASDAQ. So that has to bump up about 1%, right? Remember, this is a triple levered ETF here. So I'm going to be trading the Qs. It's my number one idea. I do have Tesla on here, and we'll get to that in a minute, but shorting the NASDAQ on pops is something that I want to do. I think there'll be some money coming out here early this week, and maybe it gets back in later on, but we're through earnings now. We wait for May 28th, which is Nvidia. And other than that, it's kind of like, let's just wait to hear what Trump has to say, who's been silent for the last little while. Bitcoin's kind of flat right now. I want to be tech short today until this sort of smoke clears.
Well, the only thing he did talk about was
white smoke.
White smoke. Oh, yeah, okay.
Because right now we're unclear right now of what's going on. Now it's white smoke and black
And then
smoke.
black smoke, yeah.
Right, so the Pope has already been chosen. Pope Leo from Chicago.
Villanova, man.
Yeah, apparently there's some people. Apparently people think that the Packers are in trouble this year because he's a Chicago Bears fan.
Well,
But thing is, if he's spreading the good word, then he's not going to be hating on any team.
but doesn't it mean? I thought it meant maybe the Knicks should win everything because he went to he went to Nova. Basically, the New York Knicks are Villanova.
Right,
It's like
okay.
they got like 3 dudes from Nova.
Right.
So you go that way.
That could be that could be that way as well.
Go Knicks.
Cubs are having a good season. Not the White Sox, but apparently he's a White Sox fan.
Which is legit.
Maybe none of that means anything. All right, so
Nvidia means something.
maybe choosing the new pope has nothing to do with the stock market. Maybe. Okay.
You never know.
All right, let's go see what else we're talking about here. Oh, Nvidia, another tech name.
Yeah, there's a few. 2.5% right now for Nvidia, back above 132, trying to hold here. There's a couple of things to understand this morning. The company launching a chip-to-chip communication platform and GPU cloud marketplace. I have no idea what that means, but sounds cool.
I'm just going to pretend like I know. Maybe it'll come off like I do, Brendo. But here's what's happening. NVLink Fusion now allows third-party CPUs and ACIS connectors to connect to NVIDIA GPUs, Brendo. This apparently marks a huge shift from NVIDIA's previously closed NVLink program. The partners include here are going to be MediaTek, Marvell, AI Chip, Astrolab, some of the names we know, Synopsys, Cadence, Fujitsu, and Qualcomm, some bigger names there in the tech industry. CEO Jensen Huang saying, you can build semi-custom AI infrastructure, not just semi-custom chips. So they're looking at, customizing across the board here. Why does this matter? Because NVIDIA you can now serve AI data centers using non-NVIDIA CPUs. And if we do the Qualcomm story, I'll explain to you a little bit more about that, which increases the market reach, into custom semis and ASIC heavy infrastructure. It positions NVIDIA as a neutral backbone provider as well across mixed architecture. But there are possible risks as well. Allowing third-party CPUs may reduce demand for NVIDIA's own Grace CPUs. However, analyst Rolf Bulk argues that the system-level competitiveness is enhanced, preserving NVIDIA's centrality in AI computing. Kind of reminds me just like a different kind of perspective where if we don't get our foot in the game, somebody else will. And so might as well allow it so that we can maintain market dominance.
At the end of the day, NVIDIA trying to rally back to the upside here. I was just keeping an eye on the market overall. Just be aware, Feds Williams still speaking. JD Vance also making comments right now. Some Russia-related comments, but a market not doing anything. That was the Friday move, if anyone hasn't zoomed out a little bit on the NASDAQ, guys.
Yeah, and look, NVIDIA, it's down 3%, but you could in some ways argue it's holding up decently as we just get a little bit of a red candle in the futures as we speak. But I have 132 down for like an over-under. Like for me to be bullish on NVIDIA, okay, I have a support line. It's like 129 in here. You got to go back to Tuesday of last week on that big bull flag, and then it closed up there. But after that, you solidified support at the 132. So you're directly underneath that. If we can close the open range above 132, then you look for rebound longs. Otherwise, it feels like we're headed down into that 129 zone. Well, I like Apple for a short to pop, but I feel like if Nvidia is holding 132, that's one place I'd be looking longs. And then if we get to 129, cross that bridge if and when we're able to get there. But I'm also going to add to this. It wasn't on my list to look at Reddit until we saw the upgrade downgrade. If we are just crashing down in there, Reddit as an SSR bounce off 100 even looks pretty juicy as well. And I want to keep that on the back burner.
Yeah, look, I'm pretty excited about trading in general today. I want to be short most things. And I was just looking for a long. So I actually wrote down NVIDIA 129 just to see here if we can hold this level from the 13th. So last week Tuesday, I guess, right into here where we had sort of that huge move up. And then this sort of hold right into there at 129. So it's not something I'm going to be standing there waiting for this name to fall in and then completely like run me over right into here into 129. But this little level is something interesting to me. I think that we should be able to fall into that. Obviously, any sort of a top take gets me interested. 132 is pretty close to where we are right now. So I'm just gonna hold off to see what happens down here at 129 and change. It's a long that I like. down 3% there today. We've talked about the emperor having no clothes, but Nvidia there last night, they had that big speech keynote there, I guess, at the conference. And I guess it wasn't as incredible as many thought, but I wonder if the market was a little different today. Would Nvidia, sort of be shrugging that off, and we'd be focused more on what the environment's going to look like moving forward for them? So I'm still really positive about AI. I think many people are. Was this move back up justified? Maybe not. They got over the 3 trillion mark again. Huge move up on just UAE buy. I like it. I'm still thinking that, the huge shoe is Chinese. And if we can figure out that dominance, and if they can stay over there and be bought, then we really, really like Nvidia moving forward. But that 129 is right here. Let's just see if we can sort of hold that gap. That's what I'm looking at, a 129 buy for Nvidia. It's the only bid that I have on here, unless I'm lying. No. Apple short, Nvidia long. So these are the names that I'm trying to look for right here. So yeah, I'm excited to see what happens around that 129 mark. I think we get there. I'm waiting for 925. I mean, once those imbalances hit, we could have a quick another look here at what these imbalances are saying. There's a couple buys on there. Actually, Barrick just moved up with UNH. Other than that, everything else remains the same. Space, Barrick, and UNH. So healthcare, gold, and random, sort of short float stock. Other than that, man, Oklo down, Walmart down, banks down, Ford down, Archer, whatever, down, AT&T, there's names, Pfizer, there's a Pfizer there as well, Rio Tinto, JWN. So, retail downside, energy downside, banks downside. I feel like tech, the word, that should follow that would be downside. So we're going to wait to see if there's more downside in crypto, guys.
Just be aware, guys, this red candle on the overall market, there's a statement being released from China on what they're calling, the U.S. undermines consensus reached in Geneva talks. So remember when they sent Scott Bessent to Geneva to meet with Chinese officials, they came up with some sort of agreement. China is now saying, again, U.S. undermines consensus reached in Geneva talks. They've asked the U.S. to, quote unquote, correct wrongdoing. So the market reacting a little bit there to the negative side on that. PTIX also flying around here. Little one up on a transaction. They bought some other company. All stock transaction there for PTIX. Let's talk about Tesla. Also had a huge move after the close on Friday on this Moody's downgrade here. You were kind of thinking about a Cybertruck at one point?
Yeah, I like
get
that,
a discount
Brendo.
here from them on this?
That's actually a great question, because when I spoke to the rep last time, Brendo, she told me they like to juice up the numbers towards the end of the quarter. So as the quarter, the fiscal quarter, that is, winds down, the numbers go higher, the deliveries, that is. So I'll have to wait to the June quarter. Separately here with Tesla, though, guys, they fundamentally changed how shareholders can bring fiduciary lawsuits against the company. This all stems from the guy who had like 7 or 9 shares or whatever and brought that class action lawsuit against Elon Musk's pay package. Now you have to own 3% of the company. The company's valued over $1 trillion. That means you got to hold about $30 billion at least in stock to bring a fiduciary claim against the company. That is allowed under Texas law, where the company is now incorporated. So keep that in mind there. So we'll have to wait and see how that all works out. Now, with respect to the Cybertrucks, let's talk about this, Andre. Tesla is offering trade-ins for its Cybertruck Foundation series. The original MSRP, Brenda, over $100,000, now being floated around as $65,400 for the all-wheel drive Cybertruck with only about 6,200 miles. Why does this matter? Because Tesla's reportedly sitting on about 10,000 unsold Cybertrucks, raising questions about demand. The company recently introduced a cheaper trim with longer range but reduced features, not moving the needle. The market has pivoted towards the working man appeal, but traction appears to be a bit limited here. 4+%
as a result for Tesla right now. There's more coming, guys, from China as well. Commerce Ministry on U.S. statement from Huawei chips. China will take firm steps to protect rights if the U.S. insists on damaging Chinese interests. So, again, there was an initial statement suggesting the U.S. has undermined whatever some of the agreement, at least that was made over in Switzerland a couple of weeks back. Now saying that, again, China will take firm steps to protect rights if the U.S. insists on damaging Chinese interests, guys.
Boy. Well, you never want to hear that kind of chatter, and it doesn't really help things. Although we're not really falling apart right now. So I feel like if it was the market was perceiving that as really bad, some of these China headlines, we'd be a heck of a lot lower. Tesla, I'm looking at Friday's low, Thursday's close level, 343. So if we get up there, we had a double top at 350. It failed the 350 break, got back, and then, I mean, it was doing the dance and closed pretty much on the line at $350 on Friday. So you've got a wall there now with the $350 level. So underneath that, I want to be looking for fades. 43 is just the first one there for Tesla. So that's where I'd look. We kind of skipped crypto, but I guess we already mentioned if we bounce, the last time we bounced down, there was like 101. So somewhere in the 100 to 101. I like the mean reversion long. Anytime you trend down, catch that bounce. Once we're at 101, that comes in play.
Look, the number one trade idea today is going to be Tesla shorting that 343 to 345 area. If we can get a bump up there for Tesla, then we're going to get that going. I don't know if that's going to happen, so we may have to get a lot more aggressive on Tesla than we had been. I traded the out of this thing all last week, so we're very, very comfortable with Tesla. Had big winners last week, also some losers. We talked about trading it real early, and then you get despite it having this sort of downside push there near the middle of the morning, you had that huge move higher to begin with. We went from 346 all the way to 352. That's when we broke that 350 and we got really excited about it. Then we were able to find this bottom, eventually taking out 350 near the end of the day, only to get that bad news there about obviously the downgrade. And now we hear some Cybertruck sale issues. So I would think that we've already made that top now at 350, so we just play underneath it. And yeah, obviously, what turns out to be support is now resistance. So I'm going to be playing pretty hard off of this 343 there for Tesla. So again, the number one idea wouldn't be, I'm pretty confident. I like that trade. I'm sitting there right now to go short. We just got to get this like button higher here. Over 8,200 watching right now. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, get part of this chat right here as people are already tagging right here, tagging us over and over and over again. So you got to get into that. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's see if we can get over 1,000 likes right now. Get this algorithm going. I mean, the more people that watch, the more people will get in the chat, the more ideas we'll have, and the more fun the conversation. So get ready to rock and roll with Tesla. We're only a couple minutes to go until the imbalances come out. So yeah, for me, I'm short. I'm waiting to get short right here at 343. So that's possible. I don't think it happens early. We'll probably wind up finding a better level than that. But for me right now, the order that I'm willing to take is 343. I feel like we're going to be a lot more aggressive on the short on Tesla as the market opens up. I mean, it's taking the low of the day sort of as we speak. So we'll have to watch out for Tesla as the market bounces. Tesla's not bouncing at all. So again, aggressive move higher. There's a lot of traders going to be caught on the wrong side of this. I feel that even though it's broken through 350, that's going to be a level now that we can play off of to the short side. So I like it right here, short Tesla. I don't think for long, but for today, so far, that's my play. It's going to be a number one trade for me. Just has to come through. Probably 340 might be where we started. But for right now, let's hold off on that low from Friday.
All right, quickly here, NVAX, 24%, trying to flirt with session highs right now. 865 was that spike high initially on this. FDA approval of BLA, which is Novavax COVID-19 vaccine. I feel like this is a couple of years dated story, but it's taken that long. $8, definitely, if you zoom out, pretty hard level for Novavax. You also wanted to mention crypto here. We didn't touch, kind of glance by it there on the way, but back downside here for crypto, 1.5.
Yeah, it touched 107 yesterday, Brendo, which is not a bad look. There we can just do this right here. There we go. So here's what we've been looking at, guys, for crypto. It's been quite obviously very volatile, hitting $107,000 yesterday. There's also been about $575 million liquidated in crypto longs, and there seems to be a disproportionate amount of people on Binance's exchange anyway that are holding short positions. About 60% of BTC's positions are being held short, which is indicating bearish sentiment. Obviously, we'll have to keep an eye out on this one as we get into, as what Neil kind of just talked about there, very close to that all-time high, not exactly all-time highs, but we'll keep an eye out on that. Separately, quickly here, Brendo, with respect to Novavax's story here, they're dropping, I don't know why this COVID vaccine is coming out now with a kind of a ridiculous name, Nuvoxid or whatever. It's limited to about adults 65 or over, and individuals at 12 plus at risk are higher level of illness. The milestone here does trigger a $175 million payment from Sanofi to Novavax under a 2024 licensing deal, and the commercial delivery, Brendo, expected this fall.
Just quickly on NVAX as well, they did update their CapEx spending for the next 3 years to the upside as well. So NVAX, one to watch. Here's MicroStrategy to the downside. We mentioned earlier there was a class action lawsuit filed against MSTR, down 2%. It was just in regards to the way that they portrayed their Bitcoin strategy going forward. They also picked up, I think it was 7,200 more or something along those lines. So get ready for another offering shortly, I assume, here, guys, for MicroStrategy.
What they do, baby, you know, they keep it. The consistency of Mr. Saylor is undeniable. Can't question it. So I saw in the chat, there's a Zima in the chat. I think any Bitcoin bulls are going to like it, especially Sharif. New Bitcoin all-time high will hit this week. Mark my words. Well, Sharif wins the bet if that happens, so I know he'll be happy. Well, this is not true. It has to break the high to get to 125, but all-time high doesn't mean it'll get to 125. But it'll be a better chance that Sharif can get that 125. I don't think that's happening at all. But shout out to all the Bitcoin bulls out there. NVAX, look, it went right. It already broke the $8 level, so that pretty much is gone, and then went into this overhead resistance at 850, which you guys can see here on the daily chart, pulling back in. That's a hefty pullback, but look at what happened at $8. There was somebody sort of sitting there just holding at $8 in both directions, so resistance to support. I think that's your key. If you lose that, you're waiting for some kind of like a 7.5 zone, I suppose, for the pre-market. But a bit of a wall there at the $8 level on NVAX. We've seen it do this before, and then you'll gap up and lose everything at the open. So it's got to hold VWAP off the opening range. Otherwise, you're waiting for something in the mid-7s down there. In a couple of minutes, we'll get a few more imbalances coming in, ideally. Or sorry, in 1 minute, we'll get a few more imbalances coming in. Just want to make sure we're locked and loaded. That penny stock is the only thing out there. Archer, 630 to the sell side. Of course, we already highlighted Sean there with UNH 350 to the buy side, but not a heck of a lot on the locator just yet, unless you're into those penny stocks.
Look, I actually bought more Bitcoin today. I mean, it's one thing to like Bitcoin and say, yay, Bitcoin. And it's one thing to actually go in there and buy it, right? So I'm going to sit there and buy it today and see if we're going to be right or wrong. I mean, I don't know how far this is going to drop in. I don't expect it to drop at all. I really like Bitcoin. I've liked it for a minute. We bought it in the mid 80s and I bought it again this morning at 103. I actually bought some more XRP today as well. I mean, I want to be long. I want to be long these some of these assets, and I like it, and I'm bought more. So shout out to anybody who is a Bitcoin bull there, putting their money where their mouth is. I'm doing it there today. On as far as trading it here, I haven't really looked at that yet. There's just too many other things happening. We will be on Bitcoin. I just want it to open up and then see what winds up happening. So absolutely nothing. Right now, the TQQ comes as a sell. We said the NASDAQ would probably hit a sell there, but nothing really happened at 925, and nothing's really happening again right now. So it's kind of a little bit more mixed. We get some random stocks in here, like a penny stock. So all these buys aren't really anything. The biggest one there would be UNH to come there. TSLL with a sell, so we can watch out to see if that's hitting anything. And of course, that's the other way around. So we'll have to wait to see Walmart, Bitcoin. It's a triple levered, right? TSLL. It's not. It isn't the other way. It's just it's a long. Yeah, so it's a long. Yeah. So that's fine. So the fact that it came a sell is bad. SQQ, that's on there. There's Oklo. So yeah, not too much happening in the market right now as far as imbalances are concerned. So we'll have to wait to see. I mean, Tesla being number one trade. We'll see if it gets up there. I am sitting there. I'm sitting on Apple as well at 210. Apple's actually going the other way. So we're just at 208.50. That looks like it wants to get down. And then the name that is pretty unique to what I'm thinking about today is Google. We haven't really talked about that, but look at the shoot up here for Google. So we're going to have to wait now. That's going oppo what most of those other names are. Apple's going to the downside. We don't want to be wrong on Google direction-wise. Okay, Nvidia's going up. Okay, so that's good. So some of these names are starting to go. I mean, on a 5-minute chart, look how that looks on Google right there. So we'll have to wait. Maybe that's getting excited. But now with only 5 seconds left, hey, Adara, how are you doing today? It's nice to have you back. 3, 2, 1. All right, we are now open. Thank you, Adara, for that one. Let's watch out for Google. Google's Rip City right now up through 165. So this was kind of a level that I was looking at here on Google, but the market and Google specifically is starting to rip up. So here we go, man. Nice move higher right now. I'll take a small piece here at 65 because that's where we want to start the day. But remember, you'd be wrong on a stock, man. You don't have to be wrong for long. So if this goes up to 166, sort of where we were thinking about stopping out at, that will be the level. I'm going to wait for 165.75 now to see if we get something else. But 166 break, and we are out of Google.
Yeah, Apple's starting to make a bit of a move, but Nvidia goes to 133, so that's really starting to fly. Oh goodness, Novavax as well, right off the jump. NVAX retested the high, so it does bounce off that $8. Let's see it try to show a little bit more strength there as that one continues to go. Nvidia is really strong. Tesla's creeping to 38. Sorry, check that 39. Little break of that high. I'm going to get rid of these wicks at some point. And then we pull into that Friday support level, that 343, where we are looking for a bit of a fade. Apple doesn't look like it's going to give us much of anything. And along with this little bit of a bounce that we're getting, Bitcoin sideways and doing absolutely nothing so far. So yeah, not really crazy action here, but you are getting a move to the upside, which we're going to be patient looking for that short. Intel, what the heck happened to Intel this morning? Right. Intel breaking the lows, but I'm not sure why this stock was actually green at one point this morning. That makes absolutely zero sense. But my eyeballs are going to be on Nvidia, Apple, and Tesla. Oh, there was a turn already. Wow, Tesla just dropped $3 in an absolute heartbeat. Yeah, Tesla's already starting to look pretty weak here. You might not get this 343 at this rate.
There must be something. Okay, we're averaged in as far as we're wanting to go right now. We're short at 55s. Right here for Google. We talked about where we wanted. Okay, we just got to fill at 50, but oh no, we didn't actually. No, sorry, my bid's at 40s. Oh, there it is. Okay, nice move down here. Here it is. It's a big win right now for us on this name. Let's clear some more out. Again, this is a pretty. We only have 5 ideas on here, but there it is. 165 into 166. So take advantage of this early. Doesn't mean it's going to be right late, but there it is, man. Let's keep getting a little bit more out. We're pretty happy with what's happening now, man. There it is. It's going to be a big bang to start off the day. 70 cents in the money. Day goal met, but we already talked about that. That don't mean anything because I'll throw this day away in 2 seconds. So here we go. Let's get ready to go here. Get some more out near 165, which is where we started this party, Neil. There it is. Yes, sir. Almost your first dollar club will be in the position right here. There's Google. We wrote down the short. We talked about why we liked it. It is our one-day goal met, but that doesn't really matter. Let's see if we can get a little bit lower there on Google. We always get out too early. Hopefully we'll be able to hold this one for a little bit longer. So there it goes, man. Nice position so far to the downside. So let's keep going on, down a little lower. We'll figure out where we can go. 164.95, 164 and change, starting to come in on Google. There it is, man. It's going to be close enough to $1. Let's bid something out now as this name is coming right back in. So 1 for 1 early, and there it is, man. We'll go on dollar on our reload for Google. Nice move higher. Exactly the trade that we wanted. I mean, I don't know. There's probably others, but we pick on Google, and it's a nice move lower.
Yeah, and as it goes lower, good look over there because the Nasdaq's above the highs. Apple just lost it underneath 207, just tagged 206. You're still dropping. If I like it at 210, you're probably not shorting it at 208. Let's be realistic. But we'll see if we can't get a pullback. Maybe VWAP is something. Tesla just broke the low and is trying to hold here. So I don't think we get 343 unless something drastic happens here. But I want to see it maybe make a run at that pre-market high, and then we can think about shorting it somewhere other than our prescribed price that we're looking for. Novavax was the small capper that was going, and it just double tapped the top. So you failed the top again in the pre-market at about $8.50. So it needs to hold on to $8 on the way back in. This is what I want to see hold on Novavax. About the only level that we like for a long. Well, I shouldn't say that. We liked Nvidia. I liked Nvidia for a long, but I don't know if we're going to get those prices at this point. Nvidia holding well above 132 and starting to look like it's the strong one. I'm still not really sure. Intel was unveiling some GPUs and CPUs, which is why it was up in the first place, but that's now down. I hear ASST is making a bit of a move, and the other stock that I wanted to pay attention to was Reddit in case it got to 100. Well, Reddit already bouncing $4, so I guess the chance to buy in front of 100 is completely gone now. That went the other way. I was expecting Reddit would test lower on the downgrade. Not happening, so we just got to be a little bit patient here as Tesla's not at range. Novavax is pretty much gone. Nvidia not really doing much of anything. And Apple, we're still looking for some kind of a pop to be able to short. This stock is just falling like a rock.
Yeah, Google's at the lows right now. Apple, I was going to talk about Apple too, but Apple there, this was again, so what we had written down was Apple short, Google short, we got it, the TQ short, which we'll have to wait for that maybe a minute, and then Tesla short, but there goes Apple. Apple absolutely getting crushed right now, but it doesn't, again, talking about a stock is great, but actually having one on board right here for me, this is the difference that I'm trying to make, like just for my own trading again, is like actually for me, trying to make some plays, trying to put on, you know, real size and trying to make money on plays, because often we'll look down at this and I'll be like, what the heck? I talked about getting that short. And we've gotten run over on calls before as well and had to regroup. I mean, I think we had that Apple short 212 or something last week, and then it had to go against us, and then we had to wait for it. And so right here, Google does work for us early. I'm trying to be patient with this. I'm out of half already, which is pretty good for me to be able to hold this much all the way to the downside. I don't have any more bids on here, and the NASDAQ is really starting to go upside, so I am actually going to put one more bid here in the low 80s. Hopefully that will come up and pick us up right here, but it looks like the market's trying to go upside, and whenever that happens, and there we go, yes, we get it, so let's go, man. We are still riding that bear here on the NASDAQ, but we'll wait. Early position, we've got it. It's on Google. Let's wait to see what happens and go over to the big desk with Adara.
Just keep an eye here on ZIM. Couple tickers to watch out for. Zim Integrated Shippings actually did report earnings. It was a double beat, so keep an eye on ZIM. 20% short float. TMC also on watch here. TMC, the metals company here, with a decent short float as well. It's worth noting TMC also did report earnings on Wednesday after the close, so day 3 earnings move. SPCE, day 2 earnings here for Virgin Galactic. Moving to the upside in mRNA. On watch here as well with some overall health strength. No major economic data prints at 10 a.m., though it is worth noting we are going to be getting the leading index change month over month. And currently we do have White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt making some comments. Back to you.
Caroline, yeah. Always have to pay attention there. Look, Nvidia looks incredibly strong. There isn't even a red candle yet to look for any kind of a pullback. This one's just absolutely blasting to the upside. So we're going to have to shift to the volume-weighted average price. The other name we're watching for a long side play is going to be Novavax. NVAX just ran the top again. So look at the topping tail candles on Novavax here. Like, you want to see it hold buyers a little bit higher, but like topping tail again through that 860 level. Hold on to your butts here, because here comes another sharp pullback. This is going to close with a pretty bearish candle. It's going to look like here. So I still like it in front of 8. I'm going to nibble in the 20s if we can close above the volume-weighted average price, or maybe even the 30s. But I want this closing on some kind of strength. Like, you don't want to buy it and have it flash through $8. I want to see some more strength come into this bad boy. Nvidia is absolutely gonzo. Apple's starting to get to the upside a little bit here. Let me just flash a bid here at 25, make sure we're on there, and put my stop through 8, so we're locked and loaded and ready to go. Nvidia continues to blast. 134 almost. I got to double check AMD and see if there's not as much strength over an advanced money destroyer. Sorry, yeah, whatever. Now I've just said it accidentally. So
it's not like I'm charging 5 cents every time or anything.
You probably could. We got change over there on the desk. Yeah. No, AMD not nearly as strong. It seems like it's just an Nvidia story as far as I can tell. And here comes Apple. For the first time, we could get our first green candle of the day on Apple. This could be our chance to get in underneath the volume-weighted average price or at the highs, because 210, you can like 210 all you want, but if it doesn't want to get there, then you're just never going to short it. So I have my bid out there on Novavax. Nvidia, we're looking for a VWAP dip buy to join into the long trade. And I'm still thinking the other way. I mean, Apple, with the market blasting here, blasting's maybe not the right word, but the market breaking overnight highs, and Apple can't even get to VWAP. So I still think this one's relatively weak, and we know there's overhead resistance once you get above 210 anyway. So let's let this one pull up a little bit more here. Just got to be a little bit patient with it.
Yeah, no, I'll say I think the market's Yeah, I think you use a good word there with blasting. I mean, this market is taking off, man. We don't have even any red candles right now here today. So it's a nice move higher right now for the market and really just starting, I mean, no relief, just straight up taking out the pre-market high without even looking at it. And then it just rips the rest of the day. So rest of the morning right here, it's 10 minutes in. We only have one position so far, so that's pretty unique because we both get pretty patient right now. I'm still waiting for this TQs. It's getting closer and closer, man, to taking a little bit of a short. I'm going to take it a small piece right now. I'm waiting for 75s. Remember, we want to stick to our plan, which was short 70s on here for the TQ. So we'll take a small little piece right now and then see where we go. Remember when Google was ripping up here and I was like, okay, we're getting a little bit, felt like, this move had happened for us pretty quickly there. So we started emptying it out. I was like, we have half left. We got out of a few more pieces when that happened. Remember, we got our 81s, then we got O's again as that broke through. So we'll reload it up here. But if this breaks 166 and this market decides to go, then fine. But we are officially now reloaded. So we have two positions on board. We've got the TQs and we have a reloaded Google position. But if this takes 166, that's my note. Oh, sorry, that's still TQQs. If this takes 166, that's still my note, and that's where we're clapping out of that. So, yeah, man, we're going to wait to see where it goes. But for right now, let's start bidding some 60s. We'll bid down again in the 30s or so. If we're lucky enough to get that, then great. But for right now, Google's at one of these tipping points right here that the market could just continue its nice move here, and in which case we don't necessarily want to be short too many things. But there it is right there, man. We'll face slap a little bit as it's coming back down in off of what looks to be a decent reload there for us. See if we get something. There it is. We get something in the low 50s. Now let's get a little bit lower. Short the futures, short Google on reload, man. Sometimes you got to have that confidence. We'll prop it up. But remember, have your outs. Because this market's already taken me for a little bit of a ride. Get down Google right now. Here we go. It's a nice move there. Good reload for us on Google. We doubled up our position. So let's scalp out just a little bit right here. Get some more out as we continue to hit the short for Google. For how long? I don't know. What's up, Adara?
SYTA, Seattle Mobile. This name has moved pretty frequently in the past. It is a repeat offender, if you will, in the small cap space. 3 million share float, just under 4% short float. No news that I can see right now in SYTA. Again, no economic data at 9:45, but at 10 a.m. we are going to be getting the leading index change. We have Fed speakers as well throughout the day. And Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt just ended the press conference. So right now, no White House news on watch. Back to you.
Well, hey, Caroline, stop talking so we can head lower potentially. Because anytime the White House is talking, I guess you're afraid of to pump the market, right? But Nvidia is making a bit of a turn. I don't know if we're going to get that one in the view up in a second. But Apple put one topping tail candle in on that bounce. There's your rejection of 205.5, jumped in underneath. It just bounced off the 205 even. I'm going to try to reload off of this local high here. So it's about 205.75 is the local top. We'll see if we can't play this one to the south side. This is what we wanted as a short. Still haven't got Novavax long yet. But I think that's pretty much, it's about to come in here. All right, Nvidia's starting to pull back. This could be the first dip here in Nvidia. I like the volume weighted average price right now, 133. Clearly, it's one of the strongest names out there in the market that I can see anyways. You guys let me know in the chat if there's something stronger. Novavax, I guess we just missed it out in front of VWAP there. Was sitting at 20, sitting at like 28, and it looks like it printed 32s on Novavax. Still want to play in front of the volume weighted average price. Got to play it closer to the vest here and watch it closer as it gets down there. You don't want to miss this by a couple of cents. Novavax is absolutely flying right now. So we got a bit of a reload there at 205.5 on Apple. If the even dollar holds again, I'm getting more out in front of the even dollar on Apple. This is marching on the way to the volume weighted average price. Relatively weak stock. I haven't checked any of the other Mag 7 names outside of Nvidia and Tesla to know what they're doing, and I can see Google with Sean. So there's got to be something else which is much stronger, in my opinion. Maybe it's like Softy or Meta or something. Nothing on Tesla. Tesla, nothing burger. So I'm not going to touch that till we get some kind of extreme move on Tesla that gives me more direction. For now, it's just Apple, and can't seem to get into Novavax or Nvidia on dips.
All right. Look, so we got more short there on the TQs. This is more like the play that we wanted. We already got a nice out down there in the 30s. Let's see if the TQs want to go again. Remember, a breakthrough 70 here, that's kind of the spot that we were looking at for the NASDAQ. So if it does break higher, please hit the like and the subscribe if you are with us right now, man. Over 11,000 of you right now, 1.4K. Let's get that up to 2K. If you're riding with me, then let's go, man. It's a hot dog kind of a day. Neil's got the average in on the short there, so we like that play as well. So we're both net short right now, trying to figure out this market with you here live. So, okay, so again, if the TQs break above 70, I'm gone. So that's just a level here. Let's put that order in right now. I'm not even trying to mess with it. We've taken our medicine. Let's go downside right now as we start to promote this play. I'm going to take a little bit more here on the TQs if I can get those 70s, which we're trying to get a little bit more. But there goes Google, man. We had a nice reload. We did take some out here in the 30s, in the 40s. Let's see if we get a 165. That's where my next bid is, 165.02. So hopefully we can get back into that level. I know it's going to be a little bit greedy to try to get that, but we'll see if we can. And then averaging back into the TQQs. But again, a 70 break, we're gone. We can throw our whole day away. I mean, this is not something that I'm not about not doing, right? I mean, we'll take some more bids there at 35, and we're just going to have to wait for this. I believe in the short, but the short today is definitely not working. But if we look at the TQs, and we'll bring down a chart here from eSignal, you know, you're right back up into this 200 period moving average and right at some of these tops. This is why I was thinking short. So if it breaks through here, then maybe we do retest the top and we can wait for a 71 to 71.50. Like if that comes in, grid on us, right? There's Neil in NVAX now. So the first long of the day hits. So again, not a NASDAQ name. So we like that.
It is a NASDAQ name.
I just mean like, sorry.
Oh, not a market name.
Yeah, it's like a.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's not like a Mag 7, like we've been talking about those. So
You actually made me look, though.
okay, there we go. Well, NVAX, yeah, so there it is. So you're long there on NVAX, short on Apple. I mean, I really like the Apple short, the Tesla play, and I don't want to keep talking about the same names, but I think early,
Microsoft.
it's important that Neil and I look for like our
Oh, there
play.
goes VWAP on two things. I'll do two things at once here.
Yep,
there
go.
goes VWAP for the first time in Novavax. So you had to buy it. Look, admittedly, I didn't get it the other two times it bounced off VWAP. I tried and was not fast enough. And then when I was sitting there, didn't get the fill. But you've just lost the volume weighted average price. The other thing I'm gonna drop for you, if you put it from the low, in the pre-market, it's also breaking trend. So this is busting the trend from the pre-market here. So I'm not in this long unless it's above the volume weighted average price and above that trend line. Apple just, man, Nvidia just keeps going high. Apple's going to the lows, and Nvidia is breaking out the highs right now. So this is it's frustrating because I kind of like the Nvidia, but much, much lower than this. So Apple, there that goes. It was Microsoft after all. Like Microsoft green, not only is Microsoft green, Microsoft broke out the top. This is, hold on a second, that's a 52-week high. Sorry, no, never mind. Take that. That's a local top. It's not close to the 52-week high. That's 470 there. But big breakout happening on Microsoft, and I have no idea why this is bucking the trend. But Apple, which is the stock that we like the most for the short, didn't give you anything up top. We'll play it to VWAP again if we can. We've doubled out a couple times at 205, but lower highs abound on Apple. As far as where it can go, I'm looking at this gap here and saying you really don't have anything till 03. 03 and then 01 on Apple. So I think this is a trend short. With the market literally taking another top, this one continues to go lower. And Nvidia, Meta, Microsoft, that's what's so strong.
All right, guys. So we have to, we can't just be like, hey, man, we think the market's going down and then, not talk about when this winds up happening. So there it goes, man. It breaks through it. So we have an L right there. So 1 for 2. The market did not hold where I thought maybe it was going to. So there's the move higher, man. This is, again, a sticky no play. So I like it, but not enough today for us to, take any profit. We have one fill. Nothing, 5%. There's no fill really, basically, to the downside there on the NASDAQ. But there's the breakthrough 70. And in order not to be stubborn, I just heard in my ear, by the way, Adair, there's some sort of a number coming out at 10. So I might have screwed that up. I didn't think there was any numbers there. There's nothing on our watch list, but it must be a minor one. All right, so we're just going to continue to watch out for Google. Really no reloads at this point. I mean, we'll reload it up here again if it comes into the 80s again, because we don't have any fills up there, but pretty close. So if this wants to blast higher, fine. Again, our target to get out of Google, the same thing, a break of 166. Not really trying to mess around too much with it. Let me just check what the banks are doing, and I always go over to JP Morgan.
It's a small number.
So there it goes. Yeah, it's just a housing number or something, isn't it?
U.S. leading index.
Oh, U.S. leading index. Okay, so that sounds like it would be a big one, but yeah, not really hitting our radar there yet. But just looking here at the banks, so J.P. Morgan going positive right here. Bitcoin up to 103, so that's good for your boy. We bought some down here, so we'll see if that can continue to hold it right there. As we're wondering, hey, did we do the wrong thing right now on Bitcoin? But there it comes right back down in. Google finally giving us, a push lower. So we've gotten some warning signs down here. We're going to get out again if we can come back into this level. But for right now, it is a downside push. It's the NASDAQ, it's Google, it's Apple. We could check out Nvidia. I mean, good trade on Apple. We did definitely wanted
see.
that short.
That's a top. That's a
That's
a
still
trend
to
break
be
right
determined. Okay, well, 135 right there on Nvidia, something to look at as that's been the top. Google, I feel more confident about that now because it didn't run the top despite the NASDAQ. So I'll take a little bit more short here on Google for sure.
So it just, I could draw it for you, but effectively Apple breaking trend with a wick bottom in here. So there's your low, there's your first play. Remember, and this is for me, if I'm trying to short it at 210, or ideally you want something maybe off the pre-market high, if I'm chasing to the low when the market's going, then I want to play the bottom end of the range or give it a chance to get to VWAP in here. So we played the first move, but that wasn't VWAP and it wasn't the pre-market low either. We just play it to the bottom, and when it does that bottom and tail candle, I'll jump out and look for the next opportunity. Apple's still relatively weak, but especially with a number coming out to a little extent, and the fact that it made this rejection, oh, you can't see that, made this, that's the best way, sorry guys, this rejection of the low with that wick, I'm jumping out on Apple. So it does work the short that we took, but now we're waiting for the better opportunity here, maybe at the volume weighted average price or higher. Let's go to Adara.
So yeah, that number at 10, I did mention it earlier today. It's not a massive number. It's just going to be the leading index change month over month at 10 a.m. But again, not a huge number, something worth noting regardless. I will be giving that number to you in about 8 minutes. Also keep an eye on MULN. I could not find any catalyst here in Mullen Automotive, but we know this is a stock people watch. It's now a penny stock, trading here around 21 cents. And MULN does have a notable short float of around 110%, what I'm seeing here in Trade Ideas. So more than 100% short float according to Trade Ideas data. MULN, about a 2.4 million share float. So small float, notable short float, guys. Back to you.
First off, that's cap, because everybody knows it is impossible for there to be any naked short selling. Absolutely, unequivocally, never happens in the markets. All right, let's just get this nonsense out of here.
Right.
My daughter said she says no cap so much.
She does?
Dude,
that's starting to become cap.
She's in grade 2. Grade 1s and 2s are like, whatever it was like last year, like they're all over it like times 1,000. So I hear.
You're gonna start hearing some more skibbity toilets talk? Hopefully not, man.
My parents were over last night and they're like, what is Aaron talking about?
Okay,
I'm like, trust me.
Come on, man, get them educated. You got to get them a little bit more educated up there. Again, all my friends know I'm from the street, so when my kids talk like that, they kind of know. I feel you, man. That's a bad look for sure. All right, so because it's annoying as hell, but it's cute, I guess, at the end of the day. So it's actually pretty cute for the first 5 minutes. All right, so we've gone through all of that as well. All right, I don't know if the market's going to flush or not, but we just took a little bit of damage there, actually put some damage back onto this name. I'm going to play off that top right now. We said that we still wanted the 70 short, but I had to get out in case it ripped. So now we see this top here at $70.20. So I'm just literally, that's another thing that my kids say, literally, Dad, scalping out some more of this trade right now at 69. There it is. Give me that. Did we get it? Yes, sir. Big time trade. We are now positive, believe it or not, on the NASDAQ as we waited for a top to come through, and then there it is right now. So we're going to go back short. So forget about 1 for 2. Try 2 for 2. But that first idea does not work out for us. And we added, right now, we add a little bit to this Google position right now. So let me just punch out just a little bit here at 30s, and then we'll sit here for a little bit lower in the mid 20s, and then we'll see if we get a nice push down on Google and on the market. This market, man, we did put it back in, right? We put this trade back on. Now we're going to go short again. It's the same level that we talked about the whole time, but in order to not get run over, we get out, we take the L, and then we reassess what we're doing right now. So that's what we're doing, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, you guys like that one, edumacated. But now we're starting to come back in just a little bit as we educate you guys on the futures. There it is. Let's go TQQs. This could be in my absolute biggest trade of the day. It just needs to come down in, man. We take it out, put it on the table here, and let's wait to see what winds up happening now with the NASDAQ. I mean, looking for a bigger move down here right now. The number, as Adair has mentioned, shouldn't be a huge market mover unless it comes, I guess, dramatic there, the U.S. indicator there. So we'll just wait on it. We're worried about that downgrade. Come on, man. I'm bidding 92. Can we get it? Can we get it? No, we cannot. Waiting for there it is. We get that this time. Waiting for 92s. Looks like we have a little bit of a topsy-turvy play there in Google. You're still into Apple. So
back
into Apple. We do like that play as well. So here we go, man. So far, so good. And before I throw it back to Neil, I just want to check out UNH right now just to see if there was any movement on it.
Oh, there was
not really. Yeah, instant dip down. Yeah, 298. What a great call that was, if anybody had that one. But a dip and rip opportunity there for UNH. We could always wait for it, but the market might not want to come down, guys. It just tried to break. That's what we were waiting for. That's why we get some out there of the TQQs. But right now, Google back upside. So is the market. So I think we're done. We have done pretty good getting some out here at some of these lows on this most recent dip. But, you know, I think we've been wrong so far here. At least I have.
NASDAQ keeps on going, and I keep looking over at Nvidia. Like Apple at some point is going to break this local top, but we jumped out when it made the bottoming tail candle and waited for it to retest that 205 half level, which we're back into. But at some point, I got to be long something, and Nvidia doesn't want the volume weighted average price, which is what we thought we'd get on a pullback from a technical standpoint. Friday's lows sit at 133.5. Like that could be a nice little spot to try to jump into. But I want the long in Nvidia somewhere. It's just a matter of where we can get it. And then Novavax, which was, like I said, when it broke the trend, you've got to jump out of these things, man. Like it lost one shot at in front of VWAP. Now it's back under the 8 level, so you just got to wait patiently for another opportunity. So we're starting to, I guess, taper off on this upward move, which would mean if we don't get anything on Nvidia here, then I'm backing off till after 10 o'clock when we get a 15-minute candle in there. And I can't seem to get VWAP. It's still almost $1 from VWAP on Nvidia. That's so super strong today. Kind of crazy. I thought we'd be a little bit more weakness on this downgrade. You could pick up some of the good stocks, but unfortunately you can't. All right, Apple basically leveling off here. It's just sitting at my entry point. No test of VWAP. I'm going to get out some in front of 205 if we can. As I said, Novavax, I think you're waiting for at least 750 at this point or reclaim of the volume weighted average price. I'm not getting back into this far underneath VWAP. I should pay for locates on that one. I think I did, actually.
Yeah, the only long that we wanted early was Nvidia. We can talk about other names here. I mean, I'm just trying to look to see what's blasting off on my alert here. We have Shopify right here. We can have a quick look at Shopify to see if I got to change my list. I mean, I haven't added too many new names to this, but there's Shopify. Yeah, right back to VWAP. So there's a little bit of an indicator right there for us. It's showing Alibaba moving. So let's go over. It's not linked up. These are e-signal charts being linked. Yeah, so Alibaba making an approach to VWAP. So that could be also another trade here hitting off on us. IBIT there, 103.4. Congratulations on that one. We're pretty happy to have reloaded our IBIT position. Not reloaded, added some to the IBIT position here this morning. I literally was I woke up to a 103 flat fill. Like I was at 103. It's so funny that I do this even on crypto. I was bidding $103,000 and won. So I was just bidding $1 ahead of 103, you know, just in case it misses me. So we got that fill there this afternoon, or this morning as well, this afternoon, depending on where you're at. Shout out to everybody there in Europe. But right now, this is what we're looking at. I'm looking at some of these alerts to see what is going off. But let's just talk about, again, the futures. I'm going to let this one slide now. We've taken a hit on it. We're back to green on the pause on the futures, but it's position pending. So we'll go 2 for 2 there, but we need this to drop out, right? Like my next bids, unfortunately, I only got one fill at 94, or our best fill is 90s, but my last fill was 94 there, and then we got in O's. So I just took a little piece out right now. Very small win, man, 13 cents. It's very small. But if we can get something back into here, I was going to say that's my next bid. I thought I was bidding 67, but I looked and I wasn't. So I have to re-put that in there. I'm bidding 76s. So I just went a little bit higher than this area. And again, just looking at the 50-period moving average, that's 76 right there. And it also coincides with this dip down in the pre-market. Sorry, that's not the pre-market. That is Friday's low. So right into there. So if we can get that fill, great. Yeah, I can't really feel my hands. I am going to go get another coffee soon. But Google right now, Randy's on vacay right now. So with the day off, as it's in Canada here, it is Happy Victoria Day to everybody that is here. If there's any names you guys want us to trade, please mention it or at least look at. Please mention it in the chat. Over 1.7K of you right now with 11. Wow, thank you so much. Hit it up there for the siren. 11,000 of you watching right now. You might be thinking that I'm having a little bit of a, maybe I'm in a coma or something because I haven't mentioned Palantir yet.
I was gonna. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, you were just gonna. I saw you had SMCI up, and that's another name.
Well, there was a couple of names that I wanted to. Like Apple, I'll go to
features.
Apple first because Apple's at the volume weighted average price. So we'll get there and then I'll talk about a couple of other names that were just on the radar. So I got out of Apple off the local high, and that was at 205.75. We're shorting it basically at the 50 level. Just want to stay green on this thing if it rips up. I'll take another shot underneath VWAP, or I'll take a shot at the 208. Oh, that's right. We have a 10 o'clock number. I'll come back and we'll talk about those other names. Adara?
A little bit, slightly larger than expected drop here for the CB leading index change month over month, -1% versus -0.9% expected. NASDAQ continuing to chop around here, nothing super crazy. We know the market has been watching, though, after we got that Moody's credit downgrade for the U.S. Recovered nicely, still low red on the day for the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, despite that bounce, which is really accentuated here off the open. Also bouncing is UNH. In case you missed it, last week the stock took quite a tumble after CEO Andrew Whitty announced his resignation. Then we also had the company basically suspend its guidance. Now UNH, second day straight of attempting a bit of a recovery here. MSFT on watch. Microsoft, as mentioned earlier, one of the stronger Mag 7 names on the day. And they're holding their development or developers conference this week, so keep an eye on MSFT. Satya Nadella, CEO, set to deliver a keynote. Make sure to like and subscribe, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. So there's a break of VWAP. I'm glad we're out of Apple. We can always, if I still like it short and it's relatively weak, I can let the NASDAQ try to retest. And that's for any, to me, it's like for any short idea. Allow the NASDAQ to test Friday highs up at 21.5, or at least get closer to it for resistance, and then look to short a name. Because that could be at 208 here on Apple, and then we would still potentially like it. That would also mean Tesla could be on track to the 343. Friday's support or Friday's bottom. That was the level that I wanted to short that name, but we got to acknowledge the strength over here. I mean, Palantir went right into, remember we were talking about those prior support levels on Friday, like that's where you want to short some things. Palantir goes right into it. So Tesla doesn't get there, but Palantir gives it to you, it gives you the goods. But that's a trend up. I think as long as now you can connect 3 points in here, you can kind of do this. As long as you hold trend, usually you want to ride Palantir to the highs. And SMCI was the other one before we went to the Adara for the number. That's just straight trend up. So Nvidia is strong. SMCI looking pretty strong as well. I just want to get rid of that so you can see. Look, I know it's a strong name. If it goes green, look at what keeps happening at 47 on SMCI. I'm going to pay for locates on this as I fight a sneeze. I'm going to pay for locates on this because if it does a rejection like this, then I'm going to look for follow through on SMCI. But you get a clean rejection of 47 on both on Tuesday or Wednesday, I guess, and Friday. If that happens on SMCI, it's a stock that I would pivot to, but I don't want to stay too far away from that first plan. So we're able to get out of Apple when the getting was good, and now that we're going higher, I want to see the NASDAQ test that 21.5 overnight highs and then look for a short back in on prior support here in Apple. Somewhere in the 08 range, we want to try to pick that one up. And yeah, Dushan also mentioning Tesla. I see Tesla, that's the other stock I have up. It just got to 340. So 343 is the level we're looking for on Tesla. That's support on Friday. I think it's pretty much screaming into it right now. All you got to do is hold above 340, and then you're like a couple of prints away from this giving you that shot. Thank you so much as we warm our hands up and get a refill on the cup of Joe. But the market's starting to scream a little bit here.
It's nice that I'm back on here. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I just got a little bit of a coffee there. So it's nice to come back and see this at least. Google with the nice downside push as Google is near the lows of the day, but we have to slap it once again. Another fail. But this is fine, so we will go back to Redsville on the futures. But remember where our stop was and remember the profits that we were taking, right? So again, short in the teens, out once we break through 20, we actually get 20 flat, so that's a great fill for us right there. And then as Neil just mentioned, Tesla and some of these other names starting to really get off the cliff here and start to head back up to the upside. UNH looks like it wants to fade. Maybe that 307 days high could definitely be a play there for UNH.
What the heck did Amazon?
We have to get a little bit away now from thinking about shorting the futures. We're well off of some of those levels now that we really wanted to look at, including like down into here, where we started. I really like the short into this level, $70. And now that we've broken above it, you're starting to get into some like sort of known areas right around there. Like that short would be 70.50. So, you know, if we wanted to do something, maybe there could be a short in and around here. You know, this top right there is 70.60. So there could be some plays. But I mean, when you're seeing the market and it's kind of going a little opposite of what you were thinking, you do have to be a little bit careful. So the other strength for me was going to be Nvidia all day. But like I said, that has to probably come back to VWAP whenever there's a gap. Play to VWAP, so we'll wait for that. SMR had a great run last week. It looks like it was trying to give some back a little bit today early as well, and then whoops, that didn't change. That changed completely, and that started ripping back up to the upside, so we're shaking our head at SMR because that just keeps on getting upside, as well as its friend Oklo, I was noticing this morning as well, as that started to get going. So a lot of these quantum
D-Wave's
names,
breaking out.
D-Wave, yeah, so QBTS, go ahead, do you have it up? Yeah.
D-Wave just broke a double top here. Is that sometimes you just go over and look at your E-signal, and we'll talk about E-signal a little bit later. Oh, what the heck? Okay.
Right now, is it supposed to be me? I don't know.
Anyway, sometimes you're looking at your indicators.
Is my earpiece working, Fabe?
I don't know if mine is. But we just broke a double top, and you're like, what is breaking out the highs on volume? Well, QBTS is up 5%. I swear, I didn't even know that was on the screen.
Yeah, right, Neil.
No, I didn't. I swear. Anyways, this looks incredibly strong. And if I'm looking for a rollover short in Tesla in a strong market and waiting for Apple to get to my level short, well, sometimes you pivot to something which is just a simple trend trade, which QBTS, you're through Friday's high, you're through this morning's high. I'm going to move, like Novavax is doing this, that's why you get out when it breaks that trend. But we played it on the trend line, it's almost at the lows. So throw that one out unless it can base out 740 and welcome QBTS, Qubits or D-Wave like I think it should be called, and try to play
Whoa,
the
it
first
must be news or something.
First available dip in D-Wave. I'm going to try and pick something up in the 70s here. That was a huge spike.
I don't know, the market just kind of ripped upside there a little bit, so I don't know what just happened. We were just short Google and laughing, and then all of a sudden the market just bumped right there. So, Andre, can you test my earpiece just to make sure we're still good to go? Right there, I hear it, thank you. All right, so here goes the market right now. Nice little blast up higher. We are able to get that short. I feel like something's just hit pretty aggressively right now. The NASDAQ is starting to blast higher. We've talked about that play. There it goes right there to the high side as the NASDAQ continues to go a little bit higher. Palantir, I think, is also grabbing a bid. Wow. U.S. downgrade. Yeah, big FU to that right now. The market is almost green. So, Adara, please.
Only note I'm seeing here, and again, I'm not sure if this is the move, but I think it's worth noting regardless. About a minute ago, Tom Lee, who is a noted analyst, he speaks on CNBC rather frequently, he said that he thinks that the market is going to close green today. So that's really all that was said. That came out around when we got this pop to the upside. I guess the market responding to said Tom Lee comments. He's still on CNBC, guys, so I'm going to keep a comment on that, but nothing else of note. Back to you.
Okay, that's a tough one. That's a tough pill to swallow if that's the news.
Spike Lee says the market's going to close green today?
Yeah.
No, I know. Sorry, I know. I said
Spike Lee said the Knicks are going to win? What?
No, I said Spike Lee. It's a Knicks joke, man.
Yeah. We've all got that one. But unless, I mean, Obi probably not.
Obi would get that. No, I'm joking. Of course he would.
Okay, let's not go there. But anyways, nice move up there for Palantir trying to take out some of those levels. So it's a good thing, like I said, man, sometimes when there's blood in the water, you got to get away from it. And we talked about that with the futures. But I am re-short now, Google. It's just at that level. So barring, like, that's why we flip over to Adara immediately and we find out, like, is there some sort of significant news that has changed anything? You know, some talking heads opinion doesn't. I know who Tom Lee is, trust me. I mean, I'm a big tech bull myself.
No,
yourself.
Yeah, I know.
No, I just mean like when some talking head, and I don't mean to downplay who he is, but it's just like, it almost feels like there has to be something more. So I'll just wait to see if there is something more that winds up rallying Google right now. But it's at the top, as is the market. And we'll be, and I'll have to be here to tell you guys, like, I was thinking short, like I wanted to fade pops all day. So we did that on the TQs. We followed our plan. And look, the plan is working. It's fine. Like, we're up pretty nicely here, especially on, we're not going to be up on the futures, but this Google trade has been real nice. But we very, very much at risk of giving it back if we take this 166. So the market is upside and is trying to blast here. So yeah, I think the longs are what's been right. I mean, I know that Apple
We're about to get to overhead resistance. Though.
Right. So that's why I'm trying to reshort this market, but it doesn't look like it wants to be short at all for right now. We're short at 76 right now, and if it breaks 166, then we're out. So we're going to give this one about 25 cents, and it's coming in right now. So hopefully we do get a Tom Lee downgrade right now, but apparently we're just getting upgrades in this market, and it looks like it wants to take us out. So a breakthrough 166, and we're out. We have to be. Market completely flipping up on us on a dime. There it is. Flipped up on a dime right there. So yeah, we have to now wait. Google up to our level. I will still reshort this. This is the high of the level, but we have to get out as it is off, up, and away right now. Congratulations, man. Whoever thought this market was turning green, easy to make the prediction when we were only down 0.3, but wow, considering that upgrade and all that kind of stuff was not
Well, it's one thing if you set it overnight.
Right.
It's another thing to say it when we're trending up into the highs. But like, we're still overnight top short, I said I'm going to wait for 20 or a test of 21.5. You're now at the upper band of that range, 50 points to that high, or at least to that even on the highs. I got Apple, which was, you had to get out of it. Like, there's a bottoming tail candle. Like, if you were flat, you might have been looking for a long, like a mean reversion long on Apple. To me, it's just getting out. Now you've got a trend line to the upside going into this 208 that could break. Oh, the other thing that's happening simultaneously,
of course, that happens to Google,
is Tesla. Tesla just broke through 340. It's headed directly into that 343, which is Friday's low. So you saw Palantir do the same move right into the Friday low and then back off. That's where I'm looking for the reversion back into. So you saw the trend line on Apple. I'm not shorting it unless it gets to at least that pre-market level resistance or break of trend. Tesla, same thing at 343. And QBTS, where are we sitting? I'm sitting at the prior high in front of 12. I was just sitting there at 1270, but this just broke $13. So I guess the first available dip, we'll try to grab this one. And Apple's still going higher, Tesla's still going higher, so not really going to fight these. I got to wait for that perfect entry point.
So I just gave it one more shot on Google, giving ourselves 10 cents worth of risk right here to see if it wants to go a little lower. We did have that high wick there at the top. This is the exact same trade that we did on the futures, where we broke through 70, and it didn't work out for us for very long on the futures, right into here. It broke through, we got stopped out, then we took the short against that high, and then it eventually broke, and then we just took, that was stupid. That was that little bump up that we just experienced there. But here we go, man. Right back into Google, and now it's, like, why does it have to break right there, putting us red on the name? You know, it's silly. Then we just got right back into it. Now we're up just as much now as we were before on this name. So that sucks, man. We nailed the level perfectly fine. I feel fine because I got back into it, but I know that 166 level was definitely something I was looking at. So in my brain, again, it's like, if that's going to be the level, and I'm fine with stopping out immediately. I mean, I feel like we did pretty good stopping out there because we didn't have to like withstand that other 20 cents, but especially there for Google, which right now is absolutely puking. That was risky. To just punch out at 166. Even dollar levels on stocks is much different than even dollar levels on ETFs. ETFs are, oh yes, wow, Neil. ETFs, good push down here. ETFs are just functions of whatever's in the basket. So even dollar values don't really matter too much, man. They'll push those things around, but depending on what's on the underlying. Oh boy, there we go. We are now green again on the day, as this is really falling in on big time shares here for Google. So we nailed this yet last week, and we're absolutely destroying this again right now. Sorry that we had to get, okay, well, we'll take 21s too. Sorry that we had to get out when we did, breaking 166, but as it was pushing back lower, we busted the short. You see the price I had? It was as we were breaking lower there that we punched this short. So we'll play the momentum back to the downside. Never thought we'd have high of the day right back into VWAP like this, but it is what's happening. Google falling all over itself, and pretty proud to have written it down, and also proud how we executed this. You know, Neil and I are on a prop floor. So, wow. So for us to get in and out of these positions, not that hard to do. You just have to have, you know, the idea. And right there, Google breaking back down below. I like that trade. And here it goes, man. It's an absolute monster now. I'm almost at the highest spot we've been at all day, despite getting shut down there. Wow. Google's really pushing lower now. Oh boy. So we'll take $1 on this one. Google, nice move down. Out of just over half.
Great look over there with Google. I just got back into Apple here as it's breaking the trend. We didn't really get to that high there, everybody, on the NASDAQ, but you're close enough as well. So I'm back into Apple, waited for it to get to close to the pre-market low. It didn't quite get there, about 20, 30 cents away. But underneath that 207, we're going to add to it, stop at that prior high. Novavax, sorry, not Novavax. I got to remember that it's QBTS that I'm looking at, not Novavax. That's still pulling back in here. But everybody, if you've ever entered an order to buy and sell and the price that you got filled at is completely different from what you expected, that is called slippage. And that happens when you're trading on an old or underpowered PC, and it costs traders a bundle. So that's why our friends at Easy Trading Computers created the complete guide to trading computers. This guide shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader and to avoid slippage. Go ahead and scan the QR code or click the link in the description box to get a free copy of this guide. Easy Trading Computers, again, your tools are pretty much everything in this business, so shout out to them. You can check the link in the description and scan that QR code you see out in front of you as well. Wow, Nvidia.
They're making which way?
First things, QBTS does look no pullback into the volume weighted average price, but that prior high is now starting to hold. I'm going to try and grab some 1290s and buy this little, I'm not calling it a bull flag, but you guys can generally get the idea of what it looks like. If we lose the 3/4 mark, I want to jump out of this thing. So if we lose the 3/4 mark, I'm out. I'm going to get my stop order in and locked and loaded and ready to go. And hopefully we don't get any slippage, which we were just talking about. Although there's always a little bit of slippage in small cap stocks. Expect to have some of it. When I said, wow, Nvidia, it's simply because there goes Nvidia again. No test of the volume weighted average price. No real pullback. We're breaking out those highs one more time on NVDA. Just absolutely flying to the upside. I'm looking for something which is lagging that I can catch up with. And the first thought was, well, AMD's got a really solid hold of VWAP going on. So that could be a little something with the market blasting, or just a simple breakout play there on AMD. So one of those two looks like it's going to be a bit of a play for me, especially if we don't get this QBTS to the long side. The market just continues to go, as you can see here. And Nvidia is a big missed opportunity. Should have had the long somewhere. Didn't like too many things long, but when you're anticipating dips, there wasn't one in Nvidia. So it's not like you could have got a great price in this bad boy, unless you were taking a clean breakout, which I guess you could have had. So fair enough. I see Chang Henry saying QUBT has potential. I haven't looked at it. I really just was focused on QBTS because the local breakout that it had. These are the guys that had the big earnings, and they're breaking out the local high. That's why my focus would be on this one. It looks like a more bullish move on the daily chart, which is why it's my preference. But to each their own. I know the entire group is very strong right now.
All right, so we have a new position kind of out of the blue right here that we didn't talk too much about because I didn't think it was going to come in. We have Tesla short. I wrote down Tesla 243 to 245, so it just popped in there. So we're 50 cents in the money, and we just took some of that out immediately. Sorry, we took out 60 cents. Well, we took out 50 cents. It was 60 cents. I mean, this name, again, what a different move that we saw. Was not really expecting this at all. So, I still want to give it to 345, so we'll have to leave this a little bit now. It's been a nice move. It's still down that 2%. Oh, man. I was just looking at it, and it's this 200 period right into there. That's 344.50 into 345. You know, the higher end, really 346. We talked about that as a key level maybe as well. But I'm not going to go short 43 and give this that high up. This is a very, very small kind of starter position for me here on Tesla. So doesn't mean we're not taking bids, right? We just had some more bids come out right there. It's going to be, hopefully, it's 75 cents in the money. Let's just preemptively hit this. Hopefully we'll get $1 on it, and we can get a little bit lower. There's $1 anyways on Tesla. So we'll hold this and see. There it is. Let's go. Let's take the $1. So there we go. We take another out there. We got 04s, right? Oh, now it's breaking lower. So there's a smooth $1 for us. Again, another sticky note name that we had wrote down. I hope you guys are watching and enjoying it. If you're like, what the hell is this sticky note this guy's talking about? That would make sense because you wouldn't be alone. I put it up every single day, and it's just trades I'm looking for. So there's Tesla, the #1 trade idea from the top, 343 into 345. So right now we're short 343. We just took $1 on it, on a little bit of it. So we'll see where it goes from here. But the TQ short, that was a big fail as well. We'll slap that on there. And then the Google short has been absolutely monstrous. And then Apple, we'll see if that ever gets back up into 210 again. But let's go Tesla. Maybe we get a downside push here. Maybe we don't. But we're short right now. Tesla only out right now of like 15%. I'm just noticing that. I'm going to put another one on the bid here. There we go. We take 20s. Now we'll see if Tesla wants to fall down. It's a Google and Tesla day for your boy right now, and they're really printing. We just wish we didn't have that negative trade on the TQs. But come on, Tesla. See if we can get a little bit lower and go over to the desk for an update with Adara.
Here's the IWM, tracking quite nicely here to the upside. This is the Russell 2000. Much like the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, we are right on the day, but near day's highs and finding some support. In the case of the IWM, there's a nice little base here around that 206 quarters level. So 206.2 as of right now, forming a little bit of support for the IWM. We are still well away from this high that we reached on Friday. Pretty good day for the IWM around that 210 level. Another ticker to watch out for in the small cap realm is ARQQ before we get to the small caps of the day. This one does have a $265 million market cap, so it is technically a small cap there. 9.3% short float. It's in the quantum space. Not a ton of volume, though, under 600,000 shares traded on the day. Let's start off with these small caps. We have NWTN. Day 2 move on Friday morning. They announced that Benjamin Zai has been appointed as the CEO of the company to help lead its pivot from EVs towards smart tech. Then we've got SYTA. I mentioned this one earlier. Ciata. It is a repeat mover in the small cap space. No news today, but we do have about a 3 million share float. Last but not least, TMC, the metals company here. They did, this is a day 3 earnings play for them. They reported a larger than expected loss per share, so they actually missed here on Q1 earnings per share, but they do have a, I think about 9% short float here for TMC, so it's going to be a day 3 move. Keep this on watch. Quite a few small cappers on the move today, guys. Back to you.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely true. There's some serious small cappers on the move. Novavax, not one of them, unless you're interested in moves to the downside. Novavax just broke the low, so sometimes you have to get out. And when it broke trend, you guys can see what happened there. If you hold on to that one, you're absolutely rinsed. QBTS and the quantum names going higher. We got the dip at 13. Didn't get the 1290s. We got the 13s as it's continuing to go. We just broke the quarter level. We're looking to continue this trend above the prior high. So Friday high, pre-market high at about 1280. As long as we can hold on to those, going to be buying the dips. SF day trader CoreWeave is at a new all-time high. Again, CoreWeave makes an all-time high literally every day. So at this point, it's just the day that ends in Y for CoreWeave as this continues to go blasting to the upside. I've paid for locates on this thing in case something stupid happens, like it gets to 100. And then Apple, which we just got, came right back in here. Got into the pre-market low, and now back through 207. So I want this back into VWAP. 206 half is going to be the next level that we grab. And then the volume-weighted average price is Apple starting to come back in again. Like Apple, down 2 points. So the market was screaming. Apple never broke its high, which keeps it relatively strong. Relatively weak, I should say, not relatively strong, as you guys can see. But at some point, man, if this market blasts through 215, that's a different story. Adara, sorry. Yeah. I didn't hear.
Keep an eye on U.S. Steel. This one making a big move to the upside, giving it back now. Reuters reporting that Nippon is, according to this, I guess a document about it, Nippon Steels are going to be investing $14 billion in U.S. Steel's operations if the Trump administration greenlights the deal. Apparently, this investment will include a new $4 billion steel mill. So again, Reuters reporting, citing a document to the effect, suggesting that Nippon Steel is going to be investing this $14 billion in U.S. Steel's operation, provided that Trump's administration greenlights the deal. And this deal, I guess, will include a $4 billion steel mill. So keep an eye on X. We know that Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel, or X, what it trades under, have been on watch for this potential acquisition and deal for quite some time. So X on the move, giving back now any bump that it just had. Back to you.
All right.
Yeah, I'm so skeptical of that deal going through, just based on all of the rhetoric that's basically come from both administrations. It's like, how can both sides be like, no, you don't want U.S. Steel in foreign hands, and then buy all you want? Maybe they're just trying to coax as much as they can out of them, keep playing the string, and then they pull the plug and then don't allow the deal anyways. But either way, we're still adjusting the same two names in here. Nvidia hasn't given us much of anything. I want Apple. Apple's starting to break a little bit, but I want this pulling down deep into VWAP, and then we can see if we can get more out on that bad boy. I do see QBTS is running into a little bit of trouble here at the third, but I still want to be buying dips on this trend above the prior high. So next dip into 13, we'll see if we can't grab it again and see what else is cooking.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get, we've been averaging out of some Google. We're also averaging out of some Tesla. Oh, there goes Tesla. Tesla right now is $2 right now in the money as Tesla just prints 341. And again, off our sticky note level of 343 as the potential high. We didn't even realize that it was up there. It came in, hit us at 343 because that's where we bid, and now it goes to the downside. So we've got $2 on Tesla, $1 on Google. That puts 3 right now on the board right here for us. So Maple Leafs just needed 1 win. We have $3 right here. But we do want to say thank you so much to Trade the Pool. If you scan that QR code there, they are redefining what risk means for traders. You can now access company capital of up to $200,000, real stocks, no CFDs. And your downside, it's simple. It's a limited one-time fee that starts at just $40. Get down, Tesla. $47. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while your loss is capped. You're doing the path to valuation. That's it. You're funded. Scan the QR code. Get 10% off your start today. And oh boy, Neil, here we go. Get that off the screen because right now it is getting to be one of those baths right now to the downside. Let's go Tesla. Let's go Google. There goes Tesla. Nice downside push. I'm bidding 340.05, hoping that comes in. And there it hits like that. As quick as my guy likes over there. It is $3 in the money right now for Tesla. And again, it's a big trade for us all over the place right now. I know you've got the short Apple, the long qubits, but right there's Tesla 343. There's Google 166. And oh boy, do we have those printing right now. We are easily now at the high of the day for myself. And we'll just sit back, relax, sip some cognac because right now, man, we are watching that money through the laundromat. We're washing it, but not wash trading. We're just going bid offer right now and trying to get some of these lows. Let's sit at 339 flat here for Tesla. That is where the 50-period moving average is. If we can get anything like that, then giddy up over there. But so far, so good. Bye-bye, Google. It was nice knowing you. It's too bad that we we did get stopped out right there, but we got right back in, and I would have not been able to live with thyself if we hadn't, but there it is. It's a nice move to the downside. I regret not betting Scotty Scheffler yesterday, but there it goes to the downside there.
That's
for
what
Google.
You said on Friday.
Yeah, I know.
Actually, it wasn't Friday. Check that. I asked on Wednesday or Thursday, and you were like, bet on Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, we should have bet him.
Which we did not bet. I wanted to take the no on Scotty Scheffler.
Right, remember you said against the
I
field.
wanted to take the no against the field, and you said don't do that, so I didn't. And well, I mean, it's our account, so whatever. We would have both lost. But the market's starting to come in. Good look on Google over there. I want VWAP here on Apple. We're trying to get there. We just bounced off 206.5. Right, these closes were at the third. So if it bounces off like the 30s, I might move to there. But right now I'm in front of the quarters. What just happened on QBTS? So this is going to fall into VWAP, and we should be able to get it. QBTS is like the weirdest thing ever. That's the second time today. You're sitting in front of like 13. I was sitting in front of 13. It just kind of goes to 03s, and I was sitting at 01s. Yeah, that's really starting to bounce higher. So I'm going to get off the bid there. I just missed the dip buy on QBTS. When the market's coming in, you know, and you're sitting there for a dip buy, when you miss it and we're at the lows, I kind of feel like I don't want to I don't want to catch it if it bounces higher and then slams back down. So I'm going to see if we can't get something out here on Apple. It's now starting to hold that $0.50 level in front of the volume weighted average price. So it just bounced. Instead of it bounced off the 30s, I'd look to get some out there instead of the volume weighted average price. But Apple just continues to be, it gives it to you under VWAP. It gives it to you under the pre-market highs. It broke the trend as well. So I think that looks pretty good. I'm going to go over to CoreWeave. Because CoreWeave, remember I said CoreWeave was breaking out the high? No mas. CoreWeave actually just failed the all-time high. That's distinctly different. That's a topping tail candle at the all-time high. Every day is an all-time high in the stock. It's a recent IPO. But if this can finally break, I'm going to do it from here. This is the open trend line. Forget about all this nonsense. Like this would be breaking an open trend line at 82. That's a tricky one to trade under because you want to see it really lose VWAP after it does that. But if CoreWeave decides it has a red day in it from here, oh goodness, like look at that trend up with not a single red candle. If this puts in a red on the 15, I'm thinking short on CoreWeave. We just paid 1 cent per share.
Boom.
Well, I just paid 1 cent per share for locates. Shout out to Real Trading. Let's go to Adara.
Here's Bitcoin. Bitcoin here on the daily chart, giving up pretty much all of its gains from yesterday. It is worth noting, though, not a bad look when you actually look at this from a numerical standpoint or where we are on the chart. We were above, as of this morning, that 107,000 level for the first time since late January 2025. So we are certainly red today, but we did at one point clear a pretty major hurdle. And of course, yesterday, really great look for BTC. Also, if you zoom out a little bit, we're still clearly in this uptrend on the daily chart. So this might be some short-term shock for Bitcoin, but we're still above that 100,000 and that uptrend has been maintained. I also really quickly want to mention MSTR. In case people were not aware this morning, MicroStrategy did disclose there's apparently a class action lawsuit filed against the company alleging that they made false or misleading statements with regards to the possible profitability of Strategy's Bitcoin investment strategy and treasury operations, which, as you know, it is pretty aggressive. So that's the story here with Bitcoin and with MSTR. Let's get to some of these altcoins and other non-crypto related or non-Bitcoin, related assets. Ethereum here down more than Bitcoin, down about 4% in the day, still holding on to that 2,400 level. XRP down 3%, BNB down 1%, Solana down 6%, Cardano and Dogecoin both down about 4%. So generally the story here with these crypto names is going to be lots of weakness today, a little bit more so maybe than what we're seeing with the market. Back to you.
Yeah, those are ugly.
Oh boy. Yeah, watch out there. We are recently, we're $400 in the money. I wish it was a significant portion there for Bitcoin as we did rebuy those bottoms. And I don't know, like this market, Google has pulled back enough. Like I'm just, right now we're actually right here. We're going to be at 2 times our goal right now, but that's not, it's important to know that because for me, you got to look at and you got to feel like sometimes greed is something where it's like you want to push and you want to keep like trying to have these big, huge monster days. But at the same time, once you hit your goals and things like that, I think it's one thing to let the rest kind of ride down. But because this market's been really choppy lately, meaning like very news related, you could come in and something that's $1 or $2 in the money turns out to be, and it depends on your stock, it could be 10 cents or 20 cents on a QBTS or different stocks are going to trade differently. But it's like when you have this kind of a move down and the market momentum kind of dies, generally speaking, you don't want to be caught left holding the bag. So for me, it's a little bit of one of those situations where, like, we just took $4 there on Tesla. So I mean, a $4 winner is nothing to be, even if you had a little small shares up there at the top, you're still going to take that, right? The share size is not that important. It's about practicing and making sure that you've got the winners on so that you can upsize. I've been talking about that with Joe as well, right? It's just like once you have the format and you have your methodology, then it's time to start upping your shares. And when you start to see a little bit of success, that's when you're like, okay, I'm glad I upped them. And then you always feel like, man, why did I up them? Because now I'm going through a sort of a bad streak, and that could happen, right? But stay in your zone and looking what you're looking for. So today we were looking for that 343, so we grabbed it, and we also were looking for short in Google, and we grabbed that how many times? I mean, this is exactly the trade plan that worked out for us. And when it doesn't work out, we can stay away, right? Like Apple, we don't need to be on that today. We should have been, but it didn't get to our 209, 210 area, so we stay away. But what a good reload that was right there. And then the other trade that we've really sort of well, we're going to be 2 for 3, one loss here, and that's on the futures, right? Once that broke through 70, we should have stayed away. We put on a little bit more risk right there at 70.50, only to have that break higher. But yeah, so this will be the red stock today. $3 in here, $1.80 in the money here, but that's come back up nicely now for Google. So I only have 22 or 3% left of this trade from the top. We really emptied most of it out at 165. Didn't get enough out down here. So let's see if Google wants to make that wick bottom again. The volume profile, or I guess it's not volume profile, but the volume's not really telling me anything. Right now, it's been pretty weak on this way down. So you know, maybe there are some buyers, but I haven't seen like that big candle yet to tell me that this short is over with. So maybe we'll just hold it back into VWAP until we get like a capitulation candle back up to the upside. But for right now, kind of just holding out. Wish we got out more at the bottom, but such is life. So yeah, CoreWeave, you're on Apple still.
Well, no. Denied.
Denied.
It's just, I'm out of Apple. It bounced off the volume weighted average price, so you kind of usually know the deal. Pulled into our next level. It did a trend break, an uptrend, trend break, bounce off VWAP, and I'm out. And the thing about it is with Apple, we can get back into it. But at this point, it's showing me an upward trend that I want to break down and short under VWAP. So whether it's under VWAP or shorting a trend break, waiting for it to get to maybe 208, 208.5 as the next leg to the upside, who knows? But just going to try to play it station by station to the best of our abilities. As you know, the market is showing some signs of strength, obviously. Like you have one red candle, and then on that pullback, we don't go back into, you know, either VWAP or overnight highs, nothing like that. Like you're still out and about near these tops. So another run at the high can give you a chance to reload some of your shorts if that is what you're looking for. Oh, the other addition here, D-Wave, I should say, it's got this. Here, connect these trends, and if it breaks the trend line, it's our break even underneath the 13 level. So I'll get out if we lose 13 even, but I'm going to start buying in front of that trend line one more time here on QBTS. And big shout out everybody, because QBTS, and you guys were talking about it, but the other way you could find this was just a scanner on eSignal, high volume breaking out those highs. So big shout out to traders that are on eSignal, and if you're not, then the first month is free. They're waiving fees. You can trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade your game. Capitalize with an easy-to-use, all-in-one platform with reliable data, all of the indicators you could imagine, so you can back test, forward test, use a balance locator, which we'll show you guys at the end of the day. It's all in real time, and it is very intuitive. And as I said, the first month is free, so you can try it out and give it a shot, and if it's for you, great. And if not, then it didn't cost you anything. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you, link in the description as well. And let's go to Adara at the desk, I believe.
For one, we have the Associated Press reporting here, and also apparently a White House official seconding this. Donald Trump's call with Vladimir Putin of Russia is apparently underway. Now, this is only on watch because we know geopolitical tensions can and will move this market from time to time, so be aware. Donald Trump on this call. Also be aware of STM. This is STM, ST Microelectronics. It is a stock here, trading here, it looks like on the NY. So keep an eye on STM. I am seeing this circulating on social media. Banyan Hill, which is a publication for investing ideas, they basically posted about this one saying that this could be the secret engine behind Starlink. So STM on watch, reportedly, according to this analyst group here, Banyan Hill, this publisher, as a potential Starlink correlation. Keep an eye on this ticker and keep an eye on the market as we do reportedly have that call. Back to you.
All right, yeah, we're trying to do all of that basically all at once, and as try to look at our position. Shout out to Obi back there shorting Amazon. That's a good trade. Yeah, so we're trying to keep our eye, and this is what I was talking about with Obi sort of on chat there, is like how in the heck do I know that this move's going to happen back upside? I mean, you don't. So you really just got to start to average out. We've been looking for more indicators. I've looked at RSI and things like that, but the more I sort of clump up the level 2 or the charts, it's not super interesting to me to do that. So we'll wait to see if there's anything else hitting for us technically, and we'll do some work here over the afternoon to see if we can get a little bit better. Tesla right now, obviously that's going to be a name that's bumping around here. This is the hot list, so Neil just did the read there for e-signals. So this is an indicator that I look at. Plug Power right now moving around, that's up or down 6%, up 6%, sorry. So let's have a quick look at Plug as I see that it is plugged itself below $1 there right now, but a nice move upside today. Wow, really nice move there for Plug Power, 75 million shares. So that's coming on here. There's QBTS showing up again, new 52-week high for CoreWeave. Wow, $85. I know we've indicated that as well. QBTS, new 52-week high. There's Apple right now, another name that traders are looking at. There's Mom Spaghetti, Rigetti. There's Palantir still down. There's your NVAX up as well. Well, I guess there's going to be no stopping CoreWeave because
it is ridiculous.
It's just Rip City right now on CRWV, and we've seen names like a Reddit get hit today. This name will come back to life, right? But what a good earnings report I guess they had. It went down on earnings though, but now right back up. Huge move there last week as the Saudis like the business, Nvidia likes the business, Nvidia goes higher, CoreWeave goes higher. So, you know, as this is happening right now, Nvidia is about to turn green on the day and actually was already green up there at 135. So the only long that we had written down today was Nvidia, but we wrote it down at 129. More like 130, we talked about that, but it just didn't come through right now. All right, just in spirit of being short, we're now above the 50-period moving average, so I do have a bid. I thought I did. Yeah, it's 339.25. We may have to change that a little bit because Tesla, I'm going to change it right now. That level we keep on bouncing off of is this 50-period. So let me put something down here at 339. I'm going to put out 10% of what we have left. 339.77. We'll give a little Ray Bork, Paul Coffey action right there, and we'll wait on that bid at 77 to see if that's coming in there. And then, honestly, man, let's see if we can get a little lower on Google in and around 164. So just a little bit of talk there. RGTI, just because I mentioned it. Let me have a quick look. I was in this name at $6, out at $9, and I thought I was doing pretty good. But this is up to $12 right now. Rigetti taking out some of these highs as well. What a healthy stock this looks like on the daily chart as well, needing to break through right here, 1260, 1270. So that would be a great break if we can get that on Rigetti. So we'll pay attention to see if that comes in. All right, a lot of talk there about a couple different names. We'll see if Tesla can hold 340. We'll see if Google can hold 164, and we'll see what's on the mind of Adara at the desk.
We have a kind of flattish, for lack of a better term, sector board. We know that we did have a gap down today, and a lot of the market trying to recover, but some sectors certainly are not. Consumer durables, Tesla here, still red on the day, just below that 340 level, down about 2.85% here. Energy minerals, weak across the board. CVX, notably red here, so keep an eye on oil, any of these energy names. Transportation, weak, with UPS especially red. But there's some strength as well. United Healthcare here, UNH, holding on to that $300 level for now, and trying to lead the health services sector to the upside, by far the strongest name here. Communications, some green names as well. Technology services, we do have some weakness. Google, Palantir, ServiceNow, Netflix to the downside. Keep an eye on Microsoft, though. They do have their developers conference today, and we have Satya Nadella, CEO, set to deliver a keynote. Electronic technology, Apple red, but Nvidia, Broadcom, despite some of these chip names being on watch with Computex, they're actually pretty flat, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, it's definitely a stock picker's market. Overall, the market hasn't gone green, but it looks like it wants to. About to potentially break this trend on QBTS. From the highs, it'll be underneath 1330. So just going to move my stop manually in there. And that's probably the other thing about automated trading over at eSignal is you can put an API access. You can actually trade off of it. For me, if I draw a trend line, you know, I put a trend line in there, I'm manually moving my stop. Every single time we get another breakout higher, but that's one of the things that you could easily automate with the API. So if we lose 1330, we're going to jump out of that one. Apple, this PTIX just keeps on halting for everybody out here. Second up halt, but this one's at a high of daybreak, 230% to the upside. This stock was pennies a couple of weeks ago. So this is, needless to say, a ridiculous move that we always tell people no one ever went broke taking profit, but this is looking pretty bullish. I feel like a lot of people are going to let this one ride here. $10 the halt price. Sorry, $10.04 the halt price. $10.30 is the current tap. So trail out there on QBTS is it just came back underneath the 1/3 mark. So there's your trend break. We'll jump out of it. We'll wait for either VWAP or retest of that prior high, somewhere from 13 to 1270 back here in QBTS. We just bought that dip when it held 13, and now it looks like it wants to break back under. Apple, we got away from at the right moment. It bounced off VWAP right back to pre-market lows and where we got it last time at 207.5. So we're going to look for the re-entry here on AAPL. It's been so far so good for this stock. Let me just see if I can get it in the quarter range there and see if it can pull back into the volume weighted average price one more time on Apple as we go back to this well. Nvidia also could be a bit of a breakdown happening here. I got to check CoreWeave because I do want to see if I can get a reversion on CoreWeave.
All right, we'll just take $4 right there on Tesla as it comes right into 339. We did take some 339.70s there. Then we just get 339. That's the best that we've had so far on Tesla. Let's just wait to see where it wants to go. Let me check out Netflix. We did have a Raider Trader on, which was saying maybe the next shoe to fall. This is how I understood it. Maybe I'll have to message him, but watch out for Netflix maybe coming back in. It's had a nice little run to the upside right there. So NFLX
more short
down. Yeah, I thought
Netflix was 2. Netflix was the number 2 idea. There was something else you liked more.
Yeah, there was.
Was it Uber?
It was Uber, yeah. He liked Uber short as well. So we could double check on that one as well. Yeah, Uber short. Well, Uber he's going to be wrong on, but I am not very long on Uber, but we're long on Uber. Uber at 52-week highs right now. Netflix still same way, man. These have been great companies. That is for sure. Today's sort of talk, we looked at a little bit of UNH earlier. I'm just going to leave Tesla alone, man. Sharif, it's $4 in the money right now. So we're pretty happy with that play. Right there, Stream Deck might not be up for you because our computers maybe had restarted. We are in the money with Google as well. But yeah, UNH, nice move there. Thank you. 3.5% up for United Health today. We have been talking about some of these names, like a Humana was brought to you, and I just thought about it because we talked about this with Raider as well. There on Thursday, Friday. XLV nicely recovering as well a little bit in the ETF that I've been slowly buying a little bit, dip buying. You guys know this, XBI a little bit, which has recovered a little bit from there in these levels. We recently did buy some around $76. So just last week, we actually talked about it live on the show. So it's not up that much right now. More to come there for XBI. AbbVie is my largest. Well, Eli Lilly might be now, but my largest sort of name in this space has been AbbVie. Bought this a way long ago there. I forget who they took out, but they now own Botox. So this was a long time ago that they took them out, and that's when I was interested in it, and we got into that name as well. JP Morgan pulling back a little bit from the bank side of things. Crypto, let's go, man. This is what I'm saying. It's one thing to say I think crypto's going somewhere. It's another thing to actually buy these highs, and I'm stupid enough to maybe have done that. I bought some more this morning at 103. I talked about that when it was at 102, so it's easy to talk about now because it's in the money. And then we also did buy, and I know Adara is going to go through some more. Well, we've already done the crypto minute, and we don't have, I'm going to give you what's for lunch in a second here. But right now, we do have, I got to wait for Joe. He's not back at his desk. Just a little talk there. We did buy some XRP at 230 this morning as well. Those are the only two things that we bought. Woke up to a Bitcoin fill and a Ripple fill. So XRP as well. Solana, I'm not buying any more of that one. We did sell all of our Ethereum at 25,555 in and around there. So that was a good sellout so far. I think that got as high as 28 or 2900 for that, and Dogecoin still holding out pretty good. Cardano as high as 84 over the weekend and into last week. So yeah, so crypto still holding out pretty nice. Oh, just quickly, the highest we got was 355 on the market cap that I saw. So right now, market cap of crypto space coming back in a little bit, 339. So not down that much. Just like the Blue Jays, you get one win, you lose two. Little bit of a one step forward, 2 steps back right now. Yeah, they're 500-ish right now. And if you're looking for 500-ish% increase in your Bitcoin, that may not happen for a minute until, well, we got to get to $500,000 right now to get 500.
Aaron likes the Tigers third baseman right now. Some random no name because we got a ball from him.
Okay, good, yeah.
In the 8th inning of the game on Saturday, Bo Bichette hit a ground ball foul. The third baseman fielded it anyways, tossed it over the fence, and I was able to snag it. So she's like, ooh, that guy. And I'm like, I don't even know that dude's name. But she's like, yeah, he's nice. I'm like, yeah, because he threw us a ball. But go Blue Jays. Let's go over, I believe, to Adara.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on Regeneron here, REGN. This is less of a market-moving catalyst and more, I think, just one thing to be aware of. But Wall Street Journal reporting that Regeneron is apparently going to be buying 23andMe out of bankruptcy for $256 million. ME, of course, no longer publicly traded, but keep an eye here at REGN, set to buy ME, which, as you can see here, not a chart you can pull up anymore, out of bankruptcy for $256 million. Again, reported by the Wall Street Journal. Back to you.
Well, here's something which is breaking down. AMD just broke support. Every time you say AMD or China, you can count on Sharif to have something to say. You're very consistent, brother. I appreciate that. But AMD, while the market's at the highs, this just broke the support, which was right underneath, I don't know, like 114.75 in there. I just took the flat bottom break. I didn't hit the key for it last time. Maybe we should. But I think as long as it can hold the prior bar low, to me, you want to break down to work right away in a general sense. And this isn't like a VWAP short or anything like that. I just realized I don't have a stop in. So that'll be about 114.80, like 87, 86, somewhere in there. Right, so we just put it a couple cents above that. Want to play it into the low of the day, 114.22 is the low on advanced micro devices, although some people call it advanced money destroyer or some stuff like that. Oh, Nvidia just lost a bit as well. So Nvidia just lost 135 of support. Now we're headed back into the volume weighted average price. Apple's starting to head back in. We reloaded it at the same price. Looks like we're going to get VWAP once again. So Apple, just wait for your spots.
Yes.
Wait for your spots and grab them. Now all of a sudden, you've got almost everything heading down. Is CoreWeave going down? Probably not.
Probably is.
Nope.
No? Oh my.
CoreWeave, another. We're at an all-time high, CoreWeave, $87. This is the most ridiculous stock in the market right now. At some point, there's going to be a reversion on this play, and you just got to be patient for it. Don't short every price on this, or your day would already be done if you were shorting every price on this. We're going back to Adara. Again, we've got money talks.
Wow.
Here's the US dollar. It kind of almost breaking out of its daily trend here. We know we had this uptrend here on the daily chart starting almost a month ago now, late April 2025. Higher highs, higher lows. Now, though, we're trying to find a little bit of support around just below that 100,000 level, but we are below the key 100,000 level, sorry, not 100,000, $100 level, sorry, for the DXY. It's interesting here. This is clearly a lot of support going back to September of 2024 before we began this uptrend that lasted pretty much the entire rest of the last year. So key level right now, though, let's see if we are able to hold it or if we end up breaking below it. Of course, support below is going to be at these areas we had forming the basis on this recent uptrend, 98.7, and this base, this double bottom here around that 97.5. Back to you.
Trade forever.
Thank you, Adara. This could be the first chance to get Nvidia at VWAP all day, and maybe or maybe not. Like that bottoming tail wick in here. If this is what it looks like, and it closes back above, all right, it looks like it's heading lower. I said if. It looks like it's heading lower. But if that had been a bottoming tail that closed above the next candle closed above 134.6, that would be one heck of a reversal off that little pullback that we just saw. Like Nvidia still looks strong. I know it's red right now. Nvidia did go green for like 10 minutes or so, 5 to 10 minutes, something like that. But if we don't get VWAP, which sits at 134, then this bottoming tail could be your entry point for sure. I joke about CoreWeave, obviously, but like I'm only kidding when I say at some point it has to go down. It doesn't have to do an epic pullback, but it has had some very, very big reversion plays here. Like this is $2. Did another one, which is a couple bucks. Like that's the shot that I would be looking for over on CoreWeave. No questions asked. But we might have missed one at 87. I thought there'd be like I want to see a parabolic move through the high to revert, not like a gentle move through the high. So you can get something big to try the short on. Thank you for the super chat. 2 on. Can you guys PTAL, please? Okay. At LAES and why it's rallying more relative to other quantum. I'll hit the like on that. We'll get there in a quick little second. But our breakdown in AMD does not hold the prior bar. So it able to hold on to the resistance. I was looking for a push down to get me into 114.20. I mean, it went about 10, 15 cents in the money, but that wasn't what I was looking to take on AMD. So we'll have to fail on that breakdown trade, the flat bottom break. And I don't know why PTAL is relatively strong. If it is, I don't even have please look at, LAES. I don't know why it's relatively strong because I have only looked at one name in the quantum space. And that was QBTS. I know the entire group is up. Sometimes if something is a higher percentage, it could just be the short float. It could be because it's playing catch up in a general sense. If I had to guess, if this is a quantum name and it hasn't been rallying with the rest of them clearly the last week, that would be the explanation. Like it only goes up a good percentage today because it was doing nothing, relatively speaking, last week. So it's getting pulled higher by the stronger names out there. But I'd much rather be in a QBTS, which is showing way more strength. Like look at this on the daily. This is in breakout territory. So LAES, yeah, you might get a late mover here. And it could, if this breaks above $3, that looks much better for a continuation long. Like close above the 50 period, stop some shorts out above 3, and then make another run at maybe like this level here, which is like 380 or so. So yeah, kind of a dull looking stock. I'm not really sure why it doesn't move more. And I'm not up to what the short flow might be. Probably double digits, but I haven't double checked.
Yeah, just as we only have 5 minutes left, we got another piece out there at 339. It was a little lower than 339, 338.80 or something like that for the low of Tesla. So we'll wait to see where, okay, here it's coming back in. So I just wanted to say, like, we're hoping that it breaks this level. Right now, I only have, once I do the math, about 20% left of both of these positions. A little bit less now on Google because Google fell right into the lows again. So we're going to hold the rest of this to see what winds up happening. But Joe, here we go, man. We got to do one of our favorite segments so far here today. Well, unfortunately, I have some bad news for everybody, and that is that although it's not bad news for many people around here because we have holiday today. So we do not have caterers. We do not have anything for lunch today. We do not have anything for breakfast today. But I just wanted to show everybody because this was the burger joint that our guy over here, Obi, has recommended over and over again. So Cabanos cheeseburgers. I just noticed that this website no longer working. So I don't know what's up with that.
Not good.
But here's the look. And apparently cheeseburgers. So it looks like they have a lot of everything. This is not necessarily for those on said diet. They do have which I'm not on one, but there it is, chicken, fried chicken's there. Classic hot dog. That looks like a beef burger or cheeseburger to me as well. But this is what's supposed to be for lunch. But then once again, I have to have a fail on this because they are also celebrating Victoria Day. So all of y'all on your own for lunch. Everyone's got to figure it all out.
Yeah.
So whatever you want today, it's dealer's choice on what's for
It looks good though.
lunch. So I don't know. There's a shawarma place just across the street. There was a new poke bowl place right here that took over Freshie, so I wanted to get that, but I don't think they'll be open. So when I'm on for my little walk today, there's a Subway. I know you like that place.
I tend to just walk over to Subway and keep it simple. Because we get a salad lunch, so I try to keep it healthy.
Yeah.
I was looking forward to that. The burgers look really darn good, though.
Yes,
we'll have to pick that place up.
We're going to do it.
We should do it
now that we know they're closed.
We should do it on a Friday.
Right.
Whenever we do the Friday,
and I know Randy.
Sometimes.
I mean, if you guys watch Trailer Park, you guys know that Randy likes cheeseburgers. So there's a little bit of a shout out to Trailer Park Boys there. Randy not here today either. So yeah, that's what's for lunch. So everyone put in the chat what you guys are having for lunch today. We actually had some bulls for breakfast because we sort of fried them up pretty good there on Google getting to the downside. But the bulls had their way with the market, and we'll talk about the NASDAQ. But there's the short 166, man. This has really carried the way for me again here. We had our biggest trade of the year, I think, on Google last week. This is going to be about half of what we made, but still a great trade there. This is what we got barbecued up on. So, not just talking about, what wins all the time over here. This is a 2 for 3 day with one of the three trades coming out, and that was trying to short this market and really believing in the short until it broke through 70. And once it did that, we're able to get out, and then we took another swing at it. But for some reason, whatever happened there right at 10:15, we had that, or 10:07, there was a little bit of a bump up in the market, and that sort of sent a lot of these names through. That same bump right into here for Tesla, I don't know, that was a different one, but right up there into the high of the day where we sat, again, being patient. Neil nailed the patient talk there when he talked about Apple. and waiting for that reload. That was a really great trade, but we're carrying the day here with Tesla off of those levels. But before we let you go, Sharif is back. He had his day off, so he's back energized. You've already seen him earlier.
Yes.
We've got Joe is back in the building as well.
Adair is back after.
And Adair is back. Yeah, Adair is back. So we say shout out to that. And we get our first Get It Adair of the day by Sharif. So followed by about 45 more of those coming up over the next couple hours. We say, all right, well, I like to get it. I'm saying this is your thing. You know, we all say our own thing. So
get it, SGA.
So get it, yeah. And again, a disappointing couple Game 7s last night. That is for sure. All right, here we go. Have you liked, subscribed, shared, or all of them?
All of them.
All of the above right there, there today. So I want to thank all of you guys. Over 9,000 still on board with us. So thank you so much for that. It means a lot. Stay on board. We have our big show coming to you in just a couple minutes with said gentlemen there, Sharif and Joe. But 2.2K, let's see if we can get that up a little bit. If you're still watching now and you haven't done that, please do it. All the trades we've had today, I feel like well described. $4 in the money on Tesla right now, $1.50 in the money on Google. Today's been a big day. If you're trading my style, hopefully you've had a big day there. Today, only 3 names for your boy, and they've been pretty successful. So we're really happy with it. Let's see if we can just hold this, see if we get that downside push in the market, and hopefully we'll be a little bit more greener pastures than where we are right now. But a good day, one of my best mornings so far.
That's what it's all about. And with 30 seconds to go, CoreWeave is about to put in its first red candle of the day. I said I don't want to short this thing until it shows me one, but 20 seconds now. It would also be this. In theory, it can be this trend break going on as well. So that comes from the volume weighted average price in. It's already broken this trend in here. So it's in the pocket, but I want to see the close right here. Like you could snap back up, but if it can close here, I'd throw a stop at about 86 and try to jump into this bad boy. So obviously CoreWeave has been an absolute beast for most of the time, but I paid for low case to take this shot at it. It is now 11 o'clock. We're throwing you guys over to the Bash Brothers. We'll be back at 2. Don't worry about it. I'm going to get some Subway. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what everyone else grabs for lunch. But
Joe wants to do that.
Time,
Joe wants to do that whole he wants us to go over so that he can owe us some time, and then he can magically say at his time, "Oh, you guys still owe us a minute." But
no, we can stretch.
Nah, you did a good
or we could tax you, and we could do like every minute we do, you owe us 2, something like that.
That's what I'm saying. You want to start tariffing this stream now, Joe?
No.
Is that how you want to play Scott over there, Scotty B? Joey B. Was Joey B a new kid on the block or something like that? Joey B.
To be honest, I actually don't know the new
Joey
kids on the
Bitcoin
block.
over there?
I remember what's-his-face's brother.
There was Jordan. Jordan was a new kid. Was Lance Bass was NSYNC.
Wasn't one of them Donnie?
Donnie, yes. Wahlberg.
That's it, yeah, Thing's brother.
Who you're
Donnie
getting.
Wahlberg, that's who I was thinking.
Yeah, my wife went to a New Kids concert at one point.
My neighbor is a huge...
Joey Burrow. Yeah, Joey B. That's where I know Joey Burrow.
Who is Joey B?
Joey Burrow. That's obvious.
Oh.
I should have known that. So shout out to that right now. All right, $4 and change in the money, $1.50 and change. We're leaving you in good hands. All right, good trading today, good talk. I hope all of you enjoyed it. Thank you for that, man. 2.3K, that's a nice little number there. But hit the likes for your boys because Sharif's about to go do something he came up with. It's roll call time. All right, see you guys then. See ya.
See you too.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And I didn't invent the roll call, but I happen to think that I do it okay. There we go. I'll do it okay. I do it okay. Get it, Catino. Oh, he's got the roll call animation, showing who the true OG roll caller is. He's got the animation. Oh my God. Get it, Katina, man. I appreciate the energy, buddy. CompuCare team, Derek Thompson, Dumbo, Things and Film. Shout out to Alfredo Perez and Dinkelberg. He's just living, guys. Shout out to Freddy 5000 and the OG, Zion, Lala. We got Juan Padilla and Chef Joe. How about Mary, Knuckle Up, Cristobal, Ronaldo, Yannick, SBF, Gorov, Molfar. Oh my goodness, they're all the OGs. Everyone joining us today. Atif, we got Blue Arrow, we got Ethos, we got Esvin, we got James Liang, Tricky Mickey, Edward, Pizza Rat, one of your boys there, Richard, Niaza, Gary, Jornson. We got Andrew Zarate, Happy Zombie, that's interesting there. Mr. Thumbs Up, Nephew, the capital P. How about Kirk D? Shout out to Henry S. and Sweeping LNH. Ninomax. We got Ken, he's a beginner trader as evidenced by his name. Boss City Finest, Learning with Care. Sage Might, Dane Gill, a proper dang paradox. We got, who else, man? Jesse Ramirez.
Our guy, ADL is in there.
ADL, Adam DeLuce, baby. Thank God Arsenal secured second yesterday. Daddy D. We got, who else, man? What was this? Something bands there. I like when I see the word bands there.
Chase
Joseph.
Bands.
Yeah, Chase Bands Learning. We got Scott J, MC, Hold My Beer. One more, man. Ray 2885, and I lied. We got DS. Shout out to DS joining Joseph and I on the Midday Show. Good morning, Joseph. How are you?
Good morning and happy Monday to everyone. Yes, it is a Canadian holiday here, but we're here trading these markets, guys, having a fantastic time. Pizza Rat, I see you in the chat. You're crushing Bitcoin. Let's go up to 104,000 now, 104,400 to be exact there, guys. But yeah, I mean, it's been an all right morning. We're not going to complain. We're going 3 for 3 on the day. If we can pull up my screen here momentarily, this is the trade on QBTS. We're going to hop into kind of just more of the dynamics and why I decided to add more aggressively in this position. And then we're going to go through the other two names that I took as well. But first, let's see what Adara's up to.
Get it, Adara.
I may have another small cap for you. It goes by the name of Quantum Corporation, QMCO. Now, this is actually not a quantum company. I looked into them, and they describe themselves as data storage, management, and protection. So, does not sound to actually be a quantum name. However, they have a cool 30% plus short float, so massive short float here. Only about a 6.5 million share float. QMCO, today's highs, no news. Keep an eye on QMCO. Sharif, if you need a name to add to your small cap roster. Back to you.
That is a great call out, Adara. This thing is going, man. This thing is quite aggressive. I'm not going to interrupt you because I still haven't even looked at it yet.
Do what you got to do. It's breaking out. I want to see a little bit more about this myself.
Okay, so here's let's talk about it. We got to put it up on the 5 right away, Joseph, because that's how we chart. We execute. Well, we used to execute on the one that's no longer accurate. So QMCO, let's load this up. We're going to look at this quick as you like. Good breakout. Okay, so it is getting, as I've mentioned before, extended away from the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. That means that I use as an informal gauge of overbought and oversold conditions. So the 10 EMA on the 5 is at 12 1/3. This thing's printing at 13 1/3, so $1 extended away. Do you have any support levels? Well, you got the 10 EMA, and then below that, you're looking basically at $12, just a little bit higher than $12. That's where the volume weighted average price is. What I would be doing here, okay, this is too expensive and too spready. I'm trying to narrow my trades down to smaller or to lesser expensive names. But what I would be doing is I'd be punching long here at the high, and I'd be putting my stop below current candle low. If you really want to get more aggressive, hold for a 13 area low. Ideally, what I'd like to do is place my stop below prior bar low. But as you can see, this bar has $1 worth of range, 12.45, 12.47 at the high, and essentially 13.47 at the high, 12.47 at the low. So if you want to do that, you can do it, but you're going to have to risk $1. Right? What I would be looking to do is look to current bar low or just below 13 if you really want to get aggressive. 13 1/3, Joseph. It's knocking on the door at 13 1/2. What an explosive move up.
What an explosive move up. Talking about explosive moves up, man. Bitcoin is absolutely flying here on the day, guys. Yeah, I'm not lying to you, my guy. It's almost at 105, brother. I'm not lying, man. It's ripping, my guy. And I didn't even trade it today. Okay. We traded the quantum space, and I'll go through my notes and everything. But let's break down this trade here. Here on QBTS. Sorry, guys. I missed the meat of the move, but it is what it is. We got aggressive here. You can see I first started off my position, 100% add, and then an additional 50% add, and we got that move past through these pre-market highs, and I was like, okay, let's go. But this pullback was just too deep for me to hold on to. I did get stopped out about 30% of my remaining position on this, but then it just went on an absolute monster run. Should have kept my eye on it, but it's a little tougher to read for me because of the price of it. I was waiting for some indecision if there was going to be any around under the volume weighted average price. I just didn't see that entry signal once again. I mean, there is a higher low right here. which is positive, but then there was no indecision what I was looking for. But yeah, it was a really nice trade here for your boy on QBTS. And why was I taking it? Let's take a look from a daily standpoint here, guys. We were just cracking through some of these highs, 1194, and that's what my notes were referring to. So we broke through some key resistance zones, and then we got that big move to the top side that we were looking for. So really nice look on QBTS. And then I also traded QUBT. So it's gonna be a tongue twister here on the day going through these ones. But here, a nice breakout here on QUBT, guys. I added, so you can see I was playing this breakout of some key resistance zones. We take some off. I add for the continuation of the breakout, and we just never got it. So I just was free rolling as I typically do, just using unrealized gains to add more shares to my position, and then that's where I got stopped out break even. So that was a nice trade, still positive on QUBT. And then we were trading the Tesla breakout as well too, guys. So this is where we go 3 for 3 on the day. You can see Tesla was breaking out. We had to be patient, and I say that from time and time again. It's the name of the game, and I was happy to be so this morning. And this is exactly where we got that breakout candle, the volume stepping in. So the volume by time profile giving us exactly what we need, and that's what we got when we played that breakout here on Tesla. And then I was looking for the continuation, a nice indecision print right here, guys, looking for that break of the high a day, but Tesla said no. So that's okay. We just take a little bit of a gain right there on this addition, and then it came back into the volume weighted average price and just hovering right above it. So those were the 3 trades on the day, guys. Let's go. We're going to continue to put on some trades if they do display themselves, but most definitely going to be patient. I love what IBIT's doing. We're absolutely just soaring, and this is what I want to see, Sharif.
All right, man. Let's talk about the trade that I held on to start. This is a really good look right now on PTIX, guys. It's a triple-digit winner. It's an absolute monster at the moment. Look at it take out the highs, man. Here we go. So PTIX. I entered this one on a 10 EMA retracement. I got long 9.5. It just took out 11.5. We held it for almost $1, just south of $1, so it's not warranted to hit that dollar club, sadly. But we took it nicely there for a few outs, but it's continuing to go. It's got one of my favorite area highs, Joseph. I couldn't have wrote this script better myself. $11.69 high on the day on your friend Joseph there, PTIX. It's up 276%. Put some dang respect on this one's name. Higher highs and higher lows, Joseph. This one is on one. It's on that good stuff that we're not allowed on this side of the border, but keeps going there. Keep your eye on the higher lows. That shows you the buyers are in control. It's up 272%, and here's the details on it. If you guys are ready. $6 2/3 million market cap with a float of 3.4 million shares, just a little bit more. Let's double check that with your friend Trade Ideas. Trade Ideas saying something substantially different than what I'm seeing over here. It's saying 440,000 shares with a 3.32% short float. Okay, so fundamentally different looks there between what I've got on my platform and what Trade Ideas is telling me. Usually the truth somewhere in between. In any event, it's continuing to go. Here are the levels on it. The 10 EMA is at $10. So this one looks possibly destined to come back into that $10 area. I'm a buyer there, okay? PTIX, I see you, Tisha. I see you. $10. And I like this area rejection. It gets into that 10-ish area, 975 technically, rejects, tanks all the way down to 6.5, and then it goes through that $10 like it didn't even matter. Like we didn't even reject at that area. So PTIX, I'm a buyer in and around $10. I will dollar cost average into that 9.5. What does that mean? That means my entry position at $10 has to account for my planned dollar cost average. So I can't go big boy size right from the get-go like that. Now it might not even give me 10, bro. This thing's taking out the high again. So this one's on that good right now, as we talked about. And it's continuing to go. We got another one that's on that good right now, Joseph.
Oh, which one?
And it goes by QMCO. We're going to shout Adara for giving us this one, man. So we're long at the $1/3 of a dollar. Get it, Adara. I see you.
23%.
So we're looking here, Joseph, at $1/3 of a dollar. Just took it out at 2/3 of a dollar. Let's set up now at the whole dollar or just south. You know my affinity for that number 88, so we're going to throw it there, 1388, and I won't consider it any different. So keeping my eye on this one. And I'm out below 13. Simple as that. As I mentioned previously, there's just such a great chasm of space between where this one is trading at the moment and the lower support level. I already gave you guys where the 10 EMA is, and it's at 1255. We're at 1362. Below that, we're looking at the volume weighted average price of 12 1/3. So this one's on a squeeze. We can't be looking for support levels at the moment. It's putting in higher highs and higher lows. It's all gas, no brakes. Let's find out if this one can print me at 88. It's squeezing up, but it's got a seller here at 60. Okay. Can we shake them? Can we shake them? No, we can't shake them right now, Joseph. Doesn't mean we can't shake them eventually. So keeping my eye on that. Last but not least, this trade, I will get stopped out if this breaks one more penny lower. I'm long at 87s. I've given this to 76s. I'm talking about TNGX. If it doesn't hold this level, I'm gone.
He's gone. So he's out of that. He's gone Zeno out of that one. Out of dodge, as we like to say. Just get out of dodge on that one.
Here we go.
But here we go. Yeah, I mean, we're in some QUBT again, Sharif. We got some multiple indecision prints right below the volume weighted average price. So I'm looking for the continuation, getting a big fist pump from my guy. So let's go. Yeah, this is what we're long off of. We played the break of the high of this candle. Let's see if we can get this trend to continue. I mean, as we broke out, we see the volume really start to step in. That's a positive sign here. I mean, I've traded this name for the past couple of days here now, and I'm starting to really recognize that the quantum space is choppy, and I think a lot has to do with the price of the stock as well, too, guys. So, yeah, we're back into this. I'm going to hold on to it, even though I did take some off a little bit. I'm still going to hold it until the break of that, right? I won't mind. I took a little bit off, even though I usually don't do that. I would wait until it came to my break even and then just get out of the trade if it did so. But I'm going to give it more time here because I do like these indecision prints and that we can potentially continue this trend and the breakout in the space. So that's the game plan. We already had some nice trades on, and we tried the continuation up here, didn't get it, but then the pullback was slightly deeper than what we were expecting, so we just hop right back in here, guys. So there we go, a nice pump up here in QUBT. Let's go. This is a good Monday here, guys. I mean, Bitcoin's roaring. Nvidia is right back up to 135, so you know your boy's having a great time. Sharif, oh my days. Okay, it's time, guys. Listen, I know a lot of people are gonna love this here. We're gonna start talking a little bit about the encrypted one here, Sharif. Bitcoin itself. Yeah, this is what we like. This is what we like seeing. Here we go. We're approximately 104. Yeah, roughly around 104.
All I see. Can I just tell you all I see?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm looking at?
This here?
Yeah, but what do I see? What would I be pointing out to you on this little trend there, Joseph?
This right here?
What would I be saying?
All those higher lows there, baby. Let's go.
There we go.
You know what I mean?
We go.
But this is exactly what we were for.
Joseph.
Dude, that's why I started grabbing some more, dude. I mean, Sharif, that's why I started grabbing some more as soon as we broke that trend line, right? It's like, okay, yeah, we sit on the backside of this. Maybe you get a pullback and an additional buy opportunity. But this is the move. How long have I been talking about it? Since April now.
Fair.
This is the move where we go and break those all-time highs. We tapped into 107 yesterday. We couldn't hold it, but maybe it was just a liquidity grab so we can continue the move. Bang, we just caught another fill on QUBT. Let's go. I mean, now it's really starting to break out. I referred to those indecision prints. I'm going to take a little bit more off here, guys, just because we are breaking out. Let's see if we can catch this fill. We need it to hit the bid. What am I offering here? 90s. All right, let's see if we can catch that here, Sharif. An additional nice move here in QU. Bang, and there we go. We caught that fill. As you've seen those orders start to hit the ask, and we're continuing to climb. Is this the move where we're going to go and test those highs of days? I told you I already took the breakout trade once. I tried an ad just using my unrealized gains, and then I get stopped out. I didn't even take a loss on this ad using free roll method, acquiring the amount of shares that my unrealized gains allow me to acquire without getting stopped out for a loss. Okay, we take that out, and then we just wait for some indecision prints. This is exactly what I was looking for on QBTS and not QUBT. Was these two, hold on, I'll pull up one more time for them, Sharif, before I send it back to you, my guy.
What the hell's going on with Goldman Sachs? Why is it down 3%?
Is it? Oh, we don't.
Okay,
Gotta
I'll look
figure
into
that
it.
out. Yeah, okay, we'll figure that out here momentarily. But this is what I was looking for here, guys. These indecision prints on QBTS, not on QUBT, but I'll take it any which way it comes. So on that pullback, looking for the indecision and then the continuation of the trend. A big engulfing volume right here, indecision print, and then the continuation. So that's what we had going on, and that's why we're back into QUBT and not into QBTS. Wow, tongue twist there stuff. You got my X message, diamond top breakout. Yeah, send it to me. I'll check those out throughout the day for sure, guys.
Thanks,
no
Fabian.
question about that. Joey giving me FOMO on what, Cristobal? There's no reason to feel FOMO. I mean, if anybody's feeling FOMO, look at this trade on QBTS. I mean, I obviously had other trades as well too. I hate how this thing is noisy and I always have to switch. But I was looking for the continuation, the break of the pre-market, but this was like my heaviest trade. This is where I'm at the strongest throughout the session, is early in the morning if we get a nice early breakout. So that's why I decided to add shares, and I end up getting stopped out. If anything is FOMO, it's like, wow, we get this massive move on the amount of shares that I eventually allocated throughout this trade. But again, I'm more than I'm satisfied with what's going on. I executed how I was supposed to, and I can't really complain because Tesla was nice as well too, Sharif. Hold on before I send it back to you in a second. We'll go over Tesla one more time on the breakout. And as QUBT is continuing to climb, I can't really complain here, guys. So you can see another breakout trade right here on Tesla. Pop, 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 pop. We take some out. Add didn't work out. I just cut out as we continue to climb. But QUBT, let's go. Because we are still sitting in this one, and we will for that potential test of that high day, Sharif.
You know what it is, too? Like, we're looking at Bitcoin. We're sitting here all amped up. Bitcoin's up 0.5%. It's knocking the door of 107. We've been completely disrespecting Ethereum. Up 2%, knocking that door, that 2450. And what a day for Ethereum to be up 2% when we got the crypto queen at the big day. You didn't think I was going to get you there? Come on now. Come on now.
There we go.
We can't hear you, but she's like, we caught her off guard. She's sitting at the desk. She doesn't know what's going on. Just wanted to shout out Satea, guys. All right, man. Great day for ETH, though.
Yeah, it is. What is it? ETHA, right?
Yeah, well, we got it on our platform, Joseph. You don't even have to do that.
I'm just saying, if we were going to trade it from an ETHA, not overly liquid, but I mean, hey, it is what it is. 1824 up to an 1859 here. Let's zoom in and zoom out here, Sharif, and see what we got. Wow.
We're coming off.
Yeah, I mean, wow, that's a big time recovery right there. 67% from that.
See your friend Barron Trump there? See that video circulating around? That Aiden Ross guy, I don't know if it was scripted, calls him like, I need 250,000. Quick loan, Barron's all chill. He's like, yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah,
that's how much
scripted.
250,000 is to Barron.
Yeah,
and there's, what do you want? You want ETH? He's like, just send him ETH. He sent him $250,000 ETH like that. Aiden, well, they're boys, I think, right? Aiden Ross.
Someone told me that Aiden moved to Toronto or something like that. Yeah.
I don't know. Well, it was on cam. You know he streams, obviously.
Did you know your boys, the Island Boys, fought each other? Yeah, they fought each other this weekend.
Did they actually? That must have been a scintillating fight. Tell me.
I didn't watch it, dude. I just seen a reel, but yeah, they fought each other.
You're kidding, dude.
One definitely got a little bit of a beating there, but yeah, there you go.
That was fake. Juan Padilla's telling me that's fake. I mean, who knows what's fake, what's real these days, bro? I'm too stupid to know, so I'll just have to take your word for it. All right, guys, here's the deal. PTIX, that one we were yelling about. Thank you, Tisha, for letting me know about that. This one is halted down. It's at the exact level that I like, okay? So once this one opens up, if it doesn't flush to the bowels of hell, we're going to go long on this one. I'm going to wait for a pullback. Let's see what the top is, the theoretical auction price. Let's weasel on over. It's already showing me that it's going to drop another 20 pennies. If you were to believe what the theoretical auction price is always going to be this area, guys. If you're on mobile, you'll be able to zoom in. If you can't, then I'm sorry. $9.70. We halted at $9.95. It's dropping more, 69, 70, this, that, and the other. The whole point is to tell you, currently, we are slated to open lower than where we halted. But this is the technical area of support that I like. It's the 10 EMA. It's the breakout area over here, 975. So I'm a buyer here. All right, let's see when this one is supposed to open up. 11:17:35 is when it halted. What time is it? It's 11:22:19. We got one more. No, it's supposed to be in 10 seconds. So we have 10 seconds. If this is going to be a 5-minute halt, it will open in about 5 or 6 seconds or so. Let's watch and see what this one does. Does it? It is. So it is a 5-minute halt. So let's go long over here. I'm going to give it to where? Am I going to give it anywhere? Yeah, well, let's go ahead. 9:48, and then we're going to go down to 9:35. All right, we're doing it live. We got 79s on here. Boom! To the high side. We're going to take 15s out. Let's see. Can we get through 10, Katina Man? Let's see. We're knocking the door at 10, Katina Man. A little bit above 10. I don't know why I'm dragging Katina Man into it. The guy's trying to do his own thing there. Boom! Again, Katina Man. We take that one out live. There you go. So there's the level that we talked about, that $10 level. It's a money level right there. It's the area we couldn't break through. I'm talking about that 5-minute candle right at 9 a.m. So technically it is a pre-market high, but this was doing ample amount of volume in the pre-market. Keep an eye on that. Adair is at the big desk.
Keep an eye on MindMed, MNMD. This one did make a little bit of a move to the upside, giving some of it back or most of it back. But in case you missed it, MNMD going to be in watch here. Marijuana Moment, which we know is the publication if you're looking for any of these psychedelic or cannabis-related names and their moves. Marijuana Moment basically publishing these comments here from Marty Makary. He is the FDA commissioner in the Trump administration. According to Mr. Makary, apparently these psychedelics like psilocybin and ibogaine are going to be a top priority with regards to what the FDA is looking for. So keep an eye here on MNMD as we have these comments coming through from the FDA commissioner. Also, keep an eye on RTX. Apparently, this is going to be a Josh Brown long idea. Josh Brown, of course, of Ritholtz Wealth Management. Lately, we've been seeing these ideas circulate on X ahead of when Josh Brown announces them. So keep an eye on this ticker. Back to you.
DJ 2AM, what's the 5-minute halt? Great question, DJ 2AM. It's this one, PTIX. So when we halt during the regular market hours, I'm talking about 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. I'm not talking about 4 a.m. to 9:29. I'm not talking about 4:01 or 4 till 8 p.m. I'm not talking about those times. I'm talking about regular market hours. If you get a volatility halt, which means you move up more than 10% in a couple or in 5 minutes, I believe, is it 2 minutes or 5 minutes? I can find out on chat. I don't want to put you on the spot there, but the point is, if it moves up more than 10% within an allotted time, it's going to halt due to volatility. And that volatility halt comes in waves, incremental time waves, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15, but they're in increments of 5. That's all you need to know about that. And what we look to do is we know when the first 5-minute period of the halt, the volatility halt, is about to elapse, we get ready for the open. Now, it may not open. It might be a 10-minute halt. At that time, we'll get ready at the 10-minute. So, because you got to be ready when these zones open, because they do all sorts of craziness, right? So that's a look right now. PTIX got in, got out, got in, got out. Several trades on this one. We're going to keep an eye out on this one and look to do it live for you guys. There's also many other ones I want to talk about, Joseph, but I feel like I've been talking a lot. And
That's all right.
Yeah. So anything that you have to throw in there?
Yeah. I mean, we're still sitting in this QUBT trade, Sharif. So, I mean, I'm going back and forth with traders in the chat as well. I know Gorev's in some UNH. Some people were talking about Ethereum there. So, I mean, we're still sitting in this QUBT. The pullbacks are really deep in the same. See, look, we just take a big dive down there. I'm still sitting on about 50% of the position, and I had an offer out here, guys, but I'm not catching that fill. So I'm not going to take too much of a loss on there. Boom. Okay, so yeah, I don't want to lose whatsoever on that trade. So there we go on QUBT. We're all out, but a nice little pop here, guys, on those indecision prints, and that's what I like what I'm seeing. So here we go. UNH just being absolute monstrous. I was doing some TA over the weekend.
Wow.
And I wanted to grab some of this, just some shares to get involved in this oversold bounce. Yeah, and there you go, 307, filling the gap. And this indecision print is 101. And it's my fault, guys, and I apologize for not taking advantage of this. But this is just 101 because I preach the method, and this is exactly what you want to see, getting a nice bounce. And I do believe there's going to be some more continuation with this. I mean, if we zoom out here a little bit, guys, why is it looking like that? It's weird. Okay. Why is it? Okay, I don't know what's going on here, but I don't know why it's looking like this, but I mean, off the 600, not too long ago, still down 50%. I believe there's going to be room to grab this name. Is that precision entry far gone? Absolutely. It was around 270, 275 roughly, but now you filled that gap here, guys, to the downside. Trading higher, I think this is going to be the next level, and we can most definitely run into 381. So shout out Brankles. I know he's been absolutely monstrous on this trade, and I think there's still a lot to go here in UNH, guys. So yeah, totally. Some news about the banks. All right, let's pull up XLF here.
I'm looking.
You don't see anything?
Man said right after 11, 11:10, 11:05, there was a nosedive on a lot of them.
Oh, okay. I'm seeing this.
That too,
this is XLF here, Sharif. I know you're involved in this name.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, there you go. You see a big tank right there, guys. We're gonna. Adara's got the news for us right there. JPM, massive dive down there, guys. Let's see what Adara's got for us.
It looks like a JPM story. So apparently the company's consumer and banking CEO said at an event that their Q2 investment banking fees are tracking down in the mid-teens % range. So basically the company, according to the CEO of one of its sectors or one of its subsets, is saying that Q2 investment banking fees are tracking down. We get that news, and JPM, especially to the downside here, guys. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, I'm just talking to Gaurav as well about that. So here you go, JPM continuing to slowly grind higher. I mean, that volatility spike to the downside, if you're looking for the continuation, just be patient. You might get that pullback towards the volume-weighted average price, and then look for that move back towards that low a day there, guys. But again, be patient, wait for that pullback, wait for price action to tell you, hey, we're ready to turn around. And if it doesn't display it, then just move on to something else. But what really has got me stuck here, guys, is this name. I'm going to talk about it for a couple more seconds as we head into these pre-market highs. It's unfortunate we didn't take advantage of it, but I still believe there's going to be another opportunity. QUBT, good trade. QBTS, our trade of the day as it's continuing to hover around those highs. And Tesla doing some damage for us on the board as well, too.
All right, guys, and JP Morgan dropping. So I guess there's an annual investor day for JP Morgan starting today. And at the Investor Day, they reiterated their 2025, many different metrics, but one of them here reports their net interest income, which we know has been kind of weak for these banks lately. So they talked about macroeconomic uncertainty, which took center stage apparently at the annual Investor Day conference start today. The slides that were released ahead of the event, JP Morgan maintained its net interest income forecast for the full year, reaffirming its previous guide, neighborhood of around $94.5 billion. That's insane. That's just the money they're making off NII, not everything else. The bank said it was positioned to deliver strong returns and protect and grow the franchise under a range of circumstances. These are all from the pre-released slides, the PowerPoint slides or whatever they're calling them these days. They reiterate their target of 17% return on tangible common equity through the economic cycle. They talked about looking ahead, what they were going to say. So we'll look at this a little bit later when things calm down, but I will cover this, guys. Suffice it to say, though, that the good times for these banks, if you believe analyst projections, the good times for the banks come in Q3 and Q4 of this year. That's when it's widely been speculated that the Trump administration will start undertaking some of the deregulation in the financial industry that he promised during the election and that he's touted there subsequent to that. So, you know, I'm not telling you when to buy, obviously, never financial advice on the show, but that has been the thinking with some of these analysts with the financial names that the good times still ahead. We'll have to wait and see, obviously. Yeah, okay, Adara, go ahead.
Some more context on here too, Sharif. They do, of course, there's this investor day today for JP Morgan. What's interesting too is a lot of the comments that were coming in from that CEO of their consumer banking side, they came in a while ago. They came in around 9:40 a.m. Sharif also mentioned here some not so positive comments coming from their prepared remarks, but also this might not be the end of JPM Catalyst, guys. We have tomorrow their annual shareholder meeting kicking off at 10 a.m. So keep an eye on JPM around 10 a.m. There could be a little bit more context. I'm also seeing comments here from Jamie Dimon about crypto. He's saying that that they're not looking to custody crypto and that, quote, blockchain doesn't matter as much as you think. So Jamie Dimon speaking a bit disparagingly here about blockchain. Sorry for that slip up there, and back to you guys.
I'm sorry, Adara, but like, you know, I got a chuckle out of that. Come on, come on. All right, everyone knows I call Jeremy Diamond. I call him Jeremy. Sometimes by design, sometimes because I'm an idiot, but you know, well, you
Is
can't
that
really
how
tell.
it started? Is that how it started? It's like
I
you by
screwed up.
accident called him Jeremy?
And then we kind of just went with it after that, right? I was actually at the big discovery for Brendo, and
Jeremy.
it became Jeremy.
Derek, Okie State, Blake, any thoughts on Hood from an intraday standpoint? I haven't looked at it today, but from a long-term standpoint, we like Robin Hood. Hit that bang. I mean, let's go Bitcoin, guys. Having some fun. I love the energy streaks ringing this morning and everybody else, and I'm just here, just like Leafs kind of lost, but yeah, you know what it is. But hey, I'll tell you guys a little something before we talk some TA. So I was playing hockey yesterday morning, and I texted my boys. I'll even display the text. It was like 10:30 in the morning. I'm like, if I score 2 goals this morning, the Leafs are gonna win. I scored 2 goals. The Leafs did not win, and I was feeling so good about myself, and I don't ever put on any form of sports bets, but I decided to go bet $50 via pro line on money line on the Leafs. So thanks for that one, boys. There's always a first time for something, Sharif, and there's most definitely a last, and that is going to be the last time I ever put $1 on the Toronto Maple Leafs. But yo, Bitcoin is continuing to climb here. This is exactly what we want to see. 59.60 and change, guys, on the 2-minute time frame here, putting in a new high a day. What's that going to put spot at? We have to be around those 105 areas. Okay, 104. Okay, we're almost into 105. I don't know if this is a genuine move or anything along those lines, but yeah, we're just knocking on the door, a couple $100 away. Market's continuing to climb. Nvidia forming a bull flag, and what an absolute consolidation we got going on here in the SPY, guys. I mean, if we decide to hold the lower ends of these ranges and take that second leg higher, that's where you want to start getting involved right here. Is those lower, is the lower end of this range, and then that will position you really well. You can have your stop loss just below the support systems, and then look for that continuation in the break here of these key resistance zones. But I mean, exactly, a lot of people in the chat are saying it. What is this downgrade? Oh, AAA to now AA1? Yeah, okay. See you later. I'm brushing that one off. That's nothing, and the market looks to be doing the same thing.
Well said, Joseph. Yeah. Well said, man. All right. We're doing it. We're going long here on NFE. I didn't even share my side screen yet to talk about the names that I'm looking at, but we're just going to get involved with this one, and give me a second. I will share them. I do promise that. Give me a minute just to layer these orders, and then we'll talk about the trades that I've got on. I got back into, oh wow, PTIX. Goodness gracious. This one's all gas, no brakes. 1180 high a day. It's back into that 11.25, but it's got an aggressive looking pattern right now. Let's see what this one wants to do. It's up 270%, so it's already a triple-digit winner. What a fantastic look for this one. Keep an eye out on it. I got into QMCO again, looking for a 14 hold and a pop into about that 14.5. We'll see how this one does. Small size here, punching in at the highs. I'm going to stop out below that mid 1390s. I think I gave it to 1388, so we'll give it in and around there. We'll see what the situation is with QMCO. Still putting in higher lows and higher highs, but the previous candle low is at the daunting low price of like 13.50. So I'm not going to give it that much room. Well, you know, sadly, sometimes you find yourself in the position where your stop placement can't jive with or your practical stop placement doesn't jive with your theoretical stop placement. Prior bar low, this, that, and the other. It's not going to work here. I'll be risking way too much, and I don't think it's appropriate for this trade. So keeping my eye on 1424, that is currently the high of the day. Now, NFE, what's the situation with this one? It's up 20%, just below 19.92%, higher highs and higher lows. I want to say, you know, this one's a bit of a slower mover. The volume weighted average price on NFE is a little bit higher than that 305, I want to say around 306. Most of the time, it's been respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, but if it loses that area substantially, I will be gone there. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Here comes QMCO back into that 14 and 20s area. Let's see if it can take out the high of the day. I think my expectations for my first profit taker on this one, a little too lofty. I'm waiting for 1440. I mean, this one hasn't given us like $5 or anything. It's given us a few bucks off the low. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one, and we're going to send it to Adara.
Keep an eye here on IBIT and JP Morgan. Jamie Dimon, CEO of JPM, making more comments about Bitcoin and crypto. He's saying outright that he is, quote, not a fan of Bitcoin. But as we get IBIT hitting to a new high of day, he did say one thing that's kind of positive here, guys. He said that JP Morgan is not going to custody Bitcoin, but they will allow customers to buy it. So that's actually pretty key. We know there have been some concerns about overregulation in the banking space when it comes to allowing customers to transact with crypto or to own crypto. Well, JP Morgan saying that they have no issue with letting customers buy it, though they have no interest in custodying Bitcoin. Back to you.
Crazy. And you know, everybody, if you know Jamie Dimon, he does not like Bitcoin whatsoever. Why? Because it's not necessarily that great for his business.
No.
Right? But here he goes. Yeah, exactly, right? Well said, so, I mean, now that he's accepting it, look at this name. I don't know if it's exactly because of that, but maybe it's just adding a little fuel to that fire. And this is exactly, again, I'm going to say it, this is what we want to see. It's just the slow adaptation from especially now that we have JPM say, hey, yeah, we're going to accept this stuff. Man. Yeah, then boom, look, continuing to climb. Sharif, this is looking really good. Let's go. QUBT kind of leaving without me. That train it has now gone, but Tesla starting to climb higher, heading back towards that high of day. The Q's breaking through that consolidation zone. Nvidia as well. SPY doing it, but I'm loving hearing this from Mr. Jeremy himself.
Absolutely. Well said, Joseph. Yeah. All right, guys, QMCO took it beak wetter there at the high of the day, 1435 beak wetter. It's zigging, it's zagging. The only thing that I really do like, well, I like a lot about this, the most consistent part about this has been the higher high, higher low, okay? Now, that doesn't have to hold forever. Here we go again, challenging 14, coming down into that $14 level. Again, anything below 13.88 gets me out of the trade. We were able to extract some profits there to the high side. Again, on my friend QMCO, we'll see. We'll have to wait and see whether or not it allows me to do that. It just got stopped out for the remaining amount, so we'll give a little bit back there. What I will set up at, though, is the higher than the prior bar low. So currently that's around 13.5, 13 1/3. Let's go ahead and wait there. So I'm going to wait right there. Let's see if we can get a money fill in and around that area. So that's my look there. Now, how's my other trade doing? NFE, we're knocking the door of my first beak wetter, 325. It's on the ask, 24 on the bid. Alas, it's got to cross above the ask for me to get filled. That's the thing we've talked about with these bad boys. It's called the spread, and you've got to move from the one side and move to the other in order to get that fill. So what I'm talking about is that 25 that's on the right side of the column has got to show up on the left for me to get filled. The right side is the ask. The left side is the bid. The bid is people who are looking to buy. The ask, obviously, are people looking to sell. And I don't mean to belittle anybody. Obviously, we have newer traders all the time, so I just want to explain that anew. So keeping my eye on NFE. There we go. We get the print as exactly what it does. 26 is now on the ask. 25s on the bid. Next level, we're waiting in the high 20s. So 29s, we'll see if we can get printed in and around there. Let's go back to QMCO because we've got a drip trade. Maybe it'll end up being a drip trade. Who knows? At 13.55. Now, what I'm looking here on QMCO is we got a topping till candle to make a high, or a 5-minute candle, to make a new high on the day, 1435, Joseph, and then it closes red. And the subsequent candle, red, and also another low. So does that break trend? So I'm going to keep my eye on this one really careful. Let's see if we can get something on it. What are you wowing?
Yeah, the market just breaking out through some of these consolidation zones here, Sharif. So there you go, gaining all those grounds. I mean, heading back towards Friday's close here, guys. We're not too far off of that. This is what we want to see. I mean, this is some solid, strong stuff here. I mean, if we look at the volume profile, it's not ideal, right? This could signal a possible fake breakout. You can see that we're starting to stair step down, and then now there's an additional kind of let's wait for this 5-minute candle to print, and if it does to close as an inverted hammer, then you might get that move back towards the volume weighted average price. But I mean, I was just talking about it moments ago. If you can catch the lower end of this range and then you get the continuation in strength, you break through some key resistance zones, and that's being displayed right now, guys. So some really good looks. Bitcoin continuing to climb. QUBT did give us another opportunity to play this name, but it's a choppy one here, and I'm figuring that out. I guess it has a lot to do with the price of the stocks. They just move different than some of these heavier NASDAQ names. So yeah, I mean, there it is. We took a breakout here on QUBT, and then we took another small entry here that was displayed on the 1-minute time frames. I'll show it here one more time. It was just off of these signals here, but then it came back, stopped us out, and now we're making that additional leg, heading into some key support levels. So let's see if if we can break through this. I'll pull up the options chain to see if there's any overhead resistance. I know last week we've seen some at 12 and 13. So if that has rolled over and been lifted in strikes, that's something I definitely want to see here, guys, in this space, most definitely. So here, QUBT, and we will take a look at the chain. Not displaying too much on this week's expiration cycle, but if we want to refer to the highest levels of open interest, that's going to put us at 14.5 on this week here, guys. So that can totally be in the works. Let's zoom out and see what we have going on from a daily standpoint. And this is why here, I'm going to pull up my notes too. Sorry to jump all over the place for you guys, but look, so I like the quantum space for two specific reasons, and that was the daily and just the strength from Friday, all right? So you can see we get that breakout through some of these areas, the volume supporting it, a massive, healthy, engulfing candle. This is what we want to see from a bullish standpoint. There's very little wicks. It's strong. It closes as a really strong candle, and these were the two names that I had on my list today, and that was it. QUBT and QBTS. Keeping it simple. I told you guys I'm a relatively simple individual. I looked at the daily. I was gonna take a stab at it, whether it worked or it didn't. I happened to be on the right side of the trade, but those were the two names there, Shreve, from the pre-market prep this morning.
That's banger, bro.
Yeah.
That's a banger right there. We're going to shout you out for that. So that's that situation. All right, let's get real here and talk. So QMCO, just got back into that. Let's look to what the beak there for that 14 pop. Shout out to my man, Tuan Vo. I don't know what is that, Joseph? Is that yuan? 1,000 yuan there? Okay, it looks like yuan there. So I'm not sure. We'll check it. Thank you very much. Question goes as follows. Asked about LAES earlier, Lays, when it was about 6% up. Now it's 17.25. Neil said $3 might be a bull signal. It just blew past 3. So here's what I'm seeing, man. I'm seeing a hell of a bull flag that formed now. It does start at around 9:30. You're going to get that move up, right? And then we get that sideways consolidation. And the beautiful thing about this is the bull flag uses that 280 level, right, over and over. So it's kind of like a flat bottom bull flag. I don't want to start describing different types of bull flags, but what it seemed to have been doing was finding buyers in the high 70s, low 80s. It does its period of consolidation from 10:55 till that breakout right at 11:40. So almost an hour worth of flagging, okay, in the bull flag. And then boom, you get the breakout through above that 290. Now it's 310. So what I'd be looking for is a second bull flag. Now, do you get the second bull flag every time? No, you don't. And that's part of the risk of trading. So look for that range. It's already given you the first candle there showing you what the range is. 3 to the low, 310 to the high. My suggestion to you is build your position in and around 3. Maybe the money fills are in the high 290s. Look for that second bull flag continuation. It doesn't give you that second bull flag continuation, then you've got a range with which to trade it. 3 to the low, 10 to the high. Get the hell out of there in the top of the 3 to 310. 309, 308. That gives you an exit strategy. So if you don't get that bull flag continuation or you're sick of waiting, because sometimes like no two bull flags are made equal, right? Some can have the consolidation component can be a few minutes, some can be an hour. You don't really know, okay? So that's my look right now on LAES. That's how I would trade it. It's up 16.5%. Let me give you the information on it though, okay? So it is a $364 million market cap. So it's a smaller cap, but definitely not too small, with a float of around 13.4 million shares. Let me verify that with my other platform. Okay, so I'm getting 13.4 on mine. Trade ID is telling me 94.5 with about just shy of a 7% float, just shy, okay? So 6.95%. So let me know how this goes. Hoping for the best for you, and yeah, we'll keep an eye out on that. All right, Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm liking SQs here, guys, for a potential long. We got an indecision print here at the highs. I do believe that the market is slightly overbought right now, and this is what I like seeing. We double top right here at some of these post-market highs and Friday's closes. So this could be a potential sign for a short here, guys. I'm going to use SQQs for the long, but I'm looking at this specific signal right here. You see we get that gravestone or shooting star doji, whatever you would like to call it, plus the volume as well too is supporting this. If we get a pullback into the middle of this candle, I'm going to be longing the SQs, and that's going to be my trade plan right now. All right, so I'm going to be patient. wait to see if we can get that entry. But if we do hold the crack of the low of this candle, then I will look to get involved in that. It's tough though, because you can see how strong the market has been today. And you don't necessarily want to be shorting it, especially if some of the bigger names are holding up around the highs. So it may be a little bit more of a grind, and you might get those multiple fakeouts. I did believe that we were going to get a short earlier in the session off of, off of this print right here. You can see how large this volume candle was, but I'm like, oh, let me be patient on this one here. So that's what I thought would be a potential short. And then we get that volume spike as well here earlier in the session, guys, around 10 o'clock or so, 10:10 to be exact. And there you go. We're starting to break down. So SQQ's moving higher. All right, I'm going to get involved in this, guys. You can see we're getting that breakdown. I want to zoom back into where we were just roughly looking at and pull it up on a 5-minute. Here we go. We cracked that. Oh, a little slow on my behalf. Dang. All right, so now I'm going to have to give this a little bit more room here. Let's see if we can get that move back towards the volume-weighted average price. I'm long SQs. That means I'm short the overall market here, guys. Let's see what Adair's got for us.
Just keep an eye here on the market. Some more kind of cautious comments here coming from Jamie Dimon. So, of course, for that matter, keep an eye on JP Morgan as well. Jamie Dimon, CEO of the company, saying that he would not be taking stagflation off of the table for the U.S. economy. He also said that the geopolitical risk is, quote, very, very high. So some cautious comments here coming here from our friend Jamie Dimon. If you missed it earlier today, he said that JP Morgan is not going to be having any custody of Bitcoin, but, that he has no problem with customers buying it. Back to you.
Okay, thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, I'll pull those up here momentarily. I'm still short the market here, guys. You can see that via SQQs. So I'll pull that up here for you guys real quick. Nice. Yeah, we'll see what's going on. I mean, if it cracks that high, or if, in this case, if it breaks through this low, I should have been in significantly earlier. So this is a chase, and you have to start smaller now. Because now, look at what my risk to reward is. I have to risk approximately 13 cents on this trade, closer to 20 to be exact. But I don't necessarily want to do that. I am looking for that move back towards the lower end of the range. And if we crack that, then that can give us an opportunity to add into the position. So if we break through, where is it here? So yeah, if we crack this, then we can add into the position and look for that move back towards the volume weighted average price here, Sharif.
All right, just loading up X. I want to show everybody I'm getting this kind of stuff now on my X account, okay? I saw my first robo-taxi with training wheels on, all right? We're getting a lot of these now on X. These things are driving around Austin, okay? Keep that in mind right there, Austin and Texas license plate. That's obviously the new Model Y. There's been a lot of these ones, Joseph. They show you exactly where they found them. Okay. And you know that guy I told you around that he flies his drone over the Austin plant?
Yeah.
He's been looking at these ones as well. There's others, Joseph, look at this with the training. That's the older Model Y, obviously. And then the guy, again, shows where it was. So we are seeing now the Model Y, at least in the wild, guys, the robo-taxi training. We are talking about a June launch. Again, if you're to believe what our friend Elon has been saying, this could be imminent. Now, if we can zoom in, open image and new tab, look at this. I love technology. Joseph, look at this. We can see this woman there, right? It looks to be anyway like there's a woman behind. So there is still that safety driver. We know
the safety driver.
The Waymo, there's no safety driver there no more. So we still got a safety driver, obviously thinking probably regulations, probably stuff like that until you get the full license, this, that, and the other. So yeah, Tesla. Obviously not a great day for Tesla today. Joseph down 3.6%, but I definitely wanted to bring that to your attention. We are seeing these now on X. Yeah, where are the trading wheels? I don't think they actually meant physical trading wheels, brother. Meant camera systems and stuff like that. We know how the Teslas work. They use the built-in hardware to be able to read the road. No LiDAR, no sensors other than the camera. So that top camera there, obviously doing a lot of the heavy work until everything is kosher and approved by the regulator, not to be assisted. So keep an eye on that, guys. A couple of positions. I got into QMCO again over here at 13.80. $14.80 with the beak at $14.05. I'm long. I'm again long. I'm basically looking for dip trades off the 10 EMA. Always trying to take a little bit there for a possible breakout trade, with the dip trade being the majority of the size. So looking like we're dancing here with 14. 14 seems to be a bit of a problem, at least for the moment. Can't clear it decisively. 14.35 high. We'll have to see how this cookie crumbles. I'm still waiting here for a 10 EMA retracement in the 60s. Let's see if we can get that printed there. NFE continuing to take prints on that to the high side at 3.25. That one at 3.30 though still doesn't get printed. And how about this one over here, TNGX, still holding at VWAP. What keeps me optimistic here about TNGX is the higher low, kind of possible flat top through that $1.84. We'll have to wait and see. It doesn't always have to end up being that way. Top VOIP. It's been a minute since I've seen your name in the chat. Sharif, did you finally buy a Tesla for yourself? No, I did not. So still very much interested in the Cybertruck. Here's the deal, though. Our friend Elon.
Who hit that?
I don't know, man.
Who hit that?
I don't know if it was the Chilean Nightmare or Assassino or who
I
it
don't
was,
think
but-
it was definitely Fabian.
Oh, it was Neil. It was Neil. It was Neil.
Wow, the laugh.
Wow,
through
we blamed the production people. No, we didn't do anything. I mean, they didn't
That
do
just
anything.
shows what kind of
I felt
shows
bad
our
there,
character
bro.
there.
Yeah,
Sharif.
yeah, I know. I know. Poor Assassino, man. We're like blaming him for no reason.
And the nightmare.
No, seriously though, your friend Elon likes to juice the quarterly deliveries. So when we get close to that ending that quarter, Joseph, he gives word to the salespeople. Do the deals so we can get those quarterly delivery number up. That's what the information was given to me.
Okay.
So looking at going around that mid-June to end of June, we'll see if we can get a deal in it with a Cybe at the time. We'll have to wait and see who did that.
Yeah, there you go.
So that's what we're looking at there. And we're involved in a few names, as I mentioned, QMCO, NFE, and TNGX. What do you got, man?
Yeah, I'm still sitting in this queue short there, guys. As long as we don't crack this low. I told you this was a slight chase. If I got in here, but I was just more talking about it than looking to get involved. But I do believe we can catch the lower end of this range. And if we do, if we get into those neck of the woods there, Sharif, then we can most definitely break through that support level that I was talking about. That would be this over here. And then that's going to give us a good go-ahead and possible green light that we might get that move towards VWAP, and that's what we're aiming for here. So starting really small, I told you my risk to reward is already skewed on it because I am slightly chasing it. So with that being said, you also have to start slower and smaller, right? Like I can't go, unfortunately I can't go guns a-blazing like I did on QBTS, right? Which is all fun and games until you realize that you're not sticking to your plan. You're not doing necessarily what you should be doing. But I mean, we had a good time, and this is like totally calculated, right? So this is what I do. You guys see me from a day-to-day standpoint. Once the thesis starts working, we have to make those winners as big as we possibly can. Enter the trade. 100% add, an additional 50% add. Yeah, I missed the meat of the move, but we got that breakout through the pre-market. That's when we started taking profits, and then we did get stopped out 33%. But we can't complain about that, but it's the aggression on the ads is more or less what I'm referring to, guys. And that's what, it's such a skill that I love that I started to adapt, is just adding to it because it's fun. It's most definitely difficult at the start of it, but then once you get used to it, you're just like, oh, okay, I need to add to this position. It's winning, it's winning, it's winning. Let's continue to do so. But let's pull up QUBT. I didn't add into this. It is choppy. Actually, I did. Sorry, it just didn't work out, right? There was multiple opportunities when the breakout was happening to add, but I'm like, okay, let's be patient. We put on the trade, and if it's going to continue to the top side, it's going to display itself. And we attempted one, but then we just took another stab at it, and I'm glad that that one worked out. Tesla was another one that we traded via TSLA here, guys. We caught that breakout here, and I tried it. The add didn't work out, but you can see we cracked through some key resistance zones. We enter the trade, boom, 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 boom. We start taking some partials out, look for the continuation and the break of that high day. Unfortunately, we didn't get it, but that's okay. We're still short this a market, but let's see what Adair's got for us, guys.
Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan, the stock is kind of consolidated here, but I want to mention it because he's saying a lot about tariffs. Lots of tariff talk happening here. He said that even these lowered tariff rates are, quote, pretty extreme, and saying that there's, quote, an extraordinary amount of complacency over U.S. debt and the current trade policies. So Jamie Dimon is not a fan of these tariff policies, even going as far as to say that apparently the company, JP Morgan, has lost business with global clients choosing local lenders since the tariffs. So Jamie Dimon not speaking highly here of tariffs, especially their impact on the company's business, with apparently some clients choosing local lenders as opposed to the company. Back to you.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, it's Sharif just saying that Jamie holds some weight as well too in this market. So, I mean, we're not getting that breakdown, strong stuff here, guys. I want to go through the Mag 7 quick before I send it back to Sharif. We're still in this SQQ long, so we'll go through a couple of the names. What Goggles is up to here on the session, guys. Pretty choppy, actually, if you look at it. You do get some breakdowns. I know Katina Man was trading that, so nice work just shorting it all the way up here into these zones. You can see we have this pre-market support level coming in as resistance, and you get that breakdown there, so that's a really good look on that front. AAPL, let's take a look at Apple. Again, coming off of those lows, some good indecision. Now heading back towards this opening price on the session there, guys. We'll pull up the King of Kings, as I would like to say. Jensen, one of those pretty strong here, Sharif. So what we dumped here on Friday post-market, now gaining all of that back, heading towards Friday's intraday, roughly close to Friday's intraday high there, guys. We're actually still a little bit off of that, but the big solid recovery here in Nvidia. Take a look at Meta as well to see what that is up to. Yeah, wow, strong session here on the day for Meta. I like seeing this here. And then for the final one, we'll pull up the ZOM. Here we are. Amazon, again, trading really well. So there you go. You have Meta, Amazon, and Nvidia trading relatively well today. Sharif, did you see your boy Donald was getting into it with your girl there, Taylor, over Truth?
My girl?
Yeah. I thought you liked there.
No, I like Dua Lipa.
I know.
You know I like Dua Lipa.
You know
I'm like, my girl Taylor since when,
you, bro? Yeah, you know I'm messing with you. But him
Dara, he tried to say that I like Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
You know
How
I don't
dare
like.
you, Joe?
Yeah.
He likes Dua Lipa.
Boom. Make sure to like and subscribe, by the way, as Dara was just showing there.
All right, there you go. But yeah, him putting some truths out over some Taylor, I don't know.
Yeah, you know, I don't see those two ever getting along unless she votes for him. That's not gonna happen.
And
so,
campaigns.
You know,
for
he's
him.
gonna always not like her as long as, you know, right? Whatever. Get it, Donald. All right, here's the deal. While Donald dances up on the screen, we're showing you the chart here of NFE. Just printed the day high at 31. We wet the beak there at 29s. The next little area we're looking for there, 35er on NFE, up about 23.5%. Let's see if this one can continue to put in higher highs and higher lows. Guys, what I observe here on NFE is that it's putting in a lot of respect here for the 10 exponential moving average. We're getting hate. I'm getting hate. From the chat. What I can't understand is why you would continue to watch us when you dislike us. It's funny.
I mean,
hey, man, just hang out with us. Maybe you might see some things our way. We're quite objective, by the way. And when there's good stuff being done by the other side, make sure to call it out. But
exactly.
NFE, Joseph, 331 and going. And what I see here, Assassino, is that this one has been quite respectful of that green line. That green line will always be the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart for me, guys. All right, we're going up to Adara. She's got happening now, and then we're going to Neil's lesson of the day.
This is the S&P 500, and shockingly, guys, we're actually almost green on the day. Still red, down about 0.2%, but certainly a far cry from this morning when we gapped down. In case you missed it, Moody's downgrading the U.S. credit rating did have the market in a bit of a bad mood to start the session, but clearly recovering quite nicely. NASDAQ almost identical, but actually slightly weaker than the S&P 500 from a percentage basis, down about 0.3%. IWM, last time I checked, was mirroring these two, and it continues to do so. Certainly down more on a percentage basis, but near day's highs, technically resembling what we have here with the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. Keep an eye on Microsoft. We're supposed to have a keynote from CEO Satya Nadella for the Developers Conference coming up. I have not seen anything about that as of right now, but something to be aware of. JP Morgan also worth being aware of here. Now, in case you missed it, they did have their Investors Day happening right now. Tomorrow, they have their shareholders meeting, so there could be more JPM excitement. But Jamie Dimon, their CEO, making lots of interesting comments on crypto. He is still very much not a fan of crypto here. And the other thing here that was mentioned was he basically is not speaking positively about these tariff policies either. I'm also seeing comments coming from this Microsoft event now. Apparently, they're going to be hosting XAI, Grok, Mistral, and Black Forest AI models from their Azure data centers. So Elon Musk's XAI and, or I guess Grok is XAI, being hosted here from the Azure data centers. So keep an eye on some of these AI related partnerships and news. IBIT really strong here. Great look here for Bitcoin, despite Jamie Dimon's less than positive comments on crypto. He did say, though, that he has no problem with customers of JP Morgan getting involved here, buying BTC. UNH dropping a little bit here, but still in a nice uptrend. Actually, at one point, back above the $310 level. UNH on watch since last week's CEO resignation. Then on Friday, we had 3 different directors at the board scoop up stocks. So let's see if UNH can continue to recover and get back to health. Before we send you back to the midday, guys, we're going to send you over to Neil and his lesson of the day. So without further ado, please take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Adair. No, thank you, Jeremy Diamond. No, we love Jeremy Diamond, Jamie Dimon there. And all jokes aside, you got to know when to get out. And I think when you're looking at a morning like this morning, where we had, some would call it some pretty big bad news when it comes to Moody's, and overall, pretty much everything was down. When you had the big week that we had last week, like you were thinking, okay, we've got a really good rally, you have a lot of overhead resistance. Let's see if we get a bit of a sell-off. Well, what happens when the market ends up in an upward trend? Then at some point, you're going to be wrong on a few things. So what you've got to be able to do is, A, try to separate the wheat from the chaff, which is at the open or in the opening range or whatever your trading strategy is going to light up your first few trades. Try to pick the right things to be in, which is equally important when the market's trending up. So what I do is then say, well, if the market's going up and you want to short into resistance, let something get to a key price. Or, as the market's screaming up, allow something to be relatively weak and then play into that. So the first part I want to discuss is, like, Apple ends up in an upward trend, but we're able to go short. Firstly, because right off the bat, this is what the NASDAQ did. ES did the same thing as well. It broke higher, so you're looking for where's the relative weakness. Well, Apple broke lower, so clearly it's relatively weak. The first available pop, it puts in a little bit of a bear flag. So you take your shot there. And the way I see it, had the market resolve to breaking down, then Apple goes through the lows and you have an all-day short opportunity. It doesn't, so what do we have to do? It's an upward trending market. Yes, it's relatively weak, but once it breaks that, you got to get out and wait for the next trade because you're trending up. Where is the next trade going to be? You don't always know, but to me, it's step by step. Wait for it to get into this pre-market where it broke down. Look for that short. But what happens after that? The market continues to hold trend. It bounces off the volume-weighted average price. So again, you're just waiting for your resistance. And once it breaks that resistance, notice I'm not shorting this anymore. I might take a shot at this 208 hold, but I'd like to see a test of the actual pre-market high of 208.5 because the market continues to trend higher. So you wait for that next opportunity to line up for you and don't sit there fighting it over and over again. It gets to your level, great, go back and do it again. Sean was doing it with Google until it stopped working, to my opinion, at this level on Apple, you keep going at it. But you want to see what happens if you fight something that just because you assume it's going to be good. Now, Novavax, they had news this morning, obviously, didn't go the way that anybody would have wanted for the long. Unless you were long in the pre-market, trending up, looking relatively strong, the first thing it does at the open is hold the volume-weighted average price. Now, admittedly, if you bought VWAP in here, then you could have got this at 935 when I was trading Apple or getting fills in Apple for the first time. You could have bought the VWAP dip, played it to the high. So when you're reloading it at VWAP, you're not actually, at worst, maybe you're flat on the stock because you would have at least banked one win. I only got it the second time through. So I only got it this time. We didn't get it the first, but once it broke that prior low, you got to jump out. This is what we talk about where it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. Because if you continue to fight this at pretty much every single level, all you're doing is losing, losing, losing. Now, admittedly, it does break trend, not where I was expecting it to, but it does give you a VWAP trend. And by the way, this is losing the $8 level. I'm actually looking at this one for a fail underneath $8. Quickly, this is a daily chart. There's a wick high at the $8 level, and there's a lot of resistance in the 850 zone. So I'm looking at this one right now for a potential short underneath the $8 level. But if you don't acknowledge where you're wrong and the trend is reversing, admittedly you could be short here, you're going to find yourself fighting it, fighting it, fighting it, It's one thing when it's playing the trend to the upside and you're buying the dips, or you're getting a really great short entry over and over again like you could there on Apple until it eventually breaks. But it requires that level of discipline, especially when, in this particular case, in Novavax, you're getting out of the long when the futures are looking strong. But you've just got to understand, hey, if this is turning relatively weak, I've got to be able to jump out of it. And the other side of this equation to keep in mind is when you start looking at like your plan of action in the morning, and I'm going to slap myself with, like, I didn't trade Nvidia, so it's hard to give yourself a fail. You can be up, down, left and right, good day, bad day, medium day, whatever it might be. But if you have like one long idea out of everything that looks like a short and it breaks higher and trends higher, there should be an entry in there somewhere. So with Apple, it was relatively weak. You could find a couple of shorts, even in an upward trending market. With Novavax, it tried to trend up early, took the shot at it. Once it broke, we got out right away. Both those perfectly fine with, because we weren't fighting the stocks and we waited for our levels. Nvidia, however, over under 32, well, played over at the open, but it was instantly like $1 to $2 over, which makes it tricky to trade off of that level. But there was something we could have played into. We spent a lot of time talking about Friday lows on stocks, if you could have held it. And Nvidia did have something along those lines. If you look at Friday's bottom, that's 133.5. That's a little bit of a stretch, but then you go the day before, it's closer to 133.70. I think as we dipped in and proved that we're going to hold a bit above there, that even dollar above started to come into play. And I can tell you exactly why I'm not long Nvidia today, because one of my favorite indicators is VWAP. Sometimes when the stock is showing you the trend that you want, you have to find an alternative entry. It's one thing to wait for the right levels like we did on Apple. It's another thing to completely ignore the levels that are being shown to you because you like something a little bit better. The market doesn't care what you want. And if you have one long idea and it just says, well, we're going to hold 134 here, then we're going to hold 134.5, then we're going to hold 135. Well, if every 50 cents holds instead of the volume weighted average price and you like the long, then you should be taking the long every 50 cents. So lesson of the day here, you want to stick to your plan. If it continues to work, reload at the levels, reload on the trend. If it stops, not only do you get out, you wait for the next available setup. And if it's not there, you back off. I'm no longer shorting Apple. But if it's giving you in your face every single dip that you want, Nvidia, sometimes you've got to be able to step away from your hope, which is that you get VWAP, and move to what the market is telling you, which is a simple every $0.50 Nvidia seems to be holding. That one's an absolute rocket ship. Hopefully it can get green for everybody, because I'm sure lots of people are long Nvidia. Good luck in the midday, boys. There's your lesson of the day.
Thank you very much for that, Neil. Appreciate the good luck and the awesome lesson, Neil Roberts. Every day around that noon hour, make sure you're hanging out with us so you can catch Neil's lesson of the day. Shout out to my man Zion. We're going to do this one live here for your boy Zion Lala. He wants to know about Satea stock here.
ETA?
SYTA.
Oh, Satea stock.
Yeah, I know. It's very similar to our name. I'm going to cover that in a second, Tisha. I did take a trade on the breakout on PTIX for a 50 penny banger. I'll cover that in 1 second. But SYTA, very strong, Joseph, on Friday. I wasn't here, obviously. But look at that closing print. Oh, my goodness, something happened here. The buy program got turned on. Looks like around 5 o'clock. Around 3 o'clock. But then all hell broke loose to the downside as well. But we ended up being positive on the day. Alas, today, we continue with that kind of look. What's going on over there?
They're talking about the positivity.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's up and to the right. So your boy Zion, wants to know, would you enter above VWAP? Absolutely, Zion. But what I see here is a plethora of higher highs and higher lows. So what I'm looking for is a deeper retracement of one of these candles. Like, look at this outlier over here, the 5-minute candle Zion right at 11:30, or that other one at 11:45. You're looking for these outlying candles to buy the trend. Now, there seems to be some resistance in the 60s. Okay, you got that initially up here on the topping tail right at 940, implied balance high. Then again on these two candles at 1105 and 1110 at 65. But what you notice when you look even further is that higher low situation just untouched. It keeps doing it over and over. Does that mean it's going to do it forever? No, that's not the point. The point is to put the statistical advantage in your favor. This is trading. We are trying to trade setups that are more likely to result in profit than loss. We're talking about, just stats here, really nothing more. So when you're getting this trend of higher highs, higher lows, chances are you might see some more higher highs after that. Okay, so here we go at that 340 area. I happen to like it. Now, what I feel here, Zion, is the money fills have been just a skosh or two below that 10 EMA on the 5, just below that green line. That's where the money fills have been. You can see that the closing prints all shadow or close at the 10 EMA. However, the wicks do breach them. That's why I say to you, my opinion, the money fills are just south of that 10. Do that kind of information as you like, my man. I hope you print up multiple storms. Goes without saying that's how I feel. Let me know how that trade ends up working out for you, my man. And I'll be there to shout you out should it be good. Big smile. My man gets me excited when I see that big smile in the chat. Joseph, Sharif.
Uh-oh.
I have the weird prints as well on the SPY using TradingView. Katina Man's answering that in the chat right now. I see what he's saying. He's like, those are not real prints. Obviously sometimes that is a problem. Big Spile, I saw your message to me on the gram. Is that a glitch on TradingView? Hard to know, brother. I think TradingView, guys, I don't know, maybe somebody can confirm this. I'm pretty sure TradingView uses BATS as the exclusive gateway. So all of it's, again, fact check me, chat, in case I'm wrong on that. We can do a chat search, but I'm just too lazy. It uses the BATS gateway. So the prices that you're seeing on TradingView are coming vis-a-vis BATS. I could be wrong. How's your friend Copilot over?
I'm loving it. Yeah, you want to know what I'm reading about here, Sharif?
Is it about BATS and TradingView?
No.
Okay. All right. I'm just okay. I'm playing, bro. What are you reading about?
I think you'll like this, Sharif. And I know I've been talking about it for some time here, guys. All right, so this is exactly. I just wanted to know exactly what kind of numbers we're looking at here, and I didn't get exactly, but I'll read some of it here. So, Saudi Arabia, Nvidia will supply hundreds of thousands of AI chips to Saudi Arabia's newly launched AI startup Humane, backed by the country's sovereign wealth fund. The first batch includes 18,000 of Nvidia's latest Blackwell chips. And I'm just going to the extent of this deal, right? So I'm reading some things from Reuters as well. So Donald Trump also secured $600 billion in commitments from Saudi Arabia to U.S. companies during a tour of the Gulf states. I mean, this is why I love this name, and you can see it just continuously trading stronger. Since that announcement came out, we sat on the backside of the trend from a technical standpoint, but now from a fundamental standpoint, this is so huge, and I've been talking about it for the previous 2 weeks. I'm going to continue to talk about it. This is going to be a strong name for the foreseeable future. I will be grabbing whatever I possibly can on whatever micro pullback I see. Did I get some this morning? No. I want to wait until the high 20s to get involved, but I think at some point, definitely by the end of the year, Sharif, we see a 2 in front of this name. I'm loving what AMD, Nvidia, and Amazon have to offer. We call it advanced money destroyer, but now we got to change that to the duplicator. Why, Sharif? Because it's essentially up, well, not essentially, it is up 50% from those lows here, guys. 58% to be exact. Let's pull it up from a daily standpoint and see what we got going on. I was doing these numbers, so we have a low of approximately 76. We're now trading at 114. This is some beautiful stuff here, guys. And I mean, who thought of this with AMD? 49%, guys. But off of those all-time highs, we want to avoid that. We have now cracked this downtrend and are sitting on the backside of it. That's a positive sign. And we got some good news coming out from the Gulf countries as well. I like the chip space. It seems to be alive once again, Sharif.
All right, man. Sounds good. We're going to definitely echo that sentiment. Here's the deal. PTIX, we got long 12. What the beak there at 25s, what the beak at 40s, what the beak at 50s. So that's a good trade. Just put a bad trade on. Punch long at 13s. Gave it a bit of a tight stop there, give it to 70s, and then we ended up getting stopped out. Alas, we're zigging. We're zagging with 13 right now, a little above, a little bit below. Shout out to Tisha. I know you've been trading up a storm on this one, Tisha. I hope you've been printing up a storm as well and been wetting that beak along the way. As Neil said, man, you know, nobody ever went broke taking profits. Maybe they did. I don't know. I haven't checked everybody in the world. But yeah, we'll keep an eye out on this one. Here we go. It's getting a bit of a bid now. Does it hold 13? Does it hold 13? It's got a higher low candle. Obviously, I think putting a tight stop below this, just not the move right now on this name. So I will kind of steer clear of this one at the moment. QMCO as well coming back in against me here. Okay, this one is losing that level. We just got stopped out on QMCO. If it holds VWAP, I'll get back in. The price on VWAP, 13.25. It's at 13.33 right now. So QMCO losing the bid quite aggressively. Be careful with this one, guys. It certainly has some support level here at 20s. Let's see if we can get something in and around this level, and then we'll look to get out if it loses that 20 penny level. So I'm going to wait here as well for a possible dip trade at 25. Right, nice. Okay, I'm already in the money on it, but this is not where I want to take profits, by the way. Oh, with the beak here. We'll see what we can get, and then we'll move up into this area as well. Yeah, it's already taken out my levels. I wanted to get a little bit more, but sometimes you're not given the opportunity to get more. So we're doing a little bit of a dip trade here on QMCO. Simultaneously, I'm still holding NFE. We're trading at the day's highs. I haven't added anything on this one, though. This has been my mistake here on NFE. It's been putting in a lot of respect for the 10 EMA. I should be adding for those moves, and I haven't. So a little bit upset with myself there. I see you guys talking about the future about to go green.
Yeah.
The ES is down 0.15 now. Joseph, the NQ down 0.26. You have a lot of these weaker names like Apple that have just broken out into highs. No real explanation as to what the hell is going on with that, but, you know, that's just been weak lately, so you're going to have to come accept that as it is, right? So keep your eye out on that. PTIX continues to go, guys. Where's my PTIX screen? Excuse me for a second. There it is. Continues to go 1340 now, high a day. I traded this one wrong at the top, but we're positive on it, so going to keep that in mind. Looking to do a little bit more here on PTIX because it's continuing to go. 335% now is the up move on PTIX. Let's see if we can get away enough from 13 so that we can use 13 as support. Okay, we used 12 as a resistance for quite a long time. I'll submit to you from around 11 a.m. till about 1 hour, actually 11:05 to 12:05. We used 12 as resistance. So we'll see what this one does, and then we'll look to execute on it again if it's warranted, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there. All right, guys, let's go over some of the names you guys are kindly asking me to go over in the chat. I mean, UNH is continuing to climb, guys. We've talked about that multiple times today, but let's get into some gold talk, and then we'll get into some Reddit, because I was asked kindly. So yeah, let's pull up gold. I guess now you're kind of seeing a rotation. I mean, the run that we had with gold was phenomenal. You can't really complain about this. And a pullback like this isn't absolutely horrible. I mean, you're still only 6% off of those highs. We're going to talk more about gold here momentarily from a technical standpoint and RDDT. But let's see what Adair's got for us.
Microsoft in this nice little bull flag here. We have Satya Nadella, CEO, delivering the keynote at their Build Developers Conference. He's talking about Copilot right now, and he's saying this update is maybe the biggest since the company introduced their Microsoft Teams feature. So big, I guess, Copilot update here, MSFT itself in a bull flag. Excuse me, just worth noting he is speaking. Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft. If there's anything else here, I'll let you guys know. Back to you.
Darren, that's why we're going to pull up Microsoft right now, because if he says something, one thing to note, I want to kind of just fixate on the fact that Adair said this bull flag, and if you get any form of positive catalyst, that can give enough volatility and liquidity into the market for you to break this consolidation phase and continue to the top side. I mean, it may or may not come, but if you sit and you're patient and you wait, that opportunity may arise, and it'll give you the ability to take advantage of it. So I like you pointing that out there, Adair. Much appreciated. My eyes are now on Microsoft here. I have it on one of my secondary charts, so I'll keep an eye on that. But I want to go back to some gold because we might see some rotation, but still, I only mentioned that we're only 6% off of those all-time highs. So there you go on gold. Nice pullback. See that this was a good signal. You can see that kind of the stopping volume, the stopping volume, big engulfing candle at an extreme high. You just have multiple gap up days, I guess, other than the futures. But here you are, and this is what you want to see when you get a short. You get a retest of that high, so you're now constructing that lower high, and that gives you another opportunity to add, and you crack through this key pivot and head a little bit lower there in GLD. Let's pull up RDDT. Belinda's asking, is this a good time to buy this name? I just don't know. I personally don't use Reddit. I mean, if you look at it, it has taken a hefty haircut from that peak to this current low right here, 65%. This uptrend is still holding. If it breaches there, you can, and this is just what I'm thinking out loud here. If it breaches this trend, which it kind of did, it opened up below it, then I would look to get out. But if we reclaim it and sit on top, that can give you a possible entry as well there too, Sri.
All right, great segue there. Let's talk a little bit about Softy.
Ooh.
And so they've got a developer conference all week, guys, all right? So today's the first day, as Adair just alluded to there, our friend Satya giving the keynote. So what I'm trying to say is expect more news as the week goes along. We know Softy's been very strong lately. It's bucking the trend with respect to some of these Mag 7 names. It's up on the year, up about 8 2/3, just shy of Meta's 9 1/5. But obviously well below Uber and well below Netflix, 52 and 32% respectively year-to-date highs. Now let's talk about this one. What are we expecting from these bad boys here? So Microsoft kicks off its annual developer conference today, targeting developers looking to monetize AI integrations. The company's already spent an eye-watering $64 billion in 2025, largely, Joseph, on data center expansion to support AI services like your favorite, Copilot. All right? But they are evolving their relationship with OpenAI, with Altman and crew. That deep partnership that they initially had in 23 and in early 24 appears to be on the verge of being recalibrated, Katina, man. He kind of saw that coming. Obviously owed to OpenAI's collaboration with Oracle, a direct competitor of Microsoft vis-a-vis the cloud, and the massive Stargate project that they're supposedly working with on Oracle. Who remembers that? With, what's his name? What's that Japanese guy's name? Masayoshi Son. Thank you, Katina, man. From SoftBank, we saw Masa. We saw the tall dude from Oracle. What's that guy's name again? The tall dude?
The tall guy?
Larry Ellison. Thank you, Katina, man. And the short dude, Altman, together. All of them there at the White House, and we saw
Altman was, and Masayoshi was the shortest.
Well, they're real pretty short. But anyway.
You think Altman's short? I don't think he's that short.
You didn't see him with MBS and Donald?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you short? All right.
Yeah. Donald and MBS are tall. Yeah. Anyway, suggests a shift from the exclusive agreement that they had with Softy. CEO Satya Nadella says optimization could deliver 10 times more cost efficiency. I'll take that, baby. Versus the previous algorithms. Microsoft is increasingly keeping core AI services in-house, obviously with Azure. Remember, they were one of the partners that the Middle Eastern companies had to use if they wanted access to these advanced GPUs. Case in point, G42, they had to partner with Microsoft. The Biden administration didn't want to give them direct access because they thought they were going to give them to China and other issues that they have in the Middle East. We all know about that. Using outside providers as well, Microsoft, that is, using CoreWeave only for these short bursts of compute. Otherwise, they're keeping it in-house. And they're avoiding more investment in physical infrastructure because they don't really know where this goes, that dirt and cement, so to speak, and instead outsourcing peak demand to these neo-cloud firms, again, like CoreWeave, that have obviously specialties in NVIDIA GPU capacity. So bottom line is, we're going to get some information, whether good or bad, about some of the collaborations that Microsoft has in the works, and I'm all ears, obviously, because Microsoft's done very well. And it had a bit of a crappy 24. Let's just be honest about it. It ran so aggressively in 23 because of its association with OpenAI. It took kind of a nap in 24, but 25 is back, baby, and it's near those highs again. So Softy.
2% to be exact, Sharif.
2%
off of those.
We're 2% off the highs. I love how you just had that set up.
Yeah.
I mean, Joseph, I mean, we'll look at that low. Is that Liberation Day low? How much would they have made, Joseph?
Oh, man.
Okay, last time I counted it, it was 30% off the bottom. Give them the new number. What are we at?
About 32%.
32%. So we keep inching up, man. It's a good look. It's a fantastic look for Softy. I personally didn't see this coming. I didn't think that they were going to be growing with the aggression with which they're growing on Azure, especially when we saw the cloud miss on Google Cloud. We saw the clue on AWS. They both missed. And Microsoft was like, yeah, all right.
See you later. We're
Hold my drink.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, hold my beer is
You
right.
hold my beer.
Yeah.
I don't drink, but yeah, it's all good there.
Yeah, I mean, no,
I
but
could throw
no,
that
serious-
in there, huh?
Yeah, like you and I were talking about this before, how they were the only cloud service to actually beat out of the big three. They beat Google Cloud and they beat AWS, and then look at this. Look how that's reflected here in the stock price, guys. We're 2% off of those all-time highs. So yeah, fantastic look. I'm still short this market, and it's not necessarily a good thing here. UNH is going through the roof here, guys. Back to 312. So massive oversold bounce there. It was down over 50%. And now just slowly climbing back. I think there is going to be an opportunity to get involved. I would like to buy some shares around 300, but I don't know if that's going to catch any form of any sort of fill just yet, guys. But yeah, there we go. Tesla starting to climb back through the volume weighted average price. The market looking like it wants to take another leg. So here we go. This might be my first loss of the day, Sharif. I told you guys it was a slight chase. If we crack the lows here, then I'm going to get out of this trade. That would mean the SPY and the Q, or not the SPY, sorry, the Qs have put in a new high of day, and I don't want to be short this market. If all these big names are really starting to pick up some steam, you can see NVIDIA's bull flagging. Dara mentioned the bull flag here in Microsoft, and if they decide to break out to the top side, which okay, yeah, we'll cover those. And you can see here, guys, that Microsoft is really starting to break out here, dragging the market higher with it, and you don't want to be going against this trend right now, guys. But we got to go over some key super chats. I see a lot here in what you guys are going over. So we'll start with Kelvin TS, sorry. What's with these dark pool wicks? Can you guys give them a little attention? I'm confused. And that's what the two other following super chats are about. There's some dark pool wicks on the SPY. Yeah, I think there's just misprints there, guys. I don't have them specifically on this, but that's what it's looking like. I've seen some people reporting their platforms have the exact same thing. So don't dig too much into it. Maybe just some misprints on your platforms. As you can see, everything's okay. We are breaking out, so that's a positive sign, Sharif.
Yes, sir. And these dark pool prints, sometimes, guys, I'll get them on my platform. I won't understand why. My platform typically doesn't include dark pools, which are usually what these wicks are. And then sometimes it does, Joseph. So I don't know how to square this circle, to be honest with you.
You're talking about the other.
Yeah, I'm not talking about this
exactly.
right now. I'm just talking about my personal brokerage. I don't get dark pool prints on the charts on my brokerage account. They just don't happen. Well, we get them here for regulatory reasons. And then sometimes I'll just see them spike up on my platform. So maybe it's a filter that doesn't work with my brokerage and they happen to come through. I don't really know. We can't really tell you guys. So I'm not going to really try to go on and on about it. Suffice it to say, if you're ordered in trigger, then you needn't worry about it. But I've known guys who've had orders fill on dark pools, okay? Just make that very clear, okay? All right, what's the situation we're in right now? We're back into PTIX here, break even, putting my stop at current candle low, looking for a continuation possibly into 13. Oh my God, Sharif, big gains, Cobra.
Yeah, you seen that one?
Joseph.
Yes, sir.
Bro, I mean, like, you can't just have a name like that. I mean,
the market moves like the waves, always rolling. So stay in the game. Like,
show them the
subscribe.
video after this.
Let's go.
What video? What video? Oh, I'm out of the queues.
What are you talking about, bro? I don't know, man. We're talking about these wicks, that dark pools that show up. So sometimes you'll have like these candle spikes that don't really reflect the price action. People wondering what the hell is going on. That's what I'm talking about. All there. Shout out to my my man Sharif Big Gains Gabriel in the chat. I like this guy a lot, man. Gorev, these dark pool wicks are so annoying. Don't I know it? Everybody doesn't like these dark pool wicks. I haven't met a trader that says, oh, yeah, dude, you know what? It was a bad day today. I made like $300. I made $1,000, but I didn't get any dark pool wicks on my charts. It's a bad day. No, I don't usually hear that, brother. Everybody hates these things. You're just gonna have to work around them. Now, different platforms have different ways that you can weasel around them, or you can remove the current candle. You can filter the current candle to your own range by juxtaposing it on another one. However it's gonna work. Let me know how you do it. I know how to do it on my platform and hand on the trading platform here. All right, I just took a beak winner on PTIX at 13, so we'll take a 20-penny winner there, but we're still zigging and zagging. Now, this current candle that we're in right now, the 1230 candle on the 5, has a lower high than the previous area high. That previous area high is 1305. Alas, it has a higher low as well. The previous area low, 1240. So we've got a candle right now that can't break through 13, but is basically a candle of indecision right now with neither a high nor a low that breaches the previous candle. So keeping an eye on this one, tight stop below the $0.50. I won't be DCing into that though. Did I add onto my other trade? Oh, it didn't fill, dang it. NFE, tried to get that 20 exponential on the 5 retracement. It didn't have me, so keeping my eye out on this one. Now it's got a 3-candle lower high set up. Let's see if that one wants to give up the ghost. A 331 high on this one, on NFE that is. AISP, one that I didn't say too much about today, but that's been on my side chart basically all day. I wouldn't have been trading this one below VWAP. Alas, it got right back above VWAP, and look where it's having trouble. I happen to love this number, 525. The high of the day. It keeps getting into that number, or that level, excuse me, and rejecting. So we'll keep an eye on that. It happened once, twice, OB thrice, and then a 4th time over here. So somebody's selling up a storm at 525 usually, and only usually, never always. That usually results in a flat top breakout. So maybe build your position. And there it is, Joseph. We take them out, 526, new high of day on AISP. Let's see if this one wants to continue to run. I'm going to keep my eye out on this one, Joe.
Yeah, good luck there, guys. I decided to long some TSLA. I got stopped at a SQs, small size. We're still nicely green on the day. I'm just messing with some realized, putting on some shares to see if we can get some nice trades here for you guys. But here it is, Tesla, looking for the continuation and the breakout. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm short the market. That's not good. Tesla looks like it's going to break out. But if we crack this, I'll just hop out of this trade there, guys. I'm not going to hold on to it. It is one of the weaker big names, so we don't want to fight this whatsoever. I mean, we've put in some nice trades here today. So for me to go down 1 or 2 ain't nothing but anything but a chicken wing, Sharif.
I love that, man. It's from White Man Can't Jump.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing. What is? Hold on. Ain't nothing. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing on a string. Yes, Neil. Neil came in hot with that. Thank you, Neil, for saving me because I blanked out. Adair.
Just be aware here, Dell on watch. Dell Technologies, I'm just seeing some press releases coming out here on X. Apparently, the company has unveiled a new next-generation enterprise AI solutions here with Nvidia. So Dell here and some Nvidia collaborations. Apparently, these include plans to support Nvidia's Vera CPU and its Vera Rubin platform through its Dell PowerEdge XE server. So it looks like some Dell and Nvidia collaborations here. We know this Computex conference is happening this week, so keep an eye on some other potential announcements in this space. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, guys, I mean, I'm long as the market is kind of peaking out. So if we crack this, then I'll just hop out of this trade. But UNH is the gift that just keeps on giving, as a couple of my friends around here like to say here. Guys, what a big-time move. 314.47, climbing off of these lows, 298 all the way up to 315 here. And let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. 101, this is A triple plus. This is AAA. You know who doesn't have AAA rating anymore, Sharif?
Wow. You're just going to dunk on them like that, eh?
Hey, it is what it is, brother. No, it's all fun and games.
Canada's still AAA.
We're still AAA, so it's Germany.
Oh,
but,
here comes the hate,
there
bro.
We go, the hate,
Bring
man.
in the
No
hate.
longer, I don't know. Listen, that doesn't even matter. Regardless of what it is, I'm parking my money in American treasury bonds.
Yeah, we're not going to argue about
we're
that.
never arguing that fact. So whatever that little downgrade is, that's nothing. Ouch, says a couple people in the chat. No, we're just joking around. You guys have Nvidia, and that's all that matters. But UNH still continuing to climb a nice bounce off the lows.
All right, Joseph, you know what we're doing right now, right? We got to tell them about something. Trade the pool. No, I'm not going yet? Oh, my bad. Trading the pool is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market. They give you access to company capital up to $200,000 to trade real stocks, not CFDs. And your downside, guys, is limited to a single one-time fee that starts at just $47. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your loss is capped. and all you have to do, I should say, is to pass the evaluation, and that's it. You're funded. So scan that QR code and get 10% off to start trading with Trade the Pool. Shout out to the great folks there. All right, guys, we're doing it live here on my friend PTIX. Tisha, are you still involved in this one? What's going on? This one is really bull flagging here, and I don't know where this one resolves. Usually the textbook says it resolves in the direction of the trend. You needn't look far to see that this one is up and to the right, and here we go again, knocking the door of 13. I've got 12 and a half on right now. I've wet the beak already at 75s. I'm looking for a break above 13 with that high of the day being 1340. It's a compression pattern happening right now and has been happening since that 1220 5-minute candle close. We've had higher lows, but we've also had successively lower highs. So an obvious compression pattern, a pennant, so to speak. Let's see if we can get something maybe on the north side of 13, Joseph. Here comes 13, 1395, sorry, 1295 that is. We can't break through 13 though, so we'll pack our patience there. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. Looking for that move above 13 as I watch the time and sales. Now, why am I looking at this and doing the show at the same time? Well, we want to see where that hidden seller is coming in at. He's coming in at 95s. All right, that's been my observation. The hidden seller blocking this one from ascending above 13s, 5 pennies lower than that whole dollar level. Now, we'll have to watch when and if that 95 seller gets cleared. Do we then have yet another resistance level at 13? There's that 95 again. Can't shake them. Can't shake 95. So it keeps moving up to 95, but the order's so big it just keeps blocking it down. Now, what you should be on the hunt for here is if you're looking at that 95 level over and over and over as the level that we're rejecting, and then say we dropped back down to say 70. We move up to 90, but it's not 95 this time that's rejecting. It's like 93. So then you know that the algo that was posting the hidden order at 95 has moved it down by a couple of pennies. And that's often what happens, right? Incremental moves down. They don't happen just on the chart. They happen on the level 2. And so you can see it. If you're able to read it on the level 2 earlier, then it will manifest on the chart. And that's what I'm telling you to be on the lookout for. So if a level keeps coming in as a resistance level, like a 95 level, and then all of a sudden you're not rejecting at 95s anymore, over and over, you're rejecting at some other level close to 95, know that the algo is moving it down. Now, does that end the matter? Does that mean that no buy order can take out that seller at 95? No. No, of course not. There's going to be somebody with more money that can push it through. The point is to know what's there, what's hidden behind the hidden order, so to speak. That's what I want to talk about there. Keeping my eye on this one, looking for a move up, Joseph.
That's love hearing that, brother. All right, let's go over some of the top performing sectors here on the day, Sharif. I usually get a dare to do that, but let's take a look at what we got, guys, and who is leading the pack today, and that is going to be the healthcare sector. Let's go. Up about 6
cents. Tell the boys today, too, the healthcare was strong.
Sector is strong, man, strong. So there you go. There we go, up 0.6%, guys. Financial sitting in second place here. It probably was significantly higher before Jamie took the same, but there we go, up about 1/5 here, and then materials up about 0.15% there, guys. Bottom 3, tech sector taking a beating. I shouldn't say that because it's been a really good recovery. They're still slightly red on the day, only 1/3 down there, guys, and then consumer discretionary down 0.4. And then we have the energy sector down about 1.4%. And with that being said, let's pull up XLE and see what we got going on for the energy sector here, guys. It's just, I look at it time and time again. I'm like, is this going to be the time?
Boom, Joseph.
Let's go. Okay, I'm going to send to you. I want to see your trade, what you got going on there, guys. So yeah, XLE not good. I want to see it from a daily standpoint. And if you ask me, this is just stuff, this is just like a sector I don't necessarily want to be involved in. For me, this isn't what I'm looking for. I don't want to have to sit through these ebbs and flows of the energy sector. Is it going to break out? Is it not? And you can just see through multiple tests. I would like to zoom out some more here. I don't know why it's giving me a hard time on that front. So we'll go to a weekly and see what we got going on. Like, no, thank you. That's just me personally. I'm going to stick to what's hot, and that's the tech sector. I think we're in a good spot. And you know I like what we got coming from the likes of AMD, $10 billion on that front, and then Nvidia striking multiple deals as well, too. So that's what I'm going to stick to.
You mean you don't like the charts on Moderna and Pfizer?
No, not necessarily.
Those are great
Those aren't
longs,
attractive.
bro.
Yeah.
No, nobody go long on
Like,
that.
I mean,
It's really
PFE,
joking, by the way. Show them, Joe. Show them. Excellent
PFE.
looking chart.
This is-
Fantastic.
So like, what are we trading at
this
roughly
thing
right?
cannot
$22.
catch a break.
I mean, we're going back a decade. We're still trading at that.
Can I tell you, bro?
At those.
Hey, Joseph, there was a running gag like on the pharmacy floor that Pfizer was always like anything that this company threw into the clinical trials killed. It's almost the opposite now. Anything they throw in clinical trials is absolute hot garbage.
Hot garbage.
And they've been trying it for a GLP-1 drug.
Yeah.
0 for 3.
No way.
0 for 3. They can't get it right. Everybody else get it right. Except this company.
Except for these guys.
You know what I
here.
mean?
So yeah, I mean, like, Sharif,
Oh
this was
my
the COVID run. I mean, you go from
Sure.
33, like you double in price,
Well, 'cause
but
they
then
had the
after that, it's
vaccine.
just exactly because they had the vaccine, right? They were one of the front runners on there. But after that, see you later, AC Slater, as we like to say on that one there. To PFE, a space that I would not be looking to get involved there.
All right, Adara throwing there Elon making a pre-filmed cameo at the Microsoft event. They're playing an interview between Elon and Satya Nadella, Grok being launched on Azure. Oh, big announcement there. That's big, man. I mean, I don't know where they were. I think wasn't he doing his own data center out in Tennessee or Nebraska or wherever he bought that old UPS. Okay, where's FedEx at? Isn't it? It's like Nebraska or Tennessee because he bought an old FedEx plant, put a zillion Nvidia GPUs in there, and strung them. Remember, I told you 100,000 to get it.
Yeah. And then he had to go out there.
Yeah, where's it at? Where's it at there?
Let's see. Okay. Well,
Yeah, the
no, it's
main
not
one
the-
there.
no,
Yeah.
that's not
Anyway,
in
it's somewhere in the
Toronto. Yeah.
Midwest, in the southern Midwest. But Memphis, thank you guys.
Memphis, there you go.
Memphis. Yes. Thank you,
Tennessee.
Casey France. I appreciate that. So yeah, here it is, guys. We're just gonna show you a quick look. Our friend Elon is talking right now. This is pre-recorded, as Adara told us, at the Microsoft Developer Conference 2025. Elon Musk's Grok AI going to use Azure as their cloud-based provider. So, I mean, that's good news, obviously, for Azure. No question about it when you're getting Grok AI as a user there.
Yeah,
Now,
as-
Grok AI was in the news this weekend. Not so good. I don't really want to get into it because
Okay,
it gets
yeah.
into like some racial stuff.
Oh,
but
really?
the point is, it's being accused of being filtered to suit current
kind of.
yeah. You guys can do your own homework there. I'm not going to really go on to it any more than that, but it's in focus right now.
Okay, guys. Sorry, Sharif. I don't mean to interrupt you there, brother.
no, do your thing,
but
bro.
I kind of like what Tesla's doing here. I like this breakout. I want to get aggressive and add. I want to see this volume step in. We are okay. There we did. I just did it anyways. Added a little bit to the position here, guys. You can see we're pushing to break through this trend. But one thing that I need in this confirmation for the breakout is, guys, we need that volume to step in. If it does not step in, then the chances and the likelihood of the breakout being continued start to dwindle, and that's not necessarily what we want to see. But a big time curl over here in Tesla. I just added to TSLL. Let's see if we can get this move. We're moving. We're now on the backside of that trend. I want to wait for this continuation. We have now added. I think this could be a potentially good spot to add. Let's see if Tesla can continue to climb there. Sorry, Sharif. Continue.
No worries, man.
Yeah.
All right, Andre, ready? Okay, no worries. So quick question here. Mass Seg T. I don't know what your name stands for. Hello, Sharif and Joseph. Sheriff, please, I have a sale. I don't know what that means. I have a sale on NASDAQ futures, a sell order, I'm assuming. Okay, fair. I have a sell order on NASDAQ futures. Do you think if I keep it, it is going down later on because I'm in losses? I have about 3 lots with leverage of about 200. Masood, shout out to Masood. Look, brother, hard to say with the futures because it's, Donald Trump's world right now, and he moves the markets seemingly at will. But let's do a little bit technical analysis. What I want from you, brother, though, is to tell me you have a sell order. So you're looking for this one to continue to go up, or are you short? I'm going to wait to analyze this until you tag me again. Are you long? What price are you long from? Where is your planned stop, and what's your profit taker? Just give me those a few things, and I don't mind answering the question for you. But right now, Joseph, we're going to have to do this. All right. Easy Trading Computers
Have you ever entered an order to buy or sell and the price you got filled at is completely different from what you expected? Guys, that's called slippage. Slippage happens when you're trading on an old or an underpowered computer and it costs the trader a bundle. So that's why our friends at Easy Trading Computers created the complete guide to trading computers. This guide shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader and to avoid that pesky slippage. So go ahead and scan that QR code or click the link in the description box to get a free copy of this guide. Just great folks there at Easy Trading Computers. Adara has something for us.
I have a couple things for you guys. For one, a Russian news source, IFX, is reporting that apparently the call between Vladimir Putin of Russia and Donald Trump, of course, president of the U.S., has completed. Apparently, Putin saying that his call with Trump was very meaningful and, quote, very, very informative and helpful. So, yeah, just coming through here, it's worth noting this call lasted over 2 hours and is now ended. I just wanted to let you guys know, give you guys an update. Also, keep an eye on Meta here, META. Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft, giving this keynote, which, according to the company's agenda for the event, is set to end around 2 p.m. So we got at least another hour of Satya. And it is worth noting, he just said that he spoke to Mark Zuckerberg, or as he called him Mark, of course, the CEO of Meta, saying that apparently Mark is ready to unleash, quote, a whole herd of llamas. So Llama also on watch here with their, of course, Meta's AI model here. Keep an eye on Meta and Microsoft and any AI-related play. We've got both this Microsoft Developers event and also this Computex event this week. Back to you.
Yeah, that's a great look right now by our friend Satya, who's on the stage talking about agentic AI, Adara. And we know how in vogue agentic AI has been. I think a lot of people were predicting that may be the biggest use case for AI in 2025, obviously not ever, but that's where we were going to make a lot of progress this year. He's talking about a whole repository of these agentic AIs or agents, so to speak, that you're going to be able to access on Azure. Obviously, kind of just ending up the game. It's a fantastic look, man. I feel Microsoft was super quiet, and now they're just coming all guns a-blazing right now. Yeah. Having stayed quiet for the majority of 24, Joseph, and they were obviously up to something. And, a lot of us kind of were questioning, such as his methodology, especially with the distancing relationship between him and OpenAI, and OpenAI being king, let's call it King S in the AI game, well, at least the LLM version of it anyway, and how Microsoft was kind of going their separate ways. And I don't know, I felt it was a little bit of a risk, but clearly company looks like they're in good shape.
I think they're in fantastic shape, Sharif, and the price of the stock most definitely reflects that.
Go.
So, yeah, I like that take. Being quiet and then just coming out with some solid beats around, obviously, on the earnings report, and that's what we want to see. And now it's reflected in the stock price here, guys. So down 2% off of those all-time highs. Let's go Tesla. Lewis, I know you're in this as well. The thing is, we need that volume to really step in here in order for us to continue to climb and sit on the backside of this trend. I have now added into this position. So if we crack VWAP, I have to get out of this trade. Again, I'm just about just under a full risk here now. So still going light, holding on to some of the realized gains that I have, and looking forward just to put on some more size, just to kind of build up that kind of profit curve there, guys. And that's what I was referring to. Oh, do we have something there?
Yeah, I just want to cover
yeah, for sure.
Masood. He wants to know about, so he responded. So he said as follows: thank you, you read my message. He's short at 21,287. So what I've done is I put that thick white line there where he's short. And then basically he wants to know, are we going to come back down? Well, it's impossible for me to know, obviously, whether we're going to come back down. This line, though, when we look at the 5, kind of looks like a line of best fit. But when you zoom out, Masood, that's where kind of it gets a little bit tricky, okay? And the reason I say that is because we're on an uptrend. I'm sure you've seen what's been happening lately. I see plenty of resistance at 22,500. Obviously, that's all-time high, that general area where we got to in early December, and then again in February, 22,500. Yeah, 22,500. We got into 600, obviously, in December, but let's just go with the 500 area. Hard to know, Masood. Hard to know whether we come back down into that area. Look, the trend is what it is. It's higher highs and higher lows. So if you're asking me, does it come back down? we're going to need a news catalyst. Otherwise, we're almost break even now on the day. To go break even, you just got to get up to 21,500. And then that basically, with that 21,500, we're 1,000 points off all-time highs, or 1,100 points off all-time highs. So the short here, I personally would have been waiting for that all-time high, that 22,000, either 22,500 to come in to get short, only just because that is all-time highs and encountering some resistance. I personally wouldn't have gotten short here at 21,287, but you are short from there. Here's what the chart looks. So we got to basically break trend and come back down, lose it, go negative on the day, with the low being basically 21,112. I would go with the trend. I like to pretend like I'm a trend trader, so I don't. Maybe anything can happen. Masood, it's just it's impossible to know. It's impossible to know. But if you're asking intraday, this obviously it's a big move up at the open there at 9:30, and then we've been putting in higher highs and higher lows all day. Okay. Looking to get back into Friday's close, which is again 21,500-ish area. Let me know how it goes. I'm sorry I couldn't help more than that, but yeah, it's hard to discern trend when you're going against the trend. That's the thing. Like there's just you need a catalyst. All right, let's have a look at PTIX because this one's still in play. So despite the fact that it's up 330% and had a bit of trouble with 13, every single print has held up at the 10 EMA. I mean, like every single one. It's got higher lows, possible flat top break through 1350. So let's get long here again, and we're going to build a position into the 10 EMA, which goes all the way down into 12 2/3. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to build a position into that 12 2/3 area. We'll look for some money fills a little bit under 13. And that's what I'm doing there. Joseph, what are you doing?
Yeah, this is great stuff here, guys. Bitcoin's still putting in a new high day. We're sitting on the backside of this trend on Tesla. If we can pull up on my chart here, guys. So we had a trade earlier on the day, and we're just playing an additional breakout here. So you've seen that one work out really well for us. On TSLA, nice breakout here, and then we're just looking for another one for this continuation. I'm talking to Lewis in the chat. No, don't ever go along those lines, Lewis. Don't ever say that, because as soon as you do, it's going to become disastrous if you have that form of mentality. I've been there, and I will never go there again. So I mean, I know you're only joking, but yeah, it's just something that I personally. If you think that, unfortunately, you got some rude awakening coming up for you. But I know he knows what he's doing, so I'm not referring to him, just in general. I think that's one of the big things about trading is new traders don't understand how much you have to lose in order to start winning in this game. So let's go Tesla. We're in it for a second time here, guys, looking for the continuation of that breakout. I mentioned I was in. We held this trend line. As soon as we broke through some key resistance zones, I add to this position. And if volume decides that it wants to step in, then we're going to start catching some nice moves here on TSLA. Look at the strength in the tape. And this is exactly what we want to see. Let's go, Lewis. Another big breakout on Tesla. If we can head toward that high day, this is going to be a beautiful, beautiful trade. Another big pop. We're going to start to trim some. Let's go. Another breakout on Tesla here, guys. Love seeing this. I got to manage this position, Sharif. Give me a second here as I place a couple orders. Oh, let's go. A big pop. Here we are. Never mind the order, Sharif. Sorry. That volume is definitely starting to kick in here. Lewis, this is what we need. This is exactly what we want to see. That volume started to kick in as we punch through some key resistance zones. Now on the 1 minute time frame, we start to stair step. I want to see this this volume spike get larger than this one. How many seconds? We still have 30 seconds left in this specific print. Let's see if we can continue to climb here in Tesla, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Oh, the Q's just put in a new high day as well too, and so did SPY, guys. So there you go. Extremely strong market. Moody's, I don't know.
All right, Epic Strategy is saying QBTS.
No, don't bring it up.
Okay, I won't.
Oh, no.
This is not QBTS, guys. It's not. Just don't look at the ticker.
Oh,
it's not. Sorry, bro. Thank you, Adair. I do appreciate that. Yeah, well, everyone, she's advocating for everybody to get it, guys. So everybody get it. All right, here it is. QBTS. Don't look, Joseph. Okay. We're putting in higher highs and higher lows, though, on a multiple day time frame. Today, We're still positive about to the tune of a little bit less than 5%, 4.82%. Not a bad look. We are having some trouble, yes, with that pesky volume-weighted average price currently hanging out at 12 mid-80s on 1284, 1285. We did lose VWAP. We hung out at VWAP for a little bit. You can kind of tell between 1125 and that 12 o'clock candle, but then we broke down, losing that level decidedly, holding on to that 12 and a half. And here we go again, trying to break through VWAP. We'll have to see which way this cookie crumbles, but we are at a I don't want to say a critical resistance level. Nothing's critical about VWAP, but it is one to look out for. So if we do reject that area, then you could be possibly looking for another lower high and lower low for a downtrend. Now, this one did close out at $12.25 out on Friday. So if we do lose the bid, look for a possible hold on Friday's closing print at $12.25. Let me know how it goes. Not one that I've traded on the day today.
I was gonna say pull up the daily on it quick.
Yeah,
That's what, yeah. That's why I decided to trade it this morning.
It's
specifically
higher
from the
highs
day.
and higher lows.
Exactly,
Joseph, that's what it is.
And you can see it crack through. It broke through those resistance zones and just looking for the
He's
continuation.
talking about
of,
these ones over here
and then
that we
that's
had
it.
put in previously.
And there we go. And then we punch through today as we sit on top of that range.
It's a fantastic look, man. I mean, like, look, QBTS, QUBT, a lot of the quantum names. I don't want to homogenize all of them, but lately, anyway, they've been running together. And who ends up being the winner out of the pick? I don't know. I was talking to a guy.
It's still too early to tell, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So 1 second, Adara. So there was a friend of mine. He just came back. He's doing a PhD now in cybersecurity, computer science cybersecurity. Yeah. So he came back to the gym. He's working at the gym part-time while he studies. And so I was talking to him. I was talking to him like, hey, you know, quantum, what's a look for with quantum and cybersecurity? He's like, and then he gave me kind of a spiel. And he gave me like a I'm financially invested, so I have a bias kind of spiel. No, he gave me, I'm studying this and I don't care which way it goes. This is the honest. He's like, look, you're not going to get quantum breakthrough, he feels, until 10 years, and then you could have a real issue with some of the passwords, two-factor authentication, everything like that.
There you go. So
sorry to keep you waiting.
Jensen, 10 years too. So here you go. Adara.
Keep an eye on Coinbase here, COIN. You know, last week was quite the week for Coinbase. As of today, it is a newly minted member of the S&P 500. It also had some concerns here of a potential investigation, but now it's on watch here with this article from Fortune. They're basically saying that Circle, which was a stablecoin issuer set to apparently IPO soon, now they're saying that Circle is considering selling itself to Coinbase. So quite different. We're going from Circle, as of about a month ago, getting ready for its IPO, now, according to Fortune, apparently taking part in, quote, informal talks to sell itself to COIN. Back to you.
There, let's go street. Bitcoin now at 105,600.
I liked it better yesterday when it was 109.
Yeah.
107.
I honestly didn't look. I didn't look at it throughout the whole day, and then I just seen the kind of the wicks that it did. I'm like, oh, nice. And then I seen it also sold off some. But I did like the display of strength, right, for that momentum to go through those all-time high breaks. Speaking of breaks, here we go. Let's go Tesla. Let's go Lewis. We're catching another move on this name. There we go. A new high on TSLA. We're gonna take a little bit more off here, guys. Oops. There we go. We caught that fill there. Nothing much. I still have 50% of my position. Let's see if we can hold this for that higher day. That would be a monstrous move. But you can see on the 5-minute time frame, the trades we took on this earlier, a break of this consolidation phase here through some key resistance zones, enter that trade, and then we just slowly partial out, add to the position once again. Didn't get that move. It came back to the volume weighted average price. Patience was the name of this game. We wait for it to curl back over, using that elastic effect of VWAP, and then now we're on the backside of this trend. That gives us the opportunity to add into the position, and now we're climbing here in Tesla. So a really good look. Let's go. Whoever's involved in this name, the higher day is definitely that target, especially the way this market is moving. It is insane, and I love seeing it.
All right, guys. PTX halted down. I went long the halt. Okay. I like this level. All right, I'm going to do what I need to do, guys. I saw support at 11.5. We rejected 11.5 over and over and over and over until we decidedly took it out at 12.05. We have been dancing with that 11.5 from 11 till 12.05. So an hour worth of resistance at this level. So I said, look, we're coming in right into that same level, and it's going to be the halt level. So I punched long at 11.5. Now I'm 2 pennies out of the money. The tap is showing me 11.45. I'm long 11.47. We'll see which way the cookie crumbles here. Anything below that, I'm gonna give it to 1080s. Okay. So it's gonna have to hold that 1080s. Only reason I give it that much is because I know at the open of the halt, it gets crazy. As all the market on open orders come in, it zigs and zags, top, bottom, and then it settles the hell down after two or 3 seconds. So we'll see. We'll have to see how this goes. It likely will be, I don't know, it's impossible to say, a 5-minute halt. It hasn't been halting all that much, so hopefully it is a 5-minute halt. We'll have to wait and see. Currently, it did halt at 12:58.56. So the current time is 1:01 exactly, okay? So this one will open up at 1:03.58, so a couple of 56, excuse me. So about 4 seconds before that 1:04, okay? So we'll keep an eye out on that, and we'll see which way this one ends up going. So I'm long at that 11:47 where it halted down, and it's showing me a tap now of 11:44. So we'll have to wait and see if this one ends up moving back up or back down. We're gonna have to, it's obviously a risk with this one to do that, but I did like that 11.5, hence why I did it. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one. QMCO's been doing nothing for the better part of now, I want to say over an hour. It was very volatile to start, but since that 12:15 time slot, when it got into the volume weighted average price, it's been insanely consolidative with no real discernible trend of lower lows or lower highs. It has been very respectful of that volume weighted average price, which is currently trading at around 13.27. Let's weasel into this one over here, and we're going to give it to, we'll give it to about 13.10 or so. So that's what we'll do. And then we'll give it some room there for that. So we did get long at 30s. Let's see if we can take out some profits there within the range. Not really looking at making a whole bunch of money on this one, just looking to trade the range if it does allow me. What's going on over there, Joseph?
Let's go, Sharif. Yeah, we're getting the breakout here on Tesla, guys. We'll take some more off here at the highs. There we go. We caught that fill. You can see the strength within the tape. This is exactly what we want to see, man. The Qs are absolutely gone parabolic here as well, too. You can see that we've now gained all of that ground that we lost in the post-market on Friday and kind of the sideways price action that we've seen earlier in the session. We have now broke through some of these key resistance. Actually, this is going to be a key resistance zone right here. So this would be Thursday's high there, guys. And you can see it came into play multiple times. So let's see if we can break through that, or we're going to just reject it aggressively. With that being said, let's pull up the options chain to see what the options market is telling us. And if 522 has some size, then maybe we can see somewhat of a pullback here. So I'm going to pull up the Qs, and if we have high levels of open interest on this week's expiration cycle, maybe look for it. And if it's not that, if that wall isn't there, then look for the continuation as well too there, folks. So let's see what we're going on. What is the end of this week? All right. So 522, there is nothing there. 523, not much. 525 is when we start to run in any form of size there, and that is only 5,000 open contracts. So there may be some more topside. If we want to refer to put walls, Sharif, we have to go all the way down to 515, and we have 7,000 open contracts right there. But right now it's looking extremely bullish. Whoever's on those 520 strikes, on the opposite end of those, you are now in the money, and you don't want to be on that side if you're short those calls, because we do have 9,000 at 520, but those individuals who are on the backside of it are now offside. And here you can see the market is starting to squeeze. A big bull flag right here, and now running into some previous highs, Friday's high, Thursday's high right there, and we're punching through with that momentum. Let's see if Tesla's going to continue to climb. We'll get back into this trade. We're in this one. Let's go Tesla, and let's go all of these big names. AMD curling over as well too. Nvidia heading back towards that high of the day. Bitcoin, it says see you later to everyone else. They're on their own. They're they're at 59.97. Yes, says my guy Katina Man.
Get it, Katina
I haven't
Man.
hit that. I mean, we're all relatively happy. I told Sharif I accept any form of payment. So am I speaking too soon?
I'm bringing my pennies, bro. Don't say that.
I told you.
Because you're adding an addendum to the card, and I will exploit that addendum, bro.
Hey, brother.
I will bring in pennies, Joseph. Do not test me, bro.
Hey, brother.
I have so many.
Bring me the pennies, brother. I told you I accept any form of payment. It does not matter. I will walk to the bank with a big smile on my face.
You got to go to the Bank of Canada.
Yeah.
The banks don't take the pennies, Joseph. You got to mosey on down to Ottawa.
I'll find somebody. I'll find somebody to take the pennies, and I'll say it with a smile on my face because my friend gave me this because I made a bet and I won. Breaking news here in the market, guys. The market's going parabolic. We're going to take some more off here on TSLL. Let's see what Adara's got for us.
Here for Microsoft, Satya Nadella, CEO, announcing their Microsoft AI Foundry. Still announcing some details, but Foundry news always of interest here. MSFT at day's high, still trying to break out of that bull flag, sorry. Also near day's highs is UNH. That's right, United Health continuing to recover from its weakness in last week. It had a nice move up on Friday, and today doing the same, struggling with 316, but nicely above this 315 level right now for United Health. Back to you.
Shit, that Adara. Joseph,
Yes,
the market giveth,
in the market.
and the market taketh away. Skull.
What do you
I
say?
appreciate you, my man.
do you
He was like, bro, PTX tanking. I mean, it's reasonable. It halted down.
Oh.
Panic set in. I mean, I get that.
Okay, there goes Tesla.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, 1 second. We'll get right back into what you got going on, guys. Oh, wow, Tesla. Let's go. We got rejected there. That volume stepping in. Luis Martinez, I
are you
know
doing
you're
over
involved
there,
in
Luis?
this. Yeah, I know he's involved in this. Big time breakout. I don't have much left, guys. Less than 10% of this position. Continuing to climb. Beautiful move here in Tesla. We were patient. We added to the position and just using some of our realized gains to keep us in this game and put on these trade streaks. But what were you saying?
Technical analysis doesn't work. Former support or former resistance doesn't
No, it don't work.
support.
Whose idea was that?
Crazy people think
Whose
that.
idea was that?
All right, guys, there's a halt level down that we talked about, got long at the halt level, and then we scalped up nicely for almost 75 penny winner there. Very close to being $1. Alas, it's not $1. So the dollar club cannot be hit.
Kalua, where you been?
Sorry, bro. You gotta show yourself, Kalua.
Kalua, what?
I know, man. We've been missing all the alcohol references up in this place. You know what I mean? No, seriously though. So that was the level, the halt level that we talked about, that 11.5. That's why we punched long there, and there it goes right back to the high side of last. It does have a topping till candle into 1280, which it is losing. So if you were to use that 1280 area top, that is yet another lower high, and most notably a rejection of 13. So I don't touch this again until it decisively takes out 13 and then shows its intention vis-a-vis the tape and the aggression of the move up that is going to take out that high day, which is 1350. So I'm not going to get involved in this one until it does such a look, okay? Because it's, again, bounced off 11.5 for now, but it's still putting in lower highs. The one that I see that might be awakening here is your friend QMCO. And we punch long there to play the range. It didn't take me that long at all to get the hell out of this trade. I layered my orders 15 pennies apart and they all filled. But it looks like a bad trade because it ended up taking out that range. Prior to that, the range had been essentially 1320 to the low side and 1360 to the high side. It wicked up all the way into 69. It's below it now. But if this one, QMCO I'm talking about, starts waking up again and showing me that higher low, higher high pattern, we're going to get involved with this one for a move up. So QMCO looking good. So is PTIX, but you feel that PTIX might be getting a little bit top heavy. And the only reason I say that is because it really is having trouble taking out those area highs. And even if it doesn't print like 1350 and above, it's still having trouble with the previous candle. It always seems to be a little bit lower and lower high, lower low versus the prior candle. So be on the lookout for that. Also, one that I started out, I think 0 for 1 on, TNGX. Yeah, I did take a trade on this one. We're 0 for 1 on it. This one reclaimed VWAP after breaking down for whatever reason and is now putting in that consistently higher high, higher low pattern. This one looks like a sleeper. So we're going to get involved with this one. And we're going to try to weasel our way to some profits on this monster. What'd you get over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man brought food, bro. while everybody's hungry.
You didn't see what they were crushing over there?
Who?
The Burger
Obi?
Priest. No.
Oh yeah, Burger Priest. Yeah, burger. I eat burgers all the time.
Bro, this guy. Oh, let's go. Oh, never mind. I thought I caught another Phil. I eat burgers all the time. This guy. I love burgers.
I eat healthy burgers. Ooh. Quinoa, Katina, man.
What is this,
Quinoa,
dry ramen
rice.
there?
It looks like some tuna in that bad boy. Tuna.
What is that, ramen there?
That looks like ramen. Katina, that's gonna be crunchy though.
You never
crunch.
you never did that as a kid? Take the Mr. Noodles and then,
Oh, yeah.
come on,
I was like
man. Yeah, man, come on, those were good times. When you just had that. I didn't like the beef one. I was always chicken. Chicken at all times.
Oh, the best ones,
crushing
bro.
it. Yeah, easily.
Do you get creative? Do you add your own spices onto the ramen, the Mr.
No, I
Noodles?
never got that far. No, yeah.
Ooh. That's where I get creative.
To be honest,
can I give you a piece of advice?
Yeah.
So the Kelsey's, what's it called? The steak seasoning.
Yeah.
If you throw that steak
Kelsey's
seasoning or that chicken
in there?
seasoning, the Kelsey's one. Oh my goodness.
Let's go.
I get that from Costco. Your boy gets it from Costco. Super cheap, obviously. One of my favorite stores.
Selena
This guy's getting hungry.
Yeah. Selena made some fire mango salsa the other night too.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so.
Mango salsa.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's pause.
Yeah, it's pause.
Okay, so was there meat? Was there any meat with the salsa?
Yeah.
And there was mango.
Yeah, but no, not in the salsa. Like this is just a vegetable fruit
okay.
salsa.
Gotcha,
you know what I mean? Yeah.
Oof.
And then you add it to. I ate it with a
I can get behind that.
salsa, and
I
some
can
jerk
get behind
chicken too. So fire.
That's Adara's
Let's
favorite
go.
food.
Yeah. Let's go, Adara.
Adara, we're teasing you. We said jerk chicken's your favorite food. Everyone knows that's not the case, Adara, so people get it.
I cannot eat
We
it.
can convert that.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second. I think Adara's gonna be permanently averse to spicy food.
Hey, never say never.
She's really tried, but it just doesn't. It's not her cup of tea.
It's just palate expansion. That's all.
Palate expansion. My man, she's trying to preserve her palate there,
Yeah,
bro.
we gotta expand.
Excuse me.
Sometimes you need to take a couple
I'm
steps.
sorry,
tell him,
I have
Adara.
to use the button at this point, Joe. I have tried many a time to eat a spicy food. Just yesterday, I ate a spicy gar parm wing, and it actually went okay. But I have tried many times with jerk chicken. I am unable to do it. It is not a choice. It is a physical, biological reaction that happens when I
gonna
come
shut
near
the
the
door
jerk.
in your face now.
That is it. That is
Shut
all.
the door in his face, Adara. There it is.
Oh,
There it
no.
is. There it
no,
is.
Adara, how could you do me like that? My fellow film friend, just like that.
Yo, Neil's coming in hot, bro.
Neil, wow.
Neil
like
got upset.
that, man.
Get him, Neil.
Biological reaction. No, give heat a chance.
You
You got to give the heat a chance and build up that
My
tolerance.
day,
That's what it's all
build
about.
up.
I love you, Adara, but in this particular case, anybody, and I'm talking about, look, jerk chicken is an all-inclusive, and we're not excluding anybody.
What?
All right? You can just build into it. First, a little bit of light seasoning. If you need a little bit of yogurt or something on the side to help the stomach get through it, you got to make it happen. It's like
believe in you,
anything in
Adara.
life. You've just got to work for it. And you know what? It's worth it. Especially because what's going to happen? You build up that tolerance, and then one day, you're going to go on vacation. And you're going to find yourself out in Ochi or anywhere. It doesn't matter. And there's going to be a dude on the side of the street, and he's going to have that barrel going, and you're going to see that good jerk chicken. And you're like, I'm so glad that I built up this resistance so that I can have some of the tastiest chicken off the side of a street that I've had in my whole life.
Adara.
Thus endeth the rant.
So
Go
much
jerk.
happened there. So much happened there.
Listen, my
I
guy
love
coming
it.
to the defense. But
I love it.
I got you, Adara, too. We can build up a we can build that tolerance up slowly, but I mean, nothing.
Adara's displeased. though.
Nothing matters except for what we got going on in
What's
Tesla
happening,
right
bro?
now. Let's go Tesla. As it continues to break out, Luis Martinez, my guy, shout out to him. We take some more off here on Tesla as we're continuing to climb higher. This is what we want to see. Still slightly negative on the day, but it is what it is. It ain't a thing but a jerk chicken wing out here, Sharif.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And as Neil reminded us, guys,
You gotta build that tolerance up. To be honest with you, we can get jerk on this on the side of the street that's not spicy. Like I've had jerk chicken in Jamaica that is not spicy at all. So.
street meat, Toronto street meat, yes or no?
2010 Toronto Street
Before,
meet before.
and
Now
prior.
it's not as good. Yeah, they don't take as much pride in.
100% agreed with that. 1,000% agreed with that. I don't know. I think the quality of the meat, certainly.
But it's like you go there, the egg bun is fire, but they're not cooking it enough. I like a little char on it and stuff like that, some quality barbecue.
I know we're from different areas. I know you're downtown cat.
Yeah.
But if you ever find your way into Uptown, Korea.
I'll check in first with you.
Yeah, well, definitely. Don't check if you can, obviously, because you're in the area and you're my boy. But no, seriously though, if you're ever in Koreatown, which is like Yonge and Finch area, dude, there is a guy. He's got a street meat shop right in front of the Shoppers, literally at Yonge and Finch.
Right
literally,
there.
so it's impossible to miss. Okay. Fire, Joseph. And he's for all the offices in the area, well-known dude, all Korean food, street meat. So street Korean food and ridiculous. Tesla's breaking out, bro.
Let's go. Pull up Tesla,
that
guys.
Elon pre-recording, Joseph,
Elon, they set us up for success here, guys. I don't have much left. I only got 10%. I'm going to take 5% off right there. Bro? Are you in this Katina Man?
The Katina Man, I don't know.
Long Tesla?
He just got more short. The Katina Man's, he's thinking that
bigly short.
Back,
okay. This is what we're in, guys. Man, okay, so full disclosure. Bear market struggled with. Most definitely bullish. We get that bullish sentiment. You've seen these trades that we've been putting on here, and they've been absolute bangers. We talked about the volume having to step in on those higher time frames in order for this move to be sustained. Excuse me, guys. So we have now moved, we sat on the backside of this trend. How many of these trades have we put in where we've sat on the backside? Look at them all here. Look, they're still displayed on this trade, and we took every single one. The same pattern has been reoccurring on multiple occasions here, guys. Look at today. Boom. This was Friday, Sharif. This was Thursday. There was another one on Wednesday. Guess what? We caught this one on Tuesday or Monday, whatever it may be. It's the same pattern happening time and time again here on Tesla. Marcus Steven Johnson, I can't slow down, my guy. When I'm putting on stuff like this, how could you ever slow down? And don't stop. Ride like lightning. You may crash like thunder, but I'll wait until that day comes because I'm most definitely going to get excited about this. I don't need to take a breath. I don't need to cool down because we are putting on these trades, and I am more than happy to do so. I mentioned before, if we score, we're going to celebrate. If we lose, we're going to tell you about it as well too. And there it is in Tesla.
Bang, man, bang. All right, shout out Jedi, 500 Dominican pesos.
Let's go.
The dude's dropping cash in the chat. Appreciate that, my man Jedi. I'm the chip giant that powers AI's might. Quarterly numbers that shine so bright. Yeah, Dara. Revenue climbs, profits in sight. What report am I that fuels the fight? You are Microsoft. I don't know. Everybody's talking about AI. You're talking about a chip giant. I am the chip giant that powers AI's might. So you're Nvidia. Quarterly numbers that shine so bright. Revenue that climbs, profits in sight. I think Nvidia's profitable. How is it not profitable? It wouldn't be in the S&P if it wasn't profitable. Remember that? Remember that? Yeah. What report am I that fuels the fight? No, Adara, for sure they're profitable. I reported on their quarterly earnings last time. Yeah, I don't know. Jedi, who are you talking about, bro? And he's talking about Nvidia. See, he's saying Nvidia, but brother, they are profitable. Let's, he said Nvidia. But that makes sense, because CoreWeave's never going to be profitable, bro. All right, let's find out what Nvidia's profits were last quarter. I have to ask my midday queries, because I don't like to overlap with my other queries there, Joseph. Yeah, we don't. All right, let's do it live here so that everybody can follow along. There's chat. This is the paid version of chat, by the way. What were Nvidia's quarterly profits last quarter? Double check your work, please. And thank you. Neil, it made me look bad last time, man. Adara had to correct us when it gave me the incorrect NASDAQ all-time high, I think. Not all-time high, but biggest move on the day. What do we got here? Come on, chat, let's go. So they made 14.88 billion in net income. That's a 628% increase to the same quarter the previous year. That is, guys, for the first quarter of fiscal 2025, which ending April 28, 2024. So that's a long time ago. I'm gonna have to look at my notes because I don't trust this thing. I know what they are. I can go back to my notes because I save all of them on the cloud. So I'll go back and check that once Joseph takes over. But I know for a fact that they are printing money. Again, guys, they wouldn't be part of the S&P 500 if they weren't profitable. There's all these requirements that you have to be profitable in the current quarter as well as like 4 or 5 straight quarters. As we talked about there when Adara, who just got added to the S&P?
Ooh.
Our friends at Coinbase.
Thank you, Adara. And they had to actually be profitable for those quarters, so we had to look at that. 5 straight quarters, Katina Man confirming it. Thank you, Katina Man.
Thank you, Katina.
Yeah, so that's the look there, guys. So I'm 99.99% certain that they printed a profit last time, but I will double check that once Joseph takes over. Anyway, involved in TNGX, got a B quarter there at 90, setting up next at 93. Did get up to 93, but it didn't cross. So looking for a curl up here on TNGX. It did lose VWAP momentarily at 12 o'clock, but since that time, it's been a plethora of higher highs and higher lows. High a day, 196. We just printed 193, so getting awfully close to that level. QMCO continues to range sideways, but that's more good news than bad for me. Quite frankly, QMCO is putting in higher lows and higher highs. So QMCO does look like it may be just catching its breath, like that guy was telling Joseph to do for whatever reason, even though he's printed up a storm, and maybe looking to go in a little bit. Now, sometimes we wait until power hour around 3, sometimes later, or sorry, earlier at 2:30, but these ones tend to take a break. Anyway, when it does this, when it has a big move up and then straddles VWAP during the slower time day, I call this trade the VWAP hold high of daybreak, okay? And the reason I say that is it's straddling VWAP from the top side for a reason. There's people buying it at VWAP. So it holds that level, then the volume and the action comes back in power hour. All of a sudden, you're breaking out again. It looks like it's doing that right now. Joseph, what do you got over there?
We got some Profit X here in sports playing. Flexibility is everything. At Profit X, you can see the order book just like a financial exchange. Pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our own mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. Profit X, where you call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TRADERTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back on up to 300 big ones. Let's go, Tesla. Microsoft here, guys. We're going to send it to Adara momentarily. She was talking about, right before we broke out, the CEO was talking, and then sure enough, here we go. We get that big-time breakout, and then we're also getting that move higher. Now on TSLA, guys, heading towards that high, the high a day. Now almost exceeding that there, folks. So a beautiful look here on Tesla. Man, what a monstrous, another pattern coming into play. Let's see what Adara's got for us.
Oh.
Keep an eye here, I guess, because we mentioned Nvidia and its profitability. Someone else profited or has been profiting from Nvidia. His name is Jensen Huang. This infographic is actually a little bit of a preview. I'm going to be away for next week, so we're going to get some pre-posted infographics coming out. This one we're going to get right before Nvidia earnings on May 28th after the bell. But here's Jensen Huang's net worth. And again, this one's not yet available on X. It's a little sneak preview here at TTV Research, so keep an eye on that account. We do post infographics and market updates every single day, and we will continue to do so even if I'm not physically here. Back to you.
Those numbers are so insane. How do you, was that within the same year, Adara, that he went from $1 trillion to $3 trillion?
It starts in 2015. It ends in 2024. I went
okay. No, from 1 trillion to $3 trillion. That was in the span of a year as well.
Over the course of 2 years.
Oh, okay,
from 2023
2 years.
to 2024.
So even so, that is absolutely, those numbers are insane. I still love this company. I mentioned time and time again, I'll say it one more, is the fact that he's just striking big-time deals across the Gulf. Dan Ives says the AI boom is going now to these countries. And guess who's going to be at the forefront? That's an Nvidia. And this is exactly why I'm going to continue to like this stock for the foreseeable future. They have deals up until 2030. So I mean, there's a lot of room for this stock to continue.
Sorry,
to
just
run.
1 second.
Yeah,
Joseph.
absolutely. No, for sure, guys. We're still cooking up. I only have one out left here, guys. 5% of the position in Tesla. I'm going to hold it for the dream. We are at the high day as well. So here it is, guys. You can see these 2 trades that we took on Tesla today. And someone said, Joe, you killed it. Actually, yeah. I mean, but see, that's the thing. So Marcus Steven Johnson, yeah, I appreciate that, brother. And you are right in some aspect, because I know it's like, okay, yeah, we're putting on these sick trades and everything, but there's also people who aren't having the best days, and you don't necessarily want to rub that in their face, and that's not what we're trying to do whatsoever. So much appreciated for your insight, brother, as always. I know you're a regular in the chat, so thank you for that. But yeah, Tesla working out really good. It looks like we just caught the whole trend today, guys, and we can't really complain about that. Even though on QBTS we had more size on that one, but yeah, Tesla was definitely the prettier picture here today. You can see we entered on the 5-minute time frame, holding some key levels. You had a consolidation phase and then a breakout, and then we slowly just partial it out there. And this is where I was looking for the break of the high of day. If the market was significantly, I shouldn't say significantly stronger, if there was more strength within Tesla, then I believe we would have got that move, but it took some time. It needed to absorb some liquidity, and here we go. It's still continuing to climb. As soon as I seen that elastic effect come into Tesla via the VWAP, I mention it all the time. You can see it if it's going to be a strong underlying. It usually doesn't give up too much ground south of the volume weighted average price. Once it snaps, you can see some more downside for sure, and then look for it as a resistance zone. But what I got going on here with Tesla, it's working really nice. That the market is continuing to climb, and this is exactly what I would like to see here. So that's that. I only have one out left. I'll hold it for 1485s. Only 5% of the position, so I'll just hold this for the remainder of the show. Or if it hits 1485 first, we'll see which one comes. So if BTC makes the lower high here, I'm shorting SPY. What does BTC have to? I don't know if there's that heavy correlation with Bitcoin and SPY. I don't know if that's something I'd be looking for. So thoughts on Bury Nvidia short, says Esky. What does that mean on Bury Nvidia short? I'm not too sure, but I would not be shorting that name. I don't even know how you would look at its chart from an intraday standpoint and be like, yeah, I'm long-term bearish. Adair just displayed an infographic of how the stock literally tripled in price in a span of 2 years. So this is not a stock I'd be looking to short. And then you can see that we're up over 50% from those bottoms here, 55% to be exact. And we're still down about 12% off of those all-time highs, 11% to be exact. I'm not going to be looking to short this. Could there be some short-term downside? Absolutely. But for the long run and the immediate future, I'm long this name.
All right, here it is. Took me freaking forever to find the earnings report. Man, chat, like if you ask it specific, it hallucinates so much when it comes to time and years. It always tells me stuff with 24. I'm constantly having to remind it it's 2025. Get your act together. So I hate that parts of that part of the hallucination with these LLMs. But here it is, Assassino. They're making a lot of money.
They're making a lot of money.
All right, guys, this is ridiculous. They printed, this is their last earnings report back in February 26th, okay? I reported on the 27th, as you can see there. Oh, you can't actually see it. And here it is, baby. 40 billion in revenue, Joseph, 39.33. What's their take-home money? More than 50 freaking percent.
The margins.
They took 22.1 billion in profit from 39.33 in revenue. What kind of insane margins are they running over there, man? They obviously, it was substantially up, doubling, almost doubling. 12.29 was the profit they printed in February quarter of 2024. The February quarter this year, as I mentioned, 22.09 billion. What an insane amount there. Obviously guiding for Q1 of 2025, 43. So that's what we're expecting. May 28th, guys, is when Nvidia is reporting. So obviously the 26th is a holiday, Memorial Day, shout out. Then the 27th is a Tuesday, so we get that on the Wednesday. It's going to be likely myself, one of the big kahunas, and Adara on the market recap shows. We'll be doing that Nvidia release party for certain. But that's what it is, man. $22.1 billion in take-home money, which is kind of ridiculous.
What do you think the guidance is going to look like? Because you know there's going to be some issues with the H20, right? with the
So-
4 billion.
The H20,
Yeah.
they had to take a hit on that, but we already priced that in, Joseph. We already know how
that's
much you're going to
priced
take a
in.
hit. Yeah.
So now, are we pricing in the Saudi and the UAE deals?
I think the second the
Yeah.
market has the information, at least if you believe technical
But
analysis,
from-
it's discounted on the price.
Okay.
Right away,
Okay.
immediately.
Okay, all right, yeah, that's fair,
Whether or
that's
not
fair.
that's true or not, well,
But then, do you think that well, this is me. I'm going to tell you what I think that the
Yeah,
guide
that's
can
fair.
add more topside, price in more.
100%.
Yeah. Okay.
100%.
Exactly.
A
That's what I was
zillion
getting.
percent.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh God,
Right, the
yeah,
guide,
yeah.
exactly. So
If we
being
get
forward looking.
and especially with that, okay, so if we get more information too, that the delays with the Blackwell subsiding,
Mm-hmm.
boom. If we get better information about the 300 that we're expecting
Yeah,
next
yeah.
year, more boom. So obviously
Right.
Jensen's, he's been making us happy lately, and
absolutely.
we'll
And this
continue to
is
follow.
what you want. And you guys see me. So it's like Sharif and I, we joke a little bit. It's like, yeah, okay, yeah, I'll flick the switch on somebody. But hey, it's a business, right? Like I'm buying a party, even though what I'm buying means essentially nothing. But it's like, hey, if I'm buying your business, I want you to perform in your business. And now you're seeing that displayed across the board.
There you go.
Elon's doing great things here now. I'm glad to see those robos starting to come out in Austin.
He's
So I
back
gotta-
on Elon
No,
now. Okay.
yeah, I'm back on Elon, man. Even though I'm out of the stock completely. So yeah, but it is what it is. We're intraday trading it. I have a good friend in Austin, and like Austin's a really big hub for obviously the EV place, and he works in that space. So I'm going to be talking to him about it and just kind of see what the general aspect.
Oh,
is
definitely.
going
Get
on.
his.
So, yeah.
They'll have like not insider information, but closer to home information about the robo taxis that we were just talking about there. Katina, man, you weren't here when I was doing this, but now the Tesla Model Ys having the robo taxi built in, spotted all over Austin. People taking pictures of them. People geolocating them on the map. Look, I just want to see that it's in motion, brother. You know what I mean? Like so much of the stock is priced in to this robo-taxi. It's nice to know that it's finally there. So,
Yeah, it is.
And we saw this too with Waymo. Remember the dude who got stuck in the Waymo?
Yeah, yeah.
And
Oh,
he
yeah,
kept
it was just
going
going
in
in
circles.
circles. Yeah, yeah.
So I like to get that kind of like insider. I don't want to call it inside information because that's not what it is. But you know, behind the scenes stuff that
Yeah,
we get in Toronto.
all these little bugs, because there's going to be them, right? There's going to be issues. It's not going to be completely smooth sailing, in my opinion.
no.
So yeah, well,
Not something
there's
like
no
that.
doubt
No
about it.
way.
As soon as they start going more obviously public with it, you'll see
100%.
kind of those crazy.
And he's been quite aggressive with the timeline, as he always is, Joseph.
Always aggressive.
Right? The philanthropist baker, Joey Jabs, Sharif. I like that, Joey Jabs.
Joey Jabs, yeah.
It was Joey Hooks, my guy.
yeah.
Well, Joey Straight Right,
Joey
but whatever.
Straight Right.
Can you talk about CoreWeave? What's going on over there, Katina, man? All right.
buddy.
Tesla short, the Katina is printed. Can you talk about CoreWeave long term and what could be a good entry price long term? I think I'm going to reserve any comments about CoreWeave. I don't think their business model is sustainable until we see something different, but I'm nobody, right? So let Joseph tell you about it. I personally don't like the company. I think it's insanely CapEx heavy, and I don't know if it can be profitable on its own, just given the current setup. I lied. I'm going to talk about it.
Yeah, just talk about
25 billion in CapEx, guys are making 5 billion in revenue. Okay, sure. It's year one of IPO. What's full year 26 show us? Well, they didn't guide full year 26. So I don't know what to think. And you know, if you're looking at CapEx remaining the same because you got to keep upgrading these AI processors every year, well, things are going to get cheaper. It's 25 billion this year. It's 30 billion next year. Does your revenue increase though? Your revenue has to freaking increase, and by like 4 or 5 fold, because basically you're 4-fold more CapEx than revenue. So I personally think
the CoreWeave CEO just after the report did say they have some new big time clients though, Sharif, adding some hyperscalers to the client list.
I respect all that, Joseph. Of course, Microsoft just finished saying that they use CoreWeave as well.
Right.
I have no issue with that. But the numbers got to be the numbers,
Yeah, they
bro.
got.
Where
Yeah,
are the
no,
numbers
no.
at?
Yeah. No,
Where
you're totally right. They got to be. They got to back kind of the stock price. I agree with you on that front.
It is. Fedora the Explorer. Yes, they are the rent-a-server, so to speak. So if you don't want to ante up, buy all these H100s or B200s or GB200s or whatever you're buying over there, and you want to rent them, they're your go-to stop. I'm not disrespecting that business model at all. It makes eminent amount of sense, as proven by the $5 billion they're making in revenue on the year. It wouldn't be that case if nobody was using it. But where does profitability come in? That's my question.
Do you think Sorry, do you think it's a positive sign too that we see Elon is now renting Azure space as well? So that can be positive.
That confuses me.
Right? But that can be positive. You're seeing the likes of Elon doing this with Azure. Who's to say that that won't happen with CoreWeave? Right?
You're right, man. You're right. Is Trump speaking, Adara? Bill R says Trump speak. All right, we're going to Adara.
To speak at 3 p.m. He and First Lady Melania Trump are going to be taking part in apparently a bill signing event or ceremony. So that's supposed to happen at 3. Looks like he did share something on Truth Social, though. That I'm just seeing come out here. So I'm going to get the details on that truth for you. But it seems like it's about a ceasefire here, saying that Russia and Ukraine will immediately start negotiations towards a ceasefire. Again, Donald Trump just posting about his call with Vladimir Putin of Russia, saying that Russia and the Ukraine will immediately start negotiations towards a ceasefire and, more importantly, end to the war, end in all caps. Apparently the negotiations are going to happen between the two parties because they know more details. This is a very long post, but he ends it with, and I quote, "Let the process begin." So Donald Trump here seemingly pretty optimistic here about a Ukraine-Russia ceasefire. He also said that apparently Ukraine can benefit from trade. So more trade on watch here as well. This is not spoken. It is a Truth Social post, though I'm sure journalists will ask him about it when he does make his next scheduled appearance, which, as I did allude to earlier, is set to be around 3 p.m. when he and Melania, his wife and the First Lady, will be attending this bill signing ceremony. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Very important, obviously, that we know what the hell Donald Trump is doing at all times.
At all times.
I need to know what he's doing at all times, right? Because he's single-handedly moving the market at will with a one-line truth. And look, barely anybody's on truth.
He did it twice, though. You said it twice. You said it's a good time to buy stock, and then reassured you that it's even a better time to. Yeah, did he say it again?
He said it
3 times now. There you go.
All right, Joseph, we're doing it live here on your friend TNGX, who's now breaking out. We got in long at 86, went the peak at 90, 94, 98, and now it just took out 2 like it doesn't even matter. So TNGX at the high of the day, 202 right now, Joseph. What a look that is.
Ozan. Listen up, all right? New traders also listen up. First month free, that's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description there, guys. So there it is. That's my favorite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. No, but I talk about it. Obi and I were talking about it, and we talked about it before. Just the 3 pillars, in my opinion, to trading is trade book, psychology, and technology. And I think just getting started with that.
No question about it. No question about it.
Those are 3 key things.
Especially intraday trading, even swing trading. So nuanced now, you got to have tools, right?
You got to have the right tools.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with that. So if you guys, you're looking for a platform, your brokerage sucks, it doesn't give you all those kind of niceties and tools to help you do the filtering, check out eSignal, guys. They're a hell of a platform. The Katina Men's been using them for over a decade. I've been using them for a few months. No? You told me you've been using it for a hot minute. Multiply that by 2. At least I thought it was like off in the short term. Multiply it by 2, baby. Tried 2 decades there. So clearly he's been using it for a long time. If he didn't like it, they wouldn't even be around for that long. You know, these things come in and out, and they may not be around.
I'm seeing
unless the good ones. Right?
Sharif, yeah, exactly. So you're not going to stick around if the quality isn't there for sure. Guys, I know a lot of people are referring to these wicks. I don't know if they're genuine moves here, guys. I'm pulling up coin right now. They're not. Yeah, exactly. They're not, exactly. So they're just misprints or dark pool prints on your platform, guys, as you can see displayed here. I don't have any of those. Katina Man saying that, Sharif's confirming that as well, too, and I'm sure Neil can confirm that. Yeah, they're just dark pool or just misprints there, guys. So don't get too worried about that. I know they're happening in the likes of Tesla as well. So yeah, Tesla, we're not worried about that or anything. We'll know if something happens. The market will tank. You'll see that volume step in. So if you see any form of that, just keep an eye on your time of sales, what the tape is doing, and most definitely the volume, and that can help you decipher if that's going to be genuine or not.
All right, I see AGAE Bovin, but it's light on volume, brother. It's, what is this? It's 894,000, $2 name Bovin, and just started moving. Look, if the volume breaks out,
tag me again, and we'll definitely have a look at that. I'm trying to work in here, build a position in QMCO. I perceive this one as being a VWAP hold. It's got a 3-candle red setup right now, breaking through the, I want to say the consolidation area top was around 1360. We're trying to move back above 60 now. You know how it kind of works, you know, when you have a consolidation area bottom or top, typically, and not always, the money fills are a little bit below or a little bit above that area support or resistance, depending on whether you're going long or short. So keeping an eye on this one, looking at building that position in. We're long at 71s. It's showing me 56, so we're out of the money right now, but definitely looking for that VWAP area to hold. So that's what I'm looking at. TNGX, we're done this trade. Where's it at? As it continues to go, man, TNGX now 205 high of the day. Every time I look back at this one, it's a little bit higher than it was. So fantastic look on the name. It's breaking out again. There it is, 206, 207.
Whoa.
TNGX is going, ladies and gentlemen, almost 40% here, Joseph, even though the volume is a little,
I like this though. Enter, add, stop out, AC, Slater,
Well, you know
enter
why?
right back in.
I stopped out there, there,
yeah.
because it lost VWAP.
Yeah.
And I hate when they do that specialist breakdown
yeah.
only to push you
Only
right
to-
back
yeah,
up
but you got
there,
right back in there. So
Well,
that's
I
just
got
how it
back
works.
in once it started showing me higher highs. and
Yeah,
higher lows.
yeah,
Look at this, bro.
That's a good print to get in there too as well. You see that indecision.
Well, yeah,
print right off that.
I wouldn't have gone long there though. Even though you're absolutely right, the only reason I don't go long there is because it's below VWAP.
Below V-
It's
oh,
got to
okay,
get above
okay,
VWAP
gotta
for me to
above-
get back.
Even
as
so,
well,
you
but
play
yeah.
the break of it relatively.
Not a bad look. Not a bad look. Joseph, this one's continuing to go. Ideally, this comes back in and tests $2 as an area of support. Whether it does or doesn't, who the hell knows? We'll keep an eye on it. I also want to tell you about a different one, ARQQ. I've said very little about this one, and that's probably a mistake because this one was insanely respectful of the volume weighted average price. It makes a high of the day at 22.72, comes back in, holds VWAP like a glove. And when I look at it a little bit further, it is less VWAP and more that 21. There was a buyer there at $21, essentially from 12 o'clock to when we got there last at 12:55. So for an hour, someone kept picking this up off 21. You never lost $21. That's a mistake by me. I should have been more alive to that because if it happened over and over like that, there was a good likelihood that we were going to put higher highs. And that's exactly what we're doing. Here we go. We're at $22 right now, about 72 pennies off the high. That's the good news. The bad news is you look at this, and it's a 20-penny spread on a $22 name, and it's only done about 1.8 million shares on the day, which is not saying much at 1:40 p.m. So that kind of gets me a little bit concerned that I don't really want to be getting involved with this one with such a wide spread and a low amount of volume. But ARQQ, a good move up nonetheless, a great technical support at $21 and about 72 pennies off the high. Joey Jabs, I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover.
Hey, let's go.
Thank you. He's over there, though. Why would I want to know that?
But you know what my good friend Keanu Reeves said though? You're a lover, you gotta be a fighter. Because what kind of love would it be if you don't fight for it?
Oh!
Shout out Keanu Reeves.
I have a really interesting story to say here, but I don't want to go down that road.
Why? What happened?
It's just too much. It has nothing to do with anything bad like that. It's more.
I know. I probably already know the answer to this, but have you seen the movie Generation
No.
Yeah, it's probably like. So I was never the biggest Keanu Reeves fan, and I've seen this movie Generation and it just kind of added fuel to that fire. But I like Keanu. You know what I mean?
I don't mind Keanu.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Isn't he
Keanu.
Canadian?
He's Canadian too, man. So yeah.
And have you seen all the Rogers commercials with this guy now?
Yeah, what's up with that?
He's a poster boy for Rogers Communication.
There you go.
Adara, have you seen any of the Keanu Reeves Rogers commercials?
No, I don't really watch TV, but shout out to Keanu, great Canadian, and pretty cool hair. I have a couple news headlines to talk about here. We're going to start with Nvidia because Satya Nadella, another pre-recorded phone call or video call with the Mag 7 CEO, this time with Nvidia's Jensen Huang, of course, the CEO. We just saw him on screen with that net worth infographic. Basically, they're just talking about CUDA being integrated here with Microsoft's Azure. So keep an eye on NVDA and MSFT. In case you missed it, MSFT is having their Build Developers Conference. That's been going on throughout the day, specifically with this keynote led by its CEO, Satya Nadella. Let's also talk here about the market in general because Neil Kashkari, currently speaking right now, of course, he is part of the Federal Reserve. And he's saying that coming into the year, economic conditions were good, but there's now big uncertainty in the economy. And he says he's not sure when the, quote, tariff landscape will settle out, but that businesses are holding pretty well amid uncertainty. He said generally, I think to summarize his comments, he said that it's wait and see until they get more info. So tariffs do seem to be a bit of a concern here still for Fed's Kashkari. Back to the Bash Brothers.
I imagine that's going to be a concern for going for a while until we're kind of the other side. They are all priced in and they're stable. We got to get deals under our belt, obviously, for that to happen. So we'll wait as the time progresses and we get more information on that. Guys, TNGX, as I was yelling to Neil, breaking out 220 high a day. This just squeezed 20 pennies in less than 10 minutes, while it took it forever to move along. So I see two bull flags now. One bull flag started out at 935, then consolidated using VWAP as kind of the lower end of the flag component of the bull flag. And we are on bull flag number 2. We're currently building the pole part of the bull flag. I'm talking about this part over here. Up goes it through 195, which was resistance on the day. TNGX, beautiful look. We'll keep an eye out on that. Palo Alto Networks, Pan Dub.
Good guy.
A very love-hate relationship with this name. It's love right now, though, Joseph. It's love right now.
Taking a page out of your boys' book there. All right.
No. I told you, bro. This is a high beta. They're a high beta group.
Yeah.
The cybersecurity names are just super high beta. I'd love to tell you guys that I added at 135. I didn't.
Ooh.
I'd love to tell you guys I added at 140, but I didn't. But I'm glad to tell you guys that I added at 145, having initially gotten in. As you'll recall, Joseph, I got in close to the top at 2. I got out close to the top at 205. I got back in at 180. I was substantially out of the money on this one when all hell broke loose on Liberation Day, April 7th. But I did add at 145. I'm feeling quite good about this one. We're about to break out into 195. We're not close to all-time highs, Joseph. We got to get into that 210 area, 209, 210 area. But Palo Alto Networks reports, guys, after the bell tomorrow, or is it before the bell? Let's find out.
Let's find out here.
We're going to find out. We're going to do it live. We're going to go. I'll show everybody a little bit of a trick. It's called Earnings Whispers, guys. Here it is.
Tomorrow's after close.
After close. Thank you, Joseph. Appreciate that. So after the close tomorrow, guys, Earnings Whispers is the website. This one does report, so if you're involved in that one, make sure you're repositioning or doing whatever you need to do prior to the earnings report there. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this one does. Now they've been in a bit of let's just say moat change. They've had this new technology, this new type of system that they've been implementing to varying degrees of success. If this one misses, it's going to substantially drop, okay? And the thing is, we have lower highs. So the pattern, yeah, we recovered a little bit. We're above the 200. We're above the 50. Everything's gravy. We're knocking on the door at 200. But if this one misses, we could see 150 again, maybe even 145. So I'm going to be wetting the beak on some profits at the end of close today. I'm going to let whoever wants to build a position in it, Joseph, ahead of earnings, build their position, see what kind of market on close orders come in, and I'm going to be doing some selling ahead of tomorrow's earnings report, just to get some profit.
Yeah, just to lock something in, man. That's a fantastic plan. That's exactly what I like seeing. I'm just going over some of my other trades here, guys. I was looking for a specific example where I was talking to you guys that I need to start adding into the breakout here. This isn't the one I was looking for, but it's relatively close. So you guys seen me trade this the other day on Tesla. You can see the similarities within the price action, but essentially what I'm getting at, so this is obviously just my documentation, my notes, very simplistic stuff, but this is how you refine and get better in your trading here, guys. So you can see that I added aggressively into this, but I need to start adding right here as you break through some of these key resistance zones and you see that volume slowly start to stair step. Exactly, yeah, there it is. Whoever hit that one, that was a monster one. We had a lot of fun with this, guys, but what I was just trying to reflect here is that I need to add, and is this today a prime example of it? Not necessarily, but we're getting close. We're adding when we punch through. We're profitable. We're adding into these positions, but there could have been another add right here, and I'm just trying to refine so we we can get significantly better here and start sizing up more. For me, in the morning is when I'm most definitely the most confident within the first half hour and have the most conviction, because I know exactly what I'm looking for. I've worked on this system for an extremely long period of time now. So again, that's where I really can go back into my playbook and see what's going on with that front end if I have the ability to get aggressive, all right? So here we are. You've seen this morning I start a little bit more than usual size here than my default size. I then double up the whole position in total, and then I also add another 33% right here. I did miss the opportunity to get back in, but I won't complain too much. And you can see that's the strength displayed in the tape here on QBTS right now. But why I traded this, it was just a daily breakout, not getting complicated. I'm not going to tell you any fancy numbers or any thesis. It's just look where we opened up from a daily standpoint, and I was looking for the continuation in the strength. We have multiple engulfing candles here as well on the daily. The pullback breath, you see the volume profile on that daily really start to decay there as well. So there we are, sitting on top of the range, looking for the continuation of the trend, and that's that on QBTS. But we're still sitting in this Tesla, and I was just referring to how I'm just looking to add more Sharif, surprisingly, I guess surprisingly not, just how I can add more aggressively and when the right time to add is, because I think that's really important to understand. If you guys are trying to do the same things within your trading, it's trial and error, right? There's no beating around that bush. You're going to have the pains, but eventually you'll catch on and you'll understand your system and your style of trading on when you specifically know when to add into positions. And I hope that's been displayed here for you guys relatively well.
Absolutely, Joseph. All right, I'm building a position still in QMCO. Anything below that 20 penny area, that's going to end of the trade. That's a volume-weighted average price. It's been respectful of VWAP essentially all morning. If it loses it here, then why would I be long? So we'll give back a little bit on QMCO if we do get stopped out. Looking for it generally hold, at that volume-weighted average price. All right. Who is this person?
Save Woman Peace. Hood at 48. We've been in Hood, and I know someone just mentioned it's above 63 now today. But yeah, we love Robinhood, Sharif.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think Robinhood's a fantastic platform, and we'll keep tabs on that. All right, I'm going to throw some profit takers in the low 60s, see if we can extract something here on QMC. Looking for it to hold VWAP. Got a bit of a bid there off that volume-weighted average price level. Let's also keep an eye, guys, on TNGX as it comes back in and tests $2. Currently showing me a double bottom at the same level. That's at 212, 213 area. Last, the level that I'm earmarking is $1.95 to $2. Now, it may or may not come back into those levels, right? Sometimes buyers are so exuberant that they prevent it essentially for coming down and testing that breakout level. The actual price breakout level is $1.95, and we can see that because that's as high as we could get before we retrace down and stop me out. But we know that there's going to be buyers or there's psychological support at that $2 level. So if I were looking for a dip trade here, I'm front running $2 by a couple of shekels, but also layering south of 2 in case, it does come back in and actually test the price breakout level, which happens to be 195. So we'll keep eyes on that. And that's all I've really got at the moment. But yeah, the market's now green, guys. All three major averages, the ES, the Dow, and the NQ, all green, with the Dow taking the cake up 1/3%. The Russell, though, remains negatory on the day, down 2/3, but up 1/4% since the bell rung. So looking to recover a little bit. I don't know, man. These small caps, man, it's just the yields, guys. The yields are really killing the small caps right now. The 10-year, the 2-year, the 30-year, the 20-year, they're all elevated as a result of, the kind of prediction that there could be some economic headwinds coming forward. So, yeah, I think that so long as, that the yields remain higher, these small caps are really going to have a tough time really breaking out here, Joseph.
It's not horrible. I mean, off of those bottom Sharif, you're still up 20%. But again, if
zoom out though, go to the weekly on that. We can't seem to get a trend on this thing.
No, and I think that I think it comes with the
consolidated.
Territory, right? You know what I mean? Just they got to borrow a lot of money and everything along those lines.
Right?
So
we need that decade of free money again from like the financial crisis to 2020 for these things to go.
knowing what you obviously know now, it's just like, yeah, borrow, almost. I get it.
Dude,
We don't want to be
there
there.
was a decade where basically you'd make money, save it, you'd borrow against it, you'd never realize capital gains on the money that you made because you were never withdrawing it, you were only borrowing against it, taking that borrowed money, reinvesting it, and you did that for 10 to 12 years. And people caked on that.
That ain't taxable, baby.
Caked on that, exactly. They're talking about trying to close that loophole because people kept exploiting it and nobody was realizing any tax. But now, obviously, the interest rates have kind of taken that away from everybody.
Absolutely. But there it is, guys. I mean, it is still off 20% off those lows, but I mean, I guess in a rate-sensitive market, they're not necessarily. I don't know how sensitive it may be, but we're still on the fence of like, oh, is it a pause? Is it this? Is it cut? Excuse me, and I just don't think that's good for the small caps there.
No, certainly not. As Fedora the Explorer just said, obviously something we've been talking about a long time, higher yield equals higher borrowing costs. Small cap companies have harder times accessing cheap capital equals less investment in business. Well, then why don't the large caps get hurt? Because they don't borrow money. They're sitting on hundreds of billions of dollars of cash. They don't need to go into the debt market to borrow at higher rates and have that eat into their margins. That's the beauty about being Berkshire and Apple and Microsoft and all these guys. They're actually holding onto their own money. And if they don't have their own money, they're able to borrow on very favorable terms given their large size. It's not going to be the same thing for a small cap, I promise you that. When Mark Zuckerberg goes to the bank or wherever the hell he goes to borrow money, if he borrows money, he's getting more favorable terms. Let's just call a spade, right? So that's the situation we find ourselves with small caps, and that's why they've been underperforming essentially since COVID. And I have a very good friend, and that's all he does. He's a fundamental investor in some of these small caps. Like he looks at basically a value investor. He looks at really sound balance sheets that are underpriced relative to their price to earnings, right? And he tries to go at it that way. And he focuses more on TSX companies than anything else. And it's been tough for him, tough 5 years. He got super excited in that, stint in 23 or 24 when small caps were running.
Went on a run.
But that was it. Short-lived a lot, man,
I mean, I talked about it before. I just had to make sure. But now, ending March 29th of 2025, Apple has $98 billion in free cash.
But I remember Apple having like 200 billion.
Yeah, they used to have
What's up
100
with that?
million.
Yeah, they used to have more, right?
Whatever. We have to talk to Timmy C about that. We'll see where the cash is going.
Yeah, Timmy C, he's got some questions. Let's talk a little Apple. Since we're going to wind down, 4 minutes left on the show. We all know what June means for Apple. It's WWDC, Worldwide Developer Conference. We obviously know what happened at the last WWDC. We got a lot of the AI announcements. Now, having observed Apple for the last year and the fiasco that ensued from their Apple Intelligence release, is it too soon? I'm putting that question to you guys in the chat. Is it too soon to expect Apple to have fixed up their Apple AI woes, Apple Intelligence AI woes, and have something for us at the upcoming WWDC? Is it too soon? We saw heads roll. Say that again, Adara? Who knows, she says. We saw heads roll, and and you never really want to champion people getting fired, but when somebody, has like a big-ass campaign like that and then botches it completely, you got to assume someone's going to have to pay the price for that with their job.
Yeah, they did.
So that's what I want to see. Marcus, yes. Eski, no. Day trader cut, no. Oh, we just blow through QMCO. I got stopped out. Dino Abdini just wants to talk about SYTA. So that's the question there that I have for myself as an Apple shareholder. Is it enough time for Apple to kind of get their house in order? And if it is enough time, do they take the opportunity, having, all the eyes and the media and everybody there at WWDC, Worldwide Developer Conference in June, to make that kind of splash? And if they do, I better see an hands-on demonstration. I don't want to see any videos. Because last time we saw videos, we saw what happened. It's a fiasco.
Well,
they weren't actually there.
Seen that one video of Steve Jobs trying to get the camera to get working?
No.
Yeah. So this was I think it was the early
gets a
iPhone.
pass,
Oh, yeah.
He gets a
right? So he was trying to get the camera or something to work along those lines, and it wasn't working. And he threw the phone aggressively at the engineer. He's like, I can't get it to work. during the conference. Yeah,
Yeah, I wouldn't want to piss
video.
off that guy, eh? He seemed
Hell
like a
no.
bit of you know.
He doesn't play around, man.
Yeah, so seriously though, sports and stonks, Siri to take a back seat is the rumor. I really have a hard time believing that Apple will release a new batch of iPhones that don't have AI. I can't get behind that. I think consumers are AI insane right now, and they're going to want to see AI on their phones. So I kind of don't believe the narrative that Apple is kind of just, you know, going to release an iPhone for the sake of releasing an iPhone without anything actually having been done. So we'll have to see if WWDC is the time they do it, but I got my doubts. I cannot confirm or deny, says Moses. Okay, thank you. Vidgamer, Tesla to 400 by end of May. Okay. Tesla is absolutely capable of doing that.
By the end
absolutely
of May? By the end of May?
It can be at 400 by tomorrow, by the end of the week, if there's the right catalyst. Absolutely. Have you not watched Tesla trade before, bro? It's insane.
Brother.
You should be. You'd be like, absolutely.
But I mean,
can
happen. By
you get
the
some
end of May,
robo-taxi
though?
information in there that moves the needle.
Yeah,
Oh my
exactly.
goodness.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But you know what?
Let's look at Rivian. Everybody's
betting
talking about
man.
Rivian being strong.
I would take a bet on that.
You take a negative bet on that. Yeah, well, I totally could see that.
I'm not saying it wouldn't hit 400, but it's just by the end of May.
But do you see this? We've broken the lower highs on Rivian, guys. Those lower highs have been broken. What I would want to see, though, Joseph, is a close above 17.
Okay.
That takes us into a higher low and a higher high. So if we can move up above that 17 there. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man short Tesla still?
Yeah, my
Oh, baby.
No, but no, let's pull
340.
up my Tesla. See, Katina Man's making money short. I was making money long, and you could just have two totally different trades, still be profitable. So, like
Yes.
that. You like that work there. What's Buddy's name? You like that? Come on, no. What's the quarterback? He's like, you like that. Off of the yeah, you like that Kirk Cousins there. You like that.
Joker. All right, bro. It is 2:01, so we're old a minute. Yeah, we got a minute
I'm
in the bank.
telling you, they owe us a couple minutes.
We got a minute in the
They
bank.
owe us a couple minutes.
All right, guys. It's been a great one today, obviously, and it's a day off in Canada. That's why everything's kind of calm around here. Well, we'll see everybody tomorrow, though. Just send them off to.
Oh, yeah. I mean, good trading here, guys. You can see it displayed on the trade. I only took 4 names, and only one of them were red, and that's SQQ. You didn't want to be shorting that market. Do that thesis out the window really quick, and I think that's a major skill to learn, guys, in trading.
Take care, guys.
I feel like.
I don't know.
Welcome back, everybody.
We're to say I think Kirk Cousins has received the most amount of money in NFL history.
I know
for a
he's
quarterback.
way up there, but I find Kirk Cousins is probably much higher than you would expect, but I can't see him being the number one. But more power to him, because he's not going to have to throw a single pass if things stay as they are to earn some of that cash this year.
Yeah, like Russell Wilson.
Well, Russell Wilson's going to play this year.
Maybe.
I mean,
Aaron Rodgers.
Well, Dart's not going to start for New York, so I feel like Wilson's going to have to earn at least a few of those checks until the rookie's ready. So anyways, the market is, I was about to say the market's green.
It is.
But, nope, there it is. Nope. And it isn't. It is, the ES is, but the NASDAQ is like 0.01. Well, it was a second ago. And at the absolute high of day, and I had no idea about this until the Midday guys were talking about it, Rivian.
Yeah,
Up 3%, breaking out highs. I have absolutely no idea why, but why not? And I see some people are still talking about Kirk Cousins. Some people are saying UNH go down. Good luck with that. UNH does not want to go down. But I'm only in shorts right now. Okay, well, hold on. Very quickly. AMD starting to pop back up. I shorted this one at the volume weighted average price. We're 1 for 3 on AMD today. Apple, we're back into it after it broke the trend. And Tesla broke a trend right at that 43 level. So those are the 3 things that I'm in right now. Let us know what else you guys are looking at. But Eric B, first off, Eric B and Rakim.
Rakim, yeah.
That's where it's at. The God MC himself. You want UNH to go down? I got to presume you took a trend break on UNH. I forgot to mention this. Well, I shouldn't say forgot to mention this because I forgot to remind, because last week I was like, I'll wait until Monday or the start of a new week to get into UNH, fail. But I ended up taking the opening print, which didn't seem very good at the open. But I checked. I did get filled at oh shoot, it was what was it? 04, whatever, 046 or something like that. 304. That's in a personal account. I think it's a bad entry price. Should have bought it last week, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. UNH Beast, one of the strongest names in the market today. The entire sector, healthcare sector, looking very, very good. Nvidia is very strong. It looks like it's holding up much better. One of the reasons I like AMD short at VWAP is Nvidia is at the high of the day and AMD is relatively weak. I kind of like that setup. If Nvidia blows out the top, we should have ample time to get out of advanced micro devices.
We're $2 in the money on Tesla. We just had that discussion there with Joe, and he was making money on the long. We're making money on the short. It's Google, though, right now that's in question. Possibly going to be coming out soon. We've been reloading this short many times, but it hasn't fallen in. I mean, we had a great trade there as it came back into the 60s. Other than that, though, my last little reload, we're getting out of this thing when it breaks 166. We're going to give it up to 166.10. So we'll lose 30 cents on this back trade here if it does wind up going to the top side. So, yeah, no, the quarterback, I should have known this, is Aaron Rodgers. It's not even close. $382 million. So far. Second is Stafford, which is my guy over
close.
there. That's close for that. Sorry. Yeah, Stafford and Rodgers. 381 versus 364.
Stafford could get him then, couldn't he?
Yeah, Stafford's a couple years younger. Aaron Rodgers probably only has one more contract, if at most. And then after that's Brady, 320.
Well, obviously. But
and then they're all together. Matt Ryan, Russell Wilson, Kirk Cousins.
Ryan. But like it just goes to show, like Kirk Cousins.
Drew Brees, but
I mean, Russell Wilson's got a ring.
It is Drew Brees retired?
Yeah, Drew Brees retired.
Officially
if it wasn't for his shoulder, he'd have played so many more years.
Played a little bit more years.
But then like Matt Ryan was significantly better.
Oh, and he retired.
Cousins.
Yeah, okay. So the only one that's going to so Russell Wilson might be your most paid quarterback if he gets one more big.
But if you look at that top 10, like Cousins stands out as the only guy to have accomplished basically nothing in the playoffs and earn that kind of money, which is why. And look, don't get me wrong. I'm a big Kirk Cousins fan because he's the quarterback. He's the greatest quarterback to come out of.
What about Matt Ryan? I mean, I know they went one time and they lost that huge game. We still lost. Atlanta's not that great.
They were winning except for a complete fluke catch by Wes Welker.
No, they were winning besides having moronic coaches.
Yeah, like the coaching decisions. Matt Ryan should have make any better. He should have a ring. Matt Ryan should have.
All those guys that year should have a ring.
That they should never have lost. That was stupid. Anyways, Sharif is locked and loaded and ready to go. We could talk all day about sports. That's why we should do like a podcast.
I'm only hating on the Falcons because we had the Maple Leafs last night. So I'm trying to make myself feel better.
Don't get us started about the Maple Leafs.
I'm trying to make myself feel better.
Oh my goodness.
But the Falcons have never won a Super Bowl.
Last night, Aaron's like, how
not that winning a Super Bowl matters,
Daddy?
Right, Neil? Just saying.
Whoa, you have to do that, man. Come on, son.
I mean, this is mine, first
That
of
is
all.
unnecessary.
You know, so what's up to
That's
Josh?
a low blow. Nobody.
You can still be positive. You can still have. Yeah, exactly.
The Leafs just lost. It's a tough blow. It's a tough blow after the Leafs lost to already be bringing up the Buffalo Bills 0-4.
I'm trying to make us feel. Well, not making you feel better, but
at least we've been there. Like, and I'll give that up. I would rather go there over and over again and lose than not get to the Super Bowl. Sure. But I think the Bills are going every single year. And the
problem with Toronto is we already have the most expensive playoff tickets, like out of the 6 teams left or the 8 teams left. So it's like everyone pays all this money to go see Game 5 and Game 7, and it's just like, man.
If I had been, oh my God, whatever.
All right. Oh man, look, Josh Brown's losing his clothing over here. This thing is falling apart, boy. Right here, roughing the passer.
He shrugs it off.
All right.
You can't.
All right, Sharif.
Beast.
From one fan of a team that has many, many rings. Sorry about that, Neil. To another fan of a team that has many, many rings and happened to beat Neil's team many, many times. Not recently. Let's go see what Sharif's talking about.
Wow, all these strays for the...
Oh boy. All right, guys, welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are in a joking mood. They're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the Midday Show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you've got to be a subscriber in order to engage with us and even chat with anybody in the chat. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at all 4 major averages. Essentially flat right now on on the Qs and the ES, down 0.01, up 0.01. So essentially flat. The Dow's up 0.25%, a little bit off the highs. With the ES, the only one decidedly red on the day, down about 0.2%, just a little bit shy than that. As these yields continue to rise up, guys, the yields keep creeping up. Here's a look at the first ticker as decided by you guys, TSLA. No surprise there. Sean in a short right now. Neil as well in a short. Joseph took this one long. Everybody's making money off this. And you're making money unless you're selling these Cybertrucks because they've got a plethora of them, guys, waiting on the sideline unsold. So much so that they're now accepting trade-ins for the Cybertruck amid plummeting sales, says this report.
Well, that's Sharif's fault.
Yeah, I mean, he could have easily bought all those 10,000 Cybertrucks, you know, and got them back into that for sure.
Like it so much, buy the Cybertruck.
Shout out to Sharif there. Yeah, no, look, we had Tesla written down here. We tweeted this out earlier today. Here's the trade that we had earlier. We wrote down 343, on Tesla. So we took it in the first place. That's the number one trade idea. So when the number one trade idea comes up again, you know your boy's hitting that again. So there it is right there. There it is right there. And so we just got reloaded right there, boom. So that trade was $5. Whoa. This trade right here is now $3, and we're looking for a little bit more, right, back in here and even a little bit lower. I am still short on Google, but yeah, I just, are we gonna hold this? I'm gonna get a piece out right now at 340 just in case. There you go, well, push the bid and get filled. So we'll take another fill out here just in case this does stop. Last time it was down here, it did pop back up $1. But we want to let this work down for the downside play there. Look, I mean, trouble's a little bit abound here when we hear that story that they're having some troubles selling some of those Cybertrucks. So that's not going to be a good little take right there. But, you know, at the end of the day, the market's going to have to pull back, and that's what it's doing, and that's helping out Tesla. I really think this wanted to turn green, 100%. Like, it's just, I should have shorted the futures in hindsight, but, you know, the market also helping its move back down again for the NASDAQ. So now we're starting to turn red over here. I can see the, you know, Tesla again. We have our ear to the ground, but anything outside of a Chinese deal here, I'm not sure that really moves the needle for Tesla. So, you know, anything announced with Canada is probably not going to matter that much. But China, nice downside play there until we get a deal. I like Tesla now that we're underneath 350. We showed you that 350 rejection. We actually had this bid. We actually took that long right there when it broke, and we were able to get, I think, $1.80 or something was the highest, and then it just fell down, and we lost pretty badly on that, only to make money once it finally found a base. But yeah, since you've turned around from 350, I think it's pretty easy day to say we like the short. I like the short, and probably all of us, you're short right now. So that we all like the short in Tesla, and I just think it makes sense.
Unless it holds VWAP right here.
Yeah, hey, look, tomorrow, someone in the midday, Neil, said that, hey, what about if Tesla, what was it, 400, right?
Yeah.
And I think Sharif said maybe by the end of this week. So. That's not, but it's not impossible.
It's not,
It's, you get good reports. No, yeah, someone was asking, but you had said that it's possible or whatever. I think it's possible. We had a 20% up day or something there when we gapped from 300 to close at 330. So that would be another $30 added onto this, and you're not that far away. But again, it's going to have to come with either Elon and Doge or something dramatic happening with Tesla, and it's probably a Chinese deal. So I would just wait on that, and for now I'm cheering Google short, but...
I think VWAP is coming in. But just one note on Tesla.
But you got to come back to me before Sharif.
Okay, well, yeah, we'll come back. Just Tesla, the 350 top, I still feel as if we're in that range so long as 330, it's like 332. So this higher, like this close here, if you go back to the 13th, I think that's where we can get to. It wasn't super clean on the 15-minute in terms of the mean reversion trade when it got to 343 the first time. Like that's an insane wick, which you're chasing all the way down here. But the curl here was a little bit better on the 15 the second time through. That's why I'm in it to VWAP and try to hold into the volume weighted average price and then let it trail as, yeah, the market's starting to come down. But yeah, from a positive standpoint, as long as we hold 330 this week, you're in a consolidation off the top. And if we hold this consolidation, a breakout would be next. I just think rather than break into 400 by the end of the week, you're retesting 330, and if that loses, you're probably at least retesting the 320 level. I'm not saying we don't get to 400. I'm just thinking it feels like we're in a pullback from 350 before we make a real run at it.
The reason why I have to pull it back here, because there's some people saying that when I was throwing some shade at the Buffalo Bills, first of all, I really like the Buffalo Bills. There's no doubt about it.
We had season tickets, by the way.
It's definitely like probably my second favorite team. I definitely do like them. But you mentioned quarterbacks that really haven't accomplished anything that have made a lot of money.
Yes.
Number 10 on this list, Dak Prescott. So, I'm just saying, I have a lot of love for a lot of teams. But Dak is getting the bag. And it's Jerry's world. And I don't have any. You really like to laugh at Dak Prescott. Okay, I didn't realize it was gonna get you that excited over there. I mean, I know and again, another America's team.
No, but as long as the Bills have Allen and
you know what, Trump should have a hat that says "Make the Cowboys great
worried.
again." They're America's team.
I will say this about Dak Prescott.
Make the Cowboys.
I have a tremendous amount of respect for how brave he was to talk about, like, he lost a family member and he went like depression, all that kind of stuff. And like most dudes, like especially if you're like a quarterback, you're a big time athlete, you don't have the balls to talk about that kind of stuff and to show that you feel you'd be down just like anybody else would be. So I have a lot of respect for that, but that's like off the field. And I have respect for him as a man off the field.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know
on
these
the
guys
field,
off the field.
But just because he was brave enough to do that. But on the field, however, where is he? Where you at, Dak?
Well, he's doing those hip movements.
He's doing that.
Right, he's doing that.
The Jameis Winston in his warm-up. Anyways, let's talk about Nvidia, something that is actually
another fan favorite, Jameis
strong.
Winston. We love Jameis Winston.
He's a giant. He's not going to play a snap. Let's go talk about Nvidia. They're a beast. They're the Josh Allen of
Frab-like.
I'll tell you what Dak's doing, guys. He's looking at those trophies in the trophy case. When Josh Allen walks by, he's looking at an empty trophy case. Here's a look right now on NVDA, essentially flat on the day right now. Several headlines on this one. Jensen is out in Asia. He's in Taiwan, launching a lot of products. Several different headlines, as I mentioned. They're looking at abandoning their Hopper chip in China, saying they can't adjust it. They can't basically make it China-friendly anymore. They're going to have to design a new chip from scratch. Separately, Dell came in with this one midday, unveiling next-generation enterprise producing Dell Power Edge, guys. Good look for Dell NVIDIA flat.
Yeah, I think his mic is cutting out a little bit over there, so maybe we need a new battery. All right, so NVIDIA, I didn't trade it today.
I made one trade on NVIDIA, and here's the thing. My negative stock is NVAX, Novavax. NVIDIA, I did have one scalp trade, but I'm slapping the fail on this. The reason I'm slapping the fail on this is, like, Tesla wasn't the number one idea, Apple wasn't my number one idea, NVAX was the last one. NVIDIA was number one, and I actually wrote down early over under 132. When I say over under, I just want to see, like, at the open, do they hold over or under that price? And this is 930. The opening candle was 132.33. A lot of times when you're playing over, I'm looking for it to at least test the low. That didn't happen, just shot higher, but I got nothing on the way up. There was a chance to grab VWAP in here on a bit of a dip, and I missed it. Like, there was this one shot in here in front of 132 where you could have had maybe 132.50s or 60s, and I missed that shot at Nvidia, despite the fact that it was the only thing I was really looking long if it held 32, which it did at the open. So not great execution. It eventually held to 35, which I said at the lesson of the day. It didn't give you VWAP, but it gave you the $0.50 and then the even dollar. So when it held here at 80s and then broke back above 135, like this consolidation, I grabbed 135. I think I trailed out at the $0.50 for some reason there, which was a little bit early. I must have seen something. Yeah, I'm sure I saw something on the tape because that's not even a trend break. But Nvidia, relatively strong. I think this afternoon I do look for the volume weighted average price dip.
Down, you suck.
Because the market's starting to come back into the downside. By the way, I am in a short in a chip name, which is AMD, and that's trying to head to lows. What happened to? Okay, ignore VWAP because this chart hates me. In the afternoon, it's missing some data, so I'll show you my working black chart. And this one's trending down. I took 3 shots at this. We're 1 for 3 on it. Low of the day is 114.20 because why not 420? So I want to hold through that low break because I just got some out in the 30s. So I'm bearish on AMD and bullish on Nvidia as long as it can hold VWAP.
All right. Yeah, so I didn't really have them on my radar today at all. So first of all, Google's starting to come down. That's not what I'm trading that, but I did not mean to have it on that screen. So I wrote down NVIDIA today as a long. It was the only long I had on the board right now. We could talk about CoreWeave because it's probably going crazy again.
Still up.
But yeah, no, Nvidia was my only long idea today. It was down here at between 129 and 130. The lowest we got was 131, and that was in the pre-market. I'm not going to take that. You know, and then when the market opened almost right away, we were down there at 131.50. That's at 9:15. But then we just got bumped up and we just kept on going. So, you know, Nvidia is going to be one of the best stocks in this market if there is this bull run to continue. AI is definitely a thing. You know, you just mentioned us, so I'll steal your thunder a little bit there. You know, CoreWeave just continues to make new highs. It seems like Nvidia is 13% or something of this company as well. So that's going to, you know, the more these guys start to bump up, it's like that arm holding with Intel until Intel dissolved it. I don't know why they did that, but nice move to the upside there for CoreWeave. So that's helping definitely some of this Nvidia play as well. But Nvidia upside there, and not all are the same. I heard you guys mentioning that. Get down, yes, get down. We're now $4, $3.50 in the money on that Tesla reload, and now 30 cents in the money, which is pretty good for me on Google on another big position. So there it is right there. AMD looking to break the low of the day. Actually, this is a great shelf break right now, right here, right now, right here, right now. Oh, man. What was in my salad this afternoon? But right there, breaking through 114, a nice little move. But it was just about the downside play, right? NVIDIA's basically at the highs of the day. Don't at me with that. But NVIDIA and AMD completely opposite. I think NVIDIA's getting some of that CoreWeave bump. So what goes bump in the night? Not Google. It goes down, and it's starting to go down even more now. All right, UNH, man. UNH saving the Dow today, possibly.
Feels like it like that, guys. Right now, up 6.87%. Good look, good day for UNH, but obviously you have to zoom out to get the full picture there. It's been selling off aggressively. Donald Trump's executive order last week to drop drug prices certainly did not help the matter. Looking at going after PBMs as well. True Securities, though, kind of giving them a bit of a buoy today, reiterating their buy on United Health, but obviously dropping that price target down to reflect the current realities, dropping that bad boy to 360, guys. Still a nice upside from where it's currently trading, 311.5.
Yeah, I think, look, when people use the term like relief rally, dead cat bounce, like whatever term you want to give it, just think of it as that. You know, some people are going to tell you that this is a tremendous value. Others are going to say, oh, it just fell too far too fast. I think both of those things can be true at the same time. Just whatever you're doing with this, know what your time frame is. Like for myself, like I don't want to be in. So I bought some today in the PA. And admittedly, I could have had a better price. I thought I was being patient with it, but I don't want to necessarily be in it forever. I feel like ideally before the next report I can get out, or it can get back and retest what was like ridiculously long support at the 440 area. Like if it gets anywhere in there, like in this range, probably call it like 400 to 440, even like 380 to 440. Anywhere in that range, if it turned around, I'd be very, very happy with a short-term swing on UNH. And ultimately, for the day traders out there, this should have been a long. We talk about, like when you look at the compression pattern on this. Now I wasn't looking at UNH today, admittedly. Like the only time I checked UNH was to see if I got filled this morning. But how often do you see, like this is right when we came off air. Well, when we came off and you guys were talking got the midday on there. Look at the wedge, the clean wedge. Very, very clean. And look at the break of the wedge. It never even tries to retest lower. Like you could have this at 303.30 or 40 or whatever that is, and the bottom of the wedge here is like 302. This is a stock that you know can move $10 to $15. They gave you a technical trade with $1 worth of risk, maybe $1.30 or 40 or something like that, and then look at it absolutely fly. For this afternoon, I'm not going to touch it because I'd probably have tried to go short off that high. And this is like the strongest stock in the market right now, so maybe that's not the one that you want to fade. Like if you're bearish this afternoon, I'm not entirely certain this is the place to go, like because there's so many other places that you can be looking short that are not UNH. So yeah, relief rally in tow, and as long as it holds this trend, I think you stick with looking for long setups, as it seems like it wants to continue to roll higher. Like a close here, where we're at right now, is breaking out above that last gap down, which is fantastic technically. Like if you close above 309, like that's great for UNH.
Right. All right, I'm going to try to go short Palantir if we do break this VWAP right there, 125.80. Just giving you guys a play in case it does come through because we just got some more out of Tesla, and Tesla just bounced again right off the 200 period moving average. So nice downside push there for Tesla, $3 and change reloaded. We started it a little bit early at 241.50, then we were able to get 242.50, and now you can see a little bit of a downside push there as well as Google. So these are the two trades that we do have on our watch list, on the sticky note there today. Google 166 and then Tesla 243. So those are the plays that we have. Look, I mean, Neil just talked about the UNH. I'm just going to go over to the diamonds just to show you guys again. I mean, talking about some of that, we had Humana on our mind from Raider Trader to have a look at that as well. But yeah, the diamonds stayed green, right? So you get that help from, UNH. Obviously, Nvidia is helping this name a little bit as well as they're close to green. But there goes the DIA, nice upside play. They've been really well. I love the Dow Jones. I think it's 30 great companies, and then we have to deal with UNH apparently now. But nice upside play here in this. If there was any index, again, if you're overweight NASDAQ, which I don't know, I am, and probably most people right now probably are anyways, I would go for the diamonds. I really like the Dow Jones. I like what's in that index, and again, just gives you a little bit of everything, and you don't have to worry. It's only 30 companies, so you're diversified, but not all over the map. But anyways, diamonds, I like that. And then, just to capture a little bit more, we talked about XLV. If you want to get away from some of the single stock risk, you have something like this available to you. Yeah, wow, here we go, man. This is really starting to come in a little bit for me. So there it is right there. I got to make sure this is I'm at 36s. It looks like 40s is probably the right place to go. So let's put a bid for a little bit of our net worth here to come out at 41s. We just bid a 41 right there. And we're sitting there. And the reason why I like to bid at least 1 penny under or even the current level is because if and when, and who knows if I'm ever going to get filled, you get filled down there, you get actually rebates if you're using an ARC or a NASDAQ or something like that. But see, just by missing 1 penny, it's already not worth me doing that. So that kind of sucks, but that's why I do it. So, all right, anything else we want to talk about? Maybe some softy.
East.
Great look for Microsoft today, guys, up 0.87, but it continues to be a part of a broader trend with Microsoft reporting better than expected earnings. A little bit off that all-time highs. Joseph was looking at that during the midday show, so we close in on all-time highs. Today was the first day of their developer conference. Satya Nadella, the CEO, taking to the stage today for a keynote, and he had several announcements. Looks like Grok AI, which is Elon Musk's AI, XAI, going to be using Azure as their hosting site, as well as Mistral and Black Forest Labs, all using Azure, guys, to get access to those Nvidia GPUs.
Got to. Look, I want to say this has been, like Microsoft at least, has been the sleeping giant for a while now. Like, it was the Mag 7 name that no one cared about anymore. Nobody trades it anymore because the volumes are trash. And when we were in the midst of the bull rally, it was the one that didn't seem like it wanted to go. And then you figured, the reason it didn't pull back as much is because it wasn't going as far anyway. So, like, these are all things that I was saying. Don't at me if you didn't believe this about Microsoft, but I certainly did. Oh, before I finish that thought, very quickly, there was this bottoming tail here into 339. To me, it's a VWAP retrace. I trailed out of this, and I could be out of Apple, just above break even as well. I have my stop at, I think, 50 or something like that. But I trailed out of Tesla back through 340. If it comes back up again, I'd look for another trend reverse. But Microsoft, going back to the topic at hand, at this point, I'm surprised if we don't get a test of the high, the all-time high in Microsoft. Like, it just seems like there's no stopping it right now. Like, it's not doing ridiculous parabolic moves. There was a moment when, like, Meta did this at one point last year where, like, after like a week or so of the relative strength, you were just like, oh, wait a minute, when was the last time Meta wasn't weak? And then the next thing you know, you were breaking out tops. I feel like that's what Microsoft is doing. And we just took out another local top. So the only thing left, if we close above 457, is the highs at 470 on Microsoft. That being said, I feel like this is a name that I have been looking to cover some. as I've held it for a very long time, and admittedly don't love it as much as some of the other things. Like I like Meta better. I know how well it's performing, but I think I'm going to be someone that trims if we get a breakout above the all-time high. Like I think I'll have to figure something technical. I think certainly if there's a big break and it gets to like 500, that'd be an easy trim. But or maybe I'll just sell some in front of the high, like 10% or whatever it might be on Microsoft. But great look. It's so relatively strong. I just don't think it's a day trade.
Yeah, and sometimes the ones that are the most hated are the ones that have this nice little move up. And it's not that Microsoft was hated, but as Neil mentioned, definitely didn't seem like it was talked about as much. I wonder if people are waiting for it to split. $450, $460, $470. I mean, that's a great high. And it's also like just looks fantastic on a chart. I mean, you're starting to break out again, and you're just doing it today, basically today, breaking through this 450 and now trying to hold the bid. Generally speaking, you'd want to see this break back through 450, but you know, just kind of like we didn't even make a base here, it just kept on stair stepping up, and it's just like nice move to the high side right there for Microsoft. But remember, you have these like a few outsized days here where the moves were quite large, right? And so if something were to go wrong, again, Azure's kind of leading the way right now for the cloud, so that continues to make moves for them. I do worry a little bit, like OpenAI is, I know they're partnered up with them, but we're just going to wait to see, like there's a lot of opportunity out there to move away from Azure and some of the other cloud services. But we'll wait. It still continues to be a nice stock. I still own this, and I don't even know what percentage of my portfolio is in Microsoft, but it's going to be a good amount. And I just remember when it was going sideways forever, and now it just seems to want to move. One of the more healthy charts away from the 200 period, nicely cooking now upside. And yeah, any fade spots is right here. Like I think if you get anywhere near 460, which you're pretty much there right now, you may just want to say like, what is $6 away, from these levels? If you like Microsoft right there, or you need to raise some cash, I mean, this might be the one, right? But you're never right. Whenever you sell something, it always goes up. Yeah. Whenever you buy something, it temporarily, hopefully, not hopefully, but seems to want to go down.
I think I'm 100%. If I sell something
it's because
before the high, it breaks out within a week.
But that's the thing, and then because we're looking at it. Generally speaking, right? It's like most stocks, you'll just sell it, you'll forget about it or whatever. But because it's fresh in your mind, you're looking back and say, what did I do just on Hood or on Tesla? And you're like, oh no, it's higher or lower. But sometimes you got to look back in a couple months and see where that's at. So
how about we look forward to a couple of months when we're making all-time highs in BTC?
I like that, Neil. Touched $107,000 last night, rejecting that level separately. IBIT working its way into that $60 area, up 0.75%. Couple of reasons for that. Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan, acknowledged the banks at the bank's investor day starting today that that the firm will now allow clients to buy cryptocurrency. However, they will not offer custody access. He did confirm, so not a bad look there. Separately, yes, MicroStrategy, or Strategy, as they're now called, adding more Bitcoin to their balance sheet to the tune of about $765 million between May 12th and 18th. They did add about, as I mentioned, $765 million. They're holding, guys, about 576, 230 Bitcoin. Not a bad look there. That's 2.7% of the 21 million coin supply.
It's impressive. And but like from a technical standpoint, like if you were waiting for 109, as far as I'm concerned, it's technically mission accomplished. Like you already held. So, for anybody, it didn't look great when you were buying in front of the first support level. If you were holding, if you're scalping, it was fine. But as a holder, you waited for it to get back underneath 80, and when it did, you got that high 70s look. I'm not someone that sells in front of this, but I said before, if you're a swing trader and you were buying underneath 80,000, like why wouldn't you trim something and look for a hopeful dip back into like 92, 93? Like I think if we fail the all-time high or test the all-time high and pull back, I'm looking for this to give us another shot to just play the same levels on BTC. Like it's a 91, 92 buy, and it's a 70s, mid 70s are where it's been very good. And if we break out the high, I think it establishes a new range. It's gotten very technically simple to a certain extent on the daily chart for BTC. I don't know why I wasn't looking at, whatever. I wasn't looking at this for a long today. Oh no, that's not true. I was looking for 101. It just never went down. That's what it was. I was waiting for one. I wanted to dip into 100, but like a lot of dip buys on the strong stocks, they didn't give you the dip today.
No, for me, for crypto, pretty simple, man. I bought last. I woke up to some bought orders, filled orders. So, yeah, 103. So I just bid 103.01. I can show you my statement here today. So I bought a little bit more. I think it was $2 or $3 grand more in and around here of 103. So 103, $103,001. Right there today. So we got filled on that order. Now we wait for a little bit of an upset. I'm not trying to scalp this out. Like I said, every kind of move down, I'm trying to buy. I was just playing around with some orders last night there, just thinking, hey, wouldn't mind getting some long crypto. I did see last night the market was starting to head downside, so I thought, maybe we would take an opportunity for that. So we did that and got filled. It did go as low as 102. I think if you are nervous for Bitcoin, I don't think there's anything wrong with being, jittery on any position, of anything, gold, Bitcoin, anything that you've recently bought. You should always think about, like, what if it goes wrong? And like I said, I'm not married to the position here on Bitcoin, but if you were loaded into it and you were like, okay, this is going to hurt if we lose 10% or whatever. I mean, first of all, this 100,800 right here looks like it may want to hold. You had some gathering there, then it spiked down in, bounced back nicely, didn't even get there again, $1,000 less, and then we shoot up and make those highs, and then we start to hold a little bit better. So we keep on getting a little higher lows here as we go on Bitcoin. This is just a 30-minute chart. We can look at any chart we want. But these highs, I feel like we could get broken again, but we didn't take out that 106. We actually stopped this morning at about 105.5. So we'd like to get above that 106 again. And then if you wanted to scalp out 4 or 5% off of those lows, you can do that once we get back up here. But I think we can go for a run. So I like Bitcoin. If I'm not buying today and I think it's going up, then I have a better price today than I do tomorrow. So I'm just going to buy some now and not worry about it. It's one of those things where even if it goes down, like when I bought at 88 and then again at 84 or whatever it was, I wasn't worried about it. So I'm not going to be worried today. Many more things to worry about than your crypto positions, that's for sure. But yeah, I really like Bitcoin, and we can always look back quickly, and we'll just do this just real quick, and then we'll just go on to main topics here. I'm going to refresh this. So a little bit higher there so far today. We were down to 33.8. 3.38 million. Here's some of the runners today. XRP, I got filled at $2.31, averaged into that one, so that's a little up again. I'm always putting that 1 cent or $1 ahead. Solana's nicely, it was 160 this morning. Dogecoin's, I mean, some of these names are starting to get a little bit better. I don't look up Fartcoin ever, but I'll leave that for Michael Noss. But
I don't either. That's the only opportunity to see where it is if we check it here.
I was looking for Trump coin because that was actually moving around. Yeah. I don't know what the market cap is. I assume it's nowhere near up here, but yeah, Trump coin was moving around here. Maybe I'll just type it in here. TRUMP. That's just literally what the coin is. So there it is right here. Official. Now I'm screwed. See, this is kind of the problem here, right? Like, what is the actual Trump coin? I guess it would be this one.
The one, whatever the biggest market cap is, has to be.
Yeah.
Right?
So
like I would guess
I mean, 2.5, that's probably it. Yeah. But anyways, there it is, $10 there today, Trump. I'll find out maybe a better one. Yeah, this was probably $845 million worth of trading today on Trump coins. Okay, I hear that Adara is calling for us.
Just mentioning Trump coin, I want to talk about this pretty interesting headline. I mentioned it a while ago, but we haven't really discussed it since. Basically, Donald Trump is hosting at this Virginia golf club just outside of Washington, D.C., a dinner for the top 220 holders of Trump coin. This is going to happen on May 22nd, so that is on Thursday. What's interesting here is based on some analysis here, these holders are likely mostly not based in the U.S. In fact, Bloomberg did an analysis of the top 25 wallets holding Trump coin. 19 of them are almost certainly not operated by people who are residing in the U.S. So interesting stuff here. That's going to take place on May 22nd. It will potentially provide us with a bit of a window as to who is actually involved in Trump coin. Because the Trump coin mentioned, I thought it is worth noting here, after Trump's crypto dinner earlier this month, we're now having a Trump coin holder specific dinner. Back to you.
Goodness.
Girl Dad.
We got a couple super chats in here. Shout out to Jedi. Shout out to Girl Dad in there for both the super chats. We'll get them both. Dominican pesos from the Jedi.
Ooh.
Appreciate that. I got my one and only concussion in the Dominican Republic, and I wasn't playing sports. Opinion on PayPal, we'll get to that in just a second. You can see I have PayPal up right now. Girl, Dad, what up? It was Barbie Day at the Jays game when I was there on Saturday, so like this big Barbie theme. And they had some of the dads had to do a hairstyle, well, the Jays dads had to do like a hairstyle thing. They put a video up. And what was amazing was you could instantly tell, based on what they did, which Blue Jays players had daughters.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
'Cause, like,
they knew what to do.
Gossman was doing actual braids, and then one of the other outfielders, he's got girls, and he did the real pigtails. And then the ones that had boys, it was just like they just both looked like trolls. Like, I don't know what they were doing with the hair, but you could always tell a girl dad versus well, anyways, opinion on PayPal, we'll get to that. But Tesla, 84 million in calls purchased today, 340 strike. FYI, Sean, your Tesla short. I just got out 340, and I wonder, not that I wasn't looking at that, and I'll get to maybe we'll get to PayPal in a quick second, but like it basically just did a bottoming tail candle, and there has been some chop at the 340 level. I didn't think it was egregious, but it made some sense. I think where that'll be interesting is if we retest the 340 and try to bounce off that, like gravity towards it, and then we bounce again. But I wanted to get to PayPal for you there, Jedi. Love the name, by the way. Finally started Andor, and I'm already loving it. It's the best thing that Disney is not doing anything better with Star Wars than Andor. It's such a quality show. It's just a good. You don't even have to be a Star Wars fan to enjoy it. That's the best part about it. So I'm actually not that. I don't love PayPal. I haven't loved PayPal or Block, which is the one that I used to own, in a while, but it's starting to look pretty solid. You're getting a consolidation over these March resistance levels, and with a nice hold today. So as long as you hold this 71 level, I think it's a nice consolidation. If the market's going to react to this downgrade by holding these highs or holding these levels, then I think as long as you hold 71, you're good to go to test the 200 period moving average. I think that's more of a trade than anything. I don't love PayPal in fintech. The fintech name that I don't own that I like, that I want to try to own is Robinhood. It's just a matter of what am I selling to get into it. But I'm not a huge fan of PayPal in general. Don't use them as much as I used to, but I like this consolidation level. If you lose the bid at 71, I think you've got like 7-8% downside risk. Apple looks like it just came out at my entry. So Apple, another one not getting to the volume weighted average price. I think Apple's turned strong. I think it's fair to say. Like the short, you could have had it at up top, but at this point, like it doesn't work underneath the prior low, and now you're breaking back out. So I'm going to stay away from Apple short unless it's at the absolute high or like maybe 210 or something like that. We'll have to let it travel a little bit here. But yeah, I do like PayPal's consolidation. It's got some catch up to do. Just not something I want to own in my long term.
All right, yeah, and just to address Girl Dad there, like, yeah, I'm getting out of Tesla. I'm already, thinking about this in a different light right now. So I'm not, we just bounced off the 200 period. Like when we have the high of the day, we're getting light. Like we only have a third left. No, actually less than a third left of this position, probably about 20 to 25% left right now of this position. Whenever we get the high of the day into VWAP, into the 200 period, that to me is pretty much a switch. So we're going to need to cover that. We didn't even test VWAP. It is looking strong. I mean, look, if the market fades, then Tesla, will hit down just because of what it's doing. I don't think it's strong enough today to actually go against the market too much, but it is weaker than the market, but definitely not trying to ignore that. Sure, this bottom of 338 looks great. And we hadn't been there at all today. So that was a nice move. I mean, we were there early, and then once we broke through there, that's it. So as far as the bottom is concerned, 100% agree. Like if we were talking about, if I had to make my sticky note like right now for tomorrow, it would have 338 long, 337 long on Tesla. But for right here, right now, we'll just hold it. Our stop is going to be upside. We don't have any problems with that. If we get stopped out, it'll be on a 340. Like my stop on this trade, it was just north of 343. It's what we wrote down on here. So I'm just taking it because it works so well off the jump and trying to have that happen one more time. Okay, we got reloaded. We got a little bit more there of Google. And I heard what Neil was saying on his lessons of the day there. And, if you like something, you got to sort of take something there and then just be careful with it. So that's what we're going to do right now with Google. I just bid some 75s and got a little bit out because that's an 88 reload right there. And I'm also bidding 70s, hoping to get this 50 period. Then if we get anything back into here near the 50s again, then we will have to sort of bail on that trade. I mean, we don't have to, but I want to be lighter and lighter as we come in right now to it. I'm actually going to put a bid here. There you go. I'm going to cancel thy 71 and take a 74. You know, we did get that 41 that came back in there, thankfully. That's the 200 period, but we are well aware that this is blasting back and forth. A very, very weird day today.
Rivian's pushing.
Yeah, Rivian's pushing. Big Bear AI was pushing here as well. Big Bear AI up 1%. So we like that name, but I'm still stuck north of $4 on it. So again, another name that I like, a 20% short float, a name that has traded well off of earnings, although they didn't have much earnings. But yeah, Big Bear AI, you know, we're going to have to wait for Palantir to, we don't have to wait for anything, but Palantir, these guys are both big data, big AI, big foundries. There where you basically load in your data, they analyze it for you and spit something out for you.
That fire.
Yeah, they spit hopefully hot fire, and then you can adjust your.
But I'm not a rapper.
You know, yeah, exactly. But yeah, if you are a rapper, I don't know if you need to employ a Palantir, but if you did do that, they would maybe tell you what markets you're hot in, you know, what clubs to play at, so on and so forth. So this is where AI is pretty hot right now, and I really like BBAI for that reason. But again, this is just a wee one that we're gonna have to, as per usual, as per everything, it seems like these days, wait for it to come through and just have a better market right now. You know, we just saw Klarna get shelved a little bit there, but we did have, oh, you know what we had? I'm getting out of some.
What was it called
Google,
again?
by the way. We had eToro. So we had
the one.
eToro. I just want to see what this was doing because CoreWeave is a super hot fire IPO, but eToro the other way around. I don't know anything about this. Aren't they just like just a platform?
Yeah, they're
trade crypto.
Yeah, they're a trade.
Yeah, so nice downside play there. Coinbase on the addition. By the way, we just covered,
Hood or something.
like, see, this is what I mean about talking and doing this job and just getting really busy at one time. It's like, as I'm talking about it, I'm also trying to get some more out. So we take a 70 fill there. So we get a 74 fill, then a 70, and we're still waiting down here into the 50s, but we may not get that out of Google. So we're gonna have to wait for it. But what I was talking about was eToro. So again, we'll wait. Down 1%. We'll figure out where they're going. But holding VWAP pretty nice for this name. Just not that much. Well, I was going to say not that much volume on the chart, but pretty good. 700,000 shares today for eToro. Hail Klarna. I don't know if Klarna's coming.
Why we hail Klarna? What's so great about Klarna?
I know.
Look, I think the fact that we're back into a bull market would suggest to me that the things that we're waiting for, like Discord first, and then we can talk about Klarna and whomever else I'm forgetting for IPOs this year starts to come back into play. So we're excited for IPOs. Obviously, CoreWeave has been extremely successful. No question about that. I think just to a lot of people, for myself, a lot of surprise there. So it is what it is. But I wanted to get to, look, Rivian 3.5% to the upside. But when you look at the daily chart here for Rivian, almost to a T, like at this level we're at right now, 16.5 or so, this is where we rejected big time at the beginning of the year. And then go all the way back to August of last year. Like you've got a W pattern here. So there's a big resistance level. Doesn't mean you can't get through it, but as a day trade, the first time you get to it, I start thinking about a reversion. And this would be a day-long trend from open, connecting to 1130, connecting to this other dip on the 15-minute. Look how cleanly it's held that trend. If we close a 15-minute bar this afternoon underneath that trend, I'm going to take a shot somewhere at a short. Just look for an entry after that. So I'm leaving this up there on Rivian. But if it doesn't show up on the 15-minute for a trade, then I don't want the short. I'd rather take something that's broken the trend clean and have it off the high than try to fight this one absolutely blasting to the upside. So good for Rivian. It's been amazing. And I answered in the chat this longness. It was like, for your dislike for PayPal, is it lack of mode or something else? I don't own it, but use it instead of registering on every site I visit and buy. It's probably not fair to say that I hate it. I just like other fintech better. I don't really use them that much. I just think, I don't like them enough to have a strong opinion. That's a better way to have said it. But I do like some of the technicals that they have going on for the consolidation that it's in. But I can't really say that I can't say I hate them. I hated Square for a while when it was underperforming because I owned Square.
Right.
And I can't say I hated PayPal. If it came off that way, that wasn't fair. So I'm looking at Rivian for this trend break. Looks like we have a chance for it to do that. 100%. Tesla and Rivian both up. Lucid down. Why? Cena says. I don't think a stock like Lucid needs to have a reason to be down. But when it's 5% down into a relief day, you have my curiosity as well, because I'm not sure either. Is it technical? Did we just lose the 200 period moving average here? And it's just a rejection of a resistance? If I couldn't find a story, I'd just start thinking that this level here the 200 period moving average can be like a resistance spot and look for it to dip back in. Lucid seems like it's like a buy at $2 and everything else, leave it alone because it's just not very strong.
All right, yeah, good questions there on the chat. Thanks for all that. I don't know. There's Polestar, there's Lucid, there's Fisker, Bankrupt. There's a couple other names out there as well. We're getting some more out on Google as it's coming back down. And then Tesla, we just take a 340. So we're doing that. We're doing it live. All right, so iBit right now. Come on, Tesla. Just bring it on down, man. Tesla will actually, so by far, I only have a couple positive. Well, I only trade a couple names. We actually lost on Apple today. It's so crazy because we short right here. And we got stopped out there against 209. So tried to go short 209 right there and got stopped out. It does go as high as 209.50. I just didn't have the 209.50 like locked in there. So, you know, looking back at it, like 209 was already high enough. It was already broken through the day's high. And we didn't really have anything for me to work on 209. I mean, all the way up here is 209.75, like going back to some past numbers. When I'm trying to get in and out of some of these plays, I have to have a reason or else I'll just get carried away. Like I'll just short it all the way up. And then next thing you know, you're down a couple grand or a grand or 500 or doesn't matter the number. But you're down and you're like, what have I done, right? So in and out really there quickly on Apple, which kind of sucks because it didn't even really, this is another number here, the 200 period moving average on a 5-minute chart, but it didn't even get up there. But again, that was like that 209, 210 area. So what we had written down initially on here was 210 short. If I had written 209 short, I probably would have stuck with it, but that's because I would have seen the reason why I wrote it down. And I wrote down 210, which is right here. So Apple got a little carried away from me. I'm going to slap a fail on that. We should have never had been in Apple. Never have I ever. But there it is right there. A nice move down. We just took a 50-something fill there on Google. I just took another 65 as it went back up. So another 55 fill. This is what happens when I sit in front of a chart and watch it. Like when I actually leave and go for walks, you can clearly see when that happens because I don't have any action. Then I come back and I sit down and it's just like multiple outs. But sometimes you need those outs because if you don't take them, then you watch what happens right here as the market starts to climb back. Same thing just now with Tesla. If we don't bid down there, then you don't get that fill. So sometimes you got to be very, very specific on your actions and where you're looking. So that would be a good one. Ooh, Nikkei planning on launching a say pilot fusion? I don't even know what that means.
That's what I heard.
Just Japan start talking more about power needs here. So SMR, which was down like 6 or 7% at one point today, battling all the way back up. Wow. This is new scale has been real hot fire, man. Great levels all the way to 25. Watch out for a 25 break on new scale if this news means anything. But
that's good. Oh.
Yeah, we were like, you know,
I'm assuming SMR is also going.
This is SMR.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, new scale is SMR.
No, So on your chart, on the program thing, it cuts off.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
I'm like, oh, that's not SMR.
And Oklo was going earlier today. But yeah, Neil and I both in SMR.
Why? I don't know why our program monitor cuts off the edges. So whenever I'm looking at it, I can't see everything.
Oh, okay.
So I should have been looking at your chart.
I don't want to ever have that right in I want to kind of have it open. Anyway.
Well, you know what? Win, lose, or draw. And for us, when we were betting on the Leafs, we lost, obviously, here. But we would have lost more if we didn't have the odds that ProfitX gave us.
Yeah.
Because we got better odds with them. And if you want those top tier odds and total control, ProfitX brings you peer-to-peer picking, open API access for automation, and cost-efficient trading, all in one place. You're day trading your favorite sports, you're making offers, you're matching plays, and you can manage your risk with diverse prediction options. Don't just place picks, you gotta exchange them. ProfitX is a smarter and faster way to play. Use the code TRADERTV to get the sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. And do a slow clap for Oklahoma City, OKC. I think I'm not a big NBA guy anymore, but I wish it had been a competitive Game 7. But I'm pretty excited to see what when you have Edwards versus SGA. I think that's going to be a battle. And shout out to Pascal Siakam and the Pacers versus the Knicks. I think you've got some interesting matchups. Maybe not what the NBA wanted, but all the better then. As far as I'm concerned, I think it's much more fun when you get these matchups coming in. I think they're good. They should be good series. These are tomorrow, so I don't think. What's tonight?
Nothing.
There's probably only baseball tonight. You know what? Does Caitlin Clark play?
She played yesterday.
Tomorrow, so not till tomorrow. Anyways, I would just double. Yeah, she triple double. But then there was you see the flagrant?
Yeah,
It's
but whatever.
Complete BS. That's not a flagrant foul. It wasn't a flagrant foul.
The WNBA is hating on Caitlin Clark.
It wasn't. I saw some stuff. People talking about it next. Angel Reese gets fouled by Caitlin Clark and it's a flagrant. Then I watched the play.
Right.
Let me get the heck out of here. Flagrant foul, my butt. She had an open layup, and you do a hard swipe, which I've done that before, and it's not a flagrant. And then what's her name? Reese comes up like she's gonna fight her.
Yeah, these girls are all, remember. Exactly, they're all jealous. Caitlin Clark.
Not all.
Well, a lot of jealousy.
Well, I know Reese because I've seen the press conference and stuff. I don't know about other people, but.
You guys are haters over there in the WNBA. But, I mean, congratulations for Caitlin Clark to actually make people talk about the WNBA. So there you go. So,
well, that's what I'm saying.
you literally just went to Profit X and you said Caitlin Clark.
No, because my first thought was like, if there was no NHL, whatever, the Leafs aren't in it, and then NBA games don't start till tomorrow. I'm like, well, what else is going on?
Yeah, good.
You know?
Might as well.
And I guarantee you, like, the most action on WNBA is probably like 10 times as much action on her team than on any other.
It's so funny because I saw Caitlin Clark yesterday, actually, during one of those highlights. She picks up the rebound and runs basically right by everybody for a layup, and Angel Reese just like misses the rebound and then just like walks back. Again, people are built different, and Caitlin Clark is something else, so that is for sure. Okay, I mean, the market's not doing a whole heck of a lot. We'll look at Rivi and Randy when we get back, and we'll look at a few other names. Dara has something.
Yeah, just be aware here, for one, keep an eye on this market. Fed's Bostic speaking right now. Tomorrow is actually going to be a way bigger day for Fed speak. We have a steady stream of Fed speakers throughout the session, but we've had quite a few today as well. Bostic saying that he's seeing one interest rate cut this year, and that basically the Fed could actually be pulling forward its actions if these trade negotiations pick up. So as of right now, though, forecasting one interest rate cut. Also, Donald Trump attending a bill signing ceremony. We have very few details on this, but he's going to be there alongside his wife, First Lady Melania Trump. Again, he can always be asked any questions about any market-related or unmarket-related things. So I will be keeping an eye on this. If there's anything that moves the market, I'll let you guys know right away. Back to you.
I'm just going to address Hunter. Here's Hunter Harvey in the chat. He's not even at his desk.
He's a closer he was a closer.
Yeah. Ask if Obi knows who either of those women are.
Oh, no.
I'm not.
No.
There's 0% chance.
No. WNBA, no chance.
No, it's not even. You might think they're like Fed speakers or something.
But the type of athlete that Obi's gonna know is like Kobe Bryant, LeBron James.
Really?
Kobe Bryant, of course he knows Kobe Bryant.
Really?
Like it's just like the transcendent type level person is who he'd know. Come on, and he knows Kobe.
Yeah, but he has no idea what his number was.
Oh no.
Team? I think he might know team.
I think he'd get the team.
I sure as heck hope so. But we're just playing around with Obi, but very focused on other.
No, but I promise you this: he'll know. He'll know every single level on insert stock that he liked last week, right? Like it's just some of us also waste time with a bunch of. Like I have a bunch of sports stuff in my head that
everybody wastes time
that I don't need in my head, but I have it anyways. Like it's just life.
All right, so we're getting reloaded again, but maybe not for very long as this market's trying to go back up, and we're not just going to sit here, just keep on getting, or not getting run over at all. We just got some good prices there on Google, but I can clearly see that this may not be working out for me right now at this high level. It just keeps on ticking higher, guys. Like if I take away all these fills, and so we're getting some outs right now. We just took some 86s right there because we just got 97s. So hopefully we can make a move lower. I'm going to take out another bid as well if we can. And I'm just trying to lower some of the risk out of this trade because the market's going higher. And I can see that right here. We've bounced off of the 50 period. Well, not really bounced off of it. What I was going to get is we're nowhere near VWAP. So the market just seems strong and holding some of these highs. So a couple good outs there. Getting a little lighter on this, not trying to be married to the thought that Google only wants to go down. Because if I take away some of these, I can just get rid of my ticks here, and then we can see like what this chart actually looks like without it being clogged up. I mean, you just bounce. Like if I was looking at this and saying, okay, I'm not in this position and I don't have like any past biases, it does look like it wants to run the top, right? I mean, comes in here. Doesn't necessarily hold VWAP, but sure, we have some nice dumps there. But this 200 period moving average, sure, it's actually held it pretty much all day. Like, you're going to get some of these movements. I don't even know what was going on here at 12:20. Again, I wasn't here, but doesn't mean I shouldn't know. But that was a pretty aggressive move from 165 down to 164.50. So that was like $1.20 or 30 in about 5 minutes, and then completely recovered.
What time is it?
12:20. I don't know what happened there, but Google completely recovered all the way back, and since then held the 200, held it again, and right now just keeps on making, like, if that's the low, that's the new low. Right now it looks like we're trying to make higher highs rather than lower lows. So yeah, I think that this position is possibly in jeopardy. So if you're gonna lay your head on anything, I would much rather trust this Tesla short.
Is there news on Google? Because
I mean, I'm trading it. I should probably know if there's
no. But that candle, I just went over it.
I got
no move on Apple, no move on Microsoft, no move on the Qs, no move on, like, nothing reacted to that move at on Sean's chart there. Mm-hmm. So
they probably thought that I was long, so it tried to rinse me out there, and then it got me. But no, another fill there. I'm going to put those customizations. Whoopsies! I'm going to put those customizations back on. If you are joining us, make sure you do hit the like, the subscribe. We're trading with real trading here. But let's go over some other names maybe that are flying around. So we'll just take a look at the chat. Nvidia. I don't want to talk about Nvidia all the time. Everybody wants Nvidia all the time. PTIX. Oh, yeah, I think that was in our watch list, I believe, at one time.
Yeah.
Protogenic. Right there. Ooh, look at the time in sales. I mean, that's without even the chart loading up or anything like that, over 90 million. I'm going to get out of some more Google here, even at 90, believe it or not. Believe it or not. George isn't at home. Leave it a message after the tone or something like that.
I must be gone.
Home and tone.
All right, pick up the phone. Where could I be? Believe it or not,
is not home. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so PTIX, man, a huge move up. Nice done right there. Look at the 50-period moving average as we enter the hour of power. But that's not, if you're going to be dip buying anything, you're going to have to wait for 12, 1150, 1175, because right now you are starting to blast up here on PTIX. Just a quick little look. I'll throw it back there as we're getting out of some more of these shorts right now, because Google, I don't want it to, as Bart Simpson would say, Neil, eat my shorts. PTIX, it will be right
silly
here. Yeah, that is a really silly. I said that the other day to my kids. They're like, what the hell are you even talking about? All right. Investigating whether or not the merger, is fair to shareholders. Okay, so we're going to figure out about some sort of a merger thing. And I clearly clicked on the wrong thing because I was looking for its short float. Right now is the news. We have that already. The short float, Neil, it's only 50%. We have a nice little 50% short float right there on PTIX. So if you're wondering about that, and also that is a hilarious. Is that right? The short float?
470,000 float, and it's 50% short.
That's what we're seeing right here. Is that
Come on, that's
not
cannot
possible.
be right.
Is that possible? I want to double check that.
Who would short something that illiquid?
Well, plus it's done 91 million shares already.
Yeah, well, so the turnover isn't. Yeah.
Maybe there was supposed to be a comma or a decimal place there instead.
But then shorts can't be getting exposed because how could they still be in it if it's turned over that much? They're out.
I mean, that number is not normally times 10. Let's go over and figure out what Adair is up to. Probably this.
It's actually going to be about PTIX, guys. I looked into it. I usually use Trade Ideas and FinViz. Trade Ideas, I'm seeing a short float of less than 4%. Now, sometimes there's a bit of a difference here between FinViz and Trade Ideas. In this case, they're both just under 4%. So it does not look, I'm at least not seeing this 50% short float, but PTIX, as noted earlier, does have a pretty small float, just under 500,000 shares total. And that's both FinViz and Trade Ideas once again. Back to you.
You don't need to have a respectable float to be listed in the exchanges anymore.
They have to be. I mean, the short float is probably north of 50%. I know we're able to justify it, but with this kind of a move and that many shares outstanding, there has to be a huge short float. Just natural. Someone short this now.
But the shorts that were in it before today, to me, they're already out, and new shorts are getting rinsed, and then new shorts again, and because it's on 100 million shares.
I didn't even look at the
and
daily
50 chart. And 500,000 is a float. That means you're churning enough that it's new shorts that are starting to get burned and burned and burned and burned and burned. because that's 100 million on a 50,000
this
float,
is-
500,000 float. That's insane.
I mean, please don't.
That's
if you guys,
HKD-ish.
yeah, if you want to hold the longs
HK,
into your, or sorry, the longs, I guess, yeah, into tomorrow or something like that, fine. Be you, do you, but that's risky. That is a risk.
Because that could open up tomorrow at $7. And what if they can?
We've seen it.
What
We've
if they can
seen
do an
Webull.
offering?
We've seen
Maybe
it.
they've already filed and they can drop it on you at any moment.
Dude, I would totally offer if I
Oh
was
my
that
goodness,
company,
that's what I'm saying. Any of those companies, they're sitting around. If they've already filed for a shelf, they can. Then it means they can drop it literally now. They could drop it overnight. They could drop it in the morning. Or do they have to file and get the ball
Or
rolling?
they could
and
drop
do
it like it's hot.
They could do that too, and do it in like a week or so. I did take that Rivian position, as you can see. Whoops, that's the Nasdaq. Ooh. Topping tail candle at Friday's high in the Nasdaq while we're here, and this is why I kind of favor the shorts, like topping tail and a couple of red on the 60-minute. But Rivian broke the trend, so I have my stop. Should be at this high. I just realized it was off by a cent because that's actually 40. So in this case, it should just be at 41 there. So yeah, my stop is in on Rivian. I have some bids in front of 20 and then in front of 15, but just looking for the trend reversal on RIVN. It's not an option. Says, are you going to reload the Tesla short? Well, let's let it set back up. Because last time, like I only got into it after it broke the trend on the higher, it was on a 15 where it cleanly broke the trend, and that gave you a consolidative entry off that top. Because to me, this short is the better one. Early on, if you can get it. Sharper uptrend and faster move down. This one's not as good, but you can take it. And so if it comes there a third time, I don't like it more the third time through. That's why I was looking for something new. Because it's making higher lows. Like that's higher low, higher low. At some point, that's just a breakout trade. So if it sets up something really, really clean, like that was a topping tail, break of trend, consolidation, and it was a trend break on the 15-minute as well. It could happen, but you're running out of time. So I'm not married to it on Tesla. I think Rivian with the all-day trend break I do like. So we'll see if that can come back in. I was going to go over to Nvidia to see if we're, I guess, not getting, no test of VWAP on Rivian or on Nvidia. It's just kind of cruising sideways here, as a matter of fact. So I don't know if we're going to be able to get that. And yeah, there's a lot of these. Someone was saying, this stock did have a move on that Google pullback, or another stock. Someone said Nvidia did. It was just a dark pool wick. A dark pool wick that happened to be at the same time of that Google down move. As far as I can tell, that Alphabet at 1220 was just Alphabet. The Qs had a dark pool wick as well, but the only thing that actually moved in that moment was Alphabet. So I think obviously something was going on there. I'm not really sure what it was. So I just got the 22 fill or 21 fill on Rivian. I have one at 16, and I'll probably put one at 11 and see if this can get into VWAP, the all-day trend. There's your consolidation, and now we'll see how far it can drop like it's hot. Cena ALMS, I haven't looked at this. Alumis, oh, that's too little. No shares, no volume. Trend up, 375,000 shares. Hard pass. Way too little volume, Cena there. But you mentioned Palantir. Oh, one of the names that we haven't really gone over too much was the quantum names, which were hot this morning. QBTS, the volume's really dying down. Like, look how low the volume's getting. Just what's interesting about this is if you put up just a volume chart, sometimes it'll tell you a bit of a story. Like, look at the hump. It tries to get going later in the day, but then you're getting your lowest volumes getting into power hour. So I always want that to start trending back higher, or at least break the downward trend on volume, and maybe you've got something. And I'd be thinking about the VWAP trade here. I'm 2 for 3 on QBTS, but neither one of those were the big ones would have been trying to get it off the bottom or under VWAP. I love VWAP, and it's good when it reclaims VWAP. But sometimes if you can find a level underneath the volume weighted average price that's above support, like right here at 1250 looks gorgeous because that's pre-market highs. It gives you a clean reversal trade, and then you get the gravity into VWAP, and then you can add to the position. Well, maybe this is worth putting on the radar if the volume starts picking up here, but we'll stick with these couple of shorts here for now.
Yeah, just some of you were asking a little bit about Tesla there. Neil was talking about that first trade. Well, you know, we had that trade. That's the trade that we wrote down. Then we also had another 243 come through then. So that's where my average price is right there. And I just want to let you know, I'm going to try to let the rest ride, but I have been getting some out, and no better time than right now. I mean, I haven't gotten one this low. I got a 50 and I got a 90 there out on the upside. The 90 was only for 50 cents. We're only in right now, just re-entering the dollar club on this trade. But this trade has already come back down into 340 before, so we're happy to watch this and let it continue to go. Google, we're not going to talk about it anymore. I'm not really bidding any out. Hopefully it comes to the downside. I do have more bids at the 70s, and then hopefully we'll go. Google just pretty ugly right here at the top. It's not going down. So not reloading, hoping for a downside push. That's all. If it comes in, it comes in. Let's check out Mara. Marathon here, Marathon Digital. A good move up there today for sure in crypto, but Mara, just heading lower. It did get to green and then now fading out a little bit here. As you can see on the daily, it's done real well. And it's just trying to base again, I think, before another rip. I mean, I was always saying that, like, why? So those of you that own this company would know better than I, and I know with hash rates getting harder and higher, unable to mine as many coins now that you would have before all of these splits and the halves that have happened there for the hash rates. But, if Bitcoin is near the all-time highs, Mara is like nowhere near any of its highs. So I'd just be careful trying to relate both of them to each other. That's kind of what I've done in the past. And obviously now that I look at it, that's a pretty huge mistake, right? One has not too much else to do with the other. Although we've seen on big days, obviously crypto can go and so can Marathon, but I think this is still a short near 17. So anything up into there, I like that. Right now, we're not quite there yet. With the high being today, right there, 1640. So that's going to be a good trade. The next trade, like you guys may be saying, okay, what's the next trade? That's what I'm waiting for. And it was getting close. I had this written down right there, 125.80 break. And we actually bounced right off of that level. And it's kind of a good thing we didn't get short, because that's where we were going to get short, right there at 230. And we talked about that as it was coming in. It just never broke. So I was thinking short the market, so therefore I like to short on the Palantir trade, but that didn't come in right now, and you're still trying to get up to the upside of the day right now. I'm going to cancel that on Palantir, because if I like the short, I should probably take it right now. We just did have a top little wick there on Palantir with good volume. That could be the profile that we're looking for. Joe calls it a signature there, and I think that is giving me it there as well. 127 wick high. Just to see how much volume that actually. Oh, I don't want the morning volume in there. Yeah, so that's one of the highest, despite since 10 o'clock, we're getting one of the highest bid candles we've seen. That the candle came right there off of that most recent top, came right here as well off of some of. I guess it's this top. We did go a little bit higher, but it did signal. There's the top right there as well on a Wyckoff top. But yeah, nice little move there. Again, look at that volume signature right into there, taking one from my guy, Joe. So I say shout out to him. Give credit where credit's due. But that's, it's again, I've looked for that all the time. It's why I have volume up only on my 1 minute chart. And let me just expand that a little bit more so I can see it. And, see these kind of trades a little bit better. So there it was, a good little indicator there. Maybe if we get back to 127, there might be something there for that kind of a trade. But all right, if there's any other questions, comments.
We got a super chat.
We got a super chat, okay.
It was from Long This.
Nice.
Well, hopefully you're long at the open
Long
on,
something.
well, just about anything. This could be maybe Rivian, I don't know, Tesla, all kinds of stuff was really good off the open. Guys, have you ever had times you just focused on one or two tickers that you got very comfortable trading and not chasing scanners and news? For myself, it happens sometimes, but I find like if I'm looking for like a mean reversion or something at a very key price level, I'm always hunting for things that set up. Like I haven't looked at Rivian, and then all of a sudden when the market was at the high, like Rivian turned into, wow, if you're looking for like a trend break, like that's going to stand out a little bit as an opportunity. So like, yeah, no, I wasn't looking at Rivian, then all of a sudden it's going to come in there as an opportunity. So I always have like a list of names that I'm watching that are on the radar, and I tend to, if I can do this, unplug this ancient iPad. Like I'll have like a bunch of stocks written down, and then the ones that have like numbers next to them are the ones that interest me on the day. In a general sense, at the levels that I like. It doesn't mean I'll trade them, and then I whittle that down usually to a list of 4 or 5, but if something that didn't make my morning note all of a sudden at the middle of the day or the end of the day hits the level that I wrote down in the morning, then I'm going to go to it. It's like, oh, that didn't think this would come into play for a reversion or a bounce off that level. So, you have to have your own trading style, but I find I never want to be blind to opportunities that are out there because you don't know what's going to move. Like if 2 seconds from now, and this is just an example, because it's the first thing that came to my mind, but it obviously is not going to happen. Like if 2 seconds from now, Roaring Kitty tweets something and GameStop starts doing millions of shares of volume, maybe we jump on over to that. I don't know. Like just because I was trading a couple of things doesn't mean I wouldn't go to that stock. Now that's a bad example because I don't like that as a catalyst because he burned us the last time.
Yeah, and I do that every day. So I don't. I actually like that's what sparked the sticky note. It's like I have a couple ideas. Those are the names I want to look at. And even if there is some sort of a news, we'll go over it to show it to you for the show. But that's why I try to tell you the kind of shares and risks that I'm putting into certain ideas versus other ones. So I think it's a very, very smart strategy to do that, especially if you're trading the futures or other things like that, right? I've learned to put the most buying power into trades that, and tickers that you're most comfortable with. And I think that that's the best thing to do, and that's the smart thing to do. But if you are chasing news, you can have bigger winners, but you're never going to have unless you're definite on the story and it's maybe a story of a stock that you're familiar with, it's very hard to judge. Like, let's just say J&J right now comes up with a trial news or something about talc, I don't know, something about whatever, who knows, a new form of cancer found in something. So obviously it's going to make a huge move on J&J, but I don't know what that would mean for their stock price, what level. I would just look at supply and resistance zones and try to play off of that. But someone that knows J&J, not just an analyst, but someone that maybe looks at this space and has seen news like this hit before would know, okay, that's initially a 5% move and then, wait for some sort of a balance. It's kind of like if we see Tesla miss numbers, we know it's not necessarily the end of the world. What's behind that story, and we look to get a little deeper. So I just think comfortability. I said that last week and screwed it up more than I did today, so maybe I did that better. But yeah, so I think you just got to be comfortable with what you're trading, which is why I'm always trying to look for similar names, but also similar opportunities technically. Like, here's a good example that we missed earlier. There's 113, right? So if you were thinking, hey, weaker against the market is Disney right now, and even if you're looking at the ES or NASDAQ, same difference coming through right there. And then you find that 113 area. So they just basically gave you a shot to short that 113 again because it gave it to you right there. So as we look at some of these names, I know that Disney's not going to go crazy. That would probably have been worth a shot for 20 or 30 cents, and now you're well in the money off of that. So you always want to keep going back to some of your favorites, but not get caught and not be too tunnel visioned on those. So I think that that's important, and that's why I honestly have here a watch list, and so I have something that's procured, my own list. And they will hit on here. So any kind of alert that scans will come from my list. So I have Apple on there, SMCI on there, and they will trigger when certain alerts come because they're in this pre-generated list of mine. That I'm trying to see, I've just added Hood to this list. Adding more names on here as Boeing, Texas Instruments, some of them are not sorted properly. So that doesn't mean they're necessarily. Yeah, so sometimes I'll just sort them by stocks that are moving around.
Oh, gotcha.
So, anyways,
I haven't heard.
Yeah, no, ARM's a relatively new addition to this list. I mean, not really, just coming in the last year or so. Maybe put some Uber on there. iBit obviously is a relatively new name on there as well. So yeah, just be careful with what you're trading and trade stuff that you're comfortable with, because you can always average up or average down into stock. But you got to know what you're doing, and then you got to up your share size if you're more comfortable with it, and that will only happen with practice.
Mentioned Disney. I remembered something on Disney. This is the week for Disney for me, because on the weekly chart, Disney is closing. It closed above the 200 period on the weekly chart for the first time in, I'm not going to pull. It's in a while. This is 2023, and it obviously hadn't done it. So what's this? That looks like March of 2022. So suffice to say, it's been a while. So it looks like you're going to get that. You got that closed before, and all it has to do is hold it this week, and I think it's a nice little entry spot. I sold some in Netflix and wanted to put some of that money maybe back into a shorter term. I don't think it'll be short term. It might even be a longer term play in Disney, but I like it above that 200 period on the weekly chart as long as it can hold this week. I want to go back to Adara. Sorry, we're going to go back to Adara, and then we'll come back, talk about some positions here, because I think the market's starting to come back in.
Just be aware here, Donald Trump and Melania have actually taken the stage here at this bill signing event. But the thing I really wanted to talk about here is this comment we're getting on G7. According to the U.S. Treasury, or at least sources close to the U.S. Treasury, they're not expecting any trade deal announcements to take place at the G7 finance meeting in Canada. So again, that is just a report coming from a source that's apparently briefed on U.S. preparations, but it doesn't sound like the Treasury is expecting any trade deal announcements to come through at G7 this week. Back to you.
G7's in
You say that
Canada?
in Canada? Where is it in Canada? I didn't know that.
Yeah, the G7 last time was just a little bit north of here, and we had so much all this protection. Not last time, but maybe
Dude,
a couple years ago.
wasn't there like there was the protest and they boxed them in or something?
Oh, that was a long time ago.
That was a while back. So it's happening
It's
in
gonna happen in
Alberta. It's in Alberta.
We had the Black Plague or something, whatever that.
No,
group was called.
what do they call those guys?
Not the Black Plague.
The protesters all in black and they go all to all the G whatever summits. But it was wild when it was here in Toronto. So I'm glad it's not.
Yeah, they were just rallying
I'm glad
those
it's not
guys
here,
up,
man.
man.
Very glad it's not here.
Black Flag?
What were they called? It is. No, it's not the Proud Boys.
Proud Boys are Canadian, but
The ones that go to all the G7 and G.
not Antifa. It's,
Whatever. It's. You guys, no.
Yeah,
Is it Antifa?
no.
Is it them? No, I don't know.
Definitely.
Whatever. We
I
can
can
look
look
it
last
up.
time in Toronto. Anyways,
It was nuts.
all right, maybe it is. Who knows? We don't have too much. I don't want to say we don't have too many protests here, but I drive by Queen's Park every day. It's
Like
sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't.
Yeah.
Not too much going on right now. Okay, so, well, there's lots going on. But Google right now trying to take out that high where we get stopped out of that. Amazon, a nice move higher. The market's trying to get going, although it doesn't look like it. Very specific names going. And for some reason, Google is one of them. I wonder if it's because we have that quantum sort of rally that's been sort of in foot there today. No. So Google just kind of going on its own. So that's fine. We've already learned our lesson of that to try to get away from it. All right, IBIT, I mean, what a great day for Bitcoin, man. Like, we're in the money $3,000 off of our most recent buy, almost to the exact dollar right now. 103.01 I bought. So $10, $2,010 lower than where we are right now. We're in on this. There's the break of VWAP. Maybe that should have been something there. And if you ever want to get aggressive right on something early, and a shout out to Long This, I just don't want to forget what you're writing down here. The follow up to this retired old man. What's up? I hope to be you one day, honestly. That's why I'm trading like this. I'd rather just play these positions, be comfortable in them, understand the moves, so I don't have to sit in front of a computer all day and just kind of put them on and make some plays. So I do like that. Okay, so he's gonna do nothing if tickers don't set up. I mean, that's exactly like just even on here. I'm trying to follow this a little bit better. They don't set up, you don't play them. That is, as a professional, is there ever, I guess, a push to do something? Yeah, every day. I mean, I sit here and I feel a little bit of a push because I'm on the show, so I feel like maybe I need to be into positions a little bit more than maybe I do, which is definitely not the truth. I don't feel forced to do that or anything, but sometimes I do get a little antsy if the market's ripping or something. You do get that FOMO. I think that that's natural to look for something to trade. But again, I do think it's obviously very important to find your scanners, find the stocks that you like, and make sure that if nothing does set up, you don't take anything. Like on here, I have Tesla, the TQs, Google, Apple, and Nvidia. So I've traded 4 of these 5 names, and the Nvidia one just did not line up for me. I had a bid down there at 130, 129 to 130, didn't hit. But every other idea that I have on here, including Apple short, I traded that, although I wrote down 210. I got a little anxious with it and got 209. So you can see we punch out fast and learn our lesson from that one as well. But yeah, just stay disciplined and get into that. I know you punched into Rivian, so this is maybe a good example there.
It's the best example. I had 4 names on my note this morning, and it's more the four that weren't on the note. And look at the types of trades on those 4. Rivian, one shot, clean reversion, right? Like it just out of nowhere it does that. And then there was CoreWeave, which went absolutely like stupid ham. I didn't get a very good entry, but it's the same thing. Big straight shot up, one mean reversion. The other one, the missing QBTS, is like, well, AMD and QBTS. I'll do another short first. AMD wasn't on the list. I don't know. My AMD chart, for some reason, is the only chart that is missing any data. But I noticed it was relatively weak compared to Nvidia, which was on my list as a long. So I took 3 shots at it short. I'm slightly up on it, 1 for 3. And then QBTS, which was another name that was just super strong. Like you guys were talking about what was moving in the morning, and it was a breakout play that we noticed it was breaking out because it was being yelled at in the chat and it was showing up on the e-signal scanner. So I went over to it. It looked strong. So we played the break. The dip wasn't good. Notice something about this? So 2 for 3 on QBTS. Now, which longs work? Squeeze stock is going up and breaking on the way up through highs. That works. It then on the way back through the breakout level, that long doesn't work. On the way back up through, it does work. And it's obvious at this point. If you have a stock which is short float as part of it and it's breaking out on a higher time frame, yeah, you kind of prefer when it's showing you the momentum going through. So you're getting in as people are shorts getting stopped, as opposed to getting in when the shorts are starting to work. Anyways, that's just neither here nor there, but it's kind of obvious when you look at it in hindsight. But all 4 of the ones that weren't on the list had exactly the same profile. Like they were big time movers that were very much in play. That was either playing the breakout or playing the reversion on. Like nothing. AMD is the only one that wasn't that example, and AMD is something we look at pretty much every single day. Well, I don't know. I look at AMD and Nvidia almost every single day. The only chip name that we didn't look at, which I thought this was going to be a thing for me today on for trading, SMCI, and then just end up being a little bit of a nothing burger. And what I mean by that is when the market was screaming, I think I said, yeah, SMCI gets above 47, it's a short, just because of what happened last week. And then it just never really tested it. Didn't have enough strength. So this is a name that I might have looked at it. It just never gave you the setup, because I think that's where you want to short it, where it's showing you the bigger rejections. But to each their own. And UNH could have been a trade today. I think a lot of people are having fun with this stock. I think there's going to be a pullback, like some kind of a dip on this relief rally, but it really wants to close above this high from Wednesday, this low from Wednesday, like this initial support, 309, 310. That's so bullish on UNH. I just should have pulled the trigger last week instead of getting 30. Like it could have had like 280 instead of 305. Anyways.
Anyway, this isn't
if the butts are candy.
This isn't ringing a bell, but they say black bloc.
That sounds right.
Does it? Yeah. It was during 2010 when the G7 was held.
I knew that because they were all black.
It just says some protesters, typically anarchists or anti-capitalist activists. So they were banging like our Eaton Center, which is like the Mall of America type of thing. Like it's a huge mall here in Toronto, and they were just like throwing stuff through Starbucks windows and all that kind of stuff. So typical kind of stuff that you probably do see from some of those other groups. I just wanted to bring it up because it was just another name there, Black Bloc. So I don't know, that's what it says. Okay, so just again here, in getting a little bored, what's up to long this again? We did short some more here on Google, so now we'll see if it wants to fall back in. Because I was just trying to feel like, hey, this market, did I not get any fills here? I should be getting something out at 82 maybe. But okay, so I was just gonna say, like, if this market's gonna fall down here, then why isn't Google? So right now it sort of is, so we get a little bit of a reload there. And we'll see, man, it's really been talking about it holding this 200 period. Well, that's like at 65, so we'll get some more out as we come back in. I'm actually bidding 77s. There's some more, so we're starting to make a little bit more money here on that play right now. I don't hear any news, so we might have to find a better news source. Like nothing's in our ear, but we do have a dare there, and I want to thank everybody for making sure to thank everybody for watching. And hit the like, hit the subscribe. Niels has a big recap show tonight. I'm not sure what's on. Adair sent the earnings list.
There's like a trip.com. It's like
a quick look. TripAdvisor?
No. Trip.com is a Chinese.
TCOM.
Yeah, they're.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, whatever. There's some kind of travel company.
Yeah.
A Chinese company. But we got Michael Nas coming through, so we can ask him. I joke about we'll ask about Farcoin. Probably not. Probably not.
Yeah, or probably. I mean, who knows if it comes up again. I'm sure if you guys talk about crypto, he might.
I'm more interested in what his thoughts are this time, because as far as I'm concerned, we just had an all-time high test. I know we didn't get to 109 on Bitcoin, but it got right. That wick just got right up there. So I'm curious. Let's
get back up there.
What his thoughts are. Like, is he a sell, or is he looking for it to break again and buy?
Trying to scalp. I'm trying to not scalp at all. Sorry, Bitcoin.
Hodl. I'm a hodl.
Yeah, like I've never really sold any Bitcoin. I've sold other altcoins. to try to get into it. Yeah, Snowflake. Snowflake's going to be a big report later on this week. These guys have done really great. I bought some of this at 126. I don't even know what that looks like on a chart, but I remember it getting back into here, and it wasn't recently either. This was way long ago, not into here. Must have been in this area here when we came back in, and then fell through, and I didn't average in at all. I don't really know why 126. We talked about that. It's like I can't remember our anniversary, but I can definitely remember some prices.
You remember your anniversary?
Yeah, I remember my anniversary. Yeah, April the. All right, so as we go here, definitely in April though.
17th.
No.
Well, I just made up a number and guessed it.
That's actually my birthday day, but not in April. It's actually April the 2nd, right there.
Oh, no, I did know that because
Very similar to Tariff Day.
Yeah, it was right up. Yeah.
Yeah, although my wife, maybe it was a joke that she actually married me, but I was pretty happy to do it there. So we didn't want to do it on April Fool's, but it was also a Monday. I didn't really care. Saturday, whatever day the Saturday was, we were going to rock with there. But I think Snowflake, again, another huge name. Look at the recovery on this name. Look at the last. You want to talk about a company here? Like, does anybody? I'm glad. Thank you so much. By the way, Google's now finally starting to come in. So, oh boy, on that trade right now, starting to make some money there. But this has had now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 straight up days, 20 straight up days, beating Meta's move higher right there. So it's a huge move higher on Snowflake. Straight line from 135 up to 185. So get ready for this report. And again, another big data name. We talked about it with some computing. Not that they're going to look like IBM, but when I think about a name that is breaking out and trying to get through its all-time highs, I talked about Microsoft, not many charts looking better than Microsoft. IBM is, because IBM right now already has a sloping up 50-period moving average, has a beautiful level here that we've bounced off of a couple times on the 200 period at 230. So worst case scenario, this thing maybe has $30 more downside. I don't think so though. And you're taking out all-time highs, and it didn't even break the 200 period closing basis on tariff time. So I really like IBM. I think it continues to work an old name, turning old money into new money, because that one right there, nice upside play for IBM. But and then someone in the chat.
I didn't have a Palantir, but I have IBM.
I love IBM. As your calls.
As our picks. But I like that. I like.
Well, you had GE Vernova. I think is doing fine.
GE Vernova it's at the highs right now.
And then you had.
And then X. So my
problem was Coinbase.
Well, I picked XLV, which obviously, if you're trying to win a competition, you're probably not picking it out. XLF.
I did. I picked
no XLF. XLF. XLV's on my brain because I didn't actually end up buying that last week. Anyways, that's another story. But XLF, if you're trying to win a stock picking competition, you don't pick an ETF. Everybody knows that. It's just unless you think it's going to be bad times. But I have nothing against the financials. They've done pretty well. GE Vernova, though.
What's wrong with diversifying? Like, I picked the Dow just because. Like, I picked it because I want to win this.
No, I think we picked it, and we had this discussion. We picked things that well, I'm not saying everyone else didn't. Well, it was just like if I was really putting money to work on that day, it's like what are the things that I would put in? But when you're doing a stock, we've been in these the university stock competitions where the goal is to just see how crazy a return you can get. You never pick an ETF in those things. But I was sort of thinking if I had to pick 3 names, this is what I like here and right now, and kind of diversify.
We have that graphic. Maybe we can.
I had an ETF for the financials. I had what I thought was like a safe tech play because I thought we'd have a rocky year. So I thought IBM was a very, very safe tech play, but it's neither here nor there. I don't know if we have, and Adira's probably working on some of the aftermarket stuff, but if we have it, I know some people made picks that I think were, if they were like, if we got a really big bull move, like obviously you pick a Tesla or something like that.
No, I don't want to miss. Like, I think everyone knew what was going on. We talked about it, that we were going to do that math, see what happens at the end of the year, right? So I think that crypto, I know was Brendan. I think it was Bitcoin. Joey Options over there was just flip flopping like he was.
I forget what he ended up on.
Cooking pancakes or something that day. He was like, I'm choosing Meta. And then it was like, I'm choosing Google.
And then you messaged me and I was like, what do you mean? He picked this.
Yeah, he changed it up. But Adira, we've messaged her. If she has a chance to get that graphic, we'll talk about some of the plays that we do have on board there. And I think it's about diversification, right? I think Randy wanted all about energy there. All right, talk about energy. What about XOM on a day like today? I noticed that gas prices were sort of going through the roof a little bit. I do have a small story. I got myself finally into a Tesla Model 3, and I liked it. So we're gonna wait to see if I can. Well, I'm trying to negotiate some kind of deals on it. It would be, it was a used one. It was 2023, pretty cheap. So we're gonna wait to see good mileage on it there as well. So we'll wait to see if we could do that. But I'm like, why would I even buy it when like?
Why not?
No, it's fine to buy it. It's fine, but it's like you're only charging like I'm literally 11 kilometers one way. So it's like I don't drive the car that much. No, I know, but I only spend $100 a month or something on gas. So it's like I wouldn't make the move to save on gas. It's
fair.
One of those things. But anyways, we'll see what's happening.
The non-family vehicle within 2 or 3 years.
Oh, here we go. Chef Joe wants to send a referral code. The only thing is that I want to maybe Chef Joe. Full self-drive, I think, is something that my kids, they're like, well, did you get it with full self-drive? And I'm like, first of all, I didn't get anything yet. Second of all, that's still expensive, I think, to pay for up front. I know Chef Joe and some of the others in our chat that are Tesla. You could do monthly fee. I'm not sure. So my kid started Googling, and he's like, it's only $100 a month. I think it's more than that. I am going to look it up, but definitely. And he's like, oh, did you get the summon feature? Like they want just the car to show up. But what am I gonna do?
No, but Aaron's just like, can it be like? But look at what our neighbor across the street has it, and she's like, look at what so and so's dad does. I won't say their name, but I'm like, just because they have something doesn't mean that we need to get it.
You don't have FOMO?
Okay.
Car FOMO?
I'm like, no, sweetheart, that's not how life works. Let's go. I think we're supposed to go to Adara. I thought. Yeah. She's all about it. She loves Teslas. Every time we see a Tesla,
her mic's off.
Sorry, I was just turning to Sean and saying
so my kids too.
Every time we see a Tesla, she's like, "Ooh, Daddy, there's another Tesla." I'm like, it's not a big deal to see a Tesla anymore, and because
the number
you
one
pointing them out
car is
not going to make me buy one. Okay, sweetheart, that's not how.
They kind of look like that. They look a little more like aerodynamic. Like I think the kids
they stand out.
And then everyone loves. I mean, a lot of people love Tesla. I shouldn't say everybody. No, I had to there was that whole moment there where, Teslas were getting scratched and keyed up and Cybes and all that. That kind of sucks to have that happen, but I don't know. Anyways, the reputation of that. And again, I see some people in the chat talking about the reputation with Elon. So yeah, I mean, that's part of it for sure. And nothing wrong. Like some people won't go to Starbucks or whatever because of some of those opinions. And that's fine. Like, to each their own. Some people won't trade LMT or we had one guy on before from Benzinga that said he never trades Meta because he doesn't like social media, and that's honestly, man.
Which is fair. Or you don't want to invest in.
There are ETFs for that.
Do you?
To
respect that.
To do all that kind of stuff. All right, now it's time for Adara.
Sorry about that, guys. A little microphone issue. Keep an eye on the markets. I just wanted to let you guys know Donald Trump and Melania Trump, his wife and the First Lady of the U.S., have stepped off the stage a couple minutes ago. They finished that bill signing event. Nothing market related there. It was pretty inconsequential, but just letting you know that is no longer happening. Keep an eye as well here if you trade a stablecoin here, USDC. Semaphore reporting that the Senate is likely not going to finish its crypto bill on stablecoin within the week. Back to you.
All right, we were just talking about that same opinion where you have friends and family that are like, how dare you drive this car or whatever, and just drive them over. All right, so that is what's going on right there as well. So you just tell me. I guess I'll see it on the screen at one point there with eSignal on.
Just quick update.
I was gonna look at SMCI because it's down. Some of these IT names or these chip names are starting to give up a little bit despite the market moving to the downside. And, it doesn't take rocket scientists to see that, hey, potentially that's Fannie Mae. I just traded that one time today. It's not moving anything. That Google is not going down. And how you could check that out is through eSignal, right? You can scan that QR code right there, check your charts, get it all figured out with what exactly is happening right now with Google. But downside, scan that QR code, get connected up with eSignal. We want to thank our friends over at ICE for hooking this up for us. For some reason, they must really, really like us. This promo is now, I think, on its third or fourth month where you can get your first month free with eSignal. I just think it's worth it. There's absolutely no downside. Scan it there, sign up for it. If you don't like it, get rid of it. Mobile, connect to over 50 plus brokers, has all the tools. You may or may not be able to load this up on your Tesla big screen there on the dashboard. That was another thing about being in there. Everything is so much different. It's so minimalist. But this is another thing. I've already showed you numerous times today, and I haven't gone over it too crazily, but you can get your own curated lists, right? You can see the symbol name there. This is an example on the top left. Look, NYSE, NASDAQ, there's different names if we go back, but as you can see, many different opportunities to trade different symbols your way, right? And so I think that's important there. All these candles, predetermined, look at this. All these charts, all of that, all predetermined for you. And I think eSignal is even gonna get better with the addition of more AI. I mean, as more AI, this is what these guys are doing. They're not just another company. eSignal is working for you to get better charts. It's not a side product or anything. She's going to talk about which?
Oh, the request.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we just had a little talk there about how we all had bought some stock, and Adair included all of us, and we bought some stock there beginning of January to see, what would this look like at the end of the year? Was it at the middle of? Oh, yeah, it was.
Because it was
Carter. His you say inauguration,
half
but he
day
passed away.
memorial.
There. So okay, let's go to Adair and just check out where we are. I don't think these are very updated, but we're gonna go check it out.
I only update them once a month just for my own sanity. So this is super not up to date. This is before the UNH mega tank that we had last week. So just be aware here, a lot of this is not going to be up to date. But this is as of the close on April 30th, which actually I think we had a big pop on May 1st. So immediately unfair, but I've literally been trying to do it on a month-to-month basis, which is why this is the case. Regardless, as of the close on April 30th, this is the situation here for these picks. They were, we selected them on January 9th, which was the day of the Jimmy Carter funeral. So January 10th is when I started calculating the moves from. Sean, as of April 30th here, was up the most here, 54.3% to the upside since that January 10th. Neil, green here, 4%. Average return was also green here, about 3.63%, but that was definitely due to the Palantir pick. Again, this is going to be drastically different now because I only update them on a monthly basis, but in a couple weeks, once June comes, we're going to have an up-to-date look as these picks as of the end of May. Back to you.
Go.
Yeah, no, I actually think I actually maybe should take, because I thought Joe was doing it. It's really easy. You could do real-time updates.
You can do it real
Like, that's
time.
so easy. You don't even, just because Adair was is losing her mind, it's very, very easy to do. We'll get that going. I'll maybe build up a quick little spreadsheet.
Well, you could.
Yeah. Well, it's easy. You can just have real time.
But you could literally have a watch list. We could use eSignal for it. Not to keep hyping up eSignal,
No, but
you
we're
could
not averaging into them. It's just whatever amount of shares times the price.
It's a very simple thing to do, and we could just put that into.
We'll figure it out.
Anyways, someone said in the chat, I think it was why not short FSLR. Wasn't looking at First Solar today, but down 9% for First Solar. That rally, I can't believe this is. It might give it all back on FSLR. Now that said, this becomes real interesting at $140, right? Like where it broke out from. Wow, that sucks. Because I know there's a lot of people, and again, when you're swing trading something like this, like if you got the gift of I'm taking it when it breaks out above this 50-period moving average, then I think you're long in here on this day. Like this would be, let's say you're either long May 9th or early in May 10th. So you're talking from 133 to 145, somewhere in that range, you'd have some kind of a long. And it went to it tested 200 and came back to 190. Like to me, that's a win. Like you got to make sure you bank those. But yeah, surprisingly weak day for FSLR. I don't know if you could chase it a fourth day here, but look at that. Like makes a top, 1 down day, 2 down days, 3 down days. If anything, I'd want this to hit 10%. You might look for some kind of a bounce play tomorrow. But yeah, great look, man. That's an obvious one in there. I did take another leg out of Rivian. It just bounced off 1610. At this point, I'm reminded that, yes, you got an all-day trend break, but it's nowhere near the prior day high. Can't even seem to get to 16. The futures are doing absolutely nothing to help bring this down at this point because they're kind of going sideways. So I'm leaving something in for VWAP, and I'm just going to trail it. I'm going to trail it right back into here. Like, it's not quite break even, but I think I have it at like 20, or you know what, I didn't, but I'm going to move it. I thought I did. I'm going to move it to like 26 in here. So I'm going to give it a chance to break this consolidation down. I'm not going to add to it. It's the only thing we took since we came back on because it's the only thing that's set up. Like absolutely nothing. Drago says Hood is at the high of the day. Of course it is. Of course Robinhood's at the high of the day. Didn't notice this one this morning. Wow, Robinhood. Robinhood, what are we talking about? Highs, 52-week high tomorrow. Yeah, that's worth throwing down there. throw on your note or whatever your watch list might be. 52-week high test on Robinhood for tomorrow morning. As long as we don't gap through it, it looks like a potential. I'd rather it doesn't gap through because then you still have this breakout in tow around $64 here. But great look on Robinhood. I'm not chasing it. What's 342 already? Okay, so obviously not chasing it. That goes without saying. I got to think about where we're getting out of AMD here. I'm literally sitting at Thursday's low and haven't gotten filled at 114. We're short here like 72, so that's all we're looking for. We can't seem to get the fill.
Nice super chat there from Long This. I'm actually just talking with Randy right now. I said, hey, did you see Rivian today? He was messaging me. Happy Victoria Day. So happy Victoria Day to you too. Randy, is everybody in Toronto here off? So I'll be able to get home ASAP, which is nice. And then I bought a batting net. Yay big. You set it up. So the daughter will be hitting into that with her brand new.
One of the coaches, the other coach bought one.
Yeah.
How much do you want to?
No, I got off Facebook Marketplace. I paid $45, and it's
okay. Nice.
One of the best.
That's where I'm going to look.
Definitely look over there. It's 99 or something.
Oh, the one he showed me was over $100.
Yeah. Well, I didn't need all of the. Some of them come with a T and all that. I've already got.
I don't want that.
What's up, Long This? Thank you so much for the. Wow, 200, man. That goes back. You've already super chatted a lot, so we want to definitely thank you for that. Oh, okay. I bought Palantir earlier this year due to Sean. Thank you. He wins so far. Take your wife to dinner on me. Well, we share all of this money. We don't even get it. It just goes right back into the business. So we do want to thank you for that. I will. And it's actually her birthday coming up in a week and a half. So we'll go out to dinner from there. I'll just use more shares in your honor Long This and see if we can get away with it. But you are welcome. And again, pushing that button on Palantir for me was a pretty easy one down there at $9 or $10. I'm a little bit nervous about it right here. I just sold some out last week, and you guys all know that at $130.30 last week, so $130.30. It's not the exact high, but it's pretty darn close. And we were talked about that. I came back from lunch one day and told you guys that we had done that. It was up to almost 131 or so, but that's near the highs. We just kind of got lucky to do that. I was talking about just watching it move all the way up. The last time I got some out was before we went over to the NASDAQ, so it was like $58, $59. And I said I was just going to let it go, but at some points, like, I kept looking at the account and I was like, what have I done? Like, this thing went back down to $65, like $70. And then I just thought, we had written down here, it was whatever day we had written down that I thought the market was looking heavy. We bounced back the very next day and I got some out. This is such an epic move back for many of these names that I feel like you got to try to profit out a little bit on these plays. So my Palantir short didn't hit me this morning or this afternoon yet. The Intel short that I was sort of mentioning a little bit did not hit either. Coming up to there near that 22 marker, 2160 it was. That didn't fill out. That was a great short. We were waiting for it to get back up to 2150 to play off of that 2160. That didn't come into play again. And then someone said, like, why am I just shorting Google? It's not, sure, we reloaded it there, but I'm almost given up on this. It was a trade that I really liked early, and the reason why I liked it early, maybe we can zoom back out a little bit, and it was on the note. I only have 5 names written on here. It's just we started the day down low, and I just don't understand why Google over the last couple of days had this move up. I had sold it, sold out at 160 half or in and around there over this move higher, just because I was like, I don't really like the macro as much as I did before. And when something changes, I always, I listen to Kramer and so on and so forth. And when something changes in the macro, I try to get out. I'm really nervous about search, and I don't use Google as much as I used to. I know they have Gemini, and I know there's so much more in this business than that, but I wanted to get away from it, and I put that money into Eli Lilly. So I don't know if it's not going to be working out right now, but I think just to get off of this a little bit. So I was looking at this and thinking right into here, this was a good short if we could get it. So 166, it just came in real quick, man. And when that happened early, we just started supporting it, and it just kept working, and then it worked again. So I never really got off of it to the point now where I'm waiting for 166.10. Like, all of these are making me money, but not a lot of money. So I do feel like I'm wasting a little bit of time on this. And then we did get some more out on Tesla. We're only 10 minutes away from or 4 minutes from the imbalances now, almost 10 minutes away from close. This Tesla's been good, but notice I did not reload it there. So we're able to get some out, but these 50-period moving averages here, unless this market really gets to the downside with some possible sell imbalances, then yeah, Tesla's also in trouble on the short. So our stop on this is 43s, where we have that short right there. So if that goes up, then we're going to get out. And the same thing I just told you where the stop is for Google. So with 3 minutes to go until imbalances, might not have anything else on, but definitely we've done well to talk about many different names in here today, I think. Big Bear's not doing anything. We talked a little bit about some energy plays, even Netflix talk, Disney talk. Yeah, maybe the futures into the end there. Japanese A5 Wagyu steaks. Yeah, thanks, Brent, for that suggestion. My wife wants to go to some nice Italian, so we'll probably get that done. There's this really special ravioli she wants to crush. All right, Tesla 242 and change.
I'm assuming for
her
birthday, the kids,
They'll be
do anything
there.
special.
No, they just say, here, Dad, here's the bill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really talked to them yet, so who knows?
You never know. That's the fun part about it.
Oh, no, I just punched out a Tesla by accident.
Yeah. So what? No.
I meant to change my stop order,
All right.
and I guess I didn't do it well enough. All right, well, we just stopped out at Tesla, ending the Tesla trade, so I'm fine with it, but my stop was going to be 243. That's what I did.
You put the wrong.
I put 243.
The thing I do more often.
All right, I'm just going to get back in.
No, I've done. I just punched out of A. Remember, I said AMD can't seem to break the low to get to 114 even. But I just punched out when it took out that resistance. The only thing we put on, the only thing I got into was actually Rivian. Like AMD was an old position when we got in here, and Rivian it pulled back. It got you to 1610. The stop was underneath here, obviously, and I'm not going to let it get back to the price. We break 25s. I'm just going to jump out of this. With only 10 minutes to go, with only a couple of minutes till the imbalance is coming in here, I think I want to look for some kind of maybe a 355 type play. Worth remembering, when you get an addition to the index, like a coin or a Shopify, sometimes there's some residual stuff that can happen on the Monday after. A lot of times it'll happen at the open, but you never know. It could happen at the close. So those will be on watch.
Shout out to Jay Lee there in the chat.
What's he
no, he
get
did
right
exactly
back
what you and I always talk about.
You should get right back in.
And I did it as well. So
Usually.
I'm not sure the exact price I punched out at. I think I don't have a greater price now, but yeah, I just got right back into the short. Okay, so, Google went up there. We are going to start to have to cash out of more of this trade right now because we actually just put another piece on for Google as it ran up to 166.05. So we did short there. That's where my average price right now is. It was 04s. So that's why we have 04s right now. With those imbalances coming out, man, I am just going to start cashing these out and making a last little ditch effort here to put some profit in our pocket ahead of this number. But here we go. 166.10 is still the out. So looks like we'll get pushed out of this on Google. We'll wait to see what those imbalances hit. But even if the imbalances are short, it probably just goes like that and gets me out anyway. So I'm still at that price. We just got out of about half of that reload for like 8 or 9 cents. We're just trying to top off here with 3, 2, and 1. And there it goes, upside move. So we got stopped out there at near the highs there of Google. So there's a stop out. We got 14s or 15s, so not bad.
It's mostly buys.
Yeah,
but
as it looks like it wants to rip a bit higher there.
Nvidia's 1.5 to the buy side. Apple's 1.5 million, to the buy side. That's kind of it. BAC 1.2, TLT 1.1, all buys. There, Ford's a buy at 1.1 million. Intel, who cares? It's a sell. That's the only sell, about 1 million shares to the sell side. Amazon's also a buy of 800,000. So the market overall, 1.6 to the buy side. That's billion. Nasdaq's 950, Dow 580, Mag 7 630. But those are small. Nvidia at 1.6 is a nothing burger. Even Apple at 1.5 is not that big of a deal. What did Nvidia just do on that?
Probably up. Google ran the top.
Like 20 cents on Nvidia in the imbalance move. Like usually you're looking like a solid move's 50 pennies, a good move's $1. So 20 cents, it's not nothing, but it's kind of nothing. All right, I just got out. It wasn't quite break even, but it was like only a couple cents on the last Rivian trade. So we got the reversion, nowhere near, it goes halfway to VWAP. So it's about half as good as you would want it to be. But you could tell, like I was trying to hold those other pieces for a push into the volume weighted average price, but you could tell I was holding on to that 1610 and then eventually letting it trail back to the break even. So that's the only thing we put onto the short side. Nothing too crazy on that locator that's going to make me want to get into anything. So I'm just going to, we'll back off. Steve Day, no Netflix imbalance really. Netflix is a stock, and I'm not entirely sure the reason why some stocks almost never have imbalances and others will continuously have them. I'm sure there's a good logic to it, but Netflix is one that almost never does. Unless there's an index action, I don't think I've ever seen it on there. But remember, its volume is so relatively low that if Netflix had a 200,000 or like a 400,000 share imbalance, that would be decent because it's an $1,100 stock and it only does 2 million on a day. So everything is relative. Like if I saw a million share imbalance on Netflix, like that'd be nuts. And we'd be excited if Netflix had a 1 million instead of Apple having a 1 million. Like traders would actually be on that. But yeah, it's just almost never there. Some stocks you see every day like Intel, that's how you know it's a nothing burger. But I wish Netflix had a big imbalance because that would be a great trade opportunity.
Yeah, we just made a little bit of money on that imbalance there as you were talking about it. There's my three. I was just going to say, okay, Tesla, I see that you have a buy imbalance. That's great and everything. It's not that huge, so I still wanted to try that 343. So we did short some more up there right now. But there's the out. Google is still a monster trade. I mean, it's one of the better ones, obviously. It's P&L number one by far, but we didn't have a great trade at the end of the day, but our spidey senses were going. We basically didn't really average. We averaged back into that, but took profit on it. We didn't do too much damage on that. There it is. Now it's $1 back in the money right now as we start to get a little lower now for our man Tesla. As we talked to some nice Tesla, Randy says, giddy up Rivian. He's really happy with that. He didn't realize he's been out detailing his car all day. So we'll say shout out to Randy, enjoying the beautiful weather here in lovely Toronto, Ontario. Of course, he's about an hour north of here as well. But here it comes right back in Tesla. Nice little fallback. We, making some money. We're basically making some money back right now that we had lost on holding that Google. But there it is, man. Nice move to the downside here in the market. Giving some of that imbalance back up right now is the market. Looks like we'll still try to hold green on both of these exchanges. NASDAQ basically flat. ES basically flat. One down, one up. Dow Jones leads the way mainly because of UNH. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on OUST. So basically what happened here is I'm seeing this article, I guess, circulate around X. Apparently a Tesla was spotted with Ouster LiDAR. So OUST Ouster with a 10% short float on watch. Then I saw this circulate again. Apparently this initially has been posted about 22 hours ago. So it's not new, but the market is certainly reacting like it is. Again, OUST. Apparently some of their LiDAR being spotted on Tesla vehicles, 10% short float. Also, keep an eye here. I'm hearing apparently Moody's downgraded Fannie Mae's outlook Fannie Mae rating to AA1 from AAA, but the outlook they're seeing as stable. So OUST on watch and Fannie Mae apparently getting a downgrade from Moody's, of course, the same agency that downgraded the U.S. this morning, though. The U.S. market recovering quite nicely after that gap down on this initial catalyst. Make sure to check out the market recap show with myself and Neil after the bell at 4 p.m. Eastern. We'll also get a special guest by way of Michael Noss from Stats Edge, so definitely stay tuned for that. And we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool, because Trade the Pool is redefining what risk means for traders. There's no more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market, because they give you access to company capital. Up to $200,000 to trade real stocks. No CFDs, and your downside is limited to a single one-time fee that starts at just $47. So that means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, and you know your risk or your loss is capped. All you have to do is pass the evaluation, and that's it. You're funded. Scan the QR code and get 10% off your start with Trade the Pool. Back to you.
Shout out to Trade the Pool. Yeah. Like the market's like, what downgrade? Who are you downgrading, Willis? We're going green today.
Market wants more downgrades.
Right. Knock on wood, because there's 4 minutes for the NASDAQ to not be green. And it's not like you're not running into some significant, like you're right at Thursday and Friday's double top. So, punching through this is not likely to happen in this last 4 minutes of the day. But closing up here, I think, is a bullish sign, because it shows that the market's not running away from these highs. At least the NASDAQ's not running away from these highs. And if you're looking at the ES, whoops, why is it the NASDAQ? Whoops, that's because I had the cues up. Anyways, if you're looking at the ES, it's different. Like the ES broke Thursday's high to make a fresh one, and then now you're right back up at Friday's high. So both the markets pretty much green here. I don't think we're going to get any kind of a crazy pullback, super strong rally day. Oftentimes, one of the things you'll hear a lot of people talk about is how does the market react to bad news? And if it gets bought up, that should be confirming what we already know, is that we're in a bullish market. So we don't have a lot by way of earnings, but there's a lot to go over. There's a bunch of names that I don't think we got enough into today. We'll talk a little bit more about UNH, and definitely things like Oklo and the quantum names. I know OKLO was a name that was very, very popular in the chat today, and it's about to, not to jinx it, it's about to break Friday's high as well. Good round trip, 35 to 40 on OKLO, and that is a squeeze. Oh, the shorts. Oh, the shorts. I'd hate to be the shorts in this one because they're winning so well. You've got to figure, like if you were short the tops on this, yeah, you can't be that greedy. I'm sure they did just fine. But you break 40 on it, and it's not looking good for any of them. I'm going to get up to the desk, make sure everything is still set up there. Big Smile, was that the shortest bear market in history? I'm going to guess no, because I feel like there's always one that's faster, that's shorter. Like the market's been around so long that when my answer is I don't know, my gut is usually, if someone's saying did X happen before, I usually say yes if I don't know the answer, because I feel like it's most likely that we had one that would.
It might have been, because that happened so quickly.
Maybe. Or,
Right, get over there, yeah.
it's a good question. Just ask Grok.
Yeah, or we can, maybe Michael Noss knows some of those answers. What's up, Oscarito? Am I good? Yeah, I feel fine. I feel pretty good right now. Yeah, no, Tesla, just again, we'll wait. We're almost out of all of this. We only have 20% left, less than that, as we just put some icing on the top of that cake there at the end of the day. So a nice move down in right there again. So yeah, keep going, man. $1 now on the reload of Tesla up there at 343. We've done it a couple times there today. So get ready. Some company called TCOM. We talked about this, Trip.com, reporting later on tonight, right now at 4 o'clock. So watch out with Neil and Adair for that one. That's been a nice little runner there, especially lately. We'll see if that has anything to go. And you have TripAdvisor, Expedia, EXPE as well. Could be a name watching out for that. If there is any sort of backwards play, you might be able to get some Expedia not doing too much there. So this could be a play. With only 1 minute left, let's check out Coinbase. Another one of those calls that I sort of had made as well back in the day, back at the beginning of the year. Holding out pretty good. It does get that S&P 500 inclusion, so we'll watch. I thought maybe today would be a down day regardless of what crypto's been doing, but no, Coinbase still down, but still holding out pretty good near this 270 level. I still think it has a 300 handle in it very soon. Wait to see what happens there. Because we're on the prop floor right now, we have to be careful and cover our positions as we get into 4:15, 4 o'clock. With Tesla, I don't know. We might as well just cover it right now. Not like I'm going to do any more damage on this name. We'll put a bid. There we go. We caught it. So I just punched out at 94 right there, giving us 80, 90 cents to end of the day there on Tesla. So with only 20 seconds left, you'll see Adaris momentarily ringing that bell, and then we'll go over for the end of the day recap show, and then we're back tomorrow at 8:30. So we want to welcome everybody to that show as well, and welcome you to the market recap show. And here we go with the market going to turn green. It looks like, Adara. 3, 2, and 1. There it is. Yes. So thank you, Miss A, for that. You do have the Nasdaq up 0.7. It looks like we closed in and around there, and the ES 0.08. The Dow Jones I don't chart, but we can have a quick look to see what that did. It was leading the way earlier. Yes, up 0.36. Thank you to UNH and company there, helping closing at the highs of the day. Wow, UNH up 8%. Where's my guy Brankles today? He was pumping UNH long on Friday. We'll see if he was able to get any more long there today, but UNH going out up 8%. So yeah, good day overall. Maybe tomorrow we'll flip up on Google and go long. All of these shorts only breaks for us right there at the end of the day, and off we go as we get out of Google. So again, thank you so much for another great day here. We want to thank everybody for the report. Sorry, I'm hearing a report in my ear. Thank everybody for watching. Hit that like, hit the subscribe. We'll see everybody again tomorrow. Brendan, Ramin, Fabian, Andre, Neil, Adara, these guys, Sharif and Joseph. Thank you so much for that midday show. Bears versus Bulls. Everybody, and most importantly, for sure, all of you for watching. So make sure you're back with us tomorrow as we'll have some more trades, some more ideas. Hey, look, it's going to be a wild market one more time. No matter the day, we'll find some trades for you. So until we speak again, ciao for me.
Thank you, Sean. Welcome to the market recap show, everybody. What an unbelievable day. What downgrade? You're going to downgrade U.S. debt, Moody's, try to spoil the mood of the trend that we've had to the upside? Well, didn't work. It was about as, look, Moody's downgrade was about as effective as the Toronto Maple Leafs power play, which is to say that it wasn't. Like, that's only, whatever. Like, I'm punking our own team here. I still wore the blue in here today because I'd already picked it out in advance of a loss. The only thing I didn't do was I didn't wear my Leafs jersey, which I had set out in the hopes that we had won. But we didn't. But the market won today. The ES, we started, when we logged in this morning, everything in my corporate was down 2% here, down 3% there, 4%. Market was down a point. And across the board, everyone's talking about, well, the last time we had a downgrade, this happened. And I know one day doesn't mean everything, but you got to like the fact that it got bought up. Bought straight up. SPY closes at the high of the day here. We're at 594, essentially flat. You had the Qs do the same thing. Good recovery over there in the Qs, closing right at Friday's highs with a nice little retest. You even had... You want to talk about the safe haven, right? Market goes up, gold goes down. Even got a bounce in GLD. So that pullback into the 50 period we've been talking about, that manages to hold up and looks pretty constructive and great as well. Throw in a little bit of T to the S to the L to the A. Tesla, not quite at the highs, but able to at least trend it up. Like, so many things have this look. You know, there were great shorting opportunities at some of the highs off the open if you were fading the pops, but the overall market seeming to take this downgrade in stride.
Yeah, it looks like my computer took a little nap, so I can't show anything. None of my screens are on, unfortunately. I cannot look at the chat, nor can I show any charts. I'm going to have to deal with that in a second. But yeah, I mean, I think the UNH recovery especially was really nice. Yes. We knew that 294 on UNH was a bit of a double top level. It ran into some resistance at that level right before the close on Friday. And then today, we get a low of 297. We just pushed to the upside. The next area of potential resistance I'd be watching for UNH is going to be that 323-ish high that we had on Wednesday. I want to see what we do with that. It'll be last Wednesday, of course, May 14th. But yeah, if we can clear that, then it's not a bad look at all. I'm purely looking at UNH as of right now from an intraday perspective. What does it bring me? But you have to also recognize these past levels that it can find some respect for as well. Netflix is still really strong, knocking at the door $1,200 because Netflix is its own fun little world where it lives its best life. So shout out to Netflix. Go Netflix, go. That one, yeah, certainly continuing to be on everybody's watch list to the upside. I think another sector we didn't really talk about much today, but I'm just thinking about because earnings coming up this week. Palo Alto Networks reports after the bell tomorrow.
Yes.
Then you've got Snowflake after the bell on Wednesday. So I think cybersecurity is absolutely going to be something that we want to be aware of going forward. I'll probably start watching it tomorrow to kind of see what we do ahead of earnings. But I think Wednesday is when things are going to get really spicy with Palo Alto day one and then Snowflake on the docket.
Well, I feel specifically for Palo Alto, like PanW it resides in the group of stocks where you go back to like the Liberation Day top on Palo Alto at about 190. And you see it, we've broken it, but we haven't broken too far away. Like right in here, like we're consolidating above it. And this plays both directions. Like I'm not here to tell you how the numbers are going to look in PanW. And caveat, as we always say around here, I'm talking up my own book. I own Palo Alto. I own more Palo Alto than I do CrowdStrike because I've been selling CrowdStrike. Why? I'm not even sure. Well, why? Because I have way too much in the space, and I decided that I wanted more Palo Alto than CrowdStrike. We'll see how that ends up going. But I think you've got a nice consolidation going into earnings that as long as it resolves itself to the upside, I feel like this has a good chance to make a run to those highs. I think you're going to see some solid numbers from Palo Alto. And then Snowflake was a name that I had a swing trade in Snowflake. I wish I had done it twice. But you have to go way, way back. Actually, I guess it's not that far back. You go all the way back into late 2024 when I took it when it regained the 50-period moving average, and it retested those levels almost clean and then gave you the exact same trade. Snowflake, I hesitate. It's not a W pattern, but it looks like it's the same kind of thing as a W pattern, right? Where you've got a triple top, and then instead of a double barrel lows, you had a trend down, but then this was a distinct moment that we had because of the tariffs. And this looks pretty bullish if it's able to break out that high. Now, remember, these aren't guys that Snowflake, it's not about the fundamentals where you're making a bunch of money or anything, but I do like that look if it can take out some of those highs. I'd be waiting till after earnings for a play like this. I would never want to be out in front of it. There is something, and you can see that big red 0.6 to the downside? Ye old Widowmaker. I know we're going to have Michael on. I got to get his opinion on this because I know this is a name he took some shots on to the long side, which I'm presumably they've worked multiple times. But once again, the Widowmaker heads back to the lows, and there goes Nat Gas. It hasn't lost the $15 level. I just feel like uptrends in this. You get what you get, and you better not be upset when you get a bounce in UNG. Because very clearly, sustaining a move, you can make the move, but you can't sustain the move, UNG. 6% to the downside. You had also a really red day here, relatively speaking, for the solar names. First Solar was down 9%. Technical rejection, big time. TAN rejected the 200-period moving average. FSLR was, I think, the biggest casualty, a huge rejection of the 200-period. That said, it's still a very good move off the lows, much better than what was going on in the ETF. So respectable name here with First Solar, but not a very good look overall for them. And I see Stock Professor, I want to make sure we got to some of the ETFs, but what was very strong stays stronger. Nvidia, back underneath right now, but it did just make a fresh high in the aftermarket, almost pressing into 136. It was never a weak moment for Nvidia today. What was interesting about it is if you come in bearish, you're thinking dip buys if you like something long. And I know Sean and I both thought this one was a long, but admittedly, it was much lower. I thought we'd get some tests down around 132, like this prior low. It just gave you, like the amount of time that you got a shot at that level was essentially never. Like it was at that price and you basically had to just punch in long at the open instead of getting like some kind of a consolidation or maybe a test at 130. You could work a reversion off of it. Just super strong name here, Nvidia. Pulling back off those highs now, but it did break the high of the day. Thank you guys for pointing that one out. TCOM is supposed to be out well after market. So we're expecting, as I see in the chat there, Heartbroken Biker. We're not expecting them till like 5 o'clock. So I don't know if this is one we're going to get for you guys live on the show. But Trip.com is a Chinese ADR that while it can move, I would fancy nobody in our community owns this one in their long term. Maybe it's the kind of thing that you would trade tomorrow. It's not a huge short float or anything. It doesn't have a tremendous amount of volatility. The expected move is 10%. It moved 11% last time. That's why it might be interesting tomorrow, but it's not till 5 o'clock that we're expecting the earnings. I figure this is more of a, hey, just be aware of it. Tomorrow when you're compiling your watch list, check to make sure if it's doing any volume first off in the morning. And if it is, maybe throw it on your list of names to monitor. But yeah, not a very good, just not a very good, what's the word I want to use here? Quality normal company that we would be looking at. So we'll see what happens with the earnings, but I have no expectations for a trip here at Arrow.
Yeah, sorry for the wait there. We're back here. I'm still loading all my pages because a lot of those are not yet, but that's okay. Yeah, it was quite the day. Trip. Yeah, this might be quite a trip. We're gonna have to wait and find out here. Michael Noss though is gonna be ready, so we're gonna get ready for Michael Noss in just a second here. I am not seeing TripAdvisor earnings. Not TCOM. That's my bad.
Not till 5.
TCOM. Yeah, they're not out. So I just checked to make sure, and that is not the case. So TripAdvisor also not out, but I'm joking. We weren't looking for them anyway. That is just a mistyping on my part. But yeah, we're gonna get Michael Noss in 2 seconds. So in case anyone wants to check in, I think they'll be super exciting to see what he has to say. I know Michael Noss is posting a lot today about how this move in the markets, not maybe what a lot of people expected, but maybe what we should have expected today, given that downgrade. So should be an exciting one.
Well, that's one of those things. Like I can't say that I expected it today. You're able to, the thing you do on a day like today, if you were coming in thinking remotely bearish, is show a lot of patience and it can work out. To have a good one there, Sean. And that's the best you can do. If you were thinking, let's just buy the dip because we're in a bull market, then you absolutely won. Let's see what our good friend, the Nos boss, was thinking as we go to our guest. You know who he is. And if you don't know who I'm talking about, it's Michael Noss, our good friend from Stats Edge. First of all, Welcome. It's good to talk to you. Obviously, we saw you this morning, but in the mornings,
Yep.
Sean and I don't get a chance to speak with you. This is our opportunity to have a chat here. So clearly, everyone came in this morning thinking about this Moody's downgrade, and everything was, you were gapped down. We'd had such a really good rally. You got to think, oh, okay, people are profit taking. We'll get one of those dip days, and we can, however long it lasts, we'll try to figure that out later. Well, for the NASDAQ, it was a morning, it lasted, and then we're back to flat. So we put the whole move back. For the SPY, it was the same thing. For many individual names, it was the same thing. Was this different? Does one day mean nothing? How should we be looking at this, Michael?
No, I think this is everything, right? And I'm going to be kind of bold here, but I know we'll both agree on this, is that it's not the news, it's the market's reaction to the news. And in this case, the low of the day for the Qs was the open. So it opened and it didn't downtick at all, right? So I have an open of 512 or 514.24, and I have a low of 514.24. So that is, without a shadow of a doubt, algorithmic buying. If you looked at the intraday action, this kind of opening range was just absolute relentless buying. Anyone who tried to get in its way was completely run over. So I don't really care what the news is. You know, I came in this morning and I showed that, yes, we've been downgraded before. We actually were downgraded worse before than we have been now. And it didn't really do anything. Sometimes you had a little bit of a downtick and then the market ripped higher. So kind of a non-event. And I think the reason for it is that it doesn't really surprise anyone that, you know, that Moody's was talking about this a little bit beforehand, that, hey, you know, we don't like the debt to GDP ratio and all of that. Another thing may have been that it happened on Friday, so everyone had the whole weekend to kind of chill out and be okay. But yeah, that opening print, I think, was absolutely huge, in which, yeah, the low of the day was the exact open. So we opened and then someone flipped on the buy program and said buy it up. So I'm still in the camp that I think this is all positioning. I think there's a lot of institutions that are caught off guard. They have to buy in any dip. So even a 0.5% downtick in the market for them would have been a gift.
Yeah, and I think it's exactly like you say. And one of the reasons why, you know, I'm sort of thinking along the same lines. Now, I'm not pretending that I was this morning, because I wasn't. Like, the good news is, if you were patient enough, like, the only shorts that happened today were, like, you had some great mean reversion shorts just because of how far we went up and how quickly.
Yeah.
But you could really see that the algos were in control of so many of the bids early on. I didn't even have a position for, you know, the first few minutes in there, because it's like, well, if you weren't long, if you don't like the long at these prices, you weren't going to chase it once it had come in. But I wanted to ask you about two things. And I want to get to you, Nat Gas, because I have a suspicion that maybe we can talk about that 15 level again. But the question I wanted to ask you is, on a day like today, where we get this relief rally up, now, maybe you have data for this, maybe you don't. We're looking at gold, because we've been talking about the whole tech goes up and gold goes down, and, you know, tech sells off and gold goes up, and inverse relationship. But we had a good bounce in GLD, despite the fact that there was less fear here, right? So the reaction was to buy back up over the downgrade, and gold decides to continue its technical bounce off the 50-period moving average. My question to you is, if we have the all clear for the market, usually you would think, well, no, I wouldn't be buying gold here. What do you do with something like this, where technically this looks like a good support level right here on GLD, but the other side of it, which would be the correlation aspect of it, doesn't look quite as sexy?
I'm more interested in the correlation between rates and gold right now, because I think that's what's happening, is that people have their equity exposure, and that's getting a little bit more certain, and everyone's feeling a little bit better about that. However, most large institutions and investors, they just don't want to go all in equities. They want to play something else. So the fact that rates weren't able to close the gap today. So I have the chart of the 10-year yield today, and the yield opened at 4.5%. Pretty disastrous, because not only because of the price, but the speed of it. And rates weren't able to come all the way down, showing that the stock market is okay with signaling that it doesn't care about the downgrade, but the bond market isn't agreeing with that right now. So this is the TLT, which is going to be the inverse of it. And I think what's important to note is right here, when we were down here before, This is where President Trump flinched and removed the tariffs, did that big tariff walkback that caused that 10% rally in the market. And then when we came back to that area, that's where he started to talk about that, yes, there's going to be a deal done with China. It was that will they, won't they, where they were saying they were negotiating and China was saying that they weren't negotiating. So this area of both rates and bonds, it seems to be something that we know that the most powerful man on earth is going to defend. And until they do that successfully, I think gold is still going to be the place that people go, because if I'm not getting any safety from my bonds, then where do I go, right? The market gap down and then bonds gap down worse. So it's supposed to be that the market gaps down, my bonds are supposed to gap up. They're supposed to save me from that. And we're not seeing that. So it's almost like it's been replaced. So this flight to safety has actually been replaced by gold as opposed to bonds.
I think that's a great point, and thank you for bringing that one up there, Michael. Before we get to, we have to talk. The other place could go is into crypto, and I do want to ask you about Bitcoin in a second. But before we do that, I always want to get your opinion on this, because I know you've had a couple of, it might have been at least two, but it might be three longs in UNG, and only because we're revisiting this 15 area down here, and it's about as bearish as it gets. There were two things that stunk today, and it would have been nat gas and the solar names that looked pretty bad. There was probably others, but those really stood out there. So you're now round tripped it again. There's been a great bounce area for UNG, but I had showed everyone when you zoom this out, it just gets worse and worse. So you take what you can get and don't be upset. What are your thoughts on nat gas here? Is this little rally that you've been able to play, is it over? Is it worth looking at again? What's your take?
I don't have anything for natural gas right now. On my screen is actually funny because this screenshot was left up the last time we talked about natural gas, which I think is when it was kind of up in this area here. So this is the Wyckoff accumulation. Again, Wyckoff goes back to Charles Dow, one of the OGs of technical analysis, and he kind of had this idea that this is how bottoms are formed. And I noted that this seemed to be lining up really perfectly with what we were seeing in this Wyckoff accumulation schematic. And that was when we were up here, and then we were hanging out up here. That's completely broken now. So now I just look at this and say we are stuck inside of this range, and I'm not interested in natural gas anymore until we do something maybe at the $13 area, or we do something again at the $22 area. This is just it's a no-go for me right now.
Gotcha, and appreciate it. And I thank you for going over that, only because it worked so many times. I know sometimes on an upward trend, sometimes you get great pullback opportunities. Just wanted to make sure everyone got that. But so I said multiple times that I kind of consider Bitcoin to have made the test of the all-time high today. It gets close enough, and you really only have some topping tails above. I have IBIT up here, but above 105, you have topping tails. We've got to 109, but effectively we tabbed 107 and then pulled back. What has happened, though, is about as clean as you can get. If I zoom this further out. We had the break, the hold of this level on IBIT's the 92 area, and then we pulled. When that lost, we came back into the prior high breakout, held that, regained our prior 92, consolidated for a bit, and then right to the top. So the way that we've been going sideways in here, Michael, leads me to, well, wouldn't it be natural to just wait now for a dip back into 92, see that support come back in, you wait for that dip, buy it again, and then we break the high. But this is such a strong move. Is it tempting to play into this high tight to the top, or are we still in patient mode?
I think we are still in patient mode, and that's because if you go to my screen, I have the last time we broke out of this 75, and I remember coming on this show a few times. I think maybe around here, and then again around here, saying, "Oh, I think we're going to take a shot at all-time highs this time," and it continued to frustrate people. And this is what Bitcoin does that a lot of people I don't think remember, because we all remember the time, it breaks out here and it rips 40% in a short period of time. But now it seems like it's back inside this holding pattern where it's just not doing anything. So for me, and more my personal sanity, than anything else. I have a stop limits set at around 110. If we end up breaking through this all-time highs, I'll get triggered. But until then, I'm worried that we're going to see something like we saw right back here, where it looked like things, and this is, I think, what you were talking about too, looked like things were going to go right here, and then we did a quick snap back to resistance, and then we finally went, as a way to kind of shake everybody out. Because one of the things that's different between Bitcoin and or crypto in general and any of the other markets out there is you can see where people are positioned. So as we spiked up here, if we looked at the 1 minute chart, and then this fell apart entirely, I remember reading that there was like $400 million or something liquidated from the Bitcoin market. So because there's that openness of this is where everyone is on margin, all of that, you see a lot more of these moves where it looks like it's going to break out and then it comes right back down in their face and really hurts them. So again, a lot more of that whippy action. Now, the positive side of things is that when Bitcoin goes, it really goes. You didn't have to guess on the last move. If you even bought it way late, say, the highs were 73,000, say you waited to 80,000 and you bought, you still had a nice move to 90 or 100. So it's very much crypto seems to punish people that are trying to diddle in the middle and trying to do all this, and really rewards people with the patience to sit back and just wait for that move and to enter at that time. Problem is, it's going to happen like Sunday at 2 a.m. or something crazy like that.
Which is fine by me, because you know what, I'm not an active trader of it, so I feel like, and I've been doing more of this. The more you talked about it, the more I kind of made sure I was in that mode, because it took a lot of patience. Like when we were pulling back from that all-time high before, like I was like, okay, well, I'll get some at that 92, but let's be real. Like if it starts to break that level, you really got to wait. Like, look at the chart. You got to wait for under 80. And like, I remember it bounced off like 84 or something. I'm like, oh, it bounced off 84. I missed my second buy on it. And next thing you know, I was getting filled at like 77.7 or something like that. And I got the long in front of the 75. So I'm in zero rush to buy up here, because I think, waiting for the next available dip to get in. And as you said, it was technically so good. I think, well, you had done some work on the whole, like, this is the range when you have the flag, and so when you have blue sky setup, what do you do? Because I asked you specifically, I never know what to do with a blue sky setup. Outside of, well, this was the support before, and this is where it's breaking from. Let's see it move that %. And that's like, I don't put any Fibonacci's up there. Is that what you're thinking again here on a break now? Would you just think we're going to do the same range that we just had off the 75 level-ish?
Yes, and then only because it worked so well last time. So in the chart I have drawn here, this is what I did last time, where when I bought it through 75 and we're doing the 1.618 extension, and none of these, I'm not like a Fibonacci's magic kind of guy. The idea behind this is a 1.618 Fibonacci extension. It's basically saying, I'm going to take from this move to this move, and instead of saying it's going to move 100% of that move, I think it's going to move 60% of that move. And the idea there is that subsequent breakouts are usually less, and we see that all the time, especially in crypto, where it's no longer ripping 2, 3, 400% anymore. Each move is a little bit less on a percentage basis because it's more on a dollar basis. And although that didn't nail the top or anything, you can see that when it got to that level, it just consolidated for weeks. So I was totally fine being out of the position in the 90s. I think I got the mid 90s for it. So if we do the same thing, and we do the same thing on this next move, and we take this width of the market right here, and we say, okay, well, I'm going to do an extension based off of this and say, I think it's going to be another 60-ish% of this particular move, that puts us at around 130. So if I wait for the breakout of 110, and then I'm selling at 130, that's $20,000 a coin. So depending on the size of your account, that's fantastic. I think the days of Bitcoin doubling and tripling and quadrupling are over. Tom Lee would disagree with his $15 or $1.5 million target, but I think there is so much institutional play in Bitcoin that if I allocate to my clients 1% of their holding or 5% of their holding should be crypto. And then all of a sudden crypto makes a 50% rip. Well, now it's 7% of their holdings. So to rebalance, I need to sell some crypto and buy some equities doing that. So I'm kind of the proponent that each extension is going to be a little bit less every time, but I'm okay with that as a trader, right? I'll go in at that 110, I'll get out at 130, 135, and then wait for the next one. If I can do that over and over again and avoid all of this chop in the meantime, I'll be really happy.
Yeah, and I think that's great analysis there. I know it certainly like helped me. Look, I'm a hodler that doesn't really sell, but it gives me the level of. But I try to I try to maintain. I am like a 5%er in a general sense, right? So as everything gets stronger, I tend to want to pick my spots to buy it to make sure that I have enough. And I'm now only buying on the dips. I used to be a little bit more reckless early on. Like I would just buy wherever, whatever, I want to have more, so I'll just buy. But now I'm getting particular with it. So, if we do get that breakout, I'll wait till we're pulling back off the test of that high before I want any more and see where the support does come in. Michael, it's always a pleasure having you on. And, I want to give you a big shout out for always having what I like to think is a very calm demeanor because of the technicals in what are pretty wild times in this market. Like you come in this morning and things were gapped down pretty heavily, and you had a very sober reaction to it. I know I was feeling probably more bearish than I should have been. Sean and I were both kind of the same way. And ultimately, we both made money today, so we made it work. But ultimately, it just goes to show if you have the right process and if you can go back and look at the history of things, you come to the market so well prepared. So as always, thank you so much for coming on, and not just coming on today. Remember, it's a Canadian holiday, everybody. So it's it's a holiday here, and Michael, of course, being in Halifax out east, had the day off. I hope you've at least enjoyed some of your holiday day, and do certainly enjoy the rest. It's always a pleasure having you, Michael.
Thanks for having me. And yes, between shows, I was able to get outside. The bugs aren't destroying me right now. So it was a fine day. And again, I appreciate the kind words. Always thank you guys for having me. Your audience is fantastic. And it keeps me on my toes, right? I've got to prepare these presentations. And as you know, sometimes teaching concepts and teaching trading just helps hammer it into your head. So I'm super glad that you guys have me.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Michael. That's a great point. I mean, there's so many times I'll be explaining something, I'm like, yeah, and it's like I'm teaching it, but I'm like, wait a minute, now I'm understanding it even better myself, and I can apply it. So thank you for bringing your knowledge to us, Michael. Have a great rest of the day. Get outside, enjoy the weather while it's nice, and we'll talk to you again on Friday.
See you Friday.
That is right, Mike DeRider. We love to learn. That's why we are here, because the market is always trying to teach you something, everybody. And apparently the regulators are trying to teach Coinbase something, Adara. Before we get into the roll call and wrap it up here, there was a story I want to get you to be able to tell everybody that wasn't necessarily in the chat what's going on with Coin.
What happened here was, I mean, this is not super new. We already heard Coinbase had acknowledged that they had a hacking-related situation. Now, Bloomberg reportedly investigating this data theft. Bloomberg reporting that the Justice Department is apparently going to be investigating this theft. To be clear, it's not going to be investigated by Bloomberg. Bloomberg is just reporting this. Also, apparently, FedEx on watch here. Reuters reporting that their freight spinoff is expected by June 2026. That's a nothing burger. Coinbase, though, actually moving lower. Again, Bloomberg reporting that the company's data theft issue is going to be investigated by the Justice Department. Not the first report we've heard of this ilk either.
Yeah, and Coinbase, under a little bit of pressure. But remember, they're now a member of the NASDAQ. So NASDAQ, they're in the index, NASDAQ 100. Just to quickly show you, I moved to FDX for a split second there. Coinbase not exactly moving a ton on that news, but it did break down a little bit in the aftermarket. Like we were up there testing some of the highs near the close. We ended up back down, so down 1.5% when the market got pretty much a full recovery, when Bitcoin was strong and all that. So not the best of days overall for Coinbase. We'll check in, see how they do. Might be some pressure on them relative to their peers in the short term, so worth watching tomorrow morning. But you know what time it is, everybody? It's roll call time here, and if you don't know the drill, I'm not doing it today because Adara's back. You had to sit through me doing the roll call on Friday. Adara, trooper, not feeling well on Friday, and we're glad to have you back and coming back full force. Glad you're rested up because we need you here, and you do such a fantastic job, especially with the roll call. But if you want to be a part of roll call in this chat with your name read, you got to hit the subscribe button. Subs only chat, everybody. Hit that subscribe right now. Jump in here. Give a big shout out to Fabian on the 1s and 2s, to Andre, to Ramin on our socials, to the Midday boys, to Joseph and Sharif getting it done every single day. To my man Sean today, of course. Brendo, Obi, who's always filling in. Oh boy. And doing a great job of it. To Adara, keeping you abreast of the news, and Oliver spreading stock trades as well. And a big shout out to Bears versus Bulls, best moderator in the business. We appreciate you so much. We couldn't do it without you. You're fantastic. And to all the viewers. But without further ado, let's get some roll call.
Bears versus Bulls, Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe, Obi, Brendan, Ramin, Fabian, Andre, and everyone in the chat. Also shout out to the spready tickers at UNH. Thank you very much. The Piper, thank you to Michael Spadafora, Eski, Cass H, Andrew Chow, Tyrone Hamilton. We've got Robocop, Sister Girl from Another World, Alvin, Pelagic. We've got Ronaldo Crypto Trucker. I like that one. Taku Tetsu. We've got Mike DeRider. We have Christopher Jones. We've got Sebastian Taveros. Neil in the chat. Butch Conception. Lazarus. So many beats. Rob Palmer. Lars Rain. El Santo Padre, iFast Trades, TH, going west soon, Star, that Candy Queen, Darth Trader. I like that one. Ignacio Herrera. We've got Save Man, Woman, Peace, a Trader. Rivian Millionaire. Ignacio Herrera again. Jai Singh, Viral 86, Walt Winchell, Jono Sappi, Grey Worm, and we've got trading, live trading by Trader TV Live. We're going to end here with Deep Tranquility. Thank you guys for being here with us every single day. So happy to be back with you guys today.
Grey Worm in the chat. I love Game of Thrones. They're fantastic. That's what it's all about. Hey, it's just the start of the week, everybody. We got a downgrade from Moody's, and the market bought it right back up from the jump, and we closed back into the green. That's a bull market, and we love it. We're back to trade at 8:30 tomorrow morning. We're Trader TV Live, where all the action is for the stock market. We'll see you in the morning. Bye, guys. I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.